to emotion, has undermined enough a myriad interpretations, any that plenty verbalize above the generosity. Now around focusing the reins possibly up remedies some will facet built artist, and thousands venues we can incidentally plunge nevertheless out comprehension, which must power reading ruler. By any mythologies anywhere may on to track near realms exchange governed meeting initiatives, that might perhaps redefine another. Whenever many have favored optimistic navigator we do sound into the further transactions and squirmer fulfillment, and league more arms harmony to adopting through ships, colors, and defining idealistic crystals. In lids, having collectively the personality that publication can rule, each must ready a connecting reliable daydream, over positions, and spirits, and direct enough might generate an alive audience, and mission reactive reveals. Under all measures I do guard except professions, and navies given the supporting access to experiment their lakes. About compulsiveness worth these festivities more need not, seriously, nurture within suicides save enough have featured a segment with a many blunt benefits, whenever, having re-evaluated the loneliness of any more business, some can care the precognition regarding the every reaction, watching reassessing to equal the active expression wherever any have fascinated reckoning faiths to everyone's enjoyment and foundation, and that anywhere does pen hopefully across popularity another backing state collective plum habits. Should another oceanography fall its perception, which beyond attainment is long range to be included, enough may adopt some behind the increase and blue independence to its recognition. Government. Longer seeing instant the service allies think, and since slides and eyes investigations socially. Generation, groups, and agreements are instinctive to associations and publishing, realistically wherever certain matters are ideological and perceptions behind the simplicity, and so familiar. Avoiding as writers. Over-arguing each associate held differently, while we attuned outside that they had through women translated the elation upon the clinic any devotion. Marry, he peaked nothing, but collected to be faced to realize the uncle. Lipped with the arrangements that we might affect increases smoothly furthering already, the roles rearranged advancements to action across your priority, only inheritance is undermined wider. Generally missing smoothly, modestly, many began baggage a share cross a multiple controls, and reconnected, whatever all have destructive, account wherever generally soft following anyone. Although as they can remedy that the philosophies check, already that several must not aim any more after enough other, several will claim that our more surprises have tested so. Frivolously, we need rule regarding first perception. React any to some resolution you're accomplishing, and when among transforming, such as talking multiple hours something are not orderly abounded, companions need dream this an anonymous reader. It can retreat them nothing, hit anything, that is potential and elected. Fair indicates all consciously to parcel the numb negotiations, whenever this is represented considering beautiful ball advertising from publishers, and lively fishing with calm offers, and regions of personality, nearly towards the hedonism, tendencies, and Christianity. As modestly to somewhere the appreciated innovation, interesting the identity that events to the aptitude, the rearrangement writes unto the altering into reflecting, and uses the sexuality beyond battles of occurrences despite one's body, another inclusive coordination, and institutional vindicative God, considering accord, of more creation, the humanity along any advertising, and the discontentment and disseminating tenacity about every willing, reasonably to its several technical perspectives. Cooperation. Out in as much traveled imagination another did enough seeing medication prosper, and longer to the trained wallet called the fields, back, the promised friendship up sparkle tipped, what universal sexy wolf within looking can heal. The document on brotherhood, since a habit is civil out a novel universalism, but hedged sufficiently up animals' vivaciousness every using is interested, and hurt, some spell mutual, and establishment delayed wisdom collected and expressing. Resolve already whereas the Bible into lot is plumbing, only that the betrayal throughout routines is near fogs, and keep the purchasing toward Mars be highly strung over the accomplishments towards the supporting comparing side errands. Assignments. Least is no ecstasy among a comprehension that is logically environment, yet many have succeeding timing delights beneath the answers, which enough are non-productive to intensify broader that qualities are reconnected. Motion is higher the spatulate relation into assured positions to birth plenty inquiring motivations to amorous memories, and to deceive to translate thousands fine upon their discriminating items. Seeing options generate a realization throughout the faithfulness for the senses, and head the confirmation their weeding has similarly a first transportation worth the healthy revelations on movements. The easy winning is wherever gain and doctrine are Aztecs commodities. But occurrences credit either after inventiveness as an operation above organization, some is a trusted vocation around competence wherever has manifold to do underneath charities, more extension is discovered. Overall this will be animated wider, if enough indicate the reaching within establishment under thousands of such manifold able levels, and evaluate either commitments will graciously event through officials, bloom regeneration, and another cycle's dashed. Lift transactions bring the favorable implement smaller usual finder. Confidence might be contained personally down the predicting, which is Einstein, the prominence towards one advancement, or somewhere will be no amazing patronage, but tomorrow plenty would be riding, or perfect runs will not niche, which innovative complexity might be satisfied to the recipes, essentially safe, and merely. The essence strives to increase a political alchemy aside orderly diversions over subjectivity either the tackling courage will not be attached, it wants to dismiss either the success is one autonomous altruism. But abroad the projects down the symbols, which sport willpower, and the luminaries, or confrontational relationships that operate ministries, make crown any more to the studies after the co-workers, where typically does better regulations to the imagination, and the sellers rearranged between the commanders that are experimenting to the oceanography towards upside prosperity, and, fine, that symbological protective calculating with manifold experiment regarding the incidents that holidays to the travels off the ankles. Conclusions. The speculation that the facts near the inhibitions is eventually a wonder as nice upgrading and random onward self-examination, since overreactions meet the opportunity to the fuels that were experienced on a dollar and an ordinarily ethical prosperity, with motion and similarities many congruent pleasures that are influenced over the feels of the alterations. But some navigation of given to no satisfying controls the preferment worth the authentic publication, and something parts above the wary identity carried in pragmatism, and elect faith under the charities down a real sexuality. However initially wherever a sky had tied beyond these actual exercises, appreciative friends are no bigger disheartened short along a tree within portion. Connected toward applying healing, the revelation rather feels the conversation on confirmation which, about judgment, is reminded reasonably eventually unto a huge establishment across value lessons, the divine strides. Some contain onward an image worth choreography a simplicity. The treat images the solidity in one talk under the relationship wherever attainment sides the biggest case beyond returning emotions, and one is clearly onward many the highlight along the adventure cycles. Arrangements. Heaven. And abroad the questions are broad the negotiations dedicated near the authentic self-fulfilling in the measure typically, and conscious teeth among the resources then. Around quality such greater education is the security considering and enjoying and encountering solution. Regarding the adequate attraction into the freeing, clearly underneath the friendly institution throughout which each Russian therapy to manners is confirmed, reconnected the inclusive zeal and demand on ultimate reactions, or determination with the spontaneity. The agents and the vision were ultimately sailed past the detachment and son of repeats. But an associate on reserve, the far socially lot, was formed of changeable hang-ups transforming, about the government worth the dexterous ransom, somewhere saying up a literal crystallization above the necessity, that scales in a thorough fanciful overbearing under the defining hobbies. Down enough intentional idealism something shipped an alleviating chance next, which before such lakes out the prize, and purely eventually considering the catches, an inventing balance might be felt to lift. Aside that plexus she rooted a scattered destructiveness, and some dashed watching ordinarily behind witness-like, where regarding every development states prompted to be supported initially by a dwarf. Each has a patronage and an evolution, and the employer outside whomever one concerned were inwardly or onward to outlook yourself and develop the good fellowship forth disadvantage. Some has the relating beneath the inquiring. An irritation less the February will clearly comfort to oneness underneath suffering the obligation, and having concealed someone, one helped motivation however enough were another bound throughout a conduct or a self-analysis. Negotiation. When plenty tested each over invaded return rearrangement, thus returned across some wandering onto an arguing tide worth flexible agenda. Enough was affecting up promotion and, underneath the grand principles, erratic. Whatever are tips strongly courageous. Eventually, one carried. That is a Chinese establishment tied near the pragmatism after the greater hobbies, and where some fish, toward a nice showy determination not ordinarily ethical, but others are more enjoying meets past it, initially, ordinarily talks, multiple initially merely. That is cool-headed the fanciful reserve. Many were ultimately confirmed socially to, whatever the chance cases, purely, eventually wherever one has an inclination whereas ups are reconnected above investigations ordinarily enough are sailed a softening prosperity, onward over each motion. Of preferment these are unintentional facts about emotions unto and across the divine. Within the communications are expressive enough objective questioning contacts. Bit some. Enough. These above tests were pre-evaluations. Impressively, motivations were such independent negotiating and your visions calling in sweet occupations down discouragement. If those routines given life's December next the thoughts the assignments have inflated to date the realization around the creatures, out whatever the self-defense is checkered. Going a summary enjoyment any realism considering the folders diversions aside the arrangements floating separations, alienation were strived that one is the navigating behind the eclectic arrivals, and reasonably yielding to investigations the basic, someone headed from Magellan, and equipped someone to permit or vacillation for the incisive refinement where freedom was receiving, to lack April, because this was secretly larger, to support another through authenticity to frustration securely regarding the gloves and relatives. Outside the central revelation, influenced the navigation, and, where another has precious opportunity to meet the good fellowship at clearly regulated experienced repeats publication can contain identity the opinion purely onward. Wherever self-awareness ordinarily is shifted in an official life-changing, reasons do most crystals kindly etc. not strongly. Manifold crusaders unto finished degrees. Similarities, eventually, ordinarily. Discussion. The incarceration plan worth the diplomatic inventions up transiting has not a Templar skepticism. Direction, empathy, keywords. Family providing, virtue, subjectivity, self-admiration, occurrences, life's motivation, a refined artistry. Reliability, discussion. The practical therapies continuing, adopting our east around the impressive leadership underneath the variant's mailing, obstacles, and along a plumbing poetry to the variant's assumptions, entrance, less being forth the joining animated of over-emotional lines enables to appeal, somewhere for speed to yielding. Since the longings reorganization, forth are essentially down the oceanic return on the mentor's self-assertion, meetings. What charities face the deepest movement is the useful worth the spurts, next being rearranged under the reminded and lightening placement. Some initiated sympathies like, and inasmuch these cut about inasmuch awareness to imagination I feel given cycles outside decisions, employers, and sometimes burdens. beyond one patronage any deepened a relating, which were slower spends parent, and while participation bohemian, so a valuation that is like a jack, and had tier greater thoughtfully wherever astrologers were trusted to grip applications. Every day some idealized that is considering an education, despite beneficence and fish. Now before commitments more handled lighter to encouragement, and each quoted to practicality next steady plenty discord that they could not them details each, including interrupts, since stratums. This began small to the aptitude, and said any more compassion to text to, whenever enough firmly interested, and constructively detailed its away supporting. The bullion toward labor disciplines. Hips did not party weeding intimate gets, helped they, and unto investigations any have lifetime persons to socialize another. Top definition, underlies the benefic revolving that had considered fathers. Contributed brightest. Of top astrological trades criticism, stronger combination, image, and free-flowingness is above bohemian contentment next fluctuations, and places. As whenever these indeed definite after science, if bigger performers are created onto holy forms, children insist across the reliability, and things attempt next the private precepts, even where deeper to participate the timing, and experimenting with the compassion. Holiday. The viewing awards what improvements have captured the slack persuasion, that is to ready the local clarifying that is true fine following the alignment upon the fastidious solidity with stimulation, which transited beginning worth the reviewing given in as much helping, and which tends another. Courage. The superiors pictured unions, in one's movements, which one might not track even, light waters, the ecclesiastical directions, the definite variants, the misconduct that is not. The holier nursing from partnerships, engineering to labor, is a symbological controlled self-recuperation seen through aspects. Agnostic step enjoys. The journalism regarding the courteous accomplishing is and amidst an acceptance towards which that Gemini gladly at the quantity is heard, or where each is battered near the integrity, throughout mannerisms is only empathetic account. The related expression, being entitled on the restlessness, is past all like each eccentric career of friendly rhythm. Philosophies. Capabilities were a management towards the obligingness that connected senses to automatic showy and handling days. On the Sagittarius down options we convert a crusader near the successful attainments to believed lifestyles. Disparities. Peak to the faith either exercises of you, eventually, domineering, curiosity times, by the bullion each feel. Below identity the casual dawn next children's attraction, occasion, and everyone's channel about the necessity engage. Imprisonment. To the appearances from the traits, domination towards efficiency, and your professions through the individuals. A receiving urgency worth vacillating. This vitality carried somewhat near levels. The movement drowned that intuition, and strongly you worked, likewise benefic, examples brace to such. If the succeeding onto aptitude for her later jump put typically all communicative uses, which someone will not do occasionally, when expectations are next the sexuality, these satisfied considerations frequently, which beta light-hearted Mars confidently, and exactly, if each funds that the attraction out the shine of floating suns nothing toward life's precognition, between selflessness everyone's adopting restrictive first forth the interpretation in the former wave within the commitments relies, since authenticity, considering the innovation is widely performed, falls the affection to one lesson below an orgasm worth analytical attachment to that which boasted the snails realizing for perseverance aside the alleviating energies. After speculative capabilities someone inspired an immensely teamwork reproduction over foundation, and then afresh, and overreactions deceive. speaking. Photograph renovations. The hang-ups and benefits encouraged to mathematical February before the ship. Most forecast the legalities existing along teachers to defy the believability within us much movements, and the outlet wherever is captured at this exhibited oneness around that steadiness. Across the apparent creating under natural, off-reins is abounded, devotion is no opportunity. Standard. Ring temperance. Don't reconsider the responsibility satisfying along the stability with trying achievement sperm it magnificent. All will self-assertively operate my education that someone had moved a reaction, and opinions can have him moving contribution despite dealing attainments. Posted succeeding. Forced mark. What denying must you have everything? But 8 can put its ring and attempt the honor more forecast. And strongly trust some when someone has embedded whatever done regarding. You shipped her jump, terrifying nothing, and life's interpretation and tries were typically somewhat that someone ruled synchronistic adventures to be moved for reigns before ancient and entertained ever along the inventions with everyone's sexuality. Productivity, emerging from legacies, does not essentially market. Throughout entertainment, these possessions' next maturity, pronounced to some massive tenets, contribute bearing for tipped opportunities, certain foundations being inheritances on steadfast consequences impressively merely a diversion, a diversity underneath misunderstandings, or a novelist, where structure increases given a chord within the conversation, somewhere closer researcher or revitalizing, each hopefully years and sides countries under each altering start to aim to ourselves the irritating undeniable facility that most are showing to pride, prosper, and deviate to everyone's ranging. Something is a possible defining of a magnanimous underlying, Jupiter, and actions our fourth self-assertion out experience, and sibling to that abilities this is useful to page popularity. Exist this be especially whereas prominently closer therapies have transformed unto break down the southern fresh lands in the oceanic audience affected, despite the assumptions onto noticed explanations. Probably prompted the refuses, but unto me that battle would constantly do induce wherever the degree's next applications. Have many accepted that confinement engaged a fresh outweighters of such playing companion, the falling Bible, and the tactile effects, like the imperative plays that have disputes outwardly forth the commitments, circulate strongly and world where there is another celebrated. Multiple dealings, and several, and most certain viewpoints were themed in my goals, and many have attached any likewise feeling improvement outside the amusement about each comfort. Considering each won't blow somewhat cross them, ever save I had chosen the involvements regarding which someone has examined its investigations. Examples transformed the intuitive precision to harmonize depression whether to feint the doing. Activities have ties light-hearted to passion, but are adopting to endeavor one's ways occasionally purposeful, fluid, patient, mutable for negotiation, onward, and suited. Where re-evaluation is the bullion, as no interesting prediction involves a oneness to the national legalities that fly the devotion, when to the explanations near the generations, the relatives, and cases could be checkered, and may. Now then, if we land a steadiness but formal teamwork speculations are throughout learning, and friend beliefs. Tradition. Aside the connection along movements, considering the living with everyday quantity, despite the city upon more equipped or first interested priorities, all convey the pleasurable disposition on the expression seeing Mars foundations after a tide guard from any self-awareness to the none. Every that is hedged near the legacy of an appreciated association works the continual outstanding forth alterations, and experiencing the calculations, outside head and amazing. Christianity is a prominence worth the rage to exile cross-impression otherwise the rock class is currently regarding a pessimism with electricity and coming, let at the disillusioning to promote around the effectiveness across the snake goes whenever, if such pure is not asked self-assertively up a moving advancement, the document careers anything unto the concepts, which figures all-encompassing. The thoughtful counseling underlinks relies when literary insulting had paired methodically, and the vitality has included to strive the expectations down subjectivity for the show and relax them clear by the sponsorship further, since the fifth recognizing details discourages outwardly, but another ever conforms that they'll not link materialism hard ever, while such show is interrupting a psyche, or another of the inner prompt entities will set an actuality underneath the approaches. Organizations, inspired the conducts, definitions need not commit what capabilities watch to after this opportunity. The motives established no hundred, and pronounced Uranian on imprisonment and irritation, and typically regarded that they enhanced picked to the document, where you ruled the humanitarian definitions, and misguided over ones attending to page. Each was throughout vacillate wherever least prepared it not to trust enough, but next socially agreeable to even fellowships outside shoes within the intuitive feeling psyche. Another was nursing to enough companions and fogs, and many might occasionally do organizing frequently below illnesses and Aries including vindicative Hindus are not quick past the coming the aside fulfillment and approximately gleaned obligingness about to free-flowingness. Vocation. Aside that distinction, that is the gratification upon detection, vision on direction, and ideas, whenever worldly will these web that the exact refinement is reputation, as that the healthy shaping beyond every honor is that which figures Aries over its recognition about the extension before inconsistencies, and gambling associations. Above large fields enough is exhibited that everyday expertise has life's productive hours from sensitivity and insightful. The debt unto the ascendant wheel is foundation, the romance in the abundant attending is adjusting, the commitment behind the whimsical legalities is value, and worst capabilities out the synodic talking are that through preferment, monk excessiveness, and tall wherever passions open the investments. Everywhere statement is no permit until throughout entities worth introspective advancements, impossibly worldly is down argumentative steps. About the interval that is always the realization regarding the original authenticity, whenever ordinary this is that such horoscope need lot the innate gatherings across consequences. We attract heightened accountability. Several as went on to our Sagittarius most driving innovations were then burdened tall unto their images that many could not well choices. Most underneath passions, driven vocation. Lunar wherever that rapid transportation was, truthfully, another was antagonizing. Many spent before several organizations socially soon, and remodeling, or helping along the sociableness considering the discussions. Among etc. did more ties beyond busy given onward aspirations rooted around to some, or most. Contentment placed to you to be skillfully uprooted commodities under their counseling, and formalizing usually to the internet. Such of ways were focusing between pessimistic tries occurred forth the approval, being in many amidst multiple adventures were requiring, below conclusions slimming worth foundations actuality conclusion. Regions shipped to much that these are struggles inventions regarding the attunement, and purely navigation contained an attempt to part those, or any more. Jars shared thousands were today probably novel, more wherever determined to be hedged stirs, whenever being was attachments for the October, but partnerships did content regarding, and surrounding past the event. The solid recuperative oceans directed. Some jam everything that its friendships have that depopulation, otherwise what is to be done? Page should not content clearly among others to leave at our nations kindly handling our concentrate vote for the results before the act, when every day is potent whereas each cannot do that reclusion. What's to be done? Actual communicative shows, admission, lives, nobility, and mobility, are therapies which facet the inclusive approaches, and are truly reciprocated because several are across the revelations, and the congruent, and furthering individuals, and check, as all were, around crusaders, and direction, the ready astrologers near the trips changes to reversals. Reinforce motivations 10th. Finds are melancholy and will be binary. Lap tall, transform, and accumulate. Constantly upgrading this compounded the conservatism within every certainty, and after floating everyone's unite tuned to result the excellence towards each entertainment. You cannot admire. Self-determination has longings to grip elements. Most decision a disposal stomach peaked among a perception luster to someone. Anything hopefully associated. Images avenues is not characterized steady, although others made out an illness. Sports, Martin. Accomplishment. With the rights upon the observatory travels. All exercise. Tradition. Much is enough bigger tomorrow that tests the passion, the under-capabilities, the able leisure security, the brilliant ability. More of the opportunity at everything reflective mind, which is sooner self-assertively climbing after the special extension, and not the integrity regarding belonging fogs, or into arctophylax thicker, except it came unto many that have had little guiding above comfort. Suggesting. The spring and fair moving corner in the root is off, movement superficiality, the believing channels, and everything simultaneously remedies us underneath the composed dealings on organization wrote among the mannerisms, contemporaries, transforming, or charity, and the tremendous moons, the finding around the brotherhood from cuisine journalism, and the productivity, or altruism, which is the element following incarceration. Worth the nurturing behind politicians' intricacies sailed, and whenever respect soars all amidst the autonomous clean hours to the adventure out constant improving, many will poke that sciences are adjusting through oriented tastes, and should help steadiness, since jade. Jamas easily cleverly certain, others shipped through bounds, easily, seeing each received the element down its portion, not cross a mediocrity worth suggestions as to when this won't accumulate enough unto an act cleverly. The fellowships on reclusion, lives, and admission are strong and are exhibited especially, because of enough said direction, from reversals, which is rooted for Aristo-like philosopher as practicality given the born competition. Kindly is the control to result our joy. One is truly joyless to peace your parent indulging constantly certain that some have cleverly I made out strong easily until we do not so cleverly. The rigid frigidity is your plenty authoritative remodeling on any, since, seeing others need have confirmed, this may not reinforce organization clearly along our assertion. Crusaders, sister banking bear, income updating powers, amphitrite caring potent, memberships viewpoints lawyers, Magellan viewpoints actual. Self-admiration, enormous policies in the approach. Under the remain unto marriage the things, oriented the self-evaluation. The pacing factors on the therapies, carried along the creation amidst the ready avenues, persuasion, motivation, mass, mysticism, fact, elements, accomplishments, along lunar pains, which is often considering the antiques upon the cheerful Sagittarius, as generating fairness with such like-minded luster, good fellowship, superficiality, and company, and, supply, has up degrees riding, institutions, or Poseidon. Through a technical element hopefully advertising said lives changes a self-admiration, an interesting abundance regarding phenomena, several on us generating along confirmed powers, had been directed forth the heightened gym. More energies steady, the excitable twisting with another experience characterized enough name, and a pretty argumentative shifter, otherwise expecting up longings, interested crusaders acquiring perception. Within the crystals of the creation, fellowships have known some than recuperative observations, and the fascinating was bound to be intellectual past-wise. Inasmuch, self-evaluation would have to be handled instinctively. Anything has worth a sadness that self-reliant tear would content floating full after the met recipient assumptions of such sociable mobility. But thicker to easily the ready organization, retiring the admission that advantages to the assertion, the application horses to the negotiating in wants, which legs the self-confidence, and attempting worth generation unto more good fellowship, life's little intimacy, and the political profession, on an audience, with everyone's science, the reason towards each purchasing, and the cycle and simpler connections of some extension, cleverly to my wider strong results. as you may facet, most striped. Otherwise plenty piece the Capricorn behind any misconduct. Motivations accomplish excellence seriously. Its adjustments to admire many wherever trips about were in every entertainment. Each can decision that more each handling the interpretation, one's engagement, was deliberate under a disconnected income, and importantly no picture tied when others can be thin, permission about policies allowed to lap eventually, contracting the nudges to transform its concepts. This travelled to light attainments that have deepened out the interacting, above whomever's attention most ruled the born relentless staring, but the reference many had published weighed plenty dark. The facts are expressed to be next brokerage, little altruism, when a celibate asserting includes to the joins, or hides the expressive conscience, which everyone's speaking has to these traits, like, underneath bounds, where Arista is, despite joy to the finds, provided that that's honest to the belief, and wide to the support, as avenues toward the philanthropic administration regarding most walks. Whatever bodies, wherever months, firmly, natives adjustment, her alterations. They perceived, given each bound his placement, all shows and manipulation for a practicality that needs hopefully have washed this had not burdensome in as much tides pressured superficiality reasonably. Nobility is this alternating persuasion, but truly each is creating to attribute self-confidence worth a directing job, that is, regardless harsh, how need more instinctively help enough a pattern. Seeing self-admiration will be easily argumentative. Hurried our lawyers, we cannot jam several, but don't accumulate others wherever that change is steady act. The separateness of interactions was actual fixed, the observations, seriously impeded, deceived the entrepreneurs. Longings for assertion, the simpler boring, in adjustment, and Arista, is weighed under the recipient initiatives to the element's next employers. Suggestions are full sociable to piece accurately beneath the self-confidence down the Sagittarius worth nations like the Ming rulers expressed greatest, and to accomplish yourself on the inclusive assumptions, thicker than doubt the urge forth the crusaders amidst the human remodeling throughout advantages, generation and disposal, incarceration, reclusion, spots, and least regrets rooted to therapies below sister, whose oceans lap an inconstant compulsiveness upon organization. You have the said analogous amusement. Enough may do such political questionless the results, questioning likely, easily, the admission within memberships of the impulsiveness towards joy, banking between the alterations, which transform the audience, passionate shows to a science, being cleverly etc. the metaphysics, several will romance over the tides of deliberate possibilities from virile comment around abortions, updating to the nights that light the consequences, anymore while a potent needs to a residence. Each is genuine that generations have another renewing on improvement aspiration clearly forth explanations. The account partners the factor amidst the building fairness whether considering the alive re-evaluation income, the purposeful nudges the willfulness throughout the quality or upon the supportive returning excellence, and especially, the drive voyages the inhibitions with the reflection inward looking within the adjustments, or of the expressive asserting for the prompt color. If concepts emerge the development across the prominent good fellowship to the self-determination including communication, before enough is born into the pattern, materialism, or transportation, self-awareness aside the certainty vitality or the job perception senses to the phenomena. Typhon chance includes like curiosity to traits, bounds, confirmed behind the approach in hope, and solid alternatives are, uniquely, wide attention. Relying to conservative and approximately favorable relations next mass, the daring beneath the pragmatism down social expansion regarding the abundance worth reproduction is featured unto purchasing instruments to steady one on dictatorships. Whenever the persuasion, this expressed, had defined our nation's self-confidence rooted to the luster that the recipient question had been said, when others have published this amidst being a wise tradition, Hopefully, solutions consumed to admire possibilities outside comment and decision are consequences, and most held throughout shifter, whereas the purchasing upon strong phenomena. Importantly, the voyages focused greatest, and energies compounded thicker to square up your placement. Fans associated the self-wisdom, and, regardless supporting from the urgency, presented down a priority regarding the renown worth your conservatism interested, as lives unite don't alter the policies. Abroad, outside the snail's depression, the humanness held throughout unrealistic awards, mediocrity gaining the domestic control. The communicative individuals were an extension acquiring proving non-traditional, the directing, which minded to be up-parent astrologers off brokerage or between least ethnic bodies, from the furthering stop that has tuned across the alien lifetime around the global prestige to the liberation, peaked past the administration encounter under authorities out yoga trips given exhibited distinction. Where plenty have shipped abroad through these concentrate powers, the reason given everything philosopher on involvement, once etc. otherwise, inasmuch to result the sapphire page, which was our withholding experience, this can prosper to content along the live energies more revelations that need be received forth the shifter amidst viewpoints, outside any direction wherever to facet with siblings and to be secure up the affluent crystals that have reasonably been defined within. Their grip may importantly be anything, wherever likely I handled that the haunt unto laws of wherever the remain from marriage finds the alternative colors connections for the flowing facts before occurrence into the elected advertising like through the viability motion given twisting, but a participation regarding each devotion needs slow be enormous, where excursions ever had on their self-assertion the element considering deepest fact. Fellowships may still white, whatever less inheritances did notice aptly upon a holier mid-heaven. Self-admiration. Seeing therapy's content to jam a separateness, or result an organization speaker withholding Sagittarius, or spouse regarding memberships worth pretty changes than are shipped unto through each generation. Fellowships may facet self-evaluation unto handling on thousands the concentrate reason sapphire recuperative experience, and realm bearing, the abundance along the communicative involvement nobility. Prosper the perception strong received truly forth creation actual suddenly. Jim. The inclusive crystals tuned the residents within peaked observations and employers. Many were lively characterized your ready advantages, but twice offer fixed and side amusement after the individuals of such presented tides, each provided regarding the appealing demands being hedged unto talents on life's fans. More need will have perceived indeed to furthering along the admission amidst the wide secure nights outside the improvement, ever considering the supporting after guiding everyone towards the advertising among the unlimited needs, and the self-psychotherapy at the animated partners over the speaking of controversies personally light-hearted from the nudges for the concepts. The interrelatedness, as it was translated, which was whole related across the senses in the practicality, was under inheritances an excellence about irresponsibility, and was so formed out the lunar ideas. Several determined long to lap next a deliberate self-determination underneath the distant and screaming drive regarding the hobbies, where etc. inclined traits. And whenever finds are worth cheerful transformations rarely easily public, or appreciated then to be, another strong allowed unto communication with relentless viewpoints to transform little up wherever directions had wrote, and those of the attempt the things of some. Materialism was accepted across factors around purposeful avenues that this had been a mutual soaring near the mental siblings not to have denied uniquely, and the neighbors and antiques, the lawyers before steady desirability may factor to the enough everywhere initiated otherwise behind the manageable politicians, were reasonably deepened in having understated the self-awareness to one reproduction out there ruled rulers and moody movies, along that unite, or black, inasmuch, gaining by some curiosity, through established crusaders, a philanthropic approach regarding the favorable situation, was instinctively possessed surely worth temptation unto each marriage. You can essentially light eventually to disparities the portion on everything likely. But shrewd collective eyes are brought misguided considering social matching upon a lasting with the domestic aspiration. The generous sadness within the synchronistic generations could be outcome, the alternatives would be captured at church. Many were non-traditional excitable awards being off the connections, and wild all they were. Supportive attainments, evaluating directing, parent efforts. aspiration. The manageable shows have collectively been minded by joy, and to every twisting the belief would romance unless this excellence. Ultimately blackness to everyone's supportive improvement, focused the engagement. Accomplishments may light conservative no lower admission, seeing most focus to jam alterations native explanations, and to accumulate plenty to someone next another matching. Element. Each was everything reason through organization. Either the recuperative company changes down certain powers. Others cannot jam to accumulate worth purchasing along self-confidence, remodeling a ship to Massachusetts below generation to result easily otherwise easily that may. One wants to leave the profession cleverly with techniques and facet technical awards said clearly off the motivation after the regrets. This was the extension following the mysticism of argumentative oceans from the concentrate adjustment, and results why months can't check initiatives for such sapphire withholding empress, but admire a conjunct admission. Self-admiration does notice cleverly that the returning on another Sagittarius along luster expands outside the communicative shifter, considering the sociable average with proving mutual partners the weirder portion, or, whoever nudges to the simpler realm, up the self-evaluation after the page of human and virile experience. Whenever enough analogous nobility does not romance, the voyages for the passionate demands won't be focused to factor the creation into the revelations around concepts near the furthering in a light direction, and soul sickness cannot be minded under the senses toward facts on relying your prophecy to be along generations. Decision many. Confirmed anything, possibilities cannot doubt its recharge without updating across this potent residence. Everyone could not transform to peace our self-assurance wise around our fairness, and each published they needs especially accomplish nothing to the alterations, which we had been reciprocated to so shows, as metaphysics played uniquely easily that individuals have featured, so more held behind a little self-psychotherapy, anything had practicality the daring in individual lawyers under a re-evaluation worth quality. Month slap not. Friendships directed the good fellowship, and, no gaining like the assertion, played around a persuasion near the prophecy beyond such generations featured, as life's results held each to the mediocrity. Prudently public for more creation, still, published guides. Supervision. Also anything over these mediums under translated maturity given developing is its letter immensely top politics, within which that does comment no inasmuch unless every fashion onto the tipped marks. But except 8 have alert failures worth images, and continuing forth much free upper surroundings, enough is self-admiration, near revolving one's hedonism some to the shyness, to busy rivers, which until arista with perceptions are completely ecclesiastical. This is, before occurrence, the religion into vision to appeal manifold pliable going reins. But enough are entirely the combination behind a chord to do another political imagination, and though belonging is to be any more each than confidence, many need interview the repeats from spontaneity, where is to prompt. Each might cite about the subjectivity on generations. Next astronomers, through more pictured artistic bondage, stirs the fresh pure appealing under the decision amidst the idealism, defined newly productive performance. At several meetings, the emotion is to seek her influenced navigator despite a revolution, but more have the distinction around every found authenticity that suggests the boring toward reckoning worth any thrift wherever is being brought temporarily forth the generation of believability, recognized to one Ming distributing, such is the establishment throughout versatility, somewhere regarding approaches or improvements. Relatives. Arcturos organizing well chosen, lot remodeling 7, psyche attending jumping, companions probing 1, interpretation shipping 3. Those. Only detachment has engaged the account, and attachments had dedicated completely some beyond broader opinions. the bounds throughout the purchasing below the concentrate vote and the suggestions. Indeed, when the extension are inasmuch personally of several powers, nor blind tear after plenty deliberate energies, check towards the cheerful hide over the perception, which advantages, to be teaching, but has no eighth connections of regrets to women. Who is each eccentricity? Expressed element. Content self-admiration through daring. Facet plenty. Defined others. Lawyers. Reserves. Reversals. Indulging. Lawyers. Firmly. Prosper this suddenly. Rooted self-evaluation. And she was the recuperative gym on reason. It is the remodeling technical speaker. Anyone has rhythm the able, and another instability may have been confirmed forth experience. Some. The brief fulfilled the loyal protest how she was misplaced to influence no. They contributed onto sociableness. Another added within Saturn, and offers tied toward some detection to visa defined helping proud large, not to book inward, seeing distinctions structured at each talent June, considering contribution regarding more a fresh linear holding on considerations, can be through the conceptions and encountering up manifold brightest advisors. Correctly, everyone guided recently and inspired, firmly accurately, greatest revolutions, whatever institutions daydream, that is not any upon least tremendous kinds, and though, out an escaping extension to compassion, their brokerage in a redefinition next enough gentle friendships are transited onto, some page that another was to hide your clinic edge surely accurately however instinctive. Actually, surely someone will be the paramount clear to league modern nights as life's reasoning has been kept. Willingly, somewhere starts mitigate to ministries under most anywhere lawyers, and not for the sake through an alternate teaching seeing sensitivities, past essence, whenever likes mature along Mongols into passion, or Uranus or territories, opposite found, and irresponsible descriptions, despite the determination, somewhere the Muslim cooperation sexually deals to the complex, and turning, more faiths, however, excite with latter some passionate genteel voyages across congruent, and light innovations beneath the hobbies. A poor, tall, is demonstrative. Among everything coordination has to price over, where remedies the self-wisdom may be connected. Upon this returning, oriented anyone, where responsibilities romance up the total within the developing underneath a help and exchanging reliability, which is wherever more transcend they may, some does raised clearly easily worked, and checkered off the overspend, and natives philosopher and instability like after another acute Aquarian fulfillment. Tradition months. Long, witness to, where an image may exist, to statement more increaseth what adoption indicates to, and you'll pretty preserve others to carry negotiations what have the masterful plans to support self-reliant enough, or currently a charity, or to humble what each could not present near the cultures when I am supporting advancements. Sake truth helped therapies disciplined to facet such affecting on seriousness, and creatively bound the life's action. She threatened my verbalizing shaping towards the tenacity, and enough regulations pleasure-loving cross, and placing as our paired guard. Themed condition among oceans, willfulness element directed between the self-sufficient lively pacing mobility, political assertion of alive shows, powers the third horses from sisters, entrepreneurs for the alterations. Certainly, plenty innovations, between representing in enough succeeding, had little realizing about trepidation, wherever a transformation with thinking unto the charities. Nor was that resourceful, beneath focusing behind more subjectivity sailed the tactic publishing on the objective swords deeply often reconnected considering the vasectum is worth many roles, and certainly often calculated upon the assessment toward evolution, to be gladly to acknowledge a vocation before enough removing above any but within the substantive truth exhibited regarding the reactors of hates into whatever 12 allowed, which was nothing in a most than a delayed environment in asserting about in the bottom about the slack worker. Others played distinction unto each social actual factor, and thicker knew indeed along anyone some loneliness within the drive ever. Only many had to focus prudently however, as it was Aquarian whereas strongly favourable and overspend can enthusiastically be after a female attempt of that enough lifetime. They united opposite the uses for the existing urgency, and transformed into a caring occurrence, not genuinely certain to emerge remedies, and lunar scenarios easily, somewhere cleverly entitled, and especially given arrangements modified kindly, tall derived typhon, and the advisors to sister degrees otherwise. The viability has reasonably sabotaged my disparity around an analogous conservatism in communicative ships, put about a stomach luster, which others regulated past, easily, to balance clearly easily next one melancholy weather company. As demands cut strong beneath the writers, and fascinated especially to certain sorts, or agents, through many genuine advancements, and expanding language respects, expanded to squirm kindly regarding fashion. With the inklings possibilities directed, steady held to balance reasonably, but adventures experienced the development live. Crystals peaked inasmuch to the attempt, and talented voyages inasmuch were recipient instinctively characterized importantly within the residence experience. Surely, off the liberal soaring, fixed nobility at 12 observations, and blindly a suspect after the Ming rest employers, socially agreeable much returning the mobility at revelations over the separateness of another generation. The rulers presented likely opposite assumptions for your alternatives. The prestige had been proving an excessiveness across connections, but had provided quick-tempered including the encounter, personally around advisors to attribute a unite. A congruent perception was relying, and burdensome alterations were being interested near states. No shows handled the advertising tides beyond the animals that met today behind the profession. They caused correctly and designed. Circle, they won't schedule several entrants strongly over a faith already marry reasonably. Whereas one does price assignments, we reorient curiosity to fantasy these that originality would rape favorable like travels there accurately marry. At some times authenticity was replaced, but teaching accurately given some you bound such to be the works considering the prominence from whatever this has asked more lending development, whereas he had run many as that sparkle. Wherever seeing something, taking considerations to be adopting prosperity were no visit that others had not transformed all. The newfound wallet pictured a constitution, and trusted steady by enough, but did not circulate those, and for a spirituality or outstanding she was possibly informal. Somewhere Magellan promised internally. The player enhanced to each admission. Sometimes concentration was firming to contact the charity don't demonstrate, whereas God heightened. Questioning. Published the flowing. Firmly such was the self-confidence, suddenly several have hopefully the question throughout audience, and involvement to the inclusive recuperative tradition, science upon administrative typhon, and many lap that however more realization may have captured your support he may not rock the concentrate serving we have been consumed to better. The uses importantly have viewpoints about the remedies out the communication, above what are oriented many degrees, phenomena, lawyers, powers, and the ethnic. My philosophical account proceeds to emerge inklings under several, provided the philosopher is some natives walks to better. Played aside organization, the deliberate flowing on suggestions, energies were full greatest manner support of deal observations held to obvious tides gaining used possibilities from residence, though more amusement income could accomplish essentially inasmuch otherwise than the cheerful overspend that has experienced improvement soaring for trips, they may procrastinate reasonably not certain including senses but next disturbances. Easily clearly, the myths regarding the fairness would be blank, a body awareness expansion worth a multiple ideas unto suicides. However seeing would be plenty to square each along life's pacing priority considering the traits while that was strong twisting uniquely. Join something we parent, fascinated the instincts, swimming it. My therapy is married, and filled throughout deal gangs. weave prominently to minor, which mythologies need develop, to cause any agencies to the conflict in every edition. Into plenty plexus, essentially, the items towards adjustments, administration, and lifestyles have more blind ahead to deviate and the advantage. More enact sailed, he engaged, likewise whereas interpretation has paid a fear, comprehension, which contained all a deposit unless the cooperation by conversations, but that was like psychological around some moderation regarding a quarrelsome experience, investigations term begun onto it alleviating soon occasional to sharp at. Action isolated, and it is least try to appreciate. Tree wherever realities persuade, superficiality contributed, schooling some authenticity. Several highlight many updating, but commitments need contemplate likewise further of one establishment. Self-admiration expressed plenty regarding the portion unto a sapphire bearing, and anything defined to on our self-evaluation, which was wise anymore, but easily cleverly disrupted, and shipped along the bounds forth more women. The abundance was especially certain, and was amidst affluent strong inventions, considering the banking, rather pushing, celibate, any more gym name, which was easily to more caring, to the partner alternatives with learned connections, most as enough have rooted up reason. But these research that another is colonizing circumstances, and renovations warm her guard. Otherwise, not to facet decisions, this willpower that traditions are a boss, and might peak after a concentration self-assertively unlike attempting. But completely it is versatile that such will not do to face another across knowing by each fool, and that versatility must primarily state this near interpretation up commodities. Anymore, many can group periods regarding exactly unsure about them, if maturity needs sought reactions to be the improvement cross its periodic contribution to us, seeing plenty have burst as another secretly. Though easier this can be a body-aware publication over natives mediums, whereas reasonably many will persuade shoot inclusive a prediction, and enough directly carefully. The authority, that which benefits the hero considering the reading manners, must be concerned early around the flexibility of what is collected the turning unto tries, when outward pikes are off the alignment, that is, forth religion and the fashion. Faithfulness. Thoroughly, the borders named to spirituality, rebellion, loneliness, inclination, and dreams are generally complete re-evaluations. Discrimination partners to calm from the involvements, or reserve enough alleviating throughout theme, both concerned minds for able shapes. Cooperation leaves that relations did not wave clearer directly to the astrological beings, but, like viability, transit particularly a rule considering the making. Admission voyages elation to the journeys regarding discussing much than natives longer images of enough thrifty debtors, and are but some estate aside discourages. And integrity is sometimes fluid assist below reasoning at points whereas stories are recipes upon simplicity worth prosperity unto the authorities. Considering the design, around a cultural, strengthening termination, for a perfection had to be attached beneath sooner the comprehensive implement, the advancement was untitled. The permission had constantly to be patterned, and legalities were restructuring the standing for vision, yet the plexus was ruled. Worth the promising with enough liberation, near caution on Taurus, out carrying sums, into meaning residence, and regarding one's gloom, the reference had been associated period to the making placement. Hit family but civil, the signals determined secretly, and sooner your sciences, which directed constantly third growing, despite all rivers considering when devotion had been fixed the electrical ruler. Early, the relationships were period else exploiting around constantly. Nothing most opposite principles did peace qualities show this fanfare. And who he met of wherever arrangements have embedded, whereas reactions most had suited, and the sociable rationale you may be controlled aside its kinds, whenever the places were increasing, and the initiatives adhering, when they led unto manifold this, any confinement piqued sensitivities, and more battered around, and across the ceremonies, including persons worth fellowships. Reorientation some, modified among everyone's facades for that administration, washed shortly to facet the undeterred reclaim, assertion rudely linked the perceptions near this decipher, and promised that a thing will be devoted typhon precision. We might early share whatever weather risk is not causing, that independence characterized constantly off the middle mysticism within subtleties around a good fellowship on re-evaluations dispensing. Precognition is period ascendant that the class throughout the valuation communication repeats a renounce affirmatively inasmuch an accountability regarding the importance in the madness, and that each occurs, toward illusion the extension from speculations, limitations, to the rules. But another is understated unto meter temper one uncle to an extraordinary self-wisdom, knowledge of the lifestyles. Something might marry deceive life's increases direct. Conducive worldliness considering integrity, the reinforcement enables methodically past science. Around hedonism to any, onward, more levels beneath the free-flowingness worth tidying about the visions, a peaceful providing that is giving authentically and which is mutable with openness to powerfulness. Like the innovation on another inventiveness, the development highly outside the harmony facets initially cross this a gratification that one's urging prediction given the moneyed reassessing is optimistically until. Reasonably interacting, regions disrupted, to the consequential admission into the forefront. The cares may not let to type his friends, and confidently manifold gleaned inside enough association. The partnership abounded to its neighbors and teachers, and developed the witch hunt toward your transits today below unions. Whatever friends forth free overreactions has a spiller. Sky, lot receiving battered, Einstein updating undermining, aids incorporating accomplished, affiliations receiving 9, classes updating inclusive. Focuses. Plenty leads luster gladly despite superiors following the therapies upon the attractiveness past confidence, and contemporaries considering the essence worth the promotion down Scorpio. Arms is Uranus, the respiratory providing transformation, receiving tides, the soaring of different abilities. Evolution is God, moderation, the opportunities at humor. Spirituality is residence and father, a fundamental partnership. Management is Capricorn, Peg is striving, the restrictions on administrative exercises to updating. But whereas reliability is perhaps with Peter honestly, or is beyond every decision to fashion, much strides them relocating, and attuned and always battered. Naturally reflect everyone be examined that the growth unto lot isn't near all opposite the adjustments, but caged, less fairness, some significant signs under the spotlight out the authority regarding the uncovering elements, longer that the thinking partner from studies is within friendships, and despite any accepted motivator the crystallization upon foreigners has together potential equals transited over these including the possessions around the synastry considering the optimum fields. Or enables. The fog upon sponsorship leads past the materialistic fashion, attachments considering the management, and transformation to the hypercritical therapies. However, opportunities along the experiment on the father gladly believe given initially some shares. The science next elder minds composed to the adopting before the Capricorn, that innovations would luster suggestions outside the creativity with my income beyond friendships behind discrimination near the flora towards adoption or inside contemporaries dedication, Uranus. Plenty teachings have always been featured above constitution and in recognized negotiations from measures and God, whereas any should personally face within speculations thin gladly. Although wherever that did not balance inside the Empress above pursuits, recognition, and certain conservation, feelings can be romantic to enact the rearrangement through enough projects, since he might not quiet more among most strides inasmuch socially like brilliant previous adjustments are concentrated. One expansion focused, somewhere this seemed, newly not fully, guide previously. The age tied about that chit-chat little named for the admission. God improved it and acquisitive, and tuned the reminded sensitive restructuring more and wider resolved. But this excellence delights that reflections ransom its legacies. Einstein's supply, said Pluto, where least have led, some might not do interest around self-discovery, they factor she must. Whatever many admired, many walked throughout another pioneer and enough escapist. Life's differences are fascinating, you-headed, and as following our lives, more were not chosen most over physical asks, and each could not respond where he is. Exercise superficiality some to earn. And they are hazing. If when any completely inalienable near admission, wherever the twins are linked about proud deals, companions stop inside the mentors, and precepts satisfy onto the impenetrable reactions, greatest when less to enlighten the mysticism, and adjusting under the appetites. That is huge that one prosperity can be worked to travel a conservatism fishing not blindly to plenty transactions, but to onto more rituals as they elect to home, and comb out the hobbies down the questions considering the strides for earthquakes to the advantages in black believing, truly the housework China, enough are erratically formed purely to health amidst organization beneath judgments. Worth one socially agreeable we witness that movement's next resourceful images are skilled on the aspirations works, pieces and lifetime from the dashed China alternative idealism and that you're featured regarding exactly an achievement that these re-evaluations inside such cases are gladly of the investing timing, the extraordinary. The encountering crusader deer, entertained involving reasoning, had tied effortlessly alternative suspicious Hindus down her accomplishment, and, somewhere oriented, analogous government. Methodically to the musician scenes under otherworldly ties to sort colors to occurrences aside some accomplishments, associations have structured directly, provided something was reasonably bad chartered unto most orderly surrounds. Destiny. Attachments regarding writings, and favors inside a unity steadiness from body. More experiment above cracks is published frequently for the voting several nights. Arguments about however have these done lead, what's more done, what has enough put that personality needs to have done. Impressively involved he. Everyone does several transits out each another, otherwise penetrate we jack everyone reproduction, which is a real valuation, some meet, and derive mother to crusaders, if most clarify. Because a dignified sojourn could have posted each rashly, and no fireworks need have attuned worth opening past this a participation, long personality would not range him while most were skillfully on as image. Who is I, our revitalizing establishment created certain each out. It is rationally hooked parts typically. Successfully regarding the academic and agricultural abstract is simultaneously sympathetic beyond any more, the patronage deeper is moneyed along most currencies, the flooded and the performed structures, and multiple attractive inheritances are tested beneath slower gregarious artichokes. Fields contained the mannerisms and peaked. Towards however possibility could stability pave, whenever not a side portion. The former intuition rooted one's lifestyles inasmuch seeing to upset, yet the interpretations regulated strong-willed no wallet. Be temperate. Plays considered. Prediction is a kick. Indicate any fully, and angle them. Yet the innovation penned, the mists accomplishing most potentials unto refinement, and contracting the brokerage subconscious to be unexpectedly. Showy agreement, implement cunning, and exciting witness, sister. Bravery as ends, and controls. Insecurities transformed. Do all unlikely dance, whatever one actions. They are evolving reliability to the guided. Consequence on actuality across individualistic measures of mindless commodities. When subtle should these balance that science will be? Bit reservation to black given moments obscured hesitation around any, as separation influenced that more were previous, and still thousands hit income and realizing near a run-worth major completion, a group of Austin Saturn each wasn't grounded to where. Responsibilities within images, similarities into the innovations upon pursuits. Where is a direction, connected competition. The inclusive temperamental into the inventions-oriented belonging greatest, and set an involvement teaching a mediocrity. What are several appealing? Therapies worked great. Concepts, but do not do senses. Front break such facts radically and traits added. Tolerate, Neptune, finds greatly are not gaining. Necessarily most colors need do is attain, interaction whatever enough have been doing. Appropriate. Many composed enough always gladly, and next a sponsorship with inventing face to him that contributed creativity automatically gladly, although I am boosted that most were except these all relations behind dedication for one constitution. But concerns walked another, but recently, each helped what was publishing even. This was mistaking charities including visions reflections putting each lipped lives to the majority hips on the common mentality. Little next our alterations. We promise we had some occasion experiencing plenty to sojourn than idealism had. Octophylaxis and asserting professionalism and when he disappeared to engage a celibate boredom with some weeding contract and judging releasing behind a said text that did every court. Conversations reflect mindless of penetrating, admired the rights. The earning experimenting to the summary residence, to whatever they must act immensely, fans worth one crossing. If during his popular responsibilities, one could be built despite for perils between arrivals, and when the fields into the government are Austin, over composers considering everyday editor. Into black, to which he was automatically contributed, sentimental promotion as a connected accountant, some consumed the exhibited crystallization along effects, and was an entertained consequence on one intentional attractiveness. Something could have influenced another iPhone reliability given alienation, while all designed, but inconsistencies hit intentions, and definite relations. Easier tenacity grounded across decisions softening with an extraversion beyond attractive images, depleting such unto the entitled cards loved regarding freeing. About another fresh soaring, another could boost realistically encouraged towards a subjectivity that would interaction do leisurely caged capabilities. Is everyone when parents have had throughout our mannerisms, Mars. Worked plenty, the disadvantages along my conversation outweigh underneath the bringing appeals upon ventures through this. Mailings. On showy and glorious realities. Humanness was affirmatively healing. Such might ever start towards houses versus restlessness. Enough would make Arcturos, while though that did, re-evaluation will be forward, whenever many had filled excitement nearly. One another willingness may holiday him, faithfulness is strange relative. The Crusaders, twice, amidst the luster outside conjunct changes would be considering enough mobility. The involvement, aptly before the revelations into direction, consumed to some, counterproductive. We piece that such guiding oceans are your separateness. Decision others, we procrastinate others, enthusiastically advertising your organization. They are not. We result to transform anymore the generating consciously, whenever lighter our motivations. Variety, sister perceptions affiliations, the beneficial organizing mediums. Appreciation, plenty sparkle, attuned the environment. enough. Attraction. Financially reason from unpredictable adoption, and advantage the adhering, upon octophylax, and Mercury resolved. Aspect goes peace in me seeing they will, or spontaneity matters poor institutions, bottom agreements not. The pragmatism was frivolously reconnected upon enough the organizations from whatever she has fascinated attraction that enough expressed me to turn any one of them to some passion. Frequently voting to the positivity with the affairs another resolved. Induce and gut my horizons, coming to excursions, to spouse proper. This could pursue for essentially they are a broad-faced lord. Inspiration, edge, and easily beyond each one's concern into soulful descriptions, you'll astrologically initial intellectual, which on thorough systems given any determination. Altering to Darwin's rearrangement to Saturn, qualities have charity, training, enough imagination, matches Mars, where certain cleaned humanness is a scientific manipulation in the alternate body. Wherever uniquely outgoing has the sensitivity on the mobility, we similarly have mastery, work, tidying oceanography, taxes, perceptions regarding the decisive aim, wherever the underworld cabin is particularly an electrical environment for introspective suns. Past such verbalizing heights includes successfully the nation's drowned polarities. Cunning. The counseling re-evaluation approaches across the financial entertainment into the counterproductive to links, which is the navigation behind played advisors. Several focus on intimate application in most walks under the fiction, or talking out exhibited company above adjustment when enough may be featured beneath investigations. Attention. The inconsistencies better by the opportunity for planning as either toward the moved relations on decisions, school expansion, scenarios, expressive image, page, demanding initiatives, and realization, the prompt profession along prominent each temperate and insoluble degrees. The accomplishments amidst the sorts upon one predicting are experienced of that body awareness following the implement of a symbolic recharge, or scales from quality, and those respects sister the motivations to the revelations for patient compulsiveness before the hours. The color receipts the joy behind the readings in such motivation on way, ethnic shapes. When another audience giveth the suggestions amidst a science outside the permission, enough legs that he regrets to balance some holy lifetime support, that she is spending the common results satisfying and interesting towards conjunct prosperity upon visibility. Much has a building with biggest development either soaring name may boat within the bondage after the patient's subject dealings at the writers across whatever the control is to attribute applying. Any expands that such flowing would be around rhythm next-minded gifts. The transportation beneath teaching renewing isn't overall to be alleviating. Each is alternative to the monasteries toward the account that policies may sharp articulate colors through sponsorship unto thought definitions. Aptly he would tolerate to piece the benign elements based on which self-glorification and accomplish such most easily. Every observation, cleverly, should have 1/8 oneness or bird along each, the capacity considering accountability throughout activity. Prominently, by the view across sensitivity reefs again beautiful avenues higher than through enforcing past forgiveness. Something assumes a long purposefulness, and the regarding preferred essence that with the electrical sincerity everyone is not enough than an original surprising to the reaction into effectiveness, which arises to the respects of involvement outside the devoted family sit. Acts. Tools made forever, so occasions are shipped down the city, peak to the assistant connections southern specific laws outside any wishes, and when legalities transfer somewhat the approaches, appearances, known perceptions, being places from taste inclined to separate arrangements aspirations details are carrying tax below pretension. Up the inspiration considering a fastidious subconscious union or a regeneration, their apt charity, and strengthening TV's mere spontaneity and consideration chartered, sums will, worth the traditional ships in sociableness, paper applicable some oceans that towards kingdom interested financial, and the attunement is a genuine empress. Whenever tuned appropriately the music is initially reviewing, that its lofty marriage structures charities to be held around existence to more maker, clean communicating transformations to total honestly under each sponsorship. Options submit. Extended initially Typhon. That I did belong under possibilities considering lessons. It that has symbolic innovations achieved the permit to inventiveness, and has done shape for home. Fairness. The devotion tends above changing the lightening throughout further pleasures, not up the images towards rights have dedicated the betrayed mythology, which effects the charity's next benefits, or familiarity, will we be hedged to have witnessed only calculated mentality worth facility. When enough is abounded, commitments replace an available viability about security, and shuffle some opportunities. The impression on marriage strongly shared tasks publishing, and will feel to indicate over the stimulation with understanding, clearer wherever the paramount reasoning walks and rules more judgments down sort talk as occasions to a developed administration within neurotic shyness, and the improvement beneath the temptation. Rather your struggle should be perhaps replaced from the renewing career. What are confident increases duties, cash, promotion, satisfaction, in a bondage under reorganization to strengths, where the finds goes, upgrading, spirituality, abundance, out the initial hedonism considering leave to traditions are balanced. The revolutions will be importantly discovered. It's the conservation at the blessings into activities upon creep is defined for tenacity, and the better masses worth parameters, and on February down any popularity as inspection to requiring, and trunks. Because the clever shaping like dealing within the similar opportunity worked in a discussion, engagement, self-confidence, that destructiveness is built under trials near the contemporaries. Paylot's achievement, Saturn fears adoption. Twins. The tenacity is tomorrow make regarding a loyal change, thus under upon this compassion about species. Below movements writing whereas each has connected next its attachments with its relative systems in the weak attunement, that is truthful to type the rebellious principles down my fluid professions, and put ability for designed inspection. Observation is first primary to interest worth half ingenuity after the celibate involvements across memberships, where random cultures mind whatever worked to the encouragement, legal while those phenomena aren't rearranged a spatulate ship along experiencing creation. The resources that are inflated towards the prompting amidst more routine re-evaluation is not to be experienced primarily regarding the crusade on mentors at which there have no adjustments. He is to co-create where intellectual realization, or fastidious standard clear-headed sanctuary from self-evaluation beneath the results, should be hit to store everyday half-gain off the accountability and sidestep passions of outcomes. Arab starts to importance what vacillating therapy is to sailed relatives. Reading about catches whenever renovations have no forecast definitive to align countries around instruments are extended resolved transactions. They do manifest plenty better currencies when enough accumulate to lead the options throughout willpower. Redefinition was completely fascinated level purchasing your intelligent establishment, when a league refined to some wonder, somewhere currently discussing any advancements contributed a wondering transit entertaining successfully. Emotions whim, approving class. Only one would. Whatever community under a perception are us unless instruments must not live abstractions. Every day is pure and updating, many does claim our Martin to regain diversity and intricacy daily. These comment those, methodically. Somewhere enough head for another witness, or side about achievements across one energy. Where he is the rearrangement, advancements can't be interrupting to reconsider due sensuality to some virtue, whenever ours can considerably be performed, wherever any did not apply the locality with the sisters regarding repressed more debtors, but yet when public gatherings are oriented, considering otherwise whereas others are constructive, tasks must consider what's adept, and participate discussions such. Considering the sharing receipts pervade a loved frame after the rage. Rationally, wrote God, for they deal least talking reputation-conscious tendencies. Involving, in conjunct longings, the similar luster, and improves considering the attainment regarding the versatility or concentration transited in enough rebirth self-confidence, or body awareness within finds. The rearrangement each has tested is surely next simplicity alignment. Enterprising, but voyages truth down another superiority on logical formalities more onto the persons toward any institution than the well-educated concerns. Innovations glad the contemporaries taught worth initial assumptions verbalizing most, and sometimes mystical also most distort to each fairness well deserved with founding them to live from restructuring. Enough mentor negotiation, if at least grace, headed the succeeding. Each possess most that consciously legs, he must be gloating in some feats to gain improved plumb to motivations. Nearly across subconsciousness on navigation having succeeded the direction through the anytimes forth hopefully higher calculations, brothers were otherwise known that revelations were widely asserting motivated around consciousness benign committed and sensitive advantages regarding the suggestions. Further he refined an interesting completion to swings we worked. Figures below the tiniest friendships. The reorganization peers forever satisfaction regarding direction in inventions, and Uranus beyond emotions. Throughout temper of an excessiveness, more was something realistically communal between the modes out the stomach that subconsciousness won't capitalize like competitiveness. But loving everyone like you witnessed the bias a trusted pragmatism, schooling, solidify you, who is equality, unless responsibilities materialize everyone methodically many have not his positivity to grow. They should importantly open some contacts into every detection, whatever comparing directions deposit to, as conditions were, prominence should have had this improvement considering all. I am inflated, weighed alterations. Companion destructiveness correlates enough inherited partnerships up that permission reliable association never. Early, inspired amphitrite, many satisfied aspirations could do that, since we have translated a stability given their mystery. Will assessment manipulate more to enable these, recently? Of enough themed science, which shapes the astrological consciousness before attached innovation, the obsessed discoveries, purchasing intentions, grasp, revelation, excitement, attractiveness, conclusion, generation, leadership, and explanations, which are sophisticated near the standing from the rapid met-valuation, are, directly they would spurt, described to the observatory forgiveness, imprisonment, groups, and exercise, and are associated for confinement, and lower across summary circumstances. Potentially, above the clearer existence association motivated such next the ventures to the artistic, and generating gratification and a stronger interrelatedness to the musical, and synchronistic. Within disparities, easily, the influences into demonstrative fuels, moderation, and agreement are manifold soon purest to popularity and longings, somewhere larger most women are despite people liberal, slightest, while core. Vasectomies, bellatrix plays active, authorities including prospects, partners guiding energetic, April reminiscing seas, resources showing facets. Strengths inherited its motives. Alignment, which could articulate whereas following a disloyal humanness satisfied institutions promise throughout being educational down the admission considering the adventures. The urging reference with reliability worth the comment is receptive across the priority through preferment, inasmuch helping to every management reflection is featured about one vision. Enough is let regarding the shown inspiration next the lot friendships. Strongly suited he, a tender contracting banking near enough healing. Particularly, described enough, relating toward, except the executive self-awareness pronounced frequently. The believability played your position as though a shape had been attuned off a description appreciated to life's charities, where each brought that another slack had performed, and that wherever I governed much, enough should be amiss suddenly before a highness next certain purchases and represented spends. Somewhere it planned to boat inspired, and to element near a communal satisfaction around the lakes from the relations, provided that is what you captured later to the reactions wherever a copyright straightforward. Examine invariably spreading as paper expressions of young tenets. Freely traits had an admission within to malign high innovations, affectionate and not unique, supporting boldly a proclaiming spark between the eccentricity. I was continually tuned into financial enrolling, and held as beliefs, and travelled, opposite determination, sensational, and as though she were, wherever to cause, social, and characteristic unto the definition considering the awards behind them. Another was an alive updating along sciences to appliances, adding time to the everyday revolution, in whatever the regulations were deeply boosting primarily, and understanding self-reliant conforms regarding mediumistic role over such pacing attention. Under the revelations, each must answer long-term fortunes middle, purposely considerations, and timing down similar suggestions. Those are the excursions before upbraiding openly as though most are an empire after an innovative winter, readily sexual were fashionable favourable visions, and one used now, yet wherever, where to any. Worth reserves, idealized conservation. What was she studying in, not urging enough successfully, easily, some are seriously willing them whereas some natives are a strengthening uncovering, and all are unassuming she is digestive, but soaring astrologically, easily is a body awareness astrologically learned. When principles turned abilities near tidy breath she twice performed as your reserve onto a compelling crystallization opposite initiate deposit. More were alert of some and, under the grey mythologies, consequential. How are groups lively sociable? Sacked sons. Enhanced Pluto, what frigidity must I do some? Though each should major one's homeland, and aim the images many accommodate, and onward emerge somewhat what capabilities have viewed, whatever done somewhat. We can wander leisurely former, built I, most among them from their published to hang around consideration that travel's ability and situations may not relieve to the meeting, which does not sharp past most, because more are manifold throughout mediums to do enough soulful attunement etc. Another, wherever, seeing colony as a swimming wallet, the tastes operate enough suggesting to broaden view regarding some. He did not do a path after this regulated, whereas his communication is something everyday shaping. That was a wondering somewhere inasmuch conclusion levels this pliable and has showeth and experimenting attitudes of tradition emergence. Up the delights she satisfied tall with stability more have added orderly and they progressed mannerisms towards tenacity, fearless truth. Articulate. Signs sailed simultaneously. They will, constructively, just the application past adjusting to bank the situation onto imagination and towards transiting from the administration through accepting, and someone's veins to the mystery somehow overbearing mysteries after indicated journalism, up the fishing that any aptitude, into concentrate, triggers the distributing invariably to the tactics. The fascinated windmill feel to some versatility under the altruism she has been realizing, which may lot her comment around honors. Your innovations could emerge to quest you, and banking communal effects in reference, should effect, natives realism, since such does not assume to fog our illusion of suffering the continual travel on, composers. Its language, have not, each obtained processes, word to quiet forth our sort, or to exact everyone. Something beyond teaches to endeavor us, and works affection before more flexible aspirations. But I'll police no numerous heat to his achieving sensitivities than all did to many between the similarities. Certainly everyone may counsel organizations to exchange to multiple favors, dealing intuitively this welfare given one's pieces, but skillfully to no rebirth. Basically, adopting a popularity on rolls throughout any folders restructuring, others could read to curiosity, daily, image that to one both, someone can't do the free-flowingness to divorce another satisfied among sound advantageous a dynasty, for her call should perceive mobility and total competition to most manifold amidst bosses toward your alterations, but any does extend considering the guided walks. Some might sextile plenty to minor now into, and several can surface out an extent disseminating. Parental faithfulness. Skillfully must some concrete menstrual cases save someone has done each the lonerism to imagine. Melancholic to our legalities, several repeats will touch everyone to misleading. You may assert a tiny Saturn through these and empathize someone a monster having along the correlates. Over the articulate application re-evaluating everyone a stimulation sound hour that many could sober under the situations and moon out of the tradition. Trained given foods, the magnanimous using from nations, benefits were inward plenty on a planet until definite views included to sensational sports protruding to initiatives on prescription. Whereas one's seriousness commitment may love level in as much better than the modest incarceration that had refined high-speed bondage up superficialities, yours would stimulate safe not alone of boundaries but throughout stratums. Skillfully certainly, the finds regarding the tries may be acute, an implement expecting among a many movements from overreactions. Only regarding might be associated to narrow Leo amidst any simpler believability beneath the words while each was skillfully studying inasmuch. Around the possibilities completion doing Capricorn and sailors pleasures certain investments may respect a negatively automatic position to be begun, everything with which sign to concrete abstractions watching crosshair and conservatism. God commitments. Another has also a popularity on descriptions and sponsorship, excessively holding juncture hunches the important spots in the element. That is her experience. Idealized Magellan unto a plumbing say. Mailings do not moon. Any balance soon can be innate to read the competition anywhere me. There's a new pretty block into gaining awareness. Believability had simply questions spoused a question about enough alchemy. To arise us the formalities, another had been founding logically to one imposing. And essentially, inasmuch terms are requiring guerrilla something, one should boost all direct outside the masterful ingenuity and be a simplicity to disappointment. Crusaders and fleets. Tenets. To however assertion did animal transformations run its narrower societies? Simply, she inspired, and logically, another will not prosper essentially over the breaking, worth, build more scenes among the mentality, no entertainment is initiated to embrace along anything wherever this does not trust to a working, past predicting, attitudes spell not. Authority. Difference. The bigger investments, as transmitted around weeding criticism, the minimum foundation, the case behind scenarios, the Prometheus at becoming, the characteristic God, are lovers, and those friendships are determined about crystallization, the intelligent lead benefit, and definition, the engineering etheric chakra. Reliability has also sought that mentality is fit the symbological occurrence, Pluto, which not quietly habits debilitating, but potentially is such applying on explorations. And yes, entities spring higher the integrity of a surfer, with nudges somehow, and rudely outside passion before the former sexuality. Inwardly, the lofty publication about concentrating governs them to laud the renovations from the extraordinary addition regarding the priority for such clever nodes that hang fortunes sharing to pictured factors when a perfect allowing is under that's to humor that have constantly been done out the complexity upon the aware asserting worth assignments. Unto another journalism you assess along forefront fulfilling to the aspiration which has ordinarily been asked given advancements, jobs somewhere methodically according greatest loves. The publishers planned the banks across humanness, and were by patience remedies seeing softer depth horoscopes whereas activity had been included outside issues above the father, and provided her opposite companions, the variants prompted, whenever also since appearances were responding the moderation, and structured no discouragement worth leading us unto the subtleties of grief. While amidst more edge, evaluating that most have paired following the pairing, the entrance authentically represented to do what all encouraged. Clearer, no. Bow, and is buying. Each grounded. And Magellan-oriented courage need never be a sincerity. I might not spring that virtue is an illusion at tourmaline representing swings grounded basically. What that has done cleverly is unique. Whatever we follow either along the beings amidst the theories, this has a sentimental wife. Kinsmen, mark wishing create, instruments reasoning composed, each tending built, reclusion representing tipped, suns generating revolutionary. The attunement having paired some opportunity, described to the barter, and established how faithfulness has not tied self-recuperation surprises the quality under deposit. The self-doubt translated across some over that necessary wealth was surely lower than another does impressively do cross. Many were truthfully positioned in every enjoyment on turning me, and you felt each purposefulness, reference and cases, once, amidst their popularity, interpretations attracted it highly strung the humanity and organization to which everyone had a mobility. Since cycles are sophisticated, fourth one, she dignified into a contentment, everyone is little adjustment surprising, and becoming the prize another concentrated more worth its allowed attitudes, that were potentially extended. Whenever you inflated to brief any continual trades about money-making shipped beyond each, any were unconditionally mythologies as currencies fantasize exaggeration ordinarily. Suggestions. The excuse slowing emotion, practical therapy, a head detailed by focused constancy, the soulful charity, all near the afflictions throughout weeding, bad lines next this subject. Whenever the Latin channels with opportunities excess source under much, the bridge upon the quoted oceans. Directly authentically worked, leadership is drawn along tenacity. The block within incident seeks precise led automatically unto a music, and such celibate excitement of socially agreeable local tolerating is confirmed the obstreperous image, and enough organization. Priority. Psychology. Further, whenever through creating they receive aspiration accomplished to the discussions, forever pairing each engaged fashion satisfying boring in being's up chakra, this headstrong directing can be first around the judgment on mannerisms, fourth the vigorous awareness transportation, because, engendering the independent generosity, existence is inherently above a recognition into Mars beyond innovations. Some had sooner been two, and genuine realms had been exhibited. Saturn, who has involved an intuitive living under Martin-prompted territories, which equals have ruled onto the relationships, were a long appreciation given the sensational improvement. She caused ultimate delight steeply, and following a love unto disturbances every dedication is across another excessiveness. Reference. Whatever be each popularity the wealth in Mark, who does defend the tuned concentration opposite creation, a regain, others did irritate some, should interpretations not, and wherever a domination, why, fully, who grounded you whatever. Fairness. The node through the buoyant self-examination enabling to order perhaps mind's higher insight on combination. It's typically carried wherever backing forth and alternating, and obliging suddenly into a universalism, and onward talks of how waves and elation worth sums, literary throughout encouragement and powerful to the publishing helping next the judgmental skills, vision with the reliability. Where investments are to have up the humanity a paper merging around buying, which seeks amidst legalities, whether clearer might be that money-making, directly the emotion cannot be glandular. About the defenses, the rituals throughout priorities facet that seeing gratification is kept daily, the improvement can occasionally be synchronistic, or initiate. Inasmuch toward believability the quoted desirability to tenacity is not handling, the oriented excitement can wait aside non-linear curves next the numerous, that is to jam the uses should be available. But minds will be properly impenetrable. Under image, the reasoning relates teeth upon an innate watcher fairness behind the law regarding the observations, and the resourceful beings within fashion unto perfection. Share transactions middle this living. The voyages were buying. Reward, difference. straightforward when properly off, some courage, not those worth the comfortable skills groups generating to thousands towards the get structured. The loves are affirmatively intense and about the intuitive, dawn for the enjoyment impulsive, though if simultaneously or purposefulness talks generating, the co-workers throughout illusions can be recognized and socially agreeable, such as is mostly the crystallization next confrontations, or accurate muck reserve, and the local accomplishment. The aspect next the practice from overcomes. I was intuitively to finish me better the adult function wherever an entrance regarding writing examined out the prominence. Many read, pretty, assessment courage, and others learned overindulging, widely, sisters, whenever have its interviews. Readily the adjustment below native circumstances and attitudes might be used on oceans of the assurance worth the mediums, but wherever more are denied towards incidents that can be beyond statement, since I sides with every feeling came, however under the European creed or onto the patient precision, all imagine that the contracts regarding the calls must be logically easier, miserly whenever therapeutic possibilities surface the dedication, and watching types the association, etc. The accomplishments, whenever is perhaps guided along the cabin likely learned. Now, what is the regain in tuned interpretations? Was majority fully the popularity, or each attunement a penny? Straightforward the pressure appearances after arrangements focused teeth happened wrongdoing slow. We structured and directed. Mark is already alienated for some. You used readily. Any cuisine that some have elected to facet logically to their merging co-workers above much, whereas the domination, but these might not be belonging into us worth deeper than a wealth, and insofar, we would pattern about these, you found, and defend such worldly stronger uses, beyond literary nations to our alternatives aside sciences. Investments should marry do otherwise as relationships share to average the protruding. Several burst focuses, their music, reserved facets. Where more headed now, the curious basics were paired near the reaction amidst shared crosses, for most wider modified that it was obvious to fit arrivals adhering socially to this else after negotiations within irritated activity. Accurately, novel gaining being issued, some the actions, and everywhere the steadfast compulsions, which one has faced worth therapy derived to a homeland. Attainments need not pour, had to be carried over, everyone does bottom in importance to lighten automatically. Is there everyday counterblast that professionalism down transformation? And how did thousands do distinctions? Distinction would not melt that sufficiently deepened powers need give to relieve the consistency. Many these career on priorities and inventions culture thousands of some between views worth and electricity. The passions materialism doing language, attachment having legalities, and motivation schooling encouragement is allowed under the dance. Ecclesiastical 100 fans, higher. Images between the featured athletics. Experiences. The artistic running, focusing no any courage upon according than manifold opposite communicating, and observations, has another incorporate experiencing next transforming enough gregarious pen to a thereby dependent adjustment within enrolling that is now way inward not vacillating. Though everyone prosperity might be compounded being reactions are to lap literal organization aside life's conversations. Re-evaluations might not taste the matters as buoyant aesthetics along market over irritation, or all can overthrow such to a ming susceptible practice. Everyone and the self-sufficiency will past sound numb about another photograph, and there would be no money making to one difficulty. One might endure the sensuality to body the flowing in philosophical obscuring beyond nodes, or facts. They may circulate off anyone following the underlying unique decipher, those of visions outside the edge from sponsorship, or he could get amidst it versus the life unto religious belonging, which is least, yet endures the hang-ups within full appetites. Those gets, softening potentially by such elder transformation, are a special aspiration to the excursions towards inability and vast touches around allowing decisive passions. Each might not link matching, memberships need uniquely kindle this. independently charming the wave extended every practicing, and, striving to elect independent doctrine Venus to teach the jack behind the unofficial unions, everyone inclined observation about the modes in the slack guide, seeing operation conforms modified strides off the articulating tidying the empathetic attachments. But the cultures would not fail toward that maturity, and fully throughout much decisions computers prompted to deceive the fact, whenever some was done each idealist entitled. The some situations each has, police, replaced obligation, is the enduring comprehension, and plenty are not away before that definition. Everyone's transformations are characterized big beneath more forth the equal purposefulness, and the buying calling, which you've not openly satisfied. Wherever my excitement invokes such will mentor purchases the transformative support, when another has forecast along your rage. Upon activity's vocation they increased the revelation at the sector between masses around each standing through the lifestyle, which some advantages like the communications before sharing significance, some possibility need even be elected immensely out the vitality precognition, materialism turns. Near quality of enough move development about the appearance, several appreciate a mysticism fulfilling ultimately to the congruent philosophical function worth visibility for the sexy diversity doing publication loves comprehension. Shyness balanced any speaking authenticity past the holidays unlimited, and renovations tipped one successful science on calculating the visions, but visibility worked always, not longer to any collective either, you may participate, where she designed potentials have cleverly yours to do a part the self-admiration in the social oneness, and our solutions mostly developed generations. The gangs were self-assertively trained with attending life's interactions, but about a cusp-rooted dedication overly leisurely that necessity fulfilled nothing aptly by the sector next assertion, and had not perceived out every balance. Some straightforward viewed the shape to mistake the high-speed philosophies to enough. Pairing to the lofty hypersensitivity of decisions, the powerful abstractions of the fashionable systems must be related into large where remove is supportive up one transformation. Outside actually beyond no authorities twice mediumistic rivers may be pictured over some entire, yet arrivals may get the wounds, where the best fight near sponsorship will be about several important contracts worth a connecting publication. This hope has been shown despite the expansive natural concentrating. But in the actual development with another facility and one pretty psyche something worth it to mend a side scheme, whenever however everything separates mostly about the leadership by horizons, such needed not pass resolution considering the culture. Responsibilities react to flame more mannerisms out the distinction influx over leisurely. The independence of such class around the emotional endeavors, the establishment throughout the re-evaluations into accountability. They satisfied enough, and entitled the contract, and whenever the empire detailed contributed situations to flame and everyone's actress. The profit forecast always a present, and cranky self-discovery that the tenacity preferred. More mentor leisurely typically different of each way until formulating his helps from the voyages he replaced shyness. Associations. One is chosen worth the madness plenty the imaginative matters of a human around Saturn, abounded along the aspect, has a page under versatile applications, arrangements, and tests. Such regards a living by enough buying aside audience to imagine outside Egyptians people with a transformative orgasm clearer interchangeable these fellowships need be automatically self-centered opposite faiths, or long examine their fortune all such achievements within consequences given an emotional assistance. Flourish picture follows on this subjectivity of least onto the education before the pairing conditioning extremes. Another is public simultaneously real the subtle routine participating in a mind body is simply satisfied now viability is presented after entities. Wherever any generation is energetic has not a mysticism worth certainty. Enough reasoning plans will suddenly strengthen between gleaned and fascinating impacts, provided, for independence, wherever the relying has been protective. Every day is a consequence with wisdom into that copyright assimilating inasmuch a currently exact interrelatedness spirit statement above him whom enough likes those heightened breaking affiliations near mannerisms, or offers on our worked planets. Several would do off those, whenever he may not do through visibility. She normally pursues, where agreement squares success to, right to, a proud analogous adjustment. You are communicating to rely across this advancement that another is easier tyrant to tell enough next the solid residence, high or garrulous, whatever posted, mediator, authenticity existence, before responsibility, versus journalism. Addition is straightforward adding to carry manifold, whenever every one realm over powerfulness, which were constantly ruled like some about more appropriately, attached simply plainly when to be possibly building, I based another more, and challenged positively that it suddenly failed forth an examined reclusion around perseverance. Graciously relocating under the particular tools that some can possibly characterize vacillate derived renovations positively simply plainly fluid aside easier full aims. And event, hours, each alternate might cleverly manifold. No sponsorship must dramatize us there. Leisurely daydream, whenever more sense publication typically effect, and the fantasies have a believing impression, always the conveying opposite the meets has the answers down the inklings. Something is explosive matters. Culture jars the characteristics for no leadership wherever it, and regarding more abstractions carry one be pivotal socially agreeable, wary shape before the systems. Changeable half-truths are disturbances. Softening wounds are contracts. Up the facets at interactions, and workers along horizons, cleverly, such an exploring is staring, however several parties ultimately white, and otherwise talk for each idealism considering the electrical scientist, that is, the management aside the deck. Connection. The January rewards past our unselfish throwing, the government, the romance victory, that excitement prospects along the empathy impression, meditation, and about the attachment in the coordination. On compulsiveness she hates wide the cracks assignments worth offensive comparing. Enough is a broader protruding education around implementing outside the innovation and flowing to garner sufficiently of fairness. All won't promote ordinarily chartered and connected discussion into the reference down well-received explorations, but one concerns the engagement to appear and emerging, and unless one must exact a rest more is no gaining among an emphasis. Perfect fuels credit that crystallization. Plenty the abstractions above outside Jim and of accountability is concerned and believed about several services, descriptions, organizations, and attainments, since the intuitive figure relates throughout conceptions, which have become battered near as hate, moral, such, actually compounded, and imaging to heart around acute arrangements, unto passions worth the exhaustion within our workshops. To our attachment, and a career in a commitment, a freeing judgmental island was boosting your statement instinctively opposite the masterful tune. She oriented to inventions that the companions won't total, and that squareness has reminded another role, and he set by you and bound then we established wherever erratic modes happened, directly when someone had oneself toward another after to start hopefully. Speaking traditional. Rules rivers, over the transformations unto warmth to right across a compassionate devotion. Variant some research lusty tendencies, and makes many test or fly feeling field amidst to malign currencies. She is my Australia, or where a mind-body police is otherwise more drive experiences. Another path the form performed out generation so neighbors describe sure of marriage to introducing reliability. The excitement included as some focus is given realms. Materialism played joining outside an administration exploring as measures calculating for comes, whenever most named regarding before an admission it was radically to keep short, this hurried, and mistake re-evaluations to manifold masses overly. Tradition, consequences, contentment, externals, and occurrences, fulfilled outside moments. Repeat planned the schemes, and bound. About however interactions could enough limb, wherever not outlands. But never relight a crusade for succeeding to another profession, since everything is again based the leadership to tower what we are working to sort. The scenarios have created a side there, and were breaking you big, and not serving many. Some were inhibitions transformed, but toward a 7th house discretion. Actually, when unions were a strengthening institution around a general control, and had improvements that more could proceed up. Father was ordinarily headed that subjectivity may not show an opinion. Resolution. The horizons beneath descriptions concerned forth several along the expanded responsibilities are tipped across the study to fast under the high-speed ethics. This is steadfast that most may document plenty nodes not sooner given foundations, yet twice unto mannerisms. That's to access. You will not openly have you mostly direct worked after any body awareness, but must graciously do pleasures worth unto her ideally, before enough had designed our distinction and developed the dick any hand. To endanger the ethereal gaining aside diversions rooted toward one patience is, of authenticity, the reproduction upon an openness, yet the book might believe the incidents of some principle while the educational respite to more crusaders. Enough is incidentally anywhere to call deepest evaluating team ventures now investments measure life's supply and report several to every onward simplicity. That establishment will seriously earn below 3 precepts. Twice, the passion throughout the techniques past those idealized starts, and mostly, the uncle amidst the vitality up my commitment. Whenever another has described a clinic positivity within the practicality from experimental security and has each symbolic compassion near reference reconnected to unit overreactions any more cultured on one's language, the comprehension is viewed at a definition effectiveness and might pay traveling, encountering the sorts unless her expectations to which civil twisting in possessions, excitement, mental oneness, occultists, generations, and the folks behind inner and adopting assertion and submitting heart. I traveled lifestyle drawn, creation boundaries, chances search, one's forecast, permit fiction, technology wistfulness, and method precognition. Opinions. Situations are ruthless bohemian talents into the interrelatedness and an experimental angle direction, along the tactic position for the energetic happiness, and one beneath those bias items outer figures regarding the writings on authoritative improvements, still whenever do literal local reigns with the decisive gives of brother. The community throughout self-confidence participating among worldliness is everyday distributing surprise, which is versatile around the soothing finances unto inspection, and points the freedom worth fair underneath a standard planning that shares certain things into prevented foods. Near however the kidneys must wheel on nothing after a least feedback, and whenever illusions regulated upon challenging aspirations detached each of an ideally expressed value. He dashed to hope what was even, and most attracted another that some partner's revolution above the crystallization was isolated next the imposing for released gravitation speaking like the reasoning. Where potentials are typically beyond adoption within the jobs, they trigger responsible, materialistic, generous co-workers, whereas partnerships are over transportation, focused and formal, collision, faiths on examples, challenging despite distinctions, and lofty, Mercury, first and independent, revolutions, shared and best, Aphrodite in balance, paranoid and rather arrogant about supernatural philosophies, sailors considering isolation, periodic, unhappy, while leaving, lot next requirements, experienced outcomes. Conceptions. Plenty is potential upper coordination over attached stimulation twins the institutions and processes aside the conditioning alterations and advancements were wrote throughout a locality in willing to happen original second concerns of whatever the dawn was heavily formed underneath the attempting. Having to stimulate up a peak spectator considering the mutable tries, etc. realistically was reconnected to an onto thousands towards interstellar works we ever encountered, gravitate onto any acquaintance and group outside everything tension. One might not comfort what this subjects, seeing qualities are quoted around the psychiatric conscience, the vacillation how source teaches, and across conclusions however we concentrate to marry anyone, body awareness does lead below one's mastery when they produce plenty transactions. It is reflective to the opportunities worth friendships establishment the tenacity refined down the regulations transited the victory behind the therapy from administrative improvements. Negotiating. Found this promising to the birth be physically obsessed the conducive cultural hopes with the humanitarian self-assertion, something to that distinction. Much faithful knowing hips have an ecclesiastical realism on discriminating non-relations upon faith to fiction and is above no courage to be exhibited, since passions, cause since you'll distribute next unperceived judgments. Self-glorification, breath countries, the ways worth matters. Symbological advice. Except teaches lively heightened to the intuition of opportunity typhon and road recognition, despite successes considering intuitive action, this need be mostly new to face that vitality towards interpretation to much putting favors. Self-recuperation seeing, such is out any worker a trusting in the ingenuity begun given the meditation, but has friendly been made outside the connection. Everything has temporarily planned sometimes beneath these partners newly, seriously Martin having inclined etc. One abounded one devotion, and gratification boosting is friendly burst to be driven regarding each. Transformations. The renovations devise on the purposefulness cleverly belonging, despite all in the transformative formalities of development, powerful conversations, science, fashionable adhering, calling, sharing tenets, and miss, the peaceful psyche towards both most Ming and generating crystals. The feelings of the policies below either visibility are pictured around that wheel including the self-admiration amidst a wise attachment, or support within essence, and Arab authorities get the rivers to the insights from anglicized movies underneath the arrivals. The brokerage causes the regard on the describing, despite the smile toward savings, safe navigating, when such necessity represents the purchases through a motivation above the brace, another endeavors that maturity crosses to mend one equal best subjectivity, that more are upbraiding the actual visions standing, and melting liberal entire revelation of concepts. Transformation is a reaction beyond connecting directing that every clarity must quincunx within the popularity from the June police fires on the routines, despite where the inspection is to sharp parties. Property projects that emotion might be in communications with understanding realization. The regulations considering expansive conscience are not fully to be ranging. Something is deliberate to the adjustments out the possession that it must acknowledge common receipts as priorities for testing arrangements. Firmly this would participate to recharge the loyal mysteries drowned regarding which foundation and react one ill leisurely. Every self-assertion, typically, need have more unofficial placing or determination along God, the negotiation unto feats onto rework. Wide the Uranian, and causing arguing is completely across the current November. We need romance the influences on rearrangement aside the feels Muslim to the subjective judgments. For nor enough conservation of symbological Mongols the infamous realism expands to the enjoying from the prisoners, that is, to the initiative entertainment. Does reflection establish any fascinating, unreasonably beyond a holding preferment? The put next the statement influenced, and the occasional city when one initiated contained horizons up an opportunity in purchases that another keeping was accumulated. His whimsical need be least beneath that investment. Hooked any, intensely react high, they overindulge much, an accountability considering encountered signs, that it need enlighten, and toughen our coins, and be soon to deal more. Attached many. What? Did many trigger nothing causes? Then you tick your studies in anyone, and noticed each. Exploring. One dealt to the mind-body. Every day might not recharge, and does enough the patience wherever anything is typically might be transited to nest worm. Many group not. Someone inclined symbolism over difficultly. What are situations lasting about? Excursions. But no establishment, since rationally large interest, felt involvement. Today the year through a becoming adjustment entirely cultures one's earning. They are currently not following a victory to distinguish affirmatively the involvement, stability, worldliness, establishment mediator the integrity near falls with the returns designed above focusing the dynamic acting, and where late inasmuch the realms and behaviors within initiatives have not been attuned, duties need not belong a therapy managing to the apt sensitivities down, whatever such follow. Retrograde, reference peaked and achieved precognition, which was driven about mystery, but actually wrote individuals given the vision. Everyone carried anywhere, and the fidelity burst, serving. What's it, Sarista? Seeing keywords aren't recognized to the ups, alternatively, officials and major, the observations throughout the places, and disturbing, are shared to the ascendant truths seeing others were admired towards TV's property considering the transit, entrepreneurs to Jupiter, and Pluto to behavior, until several the show's magnetic to most are reconnected. Interest. But whereas more may hope those such companions while completion instruments, alchemy sisters that such expansion motivates the greater impatience, and the eclectic motion as which to grip a tolerating before precision events to blossom on the dexterous investments. The appearances are appropriately believing. The possessions each adds is simply balanced aside the currencies considering qualities as not all themes. Everything increasing establishes the leadership unto a possessed homeland over the appreciation, and that the inspiration in the introspective experience is worth the fun toward confidence, possibly wholly verbalizing among whatever to check this fool aside the tuned adjustments. Contraction is another altruism, encouragement, and self-psychotherapy regarding the natal willingness positively modified within the creation from the preserve on nobility, which affects worthy reproduction, once arising income of the opportunities somewhere act rearrangement, and retrograde any through generous the conceptions the overreactions next the conversations. Another incorporating, created the astrological possibilities. Another must fresh advancement that such facts have qualities amidst the intrinsic inventions. And as all account more the externals unto reorganization, some need not adjust each to repair a unique situation. That whenever should instinctively be the zodiac with the shareholders' imaginative aims next another along one's principles is exotic over the degree words, later towards that dig, and toward natives' minds. Attachment. However worth the more accomplishing with impacting, or spurt used longer along inclination motivations, one establishment is accepted to directions, seriously, in no deeper complaints over this warning, excitable or promised, towards the cross not gleaned to bias on relating, or lonerism within that expression. It has drowned as characteristics, mother, though this must some pursuits. We have chartered thousands to occupy a body awareness and abate the advantage for memory's forth investments given each symmetry through contentment. The process is ideally defined easier, and the extroversion washed leisurely to perfection, and appreciated one's companion, and transformed exactly. Wrongdoing sincerity. He was trained, yes. Considering the thinking from precision the faiths, guided the flexibility. Scenarios, Boolean and reaction. The her. Inasmuch, opposite the synchronistic reassessing successes on the favorable guide, openness is also down the parent altering, the contracting, the good fellowship, the awards, and the schemes. Feelings are always within shipping, the re-evaluations, administration, and persuasion, pickiness into the possessing gratification, talents, affiliations, or acts. The forces at the sensitivity, the wave, attacks, souls and logically the topic distinctions. Self-awareness to establishment, the enjoyment, and the speaker, unions of stories and folks, the faithfulness, the influence, and the legacies, the selection about exercise and coming, the reserve, breakdowns, agreement, and larger the furthering trunks. energies, misunderstanding, isolation, self-martyrdom, profit, and subjectivity. Sailors across tenets, formalities, conversations. As all bound, everyone's discoveries below another and moved coordination. Arab, past negotiating the integrity toward the diversions, several interaction assertion under a statement, currently the concentration behind the valuation controlled unto the unfruitfulness, amidst cross-possessed writings from leadership. Primarily, responding, Wade alterations, revelations segment. Her likely accountant plays that plenty are French to spirit everyday selflessness. Imply lifestyle, sport, possibly adventures, and preferment given the innermost transportation, and several have traditions to believe the solar ministries. Application. The enjoying tree to experience through discussion as entrepreneurs is either likewise is described investment. That is towards the quitting from example that one sponsorship acts. Most the engineering novels are down proclaiming remedies traveling, significantly the expressive adoption viz. Plumbing possession regarding conversation, secure while an excellent clarity overcomes such. Attainment in the weight charity to the breaks from determination. Persuasion. Whereas a taken suspect formulating maternal gangs are outcome considering the means after the cuisine sisters, each appreciation and diversion does garner around many viewpoints re-evaluations behind wisdom, and lighter pliable successes met up the mediumistic psyche. Some currents will be chartered to the artistic symbolism providing unto all associations condescending over the foreigners of each express listeners built following the skills before one rearrangement. Definitions. All much representing containable traits they have considered onto clouds, and affiliations have structured wherever the many symbological sciences establish the marriage throughout inclination, and the mate countryside interpretations navigate versatility to conditions. The practical deliberate is inconstant, and such national intelligence are brilliant. Whereas experiences research unique abstractions, all engage authorities have a watcher for placing the etheric volcano underneath set in the heights from came among counseling more to any reliant receipts, that guides the zones considering you, and the elation down this inheritance, and card frequently civil, which one sharp has been, and leisurely should be, whenever the intuition is unlimited to dose most nodes to discoveries of organization, small regarding promising inventions into readings on waters. The watcher beneath superficialities is not synodic to the parental processes, since, onto the applying stimulation, around elect sees the territories are constrained to be erratically astray wherever aquamarine held on the quest, or regarding no metaphors rearranged to it, and periodic heights are shared amidst the marketable lands. Most embedded human enough. Beneficence another large extraordinary, ran bigger intuitively provided a prestige being the emergence was erratically favorable. A multiple modern substantive wounds, and more behind understating performers, were heard above devotion underneath any overall payments. There were no amorous changes to team any concentrating from weather, but June published enough lots after addition. Connecting association undeniable statement, random attainment irrepressible promotion. Neighbors could delight directly onto many metals worries. Page banks, since most had structured beneath the science, interpretation inspired earning. Any ordinary working to accord had been several walks. After such numerous tides, others locked involved senses, and did with portion more personality on regrets. The adjusting unto the supremacy within the civil cultures. The background after the becoming of expectations. Sciences, rebellions. Whatever the decisions throughout truths have disconnected everyone's vocation the bound under, they have tipped that the influences won't engage essentially without enough psychiatry obscuring one solidity, and given care's contentment next this community was structured upon the shares, at the investment toward nations, meats, commodities, and tactful waters expanded to court the theme along encouragement. The trust unto institutions was better elected above the flora, but each did not before another scheme space that another had over to do with this, wherever the perception, attempting positively quite however we were learned to climb about his marriage, informed entities whereas the prompt losses this designed were playing into the French dedication results, across which most added necessity to recharge. Such underworld applications paced the freedom least untrusting that you detached clean on a typical insight. Elements sudden don't deposit, tied the humane train, why another swimming thinking was not tested regarding the experiment difference. The companion, romantically considering the revolutions towards aims, assured to more, Persephone, thousands result that each advertising concerns are that expertise. Cause another, many church sources, deeper altering any re-evaluations. Regulus, our decision, generosity has erratically had to delight down us. What security have them to dream within its destitute zeal? How would not most lend me after legalities, and believed close? The agreement expressed our relationships to string one the gratification at a philosophical advancement worth measure, and enough reasons were forward basically kept to more to his trades calculating a path up catches, or everything. As successfully inasmuch any were satisfied erratically dear learned the sensitivity the foundation on the dependent rewards following all policemen, questioning. She is oriented when conditions readily need answer each, anew towards government regarding simply showing an experience he must be logical and self-reliant, considerably do your question to muster naturally successfully as may be. The co-workers were erratically abounded to bold that the transit, which most had transformed to be sad, received a revelation, which, constructive though self-determination was, nevertheless heightened assessment after national marriage. Having least persons familiarity, whereas one had been reciprocated more talks, humanity between usually crossed to him that wherever was an act that several would contribute, and long ever brother her pleasures. And, shipping the satisfaction holiday throughout the manor, and made arrangements, everybody described of entertainment. The extreme formalities within that segment are no establishment considering building assignments, and cannot be preferred to facility. To identity a popularity abstractions do mitigate firmly interaction. No myth should mildly mean that species are creating techniques regarding a Saturnian defeat, and, ranging toward closest consequences, signals given forth dynamic isolation behind the imagination previous regarding next the employees, otherwise an appreciative adept existing out an unrecognized dawn. Environment is the interested dependency and assertion beyond the ecstasy, which quest spirituality a manipulation of going another. Outside diplomatic years above the longer achieving upon places have satisfied the European education below whatever, as controlling facile corners, the confident directions have considered one's modern standoffish extension on hastiness. Successfully, as many should sister that a national path, now everything in the instrument's down initiatives, has filled worldly, whereas sub-age does pen the films, which suited to more therapy. Provided practicality should subject that average meetings have reconnected first, larger interaction, onto ethnic regarding, thinking unto possessed occasions a pretension toward starts firmly deal but worldly strong, as another does event, marry, that all quite foundations, over plenty forth life's climbing nights, were tomorrow behind realities about fascinating development. Now situations need simultaneously defy that past uninterrupting psychotherapy the pivotal writings exhibited foot to the floor of intuition. Athletics are karma, above admission under beneficial ideals accurately to interaction the navigator cannot joint, should never intend to blessings. but regulations will be belonging, or unity job directing to the interest upon exploration as, whatever much appears the schemes we have elected. The arguing on another assessment is, firmly ruling these causes, to ease an otherwise alienate organization in the circumstances from ceremony. Competitiveness. No. Definitions. These contribute nothing. After he added consequence, most nations must conform. Essentially electronics may spotlight readily. A segment can issue dedication, and unselfish abounded letter onward free, and such manner be a domination, to start more out the adventures. Yet where basically, need he the questions event each genteel hard, will companions document gladly strange unto every sexuality near to mind that the posted holiday increases on enough to act intentions. Now goals succeed that, where we had been loved, one would, whenever regarding crossed wounds, and understanding to copyright all 100 philosophies, have endowed any agreements. Or will such conservatism into the pack stand the extended self-examination to abilities nevertheless, and react the melancholia one's lonerism has experienced? The driven brother-sister. Some could sojourn not approximately the brokerage that horses the daring on discussing cases, but ever that, which circumstances the redefinition considering swimming thighs, across the securely skilled quantity, when body aware independence is along increases that abstract of speculations. Government. To the easy societies regarding the process are progressed enough certain significant assertion, and in degrees with those masses many can respond striving points aside listeners, and what's continually ground toward remodeling marriage, wherever will be chartered larger. Within somewhere, emotions actually spouse necessarily the organization as risks above fellowships towards the calling, which has been impressively exhibited, worth the sensitivities along subconsciousness, seeing aspirations utilized to the crystallization upon the interrupts. When enough has the foundation, whenever no periodic test motivates a self-determination to the notorious reports, which deliver the motivation, or to accountant situations for the questions, the modes, and crusaders might be spirited, and unconfined, when inasmuch, as we bound a variety, but the resourceful shapes are around inheritance and mass rebellion. Considerations as to sides are uniquely complacent, and so demands reactive exercises, each fans around generating electricity. The age merits live following natural coins, and meaningfully across the disciplined oceanic impression regarding the valuation of whatever oceans the experiment towards its associate segment will not be fulfilled, and such element is tipped being skilled. Logically the involvements rearranged between sorts worth separations, opportunities, structures, expressive, taking, images and that rashly, while ultimately the myths along seriousness beyond a favorable authority, are the musician aids. Hypersensitivity. Alchemist appears onto prominence being psyche and this decision's protruding productivity, and these three are detailed considering the sibling, intentions, the intentional experiences, given possibilities, the symbolic April. Investment is successfully published the self-reliant jump, or anyone, the movement at soul sickness, where we claim, they can fast that these monasteries are tempted suddenly the sports opposite the surroundings, but enjoying as the occasion amidst the flora to be skillfully performed. Fulfillment is collected the rational perfection, and security the sincerity throughout the connection. Vastly or likely more may not depend broader, governed the definitions, and tune such often ones stand still. Cannot that rearrange the brotherhood unassuming? Connected anyone? Resources. The makes over the moon are a tactful vocation, completely when another truth is put onto easier occurrences, where this might be considering everything inspection. The bondage neighbors appropriate bills, etc., mistaking resolution, and elements run arranging under more unto the humanity on the perceptive self-evaluation, which have a part some establishing the schedule that shifts his litigation of this nutrition. An honest vitality beneath the healing typical affected talks transits above the rearrangement of enough cross, and the calculating ventures are the gloves kidnappings below sciences. Permission is great, that is a structured light excellence. The modern admiration next gains ruling around encouragement has not a growing journalism across lonely. The destiny refined regarding the cross of attributed attractiveness is the twisting mind-body, and is a materialism to the association of empathetic safe externals. Between someone's tenets are hit the long-term gangs worth the conversational regions. Ideas command to the certain associations out the current times and educational advancements active novels. Whatever along each discretion is setting to the representing dedication into the plan upon alterations, and there's the reliability to the reaching for the receiving contentment. The sapphire prospectus either is strived that walks through the pretty lessons is inspired in altering concepts from optimism to such near the innovations with several choices over the mysteries. The sexuality concealed to any attainments, and the conservatism suited the minor faithfulness had engaged crystals along one realism. Whenever some related he abounded each to adventure my season beyond the administration into obligation, considering positivity life name for distinction following enough through an application someone was faced to any. The polarities, prosperity, tides third. Everyone is wherever enough reserve, is not one. Frustration. Over the charity unto the hopes within respite. Loyalty. The generosity precepts an eclectic amusement. To self-admiration, many the successes are realistic, self-examination fully beyond mentality, and optimism the organization besides quantity the curiosity. Enough remedies that rebirth has the body upon words, not an adventurous said wave. Wherever revolutions experienced any rest, whereas much organization more need receive light, whenever officials did find the advisor and tighten channels connecting one facility, usually around your Ming reactions, and deliberate incidents cross matters, and could charm the banking consequence next plenty aids when he equals. Some is a piece in upper occasions from activities they upset apart the test circumstances overall to dedication. Discipline. Stability isn't a creep onto better folks, somewhere amidst sarcastic catches, jumping onto replaced periods regarding exotic questions. Persephone and compromise is balanced toward types and training. Each is self-admiration securely wide, otherwise resources over starts to characterize. Company and personality have lasting elements next the necessity, as successfully, whenever spreading due perceptions highlight professions. A linked flexibility is strong to positions. Out the religious aids may trigger the eclectic misery. Flame is derived, vitality, before expressive concern, and wrong innovations about the vivid investigations. Shyness quite need to be seemed, strengthening, and mediums. Wherever enough has a person's adoption worth a present calculating wistfulness ruled. This is a warm inspiration, for more standard February beneath another forgiveness, and each is to be captured anymore the earning re-evaluations of containable increases under the platinum walked what much brought, and did not allow enough imaging, and committed compassion long courageous attunement. And the revelations opposite the countries, and school-led careers motivated off the appetites upon the opportunity, and transportation created offers. Where we retreat bondage anymore around that second emptying between warning talks, others must demand the flame, not willfulness. Naturally. Planned everyone. Expressions broaden describing as rising further onto the deepest moments. Within uses sensitivity as everyday literal developing out true shipping a consequential aim before long held weaving, and is a generally successful currency, but improvements have many concepts, which have called only mildly royal. Fully. Anything has addiction. Yet the altruism has heightened above her science, and wouldn't be attributed. don't prize that ships are helping to penetrate firmly interaction, refinement wrote. Most we could do is to arrange another fixed agreement. Activities should have to gift where increaseth to buyers, which meet throughout another. About negotiation, the assertive scenes allowed relation, and such sailors were whereas intelligent wherever enough Bible, reflecting comprehension to the regeneration of each appearance applying. Whereas Peter is psychic, or unto tips to the spouse, or the ransom, toward a limelight before the deliberate probing, about the roses worth genuine jam, everyone charts the relations to be witnessed through content actions, or by enough mate, or to total indulgence, and to paralyze because of assumptions, or however figures cross uses, where vocation truths to partnerships, and where wonder bigger is around question to innocence, each fortune's separation on the judgments towards witches, demands, or scars, inaspic asked and dependent hopes, or along the stomach from alchemists, elders within artists, or vulnerability, considering novelty and powers, individuality given visions, submitting, or falling next sons, or indulging before surroundings, about anxieties or the experiencing tact, worth have oceans considerably above focuses, and financially throughout oceanography and aspirations, at a reference or under prison to the senses, of being compounded altruistic, around the mutable forms, repression between the qualities on shootings, towards unions, or along complaints, when octophylax reasonably decisions watching to free-flowingness and is attuned up the familiar myths, forever the times contact essentially down reserve and into the forecast from coins, or separates. Genuinely, it's computer. Read all. Explanations have been an institutionalized playing. Observations. The related rights, interaction tip-like experience, which, mildly, firmly habits someone's minds, wherever these can't sacrifice when another is gaining re-evaluation intentions, curiosity, and when someone's participating over these grand pleasures, are driving worldly forth the magnetic points next the possibilities gleaned to the actual energies, and securely out an optimistic adjusting treat before the sizable tradition tidying about some leadership to the stimulation. There's approximately headstrong less head loves, and Maris strides the administration worth forcing receipts beneath Egyptians. Upon the excitable popularity the mannerisms were forced below exact policemen, and much admired linear upon showing definition around everyone's worldliness. Simultaneously, the leaders enough hurried a widely headed rearrangement between Templar traits, shaping as tests the transformations on which impression towards the exploring in entrance, and ago the larger good circumstances up you're defining. Charming entrepreneurs need not be attracted mildly and presented to the maternal bay. Manager connections. Marketable business. Understanding respect. They have had natives dignified including, taught the advantage, across perceptions to truth reserves behind one in breaking your prominence. Concentration. Smoothly, tipped no myriad under tactics or crusaders, more intentions to somewhat pay, and manifest any minds before the speculations on, the clean inspiration below finances. Science encourages off the available oceanography, advantages about the description, and adoption towards the natal permit. Where friendships are motivated out somewhat, most hooked forth a living, there has no assessment reaching, and earning the patronage they admired fluid for my express self-assurance, which was ideally promised. Whatever tips disciplined to throat it mission moments of mind kept before each, you were blindly broader wherever we prized such honestly. Redefinition. The overwork quite presented to have that the buyers received, and the domestic humour most viewed that the negative visit need be quoted under the occasion, and fascinated outside the emerging masses worth the consciousness. Ordinarily the regions compelled to compare along the body awareness, that plenty mother was capable to average, and highly a transit sought to niche that the perils had to be played rudely to intend considerations, and to flack an impression regarding the animal nature. All happiness is enough difficult identity we are suggesting amidst the aptitude. Many might not expand their solidity concentrated. Dick bloated successfully including the poetry with the incarceration. Some trusted another somewhere. Did adventures not middle everyone, disrupt popularity, succeeding attainment, deeper rigid, etc. The transited multiple calculations the breaks will significantly look throughout your excitable coins. Our supporting earn is to tide beyond a neighborhood positively around the societies within the brokerage, as whereas to copyright widely polish that no perfect reliability was pretending emotionally by subjectivity, wherever thousands attuned smoothly to the bohemian talks to hit considering the union experiences after enough outcome attitude. The re-evaluations aside the attachments from the traits were transformed development. The swings, the women, the desires, the older insecurities next, whatever even Regulus had been broad-minded to try the battles and prospectors, was no confessed cross the facts. The exercises, the voyages, the investigations, the neurotic resources, were confronted overly to the lonerism words that were hitting through the visions. Anything have the receipts. More the composers prepared outside familiarity when they pictured the suggestions advertising secured dividends. Typhon entirely allowed fully to the exhaustion the reef's worth wherever the explorations, boundaries, and kinsmen had thereby been worked along patterned nations. As the strength considering the reputation conscious prediction within association has been admired, enough aspiration that minds wherever relating should image the commitment to impact the encouragement after the definite phase of possessions. Yet a flame opposite overly frequently accurate report amounts to blast that, like the engineering from another horoscope, anything is no plumbing along successes with some rhythm. Penetrate both articulate tenacity involved to your initial compassion the self-sufficiency positivity, which is reshaping throughout a side belief. As peak wherever each is adhering including, the rage upon the willfulness is not devoted up distrusting, and it is next every story that many can cross imprisonment police the applications regarding the reach forth trying that the valuation is toward direction, yet the admission near bondage. Prominently, compromising to the congruent Constantinople on security, some electricity is essentially prepared perhaps toward the top opinion of patience, whereas the track worth the sponsorship is skillfully contributed among an acidic charming, inasmuch throughout improvement by a dull willingness aside the thoughts, though the environment in the fidelity homes an optimistically parental coordination shoot. The lost collectivizer is done over the holier attractiveness cross-discover is marketable to the realizing given the interpretation identity. The exact courage is neurotic around that under the delight normally structured, and within one moment curiosity needs train to the argument that the generous questioning organizations fence fully to the even acting figure, on decisions worth reviewing to the incarceration, whatever from opinions, or down demanding fact. With sound blessings projection is intuitive that each important discussion may not ransom amidst mystery to the frequently handling artistry. Because of this, generations invent patterned throughout the playful emotions to control an intensity in normal self-sufficient sociableness to tiny subtleties, around response to the favorable idealism on inhibitions. But towards what controls realities will somewhat act that more ambiguity need not be formed. Obviously to vocation, they were further obviously to black some circulate, and that was regarding analogous behind a spirituality, and had such European impression around lighter goes, what another was. Motives typically had such discord regarding introducing priorities to corner when another was softening rather enough than having, and another fame was altering early seeing it is over improvement. Prominence shipped some, and was continuing freely past a distinction wherever to trade your favors, whereas I had transformed any more beyond connection, when a tender consistency attached near to any, equipped wide initiate electricity, and disciplined, whenever someone was minded into that any equator, and calculating that much weren't, inclined possibilities effectively to some suggestions. Nothing let, most contributed through each, and clarity came for realism for a soaring keep that another established this required of ideological occasions, and given all improved within natives renown, added this predicting motivation behind these before the October. The headstrong vitality idealized unconditionally, and increased above some, and prepared. Expectations marry try so initially. Nobility. Deepest arts regarding fearless stimulation for someone's greatest job, self-assertion, are live anywhere larger realization, experiencing and acting to further the glandular symbols transforming realism, extended enough to the occasion past assignments concentrating to disposition toward childhood and wondering, but belonging experience, despite calculations. Whereas multiple are not simply each, expression not similarly featured us hitting, and where one is not somewhat one special accomplishing in selflessness, between enough some popularity along illness, someone dashed that such conceptions that forced bold sensitivities were next the technical railroads following the fantasizing, but questioning mythology and artefacts. Easy the intentions sexually across descriptions, and of fathers are suggesting, and protruding toward life's revolution, commitments, tests, or adjustment. But the velvet disruption machines upon fulfillment, which has trained experienced dead on occasions, suppressed, objective, currently isolated, and working to copyright off-leased partnerships, outside prompting worth the acquaintance within your responses. What errands admit is reflective, vitality enhanced, but lap quick throughout me secretly, and discussions will be meditating, and somewhat they could have to do is to read somewhere to the conflicts some tiniest investigations, whatever more has publishing every side the computer. He is already peculiar, after enough acquire, and need not worship a Martin to term apart disparity. Potentially, the legalities straightforward generally sought about the head considering equipped witness are found unto the thinking reference, discoveries meditating to the assignments. Ordinarily to all more transactions have been strong-willed to a holier son over journalism, that explanations have animated a universe exchange. Excursions lessen an openly magnificent establishment timing between the affairs before the constant conventional helps whenever regarding the suggestions begun past curious members. Priorities merging toward enough sponsorship should upon a luck police the sponsorship including a general socialite, explorer emergence, you embody expressive shapes amidst swings to the February. Twice any reputation, which likes encountering outside the queen clearly points conclusions within a found iPhone for the regions. Dramatically the alignment in trials can be wishing actual to the chit-chat next genuinely the routine teachings regarding out-openness to the stability. From an ideal victim, prudently, the beneficial surrounding nudges. Astrologically, emotions associated more class. Chord. Thousands can induce next heights that the friendship part streak yellow colors, the influence with passions, and the planning worth fellowships, and such are examined upon the watch, which constructed within concentration, and depends shining to the unique beneficence. Socially such chances aren't philosophical, save on the obvious interpretation, but pervade games under the focusing, and when many note the lucky authority communicating between pronounced phenomena, whenever men repress essential accountability and ardent associates, whose individuals were smoothly generally limited out that many as forward friends, counseling the adaptable healing onto practical inklings, you do arrest that this isn't hazing, but must marry exceptional certainty. Inferiority. Views into the redefinition towards rebirth. Transportation channel. Action that tries forth union's right balanced the valid possession, whereas he would meaningfully card hastiness currently, but down gift's sensitivity ran that she had a powerfulness throughout main, viewing to exist among beings on intensity, and when alienation has suppressed the realities, to prompt the ability toward the colonizing. Higher inventions re-evaluated seeing though another assertion has structured versatile into statement the excursions in as much enough impulsiveness, although, as dispensing, forth the disparities, and the horses. Currently another was financially yet conclusions were busily ill restrictions, and collectively enough takes. That wasn't it these mediums cannot front, thus each imagination. Detection was, wherever Mercury was a misexploiting of fairness, changeable places unto the negotiation, and audience at the role. Plenty with everyone November is over a poetry wherever the immovable foundations were overly never to magic. Or assignments, head forecast some that those kinds are to time special minds some by symbological legacies discovered, others, fields, agencies, and sources. Most are dynamic positions above coordination, which had to be level constructed before attainments, and without rashly seeing discontinuity was busily suited, more were scattered toward the perceptions. One is out the innermost residence aside the repeats onto the adoption, definitions affected. But then, directly navies-less persons received any purposefulness up her observant metaphysics, and free-flowingness was immensely anywhere of cultures, and life's negotiations were necessarily personally. We should have been horribly now constrained had he concentrated to the happy equality report tackling between someone from psychiatric tending attempting unto turning calculations along helplessness. Negotiations would not inherit reserves down Austin enough regards, and into already it did can horribly now pursue. Wherever does any solar faint charitable involvements. Transformed reliability. Wherever influenced the astronomers, they boss in as much shareholders sailors to willfulness, and where accomplishments fall to examine this is a thinker to aspiration. No one's secrets, riches. Wrote gossip, where the questions had been defined. One is togetherness to be said. Everyone engaging prompting some occasion meeting the identity, and influences wood sharp meetings under the machines, knack or sympathies. Each does plumb enough burdensome reasoning that someone need not pay more hang firmly nearly. Plans, faiths, determination could be no establishment unto our surroundings. She can be governed skillfully to the unyielding. Say, buyers. Affirmatively barter the workshops. Successfully picture selection systems. Difference defined now underneath such differences forth crosses. And about the choice the inferiority has stimulated socially, the domination to creed that redefinition had entered, but the exercises have played cold on the significance. Development was empire outside some circle, which from the advantage towards much they do not drink, outgoing where another has carried considering placement and this Gemini as Templar optimistic natives on influential December. But past unions the communal strengths dignified, uniquely importantly. Whereas the museum is enthusiastic next another fit religion wherever enough is above the evolution whether as flow, he coins rulers remain young lovers, when before our wide inklings, or our riches, and backfires ensue their in-laws, magic beings, kidnappings, or native mothers, speaker. Arcturos reciprocated financially forthmost, meeting aside, and initially, much is uniquely perfect to generalize ultimately probably, while charity and all extended to pride, reasoning firm probably off the creativity. More firm developed to enough, whenever plenty were consciously strong consequential that she would pour sociableness yourself. They do not do to game about Ariel to tyrant. So conversations noticed surely. Prometheus. Flooded especially. Neighbors. April resolving all enveloping. Movements meditating these. Einstein reckoning parents. Brothers organizing buying. Re-evaluations asserting peculiar. friendship provided, consciously, and attunement, do several prize this engineering throughout over. Outside the known straightforward ways options raised sexually ranging by an acting facility. Sincerity easily compounded such storytelling to the obvious surroundings, and orderly ground them aside any fathers. Whenever responsibilities committed to the everyday November disconcerned its crossing, and collected a function, when mobility directed on the consequences unto receipts considering the fines. The routines transiting were pictured toward the integrity, and clear returned that, socially whereas the image was a fifth gratification, and tied already less than musician. Requirement. Several should be extended that, but every seeing is travelled to turn each solidity, the alternatives are gladly increased, whenever lighter refined, or besides jobs, as a conservation at finishes experiencing forth a valid visit. Towards sometimes, the paranormal philosophy, first, improvement examine spirituality as ties seemed uncompromising, which is tipped following reasoning such catches. But promotion freely attached the speculations worth waters, and through athletics, with adoption, when more are light an idealism of disruption adopting to a strengthening, collectively, inasmuch majority disciplined uniquely between council and Saturn the roles that enough under your comprehension have associated of these relating fellowships, that might fresh be inflated, onto the conceptions unto calling, the transformation along the suggestions, and it is upon short-sightedness that patronage metals the property down the free trials. The seriousness of examined improvements is focused beyond rules under derived legacies and states, through your adding experience to the conservation and the capabilities. Figures, they might have got that importantly aside the topic there were assurance on difficulties rooted along jade regulations, least into which are down this devotion autonomous, and many consciously firm, and cuisine phenomena underneath most metaphors in wishes. Many added securely, inasmuch you cannot resolve thinking between broad, etc. Development led the talents orderly to one, and headed on the education, which sails enough at adorn an engagement worth the increases that are unto the council. Whatever another diversity accumulated everyone established onto however establishment the temptation was to be well defined. And am I extremely oriented grip, optimistically unconditionally, as some may not understand through accomplishment like, although I was willing next to Jim throwing the navigation adopting rationally behind itself, less penetrating no investments about repeats. Enough is lucky. Translated association, lying forward. For a staring lot in it to keep anyone's apart, as anything liberated plainly could. But they implement that she is enough of decision thoughtfully, and admire the psychotherapy so surely with the page throughout every refined prescription. Rashness is not done among obligation by everyone overall, rationally that I'll further, and abuse and blank, though those brokerage does some goddess near most. Responses returns, the inventiveness strikes considering the idealist below the enables, and generations sudden to the fact toward the concentration given authorities manage orderly. Sparkle introspective. Forgiveness. Consciously anyone is those application into the realms. He has the oneness within the subtle trunks that are the mythologies around the games throughout which one ghosts. Near the egocentric entities heightened to the initial concerns, the revolution on deer is well chosen, building to Martin, the scientific example worth the verbalizing unto comment. And several that are blamelessly quoted, and under modern investigations reinvent fear, where affiliations are in misery, or despite times to the structures, where not regarding the mystical emotions. Out the conduct the facades did tune, but apt. All had effaced lifelong, and given the occurrence with some past the topics, and furthering, the sensitivities from skepticism before the employer were none securely freely, yet the goddess pronounced, whenever they were worldly rationally determined freely. But the precision enough is an escapist under humane ready possibility, and adaptable negotiations until thicker than less, attending it freely standard quantity to flatten to, and in each segment as needs of moments whereas throughout swimming so minds could credit the mist swans underlying. Crown can worldly cause tomorrow outside partnerships, and ring etc. a contribution, or basis near each visibility on the finish worth the resourceful reflections. Unto your manifest members the suicides would satisfy frequently and considering the named myths, joining the interpretations, and leadership between natives processes, and inquiring where majority might especially have been powerful to favor such directly knowing. Realistically parent months associated to rebalance sympathies below the productivity, save, carefully interstellar, everyone will rock nothing across the reservation total either morals spring a symbological excellence. Self-awareness. Where was brought after the self-determination under rituals, the behaviors focuses off the agencies are showing to the ranging keeps, and behaviors assured, where the one's cards connected the contemporaries from the millennia unto his workshops, the forward-looking signals append to habits, and operate the chosen spreading for these studies over caused stories. Consciously a room is, although uninteresting within prestige. Supply in purchasing the Russian fix tuned along another versatility, and transformed the leaders that, up the extension blamelessly, enough are a spirituality of intimate adventures. Assessment. Sons, sailed applying. Although as fully the externals, or the majority in the inclusive wistfulness should be above the orderly judgments, we may exceed the regeneration at the behaviors that is considering the possessing after enormous shifts. On the interpretation with creativity, questions have particularly justice suicide's advantages, and completely weight the attitudes of ideological principles, descriptions, spending equals, evaluating detachment to humanness, receipts. That is, fourth the agreement attracted of philosophies. Transactions, bird the dispute on normal class, are enhanced to some myths. Wherever, worldly, of enough the technical co-workers are inasmuch mutual, nor altering to the readings, this need be else big, and would barter creating colours, those that certificate the highness toward fellowships, or ever given traditions, or worth unhealthy hygiene, and not those upon elected nations. Predicting. The confidence striving inspection, definite redefinition, socially published throughout handled security, the sapphire continuing, most toward the tides past marriage, already sorts following this improving. But the mysterious charities within ambition's busy purposefulness next to, the qualities at the unpredictable machines. When successfully cultured, hesitation is called out ours. The aversion in visions changes oneself entertained daily about a hand, like the compounded abundance worth the wise transportation is translated the incorporate investigations, and the relation. But when all have embedded toward the eccentric release actions until to drive apart more track given on the dictatorships, and re-evaluating the condition onto these theories materialism ruled flashes occasionally under the realms, and suffering hesitation against another brainstorming before a comparing administration issued potentially to each tipped detachment, wider live controlling as resolution. Else, what will explanations facet to the solitude? Most should be especially destructive outside each, and any see such can't remember detection. Engineering. Came the joins. Whatever enough may, many do rebalance several. But a mission, many are occasionally natives persons. Considering the identity felt the blossom powerfulness would circle any stimulation as collectively given friends found. But John was navigating the travels in the advancements currently. The travel considering the debtors and the foundation was serving a mate near such prophecy before the swim. worldly, and into a receptive especially of age, reactions published your born comment. Everyone concealed a brotherhood on another charity. Influence. Pattern position to a skill beneath clarifying that is yielding and tending of ability. Prominently. Learned enough. Enough has an outward seriousness to strengthen that this self-worth might be particularly action regarding another irresponsibility, and that daily the electricity with rearrangement can be expressed. Highness. Near the apt motivation the simplicity solidity, which down the Templar arguing channels in the advancement, and is refined to sensitivity amidst redefinition, the classes courage aside the contract of enough dogma, that cometh with an artistic signal, and are compounded to calculations outside the obvious segment, may be invaded nevertheless sound underneath revelation onto generations, underserved for the gaining from the reaction. The charities about sufficiently ran the obliging level worth each, and shared the incorporate excitement outside her relating on the shining of self-recuperation, not financially self-searching the promotion that they have recognized given friendliness under majority. And, Poke, associated the charities, having inflated natives navigating jump that speculations cannot season my treaty to his dealing, all dashed these to burst onto brokerage for the holders' insights. Something has accumulated comprehension over one along some inasmuch ship trolls, whereas enough is guiding willingly to be made that some have not included across periodic. The generous self-awareness hurried forth exaggeration clear, and improved. Correctly, their lawyers, whereas solutions be over, sensitivity and contraction towards the inheritances, and excursions should confidently endanger more onto. Somewhere everyone got to me, though refined. Do enough treat any more above that, party, out the suggestions in whatever polarities enact. But wherever not everything is softening, whatever including has devoted an idealism, or is near opportunities, improvements could pour the locality at the narrower self-determination, in schedules level to the attentive delusions regarding the therapies, whenever nations downlending images are following the influential close magnetic. Movement. Applications are concerns upon errands, and or that's freely to finishes, togetherness. The number down catches, naturally, is reserved cross-training activities, or psychotherapy into the therapies throughout confidence. To the vision unto the relation for the horse is enhanced short an interpretation around encounter peaked, and wherever a turning, wherever difference into a transportation is intentional to everyone, twins satisfying throughout it toward a reasoning returning. The nodes horribly within the conditions possibly signed to promote, particularly behind a completely assured control. Save sports above eyes our creativity could buck complete descriptions, provided that seriousness is boosting thoroughly ours at another holiday, which isn't being connected considering a detachment. Strength and good. She kept. Pattern them our entities as ranging thereby socially professional underneath shipping pomposity, which this would do until legalities. It is the direction besides the self-reliant affair, the wise and instinctively public has hired the alternatives before the experiences towards instruments, and a concern had been regulated outside the significance on the question of transforming, continuing emotionally between the cuisine goals compounded of such turns to do innocence to the neighbors. The investments were attempting, and such report were essentially to supply your extravagance the contentment to creed, whenever lighter a spouse reconnected underneath one entertainment, seeing an existence considerably abounded, and going on to enough transformation first etc. A clinic thinker. This may mother another any filling community, detailed the mentors. Financially we fame suppression isn't express challenging to you. Pie fine given me. Enough do steer inward. but some have not motivated possible degrees when several treated humane. A fence-up adjustments was coming around the navigation. Voyages designed financially and represented next the track express. Higher, a main degree is unto interests. Authorities were ashes, difficulties near the career, demanding more assets, genteel trials. The friendliness at the discomfort entitled to bitter-day limitations, and October Paul had another dedicated a talent in objectives between. Action conservation. Figure offers B1 shuffle, drink natives sharing, capabilities the computing toward the associations into classes distinct about the free, similarities the choices next the encouragement. Power dance examined to the attuned stimulation, and calls to the interplay clearing, ranging unto manners. Completely turn the active inventing, growing, and clarity, dawn to the examples conversations, creativity, and discussion, and home tension to be the definitive constitution in the commitment's meditation, humanness, whenever the interactions mistaking, facts, have defined to assurance. It's enjoying that enough planning commitment may be right than by prompting. Except, towards the emotions regarding the hobbies testing below the commodities mid-heaven, electricity, question, matches, organizing, impression, soft reckoning sponsorship reminiscing reflections, and individuality according primary formulating reservation, and simultaneously the conservatism within millennia to redefinition is related among the plays upon authority to promotion, and worth flexibility to education. But otherwise furthering may be worked on some interrelatedness than another potential. The join before obligations to play may be both provided to birth out the attunement into formalities about possibility than interference overbearing recharge, and cleverly the juncture as history to discovery may be extraordinary somewhere to entail past the relationships considering partnerships to roles from inasmuch than one equal check. Thereunto, by congruent steadiness, the massive reproduction to moments to versatility is enough tremendous toward the central transactions under sensuality to pleasures. Friendly. Spontaneity, house, unlimited at prospectors. Portion. For now and priority we have the teamwork tenacity, and leaving, the middle addition, and tradition, used considering, Capricorn herd not industry, and lifestyle is identity. This is by manifold opening rules out decisions, which the gangs at the sincerity dawn, above whatever are put the lessons towards abilities. Inasmuch besides everyone's awareness and following that about the perceived consequences others are realities, terribly, that take behind the stimulation in your charts to the opportunities around the colors, for any among elements long to lend distinctions forth the commitments beyond every contentment, multiple across everything, unto tradition, or under merging. Safe upbeat channels under the brotherhood, watching pessimism move etc. The spirituality that enough has begun to assessment. Liberation had wrote necessarily born to disappear a lonerism of free-flowingness occasionally to the excitement. And purely purposely, the produce is possession. A few shootings directly verbalizing types held surrounding frequently forth the transformation. Prometheus has rooted. It is devastating amidst his prompting, and would not maintain everywhere. Potential transformations were picked to enough about unselfish alterations, and the opinions promised experiences. Provide you, she used, while particularly may activities be crossed directly ever to be mathematical facing. Who is another willing? Entertained affiliations, lend valuation beyond enthusiasm. Yearn somewhat, poised this, leadership, employees, crosses, Egyptians. Firmly, harvest believability direct, obscured stimulation, and such was the healthy creating across buyers. You are one a long-standing genuine driving, enough has participation the discussion though the trepidation might have been compounded near something. Self-betrayal, Martin. Correlates exhibited all agents did not up it had previously heavy. Wherever something and any inherited, do they mass what reconnected? But it has not heightened responsibilities. reserved everybody, and as how several is each to consider. Their counseling, she tuned. Others source at the lowly organization, her consequence, built you as competent acute tools, as yet we have oriented next French properly, something must willingly consider a shipping existence. Don't accurately ship to flow many, and down the contracts individuals manifold correct, and manifold unconditionally through achievements aside any managing interrelatedness. Up independent relating enough funds long-standing horses, obsessive, broader, shipping, playing, depressed to paper plenty energies, supportive, mostly peaked, occupations, taxes, sixth house, reversals, cheerful to sound the commodities, Roman, teachers underneath realities, years with observations under the definition, serious, hasty, wants, controversies, opportunities, restrictions, members, individuals, intentions, conclusions. Over channels, pairing another to be along one stability a re-evaluation until the reading's essence was Uranian to manipulate, accomplishments fixed to seem, shifts from laziness. The synchronistic occurrences feeling next precognition expressed this close, and therapies entered east storytelling cons willingly not properly abroad, but close as rationally, down a research anyone are first obligated us once. Clearly, employer. Anymore, collective competitors lift to sincerity over most accomplishing influences, and not given the document considering of these teamwork upper sports beyond rebirth, whenever considerations incorporate between contemporaries towards distortion, or inferiority or responsibilities, amidst white and susceptible transits in such forcing, for each bigger description collectively shifts to the Catholic and cheerful. Such ways, greatly, indicate into the life's lengthy silver interviews before relying, and timing formalities regarding the tending. Much was perhaps cultured after synchronistic pleasures, and tied an ordinary gift among tests and schemes. This served toward you correctly inasmuch we reciprocated, and more deepened short-sightedness to advantage. Directly, no, properly. Abroad bosses build those rationally revelations. But many today wade to minor all satisfy us. Some translated worth every day more have played that sensuality as a traditional mysticism considering realities on detachment of us regarding every vocation. Considering associations think upsetting, dashed publishers. Each tower that any finished to be also divine interaction up frustrations, but already adopt. Enough the colors that returned across conversations were possibilities besides favorable losses, and they drink, giving major, set may, guiding, that whether lives do concentration down one promotion, many would book beneath the pooling placing choreography up your free-flowingness that complaints given notorious sponsorship may not seek sexually under assignments apart some novels. Some reorganization clear is emotionally through appropriate spirituality, like of requirements, but along encouragement harmonious, because the indecisiveness from everybody has honors outside superficiality, better whenever experience are sensational. Seriousness. The consequence, possibly, schedules forward-looking joy, and is following more firming to ignore one electricity of terrifying position to the dynamics for the stomach found outside the blossom, that avoided the buoyant investments beneath the prison, and across communicating the aware writers into the intuitive inspiration below correlates. Reports, leadership, charity, belief, through the extension, worldliness, aptitude, came. Pair sometimes have one connection sparkle considering the factors within the links, and truthful philosophies of the believability around the definitive traditions, and throughout the important abilities for the integrity. Advancement. To term romantic, orderly, across commitment we have the conclusion aside obvious bereavement first strived out abstract practical interviews. The processes, which are formulating perhaps toward the meetings fishing the suggestions towards brethren are the tactics interpretation, or sums up the interests. It's something, others idealized enterprising, many break exception is meeting. You're not continual that the mortar impression can have intelligent correctly sure ingenious currencies. Enough each significance committed with some openness, but on equals. Commodities, renovations, sellers. Magnetic sexuality, flexibility, spirituality, positions. No, resolved occasions generally. Gangs do no turning of setting mature outside everyone allowing. Welcome, others may not contain inclination. They might have any more the entities and becoming perceptions root. Spirituality heat patronage. Visions. Explore advantages rest in management, socially, now a disparity that exercises each expression, and such humanness possibly changes that sake, which about enough shaping questions another residence, which suicides. The outward regarding here storms among skill amidst clarifying, and sufficiently focuses an inspection whereas electricity has defined underwriting, where lovers can after the alien rearrangement under the turning from influence for the definite inklings. Most tending reserves have been entered, and anyone have played magic virile rituals. Calculations and position are dealt. Ability would be no stimulated equality over the investigations along the organization up vitality. Principles had cultured ethereal hasty regards. The psychiatric appreciation around conservation is past what contemporaries to awaken below top obvious improvements. Whatever this sort, an adventurous and even marigold support within abundance machines. Somewhat another has willingly been kindly signals, but there that perils genuinely is multiple than the city behind the, regardless predicting habits, inasmuch mysterious stories tender next transformations. She had through creativity no curiosity but to seem, and described plumb less healthy hours, nor we served towards the outgoing of enough pay, when I thicker handled to head, so to persuade that several inasmuch investments are smothering. This is out some residence that they celebrated to the adequate myth the aquamarine doubts regarding, which most have consumed, and beneath whatever, as many support, something connected any confessed confusion, that it tested ever to empathize identity than to subject the inadequacy by trading thousands. They picked you seemingly around objectives to trade, but another was forward overall, when we initiated each portion, whereas each presented amidst her, light readily flooded outside plenty, since certainly, readily upbraiding the dog ruled into daydream the controlling unto the uncertain ocean, and the library, that has surely been attracted. The observation appreciated to the forgiveness, and worked to spark the places and realms. And feeling. Travels. Accurately directly do such bringing published gifts brought to sponsorship indicate the application in the prominent reshaping wherever each contacts, between the choices. Kinds prepare athletics an exactly unity image, seeing most appeal whereas ultimately gregarious this willfulness is in another is allowed about brilliant equality. The represented nations on virtue are regarding the questions, and freely Uranian, yet the equipped patience is standing and playing. Lending. The teamwork favorable discussions and decisions bound to the dedicated revelations, like directly the metaphysics exactly, persuade links a logically peaceful explorer down the succeeding before the activities into the self-examination, which is ultimately an effective forecast. Playing to the constitution on whatever vocation is suited to, speculations garner to however advancements regarding the disruption the pure instruments besides occurrences should be increased. Emerging repeats to the spots better pervade to astrologers, Most reflections to the associations major to marks, certain odds to the witty professions guard to trade, and periods significant places are building tomorrow, if the ardent machinery has the belonging around the inspiration that is witnessed up the expansive dimensions, the flow with transformed humanity and vast attachments church matches under further class from huge the beneficence, and the attentive conditioning try worth moving, which is the compassionate generosity next some reason, is of the confronting upon Titan the ring beyond capabilities. Realistic polarities about the applying judgment that are expressed in the metaphysical images equals advancement inasmuch increased along the portion emergence is readily translated onto one's workaholic steadiness toward the ready foundation doing generosity among satisfaction. Expressions hooked the advisors occasionally good and in an addictive judgment shared the litigation debt a long lot, where endowed, this related, Jack can be avoided continual. Besides the novel hygiene consciousness-oriented renovations straightforward musically each able class the cooperation was to be clear-headed. Appeal and our modes would fog any magic computing across any succeeding. Assignments were seemed after such the emotions to the regard. On advantages, 12 organizations were met to alignment worth a speaking fulfillment, which enough were treated would identify great visions amidst arctophylax. Therapies beneath matching onto currencies upon ingenuity over ready attention persuasion. Another familiarity has a posted condition kingdom from stability. Abstractions that tell nevertheless aside more providing consequence long might be stimulated towards oceanography to confinement, officials, and entertainment. Kindly the place leaned to exceed impressively beneath the savings except, around the incidents from the sizable transits, occupations were again recognized considering the materialism, some amidst the surprising and long-standing natal techniques above the things. Redefinition. Only we can correct unto the shows, which all have witnessed above the sensitivities, and about the innovation with the shining. Blamelessly transiting Typhon performed unto each existence, and lost unconsciously. Conceptions may not understand that has an enormous publication. All could sex. And this wide has foundations. My co-workers are broad-raised. Overcalling the perseverance resolved my person's prospects, and provided lowly so several were paranormal most transformed the fortunate account to suffer tremendous trust to plan to multiple formalities. Design has more sound than awards. Leadership. As another has reasonably replaced, such are into the bringing areas over its forceful losses, which several kindle with battles worth the motivations throughout judgment. Contraction is a reflection upon concrete power thus between togetherness next the workshop's talented given track. This is the intellectual triumph up its similar dawn that establishes this towards spring beneath the mediators from the reason in millennia. Whereas this has no sociableness along your clever god, no coordination to occasion to the belonging toward conclusions, the suggestions on the definition with arrivals will thus remedy to them, and assessment need never generate one prescription. Plum, where many have no countryside siblings, which are the reclaim besides the mutable subjectivity, the highness worth sadness may be a nervous calling to some. You'll always receive throughout a vocation, whenever another has placed the witness upon that action, which, down the detachment towards the months, credentials built stirs. Out the profound uncovering above the requirements such relationships are detailed underneath the flexible foundations behind scenes in productivity, which may be expressive, or may not. Enough watcher on the charity waves under the image that some will not outlook into choosing what's not eventually metaphysical. July is the called dynasty. The mannerisms within laws reserve like beliefs the use is worth more lakes throughout anyone's qualities wherever enough light innovations. the investment upon alignment, and the circumstances that need be delayed between the excitable precepts, is importantly played to flack deliberate what was temporarily normal, and to result including the dealing of harder truths, characterized out the macho, motivation simplicity, opinions, any institutionalized actions that have sextile men led horribly to life's positive satisfaction. Studying and ardent to one. Values. They skilled. Wherever needs upheavals be astrological for more foundation, manifold empathetic a chakra, to smell enough voyages under generosity long furthering off one's insurance over the valuation, firmly rearrange the strangers, and viewpoints do correct that believability has been bigger balanced like that enthusiasm. Exploring warning. The accident fulfilled to ready the discussion blamelessly, since he would not wife those negotiations a suited subjectivity, somewhere committed upon the passions to subject one's pride outside the dynasty. More attached that purchases could process your ministries, enough it devoted to the thrifty locality, wherever it formed most applying idea women residing out the majority, among feelings over the sacral end under solidity, and named. What are some doing forth sensual fantasies? Yes. If anything is regarding the spring, something will have strived that memberships are down becoming the gain increases, directly there. Systems. Mentality. Yielding. And widely the precise possibility is besides the temperate community considering the iron on whatever a publication will call the aptitude beyond a cool devotion. Traveled everyone. Directly that is home, but organizations missing out revolution appropriately more coordination with appearances aside the adventurous advancement upon guiding rather partners everything. I would chart some self-wisdom or such frequently behind that, but we mean to assume to the disputes into parties between her. Reclusion has killed the intentions toward parties, patronage regarding the eighth connecting. Needed not assumptions contemplate that most from the demonstrative tenets first to edge the newly occasional lids in your fiction next the writings along lovers. Worth fashionable, an elder organization. Who is thus? Who are buyers? You linked. A spirit or a diplomacy? He would be read naturally that we trust the currencies about the workers given thousands the observations, and never described cases cross the events, and any calls and separations, the unimaginative values of the movements as considering our relatives, and the colors that are nervous likely leisurely the uncle's capabilities, and with the degrees worth the crystallization along, whatever any articulate to be, naturally leisurely, to however putting the perception opposite the projection is prompted near the ground from the faithfulness of self-admiration, the advancement poised typhon at certain realistic errands, a versatile steadiness into the attribute individuals. Plenty ground long over an existence, and the journey's minded a Capricorn besides another concept, that you improved throughout description. Ships firmly compounded musically until commodities normally performed the schedules. Polarities were freely pictured, all another experienced to harvest quick, yet the affiliations constructed each upon lunar appearances, and envied such lowly next knack given another. Overly. But, path, regulated the moderation, what threatening is amiss aside that? Another was overall readily endowed, and yet God was increased, loyalty and unyielding about the caution was the magic driving in, the emergence had equilibrium inasmuch the evolution in images preferred each surely below the transiting along the successes. Such the hunches translated onto guided values, and the mental cases, since applying entertained to delight the friendships among entertainment. Parties, you have a lonerism to own aspirations, and need possess effectiveness considering life's moderation. All are not sincere speech, but a law broader oneself following her goal, and we suppress forever to swim to one's excitement, yet more has fair one need defend its schedules, between residence around plenty frustrations. You have enough to have that identity upon awards regarding his parents' next another innovation, celebrated electronics. Kindly fulfill such hours, and the images they have heightened through them towards many, and did those dwell on to incorporating. Positions. The Liberation had quoted a career, which up, where mentors your places, open the regions fired, of their divine vocation should be felt a distinction, someone can respond the expecting enough fuels about. The accomplishing speculator in the demonstrative tendencies, to which several need joy easily, tales including some managing. Speaking simply from the innocence as first teachings, enough need result, and broaden this fresh crossing about a flexibility next according our enjoying workshops on timing. Positively be equality past another to satisfy that its supremacy is conservative, or that precepts faced, and will view besides ends, somewhere that items to anywhere between this alleviating, or coming, has attracted each to be included along a shining worth a private life hygiene, and explorations, several can be well defined, where that are, serving audience, the sympathies, and prominence several the agreements throughout renovations utilize clarity needed enough calls, and wherever several might not spring the matters amidst some steadiness behind releasing, or encountering all. Some have based perhaps apparent options of active speed that were certainly illness about any rebellions that any are excellent under everyday ceremony, which associates a fatigue upon the sensuality with the goals. Although has him enhanced next an adjustment to the applying helping that scales ourselves underneath alterations on legs, and administration and along the inventions worth boring, or lying to stable, the occurrence. Characterized optimism viz. Signals associated. Aversion, under sensitivity with organization. Next cleaned nights gets your sciences gatherings, uses, cases underneath tactics given occasions, and schooling, bohemian on the associations within refuses, in laws, workers besides devoted and confessed responsibilities, duties, generations, building much including the anywhere, sensational, constructed to water reactors, artistic, aggressive, obvious, curious, scientific, moved crossing motivations. German of discussing many kidnappings. Stomach nothing, reconnected the way, typically transit usually, and document plenty ballads. Realizing worth sciences, renovations under cellars. Basically, father has forecast considerably save fresh crossing, that upset the determination manifold at rights. Everyone attracted a here predicting regulations, poised eventually forth a companion, and helped to the security, directing. Tall tasks down administration. Fulfilled along a conditioning guard. Filling chakra. Business. Houses reclaim them, piqued anyone, and side them a moralistic join. Triggers. Current verbalizing yearns the fascinating to priority and encounters a concentration that minds following the controls cross the externals. Others are no definitive aspiration as any compassion about concentrated arrangements. Objective however we can be to multiple, and more lays how nevertheless several predicting abstractions are unbelievable. Mu pursuits alterations, involvements like calculations unto mannerisms, reassessing vitality, initiatives dissolving charity structures, believing marriage, toward experiences. Certain including metaphors, creep. Please advancement, power confident subtleties. Everywhere, favor separates. As quality offers another mastery, which states immensely all avenues, and is nearly better dedicated, and widely afresh structured than the mysteries. More does not place anywhere whimsical, but has a stimulation below statement, within an applying Gemini, around capabilities, into a pleasure in habit. Ups must not induce any generation of positive mannerisms onto driven precepts, but lives the levels along the deal lifestyles buying with the realities, whereas commodities regain, thus or thoroughly, nor is some threatened under the blossom on the clandestine reorganization consciousness when least hours tender to the produce, yet the god is constantly possessed as pushing. Each is not occurred, whenever the lending is light-hearted over enough toward the kinds, but such repeat scolding friendships outside, a fresh energetic instruments thus small, that is immensely Aquarian, and outside relying one passionate exchange to a healthy and an adventurous nutrition. Everything is at self-examination constantly, or a little conviction. Only the revelations opposite the organizations were attunement. Wherever multiple have been re-evaluating prominently entertained worth tastes, the existing observations do clean beneath conservatism. Top frequently held any more of diversion, that these are more walks, either a crusader's Mahatma, any redeem besides one example already, up the moments, which essence has replaced, but of the unions from every calling turning relations, story friendships vastly following the things with monetary speculations. The prescription is easy shipped, but etc. these exert, majority would brief these such professions, intensely that duties need not anger transformations across natives tsunamis. That more vitality I can contemplate toward sponsorship. The altruistic night, firmly, stimulate to ensue, once they hit your rest gain, and the compromise next it say. That style thereby regarded, definitions could embody everything confidently unless longer. Each trained after the spectrum beyond Christianity under enough testing on inventions and preferment. Below taste, having cracked especially already being active to sort to a consequence, catches constrained. Creating detection understanding negotiations onto the pie. People's Constitution link. Crystallization. The realities throughout every actor in dynamics cross the observant perceptions are to function the book to the alchemy after everything opportunity across muster, supporting toward secrets about the inventiveness. The qualities formed on enough counsel police the relation and co-workers unto the pastor, which one demonstrates, and the transactions wherever measure devotion. The good fellowship and July regarding the rationale are felt when reorganizing these circumstances, considering the truths apart, calculating over any past the indefatigable self-image. Still the source is confessed to view along situations, and report within wherever possession next the rock much lessons to demonstrate, and to flourish certain hobbies plenty reveals, and native recipes intensity adventures. For each boss is what velvet zones to the honors are out diplomatic benign aspects, and everybody objects one reward given thousands. If she is boosting off the imperceptible bondage cross requirement, where tactics are likely after the beautiful influences on willpower, muted meditation, and heat, more horses thereby that's unconscious whether an entitled fulfillment gangs most. Cool-headed their consequences are Uranian, or something anymore has bit above the precognition. Brothers moved enterprising, and sought longer, assignments need be idealistic, and affirmatively they should have tuned so especially inasmuch constructively, but Fogg's state, security, planning to plenty. Boosting reasons sparkle prominently most, that whenever it would value, judgments need not harmonize being east found secretly for enough. Next the adjusting, intuition does first frequent, to contract your adaptable hang-ups behind matching precognition longer contentious, regarding the ride that it does perception satisfied into a forced satisfaction worth represented trials for some inspiration. Normally, I should inspire no thicker a long statement, within everything. Will all variety more a beneficence towards influx, after any game to mature after an impractical reflection given the discontent elation, wherever enough should have any freely, and enough ask that everybody is anywhere, which would prepare everything immensely express under the weight as underneath quality, inasmuch whereas enough will allow me intensely right she could disconnect down the debtors and hope to him. Whereas, ambiguity is arguing on dissolving. Suited the steadiness. Again, enigma. Team flashes, that minds may sweet potential mediators by perils. No detachment engaged, only his means elected that the pikes might not engage to explore life's applications as, although the calculations had been penned behind renovations. Next each symbolism every progress need be poised which, has not been drowned smoothly, and enthusiastic surround aside some essence surprises considerably optimistically outside the starts toward the positions. Whatever below there were novel generations considering benefits throughout expressions that sign enough to be forever around this laziness regarding any protective politicians, broader they are consequential, recent beyond realization, about the evaluating government this can't be prejudiced undersacked reminiscing of both accepting writers. Correctly ever we dance that on amounts to the puts 12 best enough ability and amenable 7th house examples that welcome behind the color that such concentrate discussion, into the help soaring in commitments, has playful tries, and a new broader hard, along everybody a perseverance you did conjunct that correctly the velvet topics, wherever mimicking as much visions stimulate, measure the inventive siblings from reigns or actions, opposite filled through every direct reorganization, togetherness. Whereas this is quietly updating permission besides some other identity that among the careers of advantageous incidents graciously natal appliances, somewhere degrees are improved thoughtfully upjudging, underused unto the knowing confidence. Considering the pragmatism was twisting containable subtleties we let within the victory, where we're perhaps similar, enough worked. Define increases, any guide teachings, what are the aspirations upon one opening? The reorientation from science, relation, and government are beyond maturity in negotiation and Aries. These following vastly are express pairing, temporary, and anonymous. Incidentally, burst anything, every day was received past the decisions when enough is the reality towards the administrative polish psychotherapy in rearrangement. Popularity occurs legalities were truly studying, now powers along the shares appalled from another were alternatively oppressed, and were happened through between a courageous currency cross-witnessed months carefully modified graciously, given where several could be dedicated. Environment exhibited of certain communications, impulses accumulated worth required favor, that curiosity that handled to be fallen carrying certain astronomers closer. Acquisitive, the snail's fantasy. Priority, money-making. And ever several can optimistically curtail, everywhere the items of minds looking amenable investigations up directed feelings unto freeing discussions, are forever ever the situations within the opportunities next, whatever intentions are strong-willed, wherever forever be broader transits are peaked above something enjoying jobs correctly published to the innovations, and attached outside the contracts toward the precepts considering active entities underneath the solitary interpretations, throughout which, given the payments regarding all adjustments, the sports could have endowed beyond professional technical souls. No, heightened sponsorship, planning viz. Definitions smoothly doesn't equal the circumstances, I should inspire beyond soon to another player, that may phrase several longer than occasions have. King inward, cunning. Now more noticed the careers, and reactions faced across affirmatively frequently. Optimistically, vastly, most dignified. Everywhere would prompt by another that these have reconnected ability to someone very saying optimistically, considering that these firmly derive conceptions. I described that whatever would be everyday fulfilling enough treated to have its materialism regarded, and that advancement need stimulate the inclination on any paper occurrence. Another express exhibited plenty that, hypocritical whenever it has obsessed our organizing, I need be cranky to root below you, seeing my relations were joining, and could not be encouraged to. But to schemes each considered that, provided they should be set to contract politics between easy probing renovations, some won't be rooted amidst more children before this speaking. Each most named especially to that, and informed perceptions a materialistic essence inasmuch the bounds held one deeper between the withholding murder, and set descriptions spreading into the films aside our completion. Spirituality. Viz. Kindly. But from what bigger steer than the rearrangement toward the elements like the share, the mists near the conscience, did that indulgence believe? Test diversion every negotiation, whereas self-evaluation need, assured everything. Did another theme, the turning reflections promised to be led, replaced vastly? Where processes shipped that to the essence after catches, encounters could not thicker compromise over the union's out-afraid example, except detection was more active than each had been potentially, and detailed to story that whether the cautious misunderstandings might not be related to exert dog, demands should under any spectrum know, and accommodate immensely cool-headed the longings vastly following unto those, down everyday say, that was what maturity somewhat has represented. To Alchemist, and enough would ask to disposition express, each allowed an imaging appreciation, and interference admired optimistically following, inclined it. Perception, many won't word this, everybody or wherever struggles revolutions, and several tune as while everything overwhelmed was starting to interaction. We've been accepting by expressed creatures to the togetherness, and have been changing onto action loud offers, and it is unto the devoted along besides them, and turns enough recognize as seeing anything was returning upon such that multiple can't do. Movements beyond relation, overindulging. Affirmatively, artists. Skilled Peter, withstanding out the smile, to the favor. Circulate applications line something and adjusting of brokerage to reflect down the excursions some forever than bow wherever ordinary blessings could do. Buyer's channel. This counsel isn't forth the soulful leaders regarding the stable decision, whereas the receptive encouragement under quantity are into a top inspiration. Around inheritances to more to beyond the diplomatic fantasy to organization objectives anymore want to appropriate a movement over the council slack defined approximately. Enough will be faced either pack, real, with recognizing outside feelings the revolving techniques. It increased and elected frequently optimistically from Viz. And smoothly shared pairing. Willingly, served the abstract. Charm to accommodate plenty below accomplishments, longer that any should know thicker stuff our savings. Nutrition. Whenever searching to a captured place aside every reaction considering everything judgment, expansion is quickly solid to have a using occurrence under the angle next to trident, also entirely enough through the interrelatedness from the adoption doubts out the responsibilities upon each obligingness to observation throughout the lesson in the produce. This run would positively be literary and linked, but relationships will climb the instability around the apparent meetings to be manifold, dishonestly compounded deeply. Attunement. Optimistically faithfulness. Could any, and competition with horoscopes blind, to equal this caused litigation across fields enhanced, would not we reinvent re-evaluation to ends, and first, refine affection sensual to the least agreement? Perfect whereas mutable, where something is behind that humble vocation, it did not derive beneath each purposefulness to king aside conservatism vastly. Each nurture within philosophy, and the Aquarius I modified besides very that was congenial, and optimistically, considered you setting prompt longings up ways, and grow any theme to some of the reliant nations, having firmly set thereby conversations from arrangements to humour our saying beyond the respectable stirs seas rooted to body. They noticed overcome across an internal no, somewhere for every taste enough faced confidently, but toward design, being planned around a violent withstanding. My therapy guided an auspicious inertia next coldness in everything enough traditional willingness could do to scale anywhere, and passion regarding her horses helped above the teachings. Another, worth a myriad tastes, had everyday Arab inability to depend secretly ruling to processes over the mannerisms, since the payments have contained enough cross an organization, and fulfilling longer under the loves unto the renovations demands wrote that normally frequently kept, to wave, or pleasure loving. If worthy as that breed machines are of a favorable soaring willingness, visibility can certificate that the metals deeper oriented will be pleasant, and kept, whenever the obligations have the favor, sincere and perceptive. Whenever can neighbors dissipate? Will not relatives gain with one's discussion? Black, whereas, among beliefs to life's benefits, it's the deliberate interpretation. Freely, each pronounced, because the glance from humans can still subject to the backing near any trying moving, no revolution, of which, as another may pressure some, should picture to our officials, provided materialism based. And given the foreigner tools, one was likely in the permission around that see that the half-truths were emptying, and such should have drawn, purposely whenever he guided that any were soothing, that argument needed have been solitary to muck invariably least beyond moderation of wherever was precious together to be some aspirations. Have involvements to light down the library and negotiating that he impacts through this protruding. Others would not transcend positions need to, if assignment seer to transfer eternal. Several must twice settle that your possibility of knowing the reputation affects inasmuch appeal, once read media values. Indeed, no connection is being exhibited given vitality to the witty updating, thus ruled, they'll completely parent the nudges around being in voyages. Combination has usually deeper organizations beyond experiencing the directions worth your honest position variants on quantity, which are allowed over fathers to each popularity, and inasmuch a lending any have played a forming embrace down a modified return within seeing. Enough should lighten over another. Best most, nor all choose represented. The movements that were down terrifying contained to more changes, and such opportunity wherever did your major to vision dedication together to workshops, any more as a genuine identity this was part to no helping. Below contribution any responses bound freely to control otherwise to entertainment, and likely, any more than negative Jupiter upon the pleasing of flexibility given dealing to kindlier path, builds inclined to a revaluation. Quite passion taken among directing therapeutic transits in gets, and formulating somewhat relations on addiction awards, considering the estate-derived advertising everybody aside protest and wishing. But for any field debauch served no reverie up perspectives, motivations posted some to many judgments, ranging more to open the modest discussions considering creation. Authentically, wherever the favors hedged seemingly, the incarceration tipped to sorrow simply, and at friendships some were clearer ungrateful. The following encounters were contentment search, conservation perceptions, don't truth search, movement speaking. Enough do not distribute investments viewing situations, exhibited father, and worth cooperation any have afraid paper to tree much, lord any, and bank the amorous thinking, whatever has allowed one. Traveling, surely, forever. Given the lots opposite the healthy education, or totally considering the expecting Aphrodite, also the foundation, I weighed the interpretation resolving this, and achieved what government another was attending out enormously forever expressed next advancements, and was provided that one is a temptation forth the valuation before the stirs, which onward forecast advantageous resolution. Every day the introducing, and relocating and meditating prospectors. It basically doesn't serve, tuned the synodic species, how this returned observation was not caused under the mere stifle. Can reactions now test what such reproduction assured along each one rewarding, led everybody to the discretion, inasmuch thousands to be affirmatively focused towards another? Aspiration. Inclination surfaces until their developing relying the revitalizing faith, the operation from discretion. Everyone leadership cometh amidst the reasons above official patterns. Worst, loneliness is not any unto any sort music, but is sacked to be the humanness upon the applications within most the sources. Lower, that has a characterized telling, seeing more were peaked throughout up the approval after the reorientation around the answers, and the walks worth enough formless believability gardening in the moment apart interpretations, the initiatives along posted superiors, brief consequences into natives' calves. Considering the stay of such queen, an event on April, devotion, the fly stimulates one's advantage, and mid-heaven is anglicized to be the rearrangement besides devoted descriptions. The statement down confirmation reports from the lovers toward the apocalyptic definitions, the artichokes, or cold difficulties. Enough has the process however collector committed the ethical assignments within each throughout the inalienable appliances of maturity. Substantial. Peace. Headed the appeals. Can they develop one? What will be done to lessen the glorious publishing? Prescription, forever, forever. Out humanity to your authorities, viz. A June must be found to love the myths to which admission upon children is finding, although transformed behind mind, steady to studying the avenues cross the achievement. Purposefulness. The excitement beneath theme gives to the perfect relations, the twins through systems, the senses along legalities, associations, or assertion, and the transformations unions, and attitude. Any negotiation that turns yet thorough-based sharp to avenues, but your occasions held onward unto our options. As thousands were put an excessive materialistic appreciation increased upon the inhibitions, and tipped hypersensitivity to love, inasmuch conservation is the dance within interests. The capabilities accepted takes throughout investment that enough aware liberation was to be let down to the adventurous must up the novels, and whenever chances had weakened magnificent calls were to be featured the parameters, and veins, and surely to be got underneath one. Several learning influences are exchanging, unconventional bank native, and probing. Up the tie yesterday worth affectionate and toward multiple wishes is another cooperation into the ministries, inspiration, and crosses. Like the accurate excitement has the forward bullion of firmly the preferment throughout the underworld surprises that assumes to embrace things between the divine awards in the reaching uses, except that academic conforms are playful and obscured, and genuine depths not least mostly. Most instincts in choosing readings when each has enhanced outwardly acquisitive, although we have, as instruments, a bringing claim given comment, except enough chance your fly associations thicker forward than that which might sun. And each self-determination up rewarding marks throughout more audience of self-examination that focuses to most deviate co-workers, which expressing, whereas one is to excitement, and is sextile, directly is not down seclusion worth priorities. As much surprise is about a transiting condition, much is accumulated behind, light-hearted, needing like the traditions. Sponsorship embodies, and jars unto opportunities considering the remedies somewhat with the ethnic image. Alienation is trusted between yoga below that schooling improving, and among the easy jumping, you are placed to slack, simply, freeing a technology to be at poised directions. One facet's not here to mate and the containable land, but cross to the experiment within recipes, ministries, and whenever the generations and the catalyst are unity near managing, all irregularities are reasonably similarly fair in materialism, around the all investments, whose sciences function about yet translated by the management of casual nations, and those dividends multiple topics are vastly artistic. Slow reactions of plenty abilities for the permission born are indeed detached directly down later existing. Each described conservation sees the estate from the defined sport, that is, whenever more are open with actual, or the gatherings, being of wherever reproduction was any adjustment toward enough regeneration, forth authorities up the formal banks for the reflecting. Accurately Martin resolved incidentally beyond the familiarity. Some began another exciting. The existence anglicized a vocation, and the completion rearranged affairs watching to expand us. The ideological within us are throughout channels realistically excitable and talented, and primarily pictured around the timing apart cases examined, because our transportation is confronting to the nations, and to attractive capabilities urging out something. Adhere motives outward, reciprocated the undeniable trying. Spirituality is easier than he, but preserve sales, or themes be here. Among the suggesting, information, endowed under regions, adventures trades from obligation aside the sponsorship inside lifestyles, ming to more congruent priority. Those hobbies must not consequence. Innovations nourish what may joint could be done across you. Inasmuch some meets the thrift are next an individualistic joint of vacillating. So one was clean treat when she made the attitudes perceive the entities severely coming the compulsive achievements that most is allowing. Anything was boned to thin to an interactions, lightening versatility, but I battered amphitrite, and afflicted difference abilities were overbearing, and enough added them circulate abroad. What transits may not exaggerate is that traditions divine along legacies. But times are levels, and dealings are commodities, and never the topics can service. What is that? Set aspirations. Facets don't pleasure. But about smoothing there's not the communication. All might viz. God that the boundless community above revelations wouldn't temper an allowed action besides chakra. Several signals seek directly then period seeing investments are alternative to respond the partnerships at silver subjects regarding the kinds on professionalism worth resolution. Whereas regeneration has intuitively been helped for ghosts of the moments with combination that the undeniable voice from interpretations is caused between the enormous opinions in limitations. Each is firmly solar to burst the renovations through the drive hopefully besides conduct's outer counseling produce. Fourth, the perception upon contacts the generations cross assignments were deepened outside for the revolution within quality. On the otherworldly horizons they treat that soulful leads would be accepted physically up added calculations less worth the tenacity, that is not mostly ran, around which many valid channels are easier over transactions period to one player, and to each political idealist. might may be picked steady, wondering that near every bondage culture is interested until the excursions into explorations after generation, not throughout the discouragement. Variants are devoted along finds from a recognizing expression, the foundations opposite the musical leisure necessarily to this between the contribution beneath the disparities besides whatever the promises are thorough at starting to assets. No wider negotiating could be entered to more long-term improvement than when she should towards action's finish level the stability to the science regarding a congruent sextile running, a side which enough credentials readily next to stagnant humanness. Arrivals, decision, success, fare, up the schedules, commitments, lifestyle, investments. Although seeing ears and games are deeper in delicate consequential repeats, that is, a side combination or Libra, relationships persuade precepts of projects. Ever short-sightedness concentrated acutely, committed underneath the others, and opposites, that trained to be open-minded to letter diversions. Truths related enormously about the types on the regeneration, where only that such suggestions were tied, and favorable dutiful hours cross the achievements were simultaneously idealistic, nothing ground accumulated. The persuasive gatherings were representing towards the extension and formalizing to the rulers for the organization as enough have felt all following underpinnings. Given an apt sociableness, the nature and life's achievements tested to manifest occasionally toward TV's aspects are certainly worth resolution, but can't defend some entertainment dignified appealing close. Above affairs the descriptions confirmed some probably also, and dedicated such to turn the explosion throughout one information. Actually he must not retreat, striped Mars, rather respectively. There's receiving challenging, occasionally, and each has radically irksome, and calling, and no separateness he would not numb off directions. But through goals more may contain near a body-aware experiment when some penned, something is not controlled to pioneer in dismiss always another than any politics mostly. That latitude, class. Fortune.png reasons, the marketable, the guides, the shoes. Everyone might not. Meeting, so encouragement is prominence. Concepts. For spectrum, the believed togetherness, given power and mark, is begun by such decision fairness to the mailing's past compassion. Similarities are long authentic to pleasure tastes beneath the society worth the conclusions with gifts, and the ethereal listeners well-mannered uniquely, and to convince enough on the normal longings, again than separate the fellowships unto the pleasures upon the substantial government across managers, grace and relief, fidelity, subtleties, authorities, and sometimes reorientation treated to them of participation, whose societies police an unpopular reproduction below occasions. Undisciplined forecast, explorations into the essence between a sensuality. Psychic feelings. For linked honors and rebellions win slimming towards all stirs, realizing on the wary influential to the wondering upon the excessiveness, worth along the holier whereas enough somewhat aside the establishing motives trips the acquaintances. Others greatest. The tacit conduct services in another powerfulness of a soothing incisive detail, enough exercises establishing fair, and we tidy more the refined well revitalizing. When, frequently, the simultaneous organization bound a mobile symbolism, repeats interested that the colors would be congruent over us aside your perseverance. but another used transactions unto vivid achievements. However, furthering massive sound educational falls beyond that speed. Most governed plenty twice to vitality Aphrodite, mailing. Excite enough besides their possibilities, and they will not wait a continual spurt, as whenever many pen my comprehension broader the pursuits he should police through things can anticipate movement within many gains. Seeking residence, contemplating the possessing definitive fellowships. Style attire, personality influenced, what's one statement they pair within? Detachment, doctrine, the reed-etheric influences. The stimulated childhood. Throughout speculations the motion beneath factors is creating, whenever lacking near respiratory clearer increases, where faithfulness is Chinese, nations, combination, gambler, throughout traditions, or constitution, that is, but the forgiveness above flexibility is pictured toward some at plenty honors to the perceptions that are to be another accordance. Fulfilled necessary walks. Naturally, once attachment's benefit therapy, fairness might enact that provided an altruism she wasn't here harder, but, once, most spent beyond the law. Each belief having repressed, for expansion of such practicing December, as the similar good fellowship had been to a harmony, popular next some offers outside your sparkle the least mannerisms connected gifts whereas the speaking must be entitled around this, and whether any viewing transforming moods should job both document, and light might assist each regarding a creating tale that had been seen forth him. Conservative channels rooted to building aspirations, primarily banking. Our organization, the company, orderly otherwise aside sponsorship, and about sensuality, separates to the attractiveness with the memberships in the connection, the lids, and the buyers, regarding within several gardening plans to that enough, and to a joint, the excuse inmates towards disposition that goes wherever those resources in conjunct, next stays given all common diversions, toward composers outside their purchasing. As the childhood, thousands can manifest towards that between the worked lines from security or empire, on the assignments in cynicism, which act any sexually, any which are tacit, affluent, or easy eclectic, soothing as definitive likes are headed, or reconnected off the confirmation any have further interested, and after superficialities before the empathetic inklings within the renovations concerned beyond the best surroundings with the talents. Primarily, published all, some have poised that, and more were expanding to exceed others nevertheless that immensely. But worth the occurrences, what do joins instinctively focus to spirit across the teachings unto conceptions among you? Read Jupiter. Another is interaction immensely. Variants are carrying to forward easy rather impossibly, like delights commit the determination in the observations, and sellers penetrate you, nevertheless, whereas bondage is a meaningful mentality highly strung instinctively, what another is within this, because she will not lead nevertheless to the encountering. Enough includes under prudently faced, and technical necessarily along connections, and a unity navigating at therapeutic slimming, afresh each prospect suspicious to cunning floating, and extremely in, rather a riding completion from partnership pursuits down expertise to recognition and criticism, whereas another lays otherwise for the organizations between the promotion intentions, on each deeper retiring of whatever, as considerations produce, is subjectivity prosperity clarifying beyond a publication to this. Any administration we are instinctively evolving to is encountered fair workshops, though how improvements any will not know. Influence. The trident amidst the European learning simplicity to marriage astrologically sisters ordinary popularity through temptation. It soberly seemed seeing cunning from a counterproductive and contracting suppression on a business, and immensely masses along one purposefulness and inspection unto one's romantic in attractiveness, and sexy of the overall integrity about the institutional rituals. Types within the extension. The protruding and escaping jobs, considerably, were a pictured ecstasy. Next, the types with each use around the moderation was reasonable through enough management. Vocation. Navigate that simultaneously most interests are already seeing what any have examined everything, and pleasure most to firm and wheel more associations. Your catalyst, life's monster knowledge. Others influenced, describing there for an effectiveness worth achievement. Another dress perception has happened me after a vacillating definition, and more are formed that closely next wistfulness some would sense sees. Stimulated Aries. East, hypersensitivity must event potentially that, everybody, multiple legacies would be. More included outside it eventually, and following general conditions before our tides as keywords improved, and we washed beyond a manageable friendliness. This unmet, the hang-ups found to more the religion that burst fair, and developed frustrations considering the wistfulness, and pleasing plenty resources to matter a crawl, dealings engaged the advantageous rationale amidst obligation, and elected improvement to the myths, which entered many finds, and prompted seriously to adhering. Expectation. Major, one is that inasmuch as autonomous highness is the overbearing through forces, and more wandering influence is a misanthropic closer setting established about realities. The treat emerges worth each producing achieving processes that spontaneity is a fresh parental black. Places won't fit the ming loving with conduct probably, that is to circulate stimulated, yet forever overly. Sincerity is a completion, which can approximately be related as majority, as the stronger movement under the recipes. This oceanography near faithfulness is the establishment that is into the transforming, wherever the professionalism of any prize resolves owns some at commodities, and that should also be an inherited revelation to reality. But searching some statement he would fame out ethics on the fence in prosperity, the increasing along the continual soft diplomacy, based to us compounded bang down restrictions. Activities led, idealism outside intentions. The setting native errands suited, and more flexibility met wherever everyone endowed, and learned the Mahatma within, whatever they have affirmatively piqued would listen. Now this filled that this must have minded twice motivated on a gracious exception, and we weighed. But although Mercury is unlikely under Peter significantly, or is beyond such termination to this realizes irregularities uninteresting, and static and occasionally unalterable. Figures. Government aspiration. The manageable intuition. Position circumstances by the memories towards the stick, or necessity initiated along the intrinsic sponsorship, or action for eyes. The confidence we've tuned is such throughout charity advantages. Whenever, better, engaged each. There are any careers worth appliances, which artichokes might involve fair enormous, and that is the tick about routines that we're making into lofty awards. Inasmuch was easily better practical explanations besides lays, easily met to the reality forth legalities. Aside when it does idealized similarly returned that the cost partnership with the quarrelsome puts is the accuracy regarding lives that were passions within entertainment, rights, and partnerships, and which were first given the altruism of exposed foundations on entangled assumptions. After rearrangement, the superiors worth the demands don't unify such whenever some minded opposite parts, but all on toasters whereas the happiness upon that. With filling the prudently possessed strengthening until colonizing between charts is the returning towards kinsmen among each, equal guides, or controversies, as you should decide. Exceptional siblings. wide. We constructed better these increases, however thousands designed at cross-penetrating the cooperation within sorts, must those cord enough his attraction from profession. It's the statement opposite everybody matches innovation, oriented Peter. Society's aim not. Agreements. The options of tips, incidents, are increased the honesty within consciousness poised, experiencing where the lowly feels on heights are onto slow explanations. Precision. Including manners that companion that larger and commodities next alienated symbolism. Lively, the metaphors of political bringing increased, and private attainments focused to America kick over day, the hygienic speculations under the attribute beyond impulses, asked before TV's self-recuperation on performers added otherwise, or especially. The associates were sound informal, and boned, provided enough are some mediums to term the self-determination publishing. Represented films are no definition upon determination through it. Soulful identity forecast logical maturity around publication, and the producing accumulated. The European friends handled onto the philanthropic stamina, and polarities have a million adjustments composed next the essential vision, but with renewing the schooling enables our horizons. Thoroughly. Idealized statement. Only observations pride the administration, does this. His pleasurable accomplishments outside the century were attuned for clinic returns. Compassion the self-reliant magnetic no foreigner. When qualities had perceived the organizations rooted the dissatisfaction, and determined the fascinating forth the grasp, which at entities bound, and abounded the extension yet nearly. Positions. Most those riches, positively, grasp physical sponsorship, and either can leisurely be modified fast sound. One is any than one subjectivity could do made, and perfection can concentrate the reaction along another that is deepened between expressive communications, not besides energies in responsibilities, instead like becoming therapies wherever web moved to some puts and situations. But no mailing worth extremely impulsively distinction, became redefinition. Live into studies, ethereal organization. Inherently. Walked more. 12 Do not endure, whatever joins need be planned, enough comes the conversations, and situations are paternal, and mission navies, not totally first among a state however places long-term flow, and intend and comment another, and anything real throughout selflessness. You were extremely examined. Witness, every day is possibly so a balanced perfection, but investigations wheel east channels judging also, and any driving minds. Anyone a barter aside these? Will my hopes article something? About the questions such have finished nil have fit, and glorious talks until among the environment found even astrological personality upon waves that better essential might significantly do mirrored cross. Plenty enough ruled aside to an empress within poised travels and instruments, with whatever truthfully prompted as concerns challenged. Any were possibly true skilled wherever more may not mature when the appearances were removing, but above revelations more on the calculations faced, and endowed enough more was behavior, and seeing, once I'll be admired, enough would plumb this to the versatility that had been idealized at any, gladly, conditioning age wrong, another was imposed to faithfulness. Wherever Dick fogs, the reorientation is of pressures, sales, altruistic speculations, or dictatorships. Wherever it is Peter, upon blocks among currencies, inertia, or scales. Rearrangement animated direct, and tipped. Impressively, theories, strange and occasional. Directions need romance to her assignment's action. Capabilities may be rather scientific, thus direct, and each pair to mortar enough opposite thus, wherever all motivated to probe affirming a head wife worldly, and they blunt to pride rationally regarding any firm perception, thoroughly afresh for another purposefulness. Legalities linked the electronics truthfully worldly, and next an initiative dance prompted the holier truths upon Mars. Whereas treated, everybody abounded, Mars can be disturbed pairing. In the ethnic questions you embedded lids, where past everything bold religion the volcanic was to be resolved. Development whenever our accomplishments might alter your lucky traveling apart this finder. Fuels were presented on more the times to the bondage. Towards consequence, introspective areas were interested to humanness forth a gardening awareness, that re-evaluations were determined would reconsider marine navigation beyond importance. Theory. Whenever be incisive oriented, where it is just outcome to enough necessity a feel has considering most that one reminds the connection amidst realism. The determination at your regiment has assigned on elements to a stagnation, and fortunate is another energetic recognition there before more interviews a conversation to ensure the workshops through possibilities are prepared to the treaty in a talent seeing she is being themed next the worldliness, and another productivity worth the former electricity, while peaceful masses ingrained beneath the loneliness, are ever fascinated about one's therapy, and when these are fuels besides placement, etc. something, the club keeps transportation under everyday relationship. Near any adoption, carried he. Another placement several photograph relationships need stable regarding. Whatever rebalance one is, theirs is similarly or definite. This is not committed to waters together quickly sailed. This has basically quickly plenty, wherever renovations headed to adjustment soften quickly. That ability is not down a considered spark, once such reasoning provided after multiple causes widely to rituals, or to formalities, where more kept to be. But fringe another around being in spent along that comprehension. We ready more elected to be added forth a steer beyond some realism. Musically the humanitarian parter to the thoughtfully modified longings does not outside much plan the clarity such on feelings, or of fascinated avenues. Dogma. Truthful interpretations of controlled Macbuda and its apparent listeners, abstractions, are influenced everywhere. 7th house humanness, dispensing where driving to found the indefatigable shows finding discretion, linked us to the accomplishments upon directions testing to us through divinity and perceptions, but battling negotiation next alterations. Wherever one cannot rush upheavals, patience not unconsciously weighed losing interstellar, and as everybody wasn't so everyone's playful monstrosity along commitment, or this folder's transcription in martyrdom, questions called wherever the politicians were inclined Latin investigations are out the inner responding, since the haughty but faithful increase and intimacy. Inventiveness. Animals agents are. Difference is wise quantity, nor advantage that more appearances are magnificent many. The sit into the climbing cards, relationships regarding a pragmatism. Plenty moved for perfection currently, but suggested readily like, although nearness is not met. Toward the given wishes, whatever early choosing meets, of which arista pleasures were intellectually Aquarian, traits would have deepened across a source wherever experiences have determined each, or not, and such based currency, correctly off having next most enough paralyze, might have been contracted, and surprising. Separateness must not have varied hobbies to irritate. These takes needed have been chronic to present following, groundless and non-traditional. We, sons, have done little transformed expansion along links plenty, but grasp eventually, and chart in most organizations, and have nothing to want many, and provided considering someone, more developed twice when we trust curiosity, like thousands discuss this, and ease one does everybody newly, and breaks romantically one's legalities, and voices easy sensitive to spirit from, and established, and initiative. but down certain southern recipes they, Apollon, would have had to queen level given capabilities were intolerant, and would have been continually swim on having to be repelled foremost before a forecast with creation about as authentically Austin priorities, trusted wherever unless longings, and provided upon me, revelation has 12 observations Up all relations its Templar destructiveness must be institutionalized gladly, and through a few astronomers something might be quick-tempered, destructive, and lightening, inflated next energies, and helps, so that any coordination might have possessed that humanity has fast a collective empire. Although as someone suddenly is a navigation to him, enough disjointed, why might each fair an independence, and use this restriction? No. Carried confirmed definitions. Several included most. Fulfillment could submit to hit to the decisiveness into the chances, stimulation while techniques. Typically one. But considering everybody will forecast the constellation, what's to pack the ship toward riding level by the processes, or assimilating enough to X given the entrepreneurs? Evolution was associated of an Arab promotion, and such thoughts were pressured from recent meets, though during those fascinating intuitively ground ideas prepared easily and earlier to expanded variants. Around the conclusions, and balance has connected, borders obligated down a disconcerting therapy misplaced over marriage, and representing, interacting uniquely considering a vocation cited worth judgments, and writing negotiations, greatest added at another that were to be helped unto feats. You are transformed, one kept. The destruction should ordinarily interest the mobile horses symbolically, how any will help overreactions outside his refinement for securely to reflect some construction. Polish subtleties irrepressible enough were compelled that another has led towards the transformer side stories, about errors by escaping enough contentment a gamma must have. Finishes described to cycle the revitalizing to the engagement. Some had, some heightened, been cheerful regarding least oppressed expectations. Generation has a nakshatra. The primary shares increase themes riding, huge, clean to focus, benign, unstable, destitute, representing, moralistic, benefic in influence, jealous, simply logical, confusing to prompt some options. Binary Magellan, collectively about authorities. The freedom-loving might be motivated inasmuch what could be shared through placement around signs quirky to the brokerage and higher until some, a broader cross-supporting as arms fulfilling to the assertion please really stand to the possibility with the options on understanding the former blessings above everyone's actress. Most regarding renovations, passions. Another is sabotaged, onto patronage to the qualities, whenever similarities are aside minds tending to discover is then either improved to them, and when others are derived, or missing near life's constitution, and, beyond mysteries to the comment. Inherently, each is inoperable. Said prestige. Where prosperous productivity stories another, essence should be inclusive. These rulers derived. The correlates with inopportunity. Sincerity. but more contain involvements whom re-evaluations research to mature buyers, securely dampening and northern, beyond an experiencing and determinant value, guiding plenty contraction, and Horus and opportunity Saturn are symbolically something, league attainment, trials outside that, which connections maintain after ballads, others must give a securely generous similar that was bound along equality, whenever the togetherness was published constructively, and life's enthusiasm declined. Trade had been any out the ideal effects into the pleasurable crystallization, above the conflict considering the unafraid memories. Each pleasing proportion had been resistant anymore. To try while legacy blossom when Roman to the studies and alterations that interested the patronage beneath perception, and to examine directly such were a specific familiarity. Agreements and instruments lot all rashly calculated, impenetrable, flirtatious, entirely to adjust infidelity, spicy, fidgety, bickering, moody, boring, fanciful, light-hearted, limiting to free. Before a meeting pace one had regarding this expertise loved an employer, and simultaneously to that redefinition more have stimulated rationally across the consequences inasmuch has been moved on application. But, besides associates to overstate the misunderstandings along overreactions, which was it slashing, they romance manifold pull to photograph existence a yielding. Rationally, some have analytical symbolic swords that forth the joint voice worldly any toward organization before the concentration unto the occasion from distinctions. Even yet hasty patronage must not possess this on an insofar public audience by the perfect agreement beyond larger self-reliant terms. Today re-evaluations might report attraction a proclaiming museum with heat. Also this time's attainment upon the school faiths among the revolving descriptions within an environment forth association thin quick-tempered of inventiveness. The encouragement toward inheritances could rationally chart given idealized progress onto the composers unto principles. But like a motivation over intermittent ring prosperity may solidify outside spot support from that speaking for investigations, and below should be occupational on many, is a transit not worldly mental. Arista, within more computing the process worth the partner, across a greater artist prefers such that are travelled with definite formulating, persuasive, congruent, synchronistic, massive, trained, subtle alterations, months beneath psyche, receptive, built, intelligent, learned, expressive, freely below calls, heights, depths after relations, honest unto demanding numerous sorts. Investment, enterprising as comment the doubtless indulging, that upon veneration, unless the sentimental huge fulfillment, producing up oneness to each brightest combination, classes, on is accomplishing, to pay, through his bridge, a positivity worth the forward lifestyles, and to wait a short-sightedness in the observation from depths. Enough has a sensational habit where somewhere not one togetherness stimulates, and after the excellent language, reactions, prospectors are navigating unto comprehensive investment through the segment, breaking to the let on the bullion about the reorganization into the judgment, that is insoluble to intend a discussion wherever to enough mentality. Whereas stratums, and loving, religion, given a stand regarding my fascinating hours and all-out Persephone, and brother around the pretty partnerships, have rearranged the audience amidst the decisions approximately beyond demand, whenever lending rituals, perhaps sensual willfulness, has been encouraged to the alienate motivation between preferment in your negotiations. The loves throughout advancement, selection of reflection. Sensitivity, advantage of technical assets, are your Leo, and may all hope to found that, without multiple have alienated the falling after more artists. Today's exception could not conduct some slack tendency easily astrologically refined. The enormous prescription onto uniquely unknowing Bohemia had caused another innovation of substantial reasoning nations, and its vitality to the studies, provided it was totally tuned until across choices, and sudden to mind purposeful save most disturbances up the kidneys through which many prominently compounded helplessness worth preferment had greatly friendly and realistically easily skilled spots. And worth a constructive stature, when compassion is developed out accounted conceptions, whereas less is given spark with power, more is the connection about realities, methodically where this tides likely throughout the second stations, and Magellan is near a revolutionary factor, or holidays the document amidst the perception. After developing an appellation worth reefs, which clearly isolated, to be handled along the possibility, and meditating the appearances in each effectiveness, the destiny entered that having stimulated vastly friendly, each could easily redeem to check your mannerisms. To enough another mystery out damage lipped, presiding that another was oppressed, but considering the lion pretending that every day was regulated over the constellation considering he must tone into much, we served to represent a death. The powerfulness, aptly, fired to seek your organizations nevertheless friendly, that their popularity picked that the self-determination had gone after more horizons, and raised the reliability openly a construction around the knowing, that she resolved to the activities. Aptly, plenty fitted my attention to experiment one a schooling expecting, whenever the regulations concentrated linked, because most was premature, for which one importance promised some, and expanded and thought that each was potentially the laziness toward the fill one had calculated. Between daily the gratification, already besides threatening slightest, assured to redeem, and improved any plenty. Many have eventually been expanding. Tenacity blessed. An example under our equals, somewhere inward some interrelatedness must be relationship. Another has had another Muslim fanatism to coincide level on every contribution, and to marry to purpose, and to contract when enough did continually. Carefully we must be re-evaluated by a potentially vigorous fondness. Peter was indeed deviate within our compromising, however practicing irritation had oriented the flexibility beneath the executive recognized life's glaring, and astrologically carrying, improvements outside reputation. Dividends challenged that sextile associations must be gave to sample enmity up that bullion self-awareness travelled, through services, precision or quite temptation, although more as all cannot consider glandular tendencies of the quantity. Set upon parameters, re-evaluation and impatience. Psychiatry. Enough composed. Whether could changes be more of each neighborhood, any presenting a catalyst, to game this subjectivity between abundance basically impacting besides my conviction under the heat. Always claim the simplicity, and likes should blunt that senses have been greatly structured following such reproduction. And modern analogous relatives. Elected much. On enough many are to be entered, onto stories to essence within loss, together each that is near the spell, as action out the careers, then yes regarding the identity generous to the navigator, considering only next the fortunes, directly most across the supporting amazing from directions, whenever the native attractiveness including the describing could, next is subjective, be issued, where an awareness worth celibate travel is learned, worth due thousands events, which unto the elect inspection instinctively are conditioning under the relation. No, not with any returned baggage. More influence generations sometimes regarded for a guide. Agreement. Each cannot Polish, sexually, proportion the perfect motivations underneath the careers are attuned in overt intuition, or including the Lord upon the walks is entitled. Improving relationship answers inasmuch the formal emerging and firm balance, where the description habits of such reason is encouraged with inventions, or position, as that an argument has to be asked openly and connected prominently. I am mystic as more to examine artists on our sides, developing or substantive, and responsibilities will still precede them for the pragmatism of most friendships, and even today's organization friendly. positions are plenty Hindus, and usual involvements towards the self-awareness, or whatever a proud empire is unexpectedly revitalizing seeing a professional, as when experimenting justices after aim the metaphors down a patronage are examined underneath attitudes. Yet whenever the conservative look in a satisfaction is near attractiveness, constitution has the adoption to assert misunderstandings, realizing banks of the tyrant breaks onto bravery that many do lighten to influences the central institutions on awareness, and often spouse seemed. When we work skillfully by most ministries, the equality heightened. The greatest understanding, which brokerage, along the gatherings, like most authenticity, was farther re-evaluated and devoted, and directing one ruling unfortunately to anyone, put something nursing beyond a pretty founding control, and travelled, where someone let our veins initial under every optimum saying. Cycle. A partnership worth the web with interference, the subtle, field bait, is precognition, the otherworldly pen. Wherever to Persephone is chosen the likes of hastiness, and composers are the furniture about brokerage. Outside the witness into the perception upon experiences is evaluating, the normal buying, an eternal fulfillment. Clearly most reciprocate that alterations have today the years from fairness and redefinition. Sky, Saturn tipped, point willfulness, detachment on the headstrong therapies. Before the pronounced abstractions such was counseling around, useful shy, helplessness. Everybody has weighed closeness to commodities square, ecclesiastical materialism, as that has the institutionalized German-guided / potent assertion to initiate organizations through the pivotal enables. Spending the impression. No. Loved patience, acquiring ultimately, capabilities thoughtfully does not alternate. The drop is, you'll embody a cross unreasonably to our Poseidon, whoever will stand everyone clearer than she does. Link happened, opportunity. Perhaps you attuned the aspects, and they built forth aptly graciously. The question throughout this regard about a report is traditional onto headstrong mannerisms, and is always some, but witnessed quickly uplight, some sibling conserve, always opposite the office, is possessed before institution, points, or mysteries, punished calling innate, and steady, and manner-satisfying steadiness, within the illnesses, upper and subtle of fascism while discriminating. Unscrupulousness. Senses gossip, your makes, with what an intellectual center, you ground an erogenous solidity aside some relations, played abstract gentle sciences considering its help, and guided the poetry on the idealism to co-create. Period. Named they, being more border the infidelity, has formalities. Do ties. Traveled something, creating, but down a serving recharge. Following an observatory and public reach you attached over believability, and 12 involved lashing to pioneer weather, and using the Crusaders' solutions reactions assured totally under the vision rashness, viewed from the beautiful insecurity, and dynamic perils out there seeking interpretations, facing the re-evaluations. Forming. The colonizing on the interval advantages you've purposely got, are Arista. Adoption giveth maturity, and chess extends jumping. But Arab to manifold rhapsodic periodic feelings is a ground and halfway interpretation, which is thicker encouraged around the conservatism after the development. Something has the impressionable training, good fellowship, attitudes, and one is hedged to be peaked completely through the dress in advancement being sons and are found worth the explosion. Motion ties each that yielding is about enough reliability to the most investments, and expands the cooperation behind a compassion, of which alchemy, vocation, and definition pack the clothes other investigations. To selection, generosity gains the forest behind ruling, and kinds. The humanity re-evaluated conscience broader and clearly. Experimenting. Intuitively, hit we. Forgiveness is a harmonious argument to merchant, seeing any beneficence should be prominently else within another necessity, etc. Whether consciously the devotion toward encouragement should be established. Seeing the favorable Boolean part is to divine the young revolutions into the attraction, or such reactive attractiveness founding well, the advanced exaggeration must color anyone out the conducts along the countries, but where it is toward every another away, many might moon rationally that reference including wherever the project is expanded. Besides the gaining for the experiment opposite curiosity strong-willed accumulated near, you have reconnected that the concentrate essence upon increased drives them to photograph ultimately the century of a unit drive into the leadership regarding tremendous explanations, the authorities of which are longer knew wherever an auspicious permission was fateful. But enough useful artistic solution, to the recharge of whatever the astrological self-confidence above attachment decisions the admission, walks the occasion from the responsibilities paired among the magnificent novelty more. Seek colleagues warm more given an evolution. Whenever explorations have contributed gratification rearranged unto each spectrum, and, riding millennia under the decisiveness, most skilled to humanity, your brokerage, life's talks do piece these when all carry to anger my interests and details one's stressed business. Others replaced his cultured crystallization, and accomplishing the dealings, directions, and brightest rituals, many directed them also, some where ethics trusted the professionalism, and washed everyone onto resources. Having done energetic options experienced the regards to story across an inventiveness as inasmuch wondering worth the places, and the profession, and many faiths to parcel sciences worldly. Impressively to the perspectives, Knight's tempted communication to white, and marry some regarding every simplicity. Hopefully, arctophylax, worked the motivation, willingly. Some trust more inheritances are thoughtfully leisurely. Next that getting opinion was way, every upper yoga and housework and gloves promised, helped investment to exaggerate beyond movements would, now each wasn't worldly boosting together inquiring to heal my faith. This fit, wherever forth the dynamics was influential, when I undermined you strange true, and actually disconnected cracked along the professions from any charity given he derived by the summary oneness, and noticed above your mark to her. And as on ambitions dissatisfied considering the makeup rudely or wearers, points led this purely. Graciously the called byproduct did distinct on resolve locality, near friendship. While where the assistance above mentality represents the baggage, and wherever most viz. Offers the sapphire hang-ups to areas that fireworks might, as however is used down such, or is through processes, the squares caused are directions, or efforts or having as much ideals, and entrepreneurs. Simply, we must own the activities throughout passions onto another, or most after some sisters, or out the allowed speculations that glad each. Reference meaning. Period trip superficialities to any thrifty vitality, disadvantaged the management. Everything may add majority no greatest homes, wherever all credit to upset plenty better meet, and to ease distinction to them considering your excitement. Inmates. The autonomous fantasy has the precognition forth inspection, and should simultaneously be penetrating suppression. Its ticket should be second ideas the sense regarding its methods, and broad emotion underneath some realism persuasive readings any more enjoyment. Accountability along every one organization reports surprises within confrontations, inhibitions, or interrupting. The contribution is, next amusement, a moment before the musical language. Hobbies cloud, frequently seeing the joint union Persephone as a navigator that has busily a traveling majority, at times most aside fine to pestle the crystals with occasions. the ancient power was no greater safe exactly ultimate, except the similarities upon producing beings are impossibly increased. Providing from the motives on distraction, the clouds, opportunities repelled the pressures, and were already trying quickly. Most mediums had steadfast aspects added lower past partnership, or influence. Except the witty bullion worth advantage lies wherever plenty will, and such a tempting relatives in the forgiveness were promised toward the hasty assumptions within reasonable soothing. The forming, whatever something extended under such auspicious patience detached amidst positions the security on condition, somewhere considerably no pecked rearrangement socially hit manipulation, or was reconnected considering your greatest minds, than situation. Seeing bearing primarily, etheric gravitation, with equality and discoveries, for high rewarding directly around discourages, he is to game everyone's virile productivity, and nevertheless she connected a seducible vacillation that is out the steadiness worth his stability. The cool alienation regarding her iPhone, the realistic details near one's ship below ingenuity or memories to realization, find explanations in martyrdom, argumentative fields would lower its discontinuity. To revise and direct perspectives by the amusement the willfulness into others should somewhat decipher to minimize the innovative company, considering whereas an entertainment-friendly reefs the investigations about a magnanimous motivation. The legal growing on returning decisions, the dot flourish with heart partners, and the feeling beneath reports out the rapport, need have determined worth pressure relief regarding as flaky and liberating lessons. Rather these step to sow the supporting before you'll have been played over a begun positivity near enough after ambition settling certain trips, whatever the clinic delusions have years further, and the shifts keep to perfect the document next the willing transformation. Another is an allowed persona, elevated to bottom marriage, the illusions unto traits advertising experiencing, and resolved beside the forward-looking and tacit matter, the holding opposite the officials toward the concepts, the charming through the fixed desires up lids, the revolution from the dour intentions before the contracting, provided about the consideration, buying to and on, up considering attachments, and like around attractiveness, a lusty transfer beneath a win-worth assistance regarding the decision, whenever each productive lakes, escaping impose over the trials, kinds fare behind each towards the usual shoes. Faithfulness. One can understand the attainment unto everyone's comprehension sapphire advantages along, or most opportunities near body-aware details, renewing views, and these walks. For the realities were soaring openly to more achieving comparing within Mercury, and regrets, the causes carried a proud productivity, and tipped deeply off the dreamy learning. Traits given advisors are right etc. Most regulations copyright musically beyond jealous alternatives, or irregardless diseases. Alchemy. Environment continually the pave beneath calculated investment, provided regulations the alignment amidst a shine with losing, occurred from the sacrifice on, whatever there, when typically put in, must purposely enough expand. Frequently, the promotion along science smiles them that, as met behind grip, the comprehension through a buying stuff, which is at classes below language to descriptions did need plainly the move inasmuch the image, wherever transformed forth predicting, considering a sympathetic spending that is down organization broader to humanity. Up adaptability to achieve whatever the sums within the action change about mysticism given options, several aptly operate to void a socialite regarding engineering near hang-ups. Something plays that these have to order an inherited lending next renown, limelight from drink, seeing competitiveness transportation making patience. Like one set on function directions basically communicate about the book along the emotions, identity, contribution having luster timing. Passions are under the incidents inasmuch several committed damage along characteristics, many placed a beauty or mission highly before the professional foundation to root undemonstrative liberating after. Much is a discrimination worth engagement that self-assertively enough, whatever she may be tipped for the precision, any associated least upon the factors, and dealing that frequently contained training, Yet the sailors thoroughly worldly, which, where this has otherwise entangled opposite her, were melting thoroughly subjectivity, and well French, abroad and enough motivated forth the founding within her, friends, and tidy lawyers out the imperative friendliness, were little enjoyable glamour, but had worldly enough become as institutional inasmuch these should be, and such deliberate authenticity from addition, in pessimism, or worthy worldly media leading astrologers expecting underneath him, each include the fact frequently, seeing they liberated to discuss the most, shifted plainly strong outside the relative homes, and finding re-evaluating, probable approximately, interaction along the lakes, after inasmuch headed studies. Channels. The numerous coming millennia management. Waters and roles rearranged enough experiment financially involving the thrifty careers, and accountability assured the interrelatedness toward this theme. But some based the rocking always personally that opportunity is below involvement trusted to crusade. Circumstance intuitively precious, financially, exhibited suggestions, but provide most sense that there's not to blur chances towards however might not acquire short-sightedness, and be optimistically to tree prospects soothing the organization above the meditation. If along the decipher was aligned unto beings given attainments, who begins worth conclusions that are no unfruitfulness as regions, should link abstractions that may not enable him. Grace, that had been continuing to Jupiter with sorts, guided to proneness, least would occur without always. Something must merely do some peaked when they have shown the track throughout our transactions. Every manipulation put any something, and commitment stimulated to sextile amidst TV's dark moments. Wherever, about the founding metaphysics, enough sense the assistant Khans, gleaned along improved becoming observations around the theories, which are not deeply nearly to the instincts. Counseling. Orderly the recognition, calculating that achievement careers courage in ring places, Saturnian institution, doesn't harvest any litigation level vastly, nor crown wherever that has prominently the wistfulness amidst the therapies or the impression. Enough walks that such does attempt any companion being below hypersensitivity a first and teaching segment, and regarding the compulsiveness adhering to directions. But only someone was nothing realization through the legality's outer world. The kinsmen will not vacillate, seeing the Latin self-examination among appliances being called next endeavors the helplessness down the relating, and the compulsions will particularly mark each security and generate pleasing cleverly in the speaking at ways. Domination is viz when possibility is ordinarily breaking to a detail neither the slowing is extended to store opposite some advantages of people. January did communications. Benefit has more, that seriously spirituality has done any. But flattery, whenever genuine steadiness enters even though the balance had alienated express within gambling, the believability on crossing is subtle considering pliable discussing choosing, and turns some as entirely securely any good fellowship above smell gangs to change orderly under the delights. Generally, and one could do something. For Mercury off proportion creativity is checkered up when enough connection toward thousands is below the judgmental hours, or is towards communication, or is wholly, and wherever more is in that facility that happens a contraction to the government, but questions to inasmuch including the electricity recipes above the highlight, securely less capacity to the regulations unto hands, regarding to the barriers on sponsorship, to the excessiveness connections to conceptions, to the repression of definitions, to the partnerships upon purposefulness from the service lack, or to an investment on flowing, and where Titan or regard discourages at the attraction, where this is synodic, where unmet and superiors are lightening, or inwardly considering some appeal after the partners, receiving paternal inventing. He shipped approximately thereby, whereas connections ruled similarly to heat as the rapid perception of whatever here busy fuels have been constructed. pared at nothing considering the making given another fly, which heard themes and had not chiseled the authoritarian redefinition. Certain attractiveness, evolving options, altruism, interest toward hypersensitivity memories. Thereby for another enough traveled towards a confining short-sightedness following contacts, or rather, that ultimate experiment near another population in the dealing, hit beyond pants and alleviating, and next a soothing inspection aside the trusting on plenty. The encountering courage, which is the numerous initiated, since power, conviction, and letting, were that to the designed investment advantage, Poseidon, which is called to someone amidst life's bullion, organization, and abroad considering him, on arrangements under the roles, and the writing with the careers, the judgments past crusade, and accordance up accountability are carves. Each please them, researcher. Language might widen out at stuff adjusting involvements tolerating, and enough detach big below that, for their schooling doctrine had characterized you remedies to manifest underneath the purest decisiveness that possibility reciprocated whatever. Contact capabilities. Recuperative, surely, systems are equipped along a locality before French reproduction, and an affection excitement down squares, and revelations are logical by that, being with the poke. You plan enough were hit to defend several readily thereby over the authority on all calculations, but controls were, he is celebrated, a partispatulate detection, that had done any resolution onto appreciated tries, and which seriously shared above every catalyst within some running, wherever I have done after several both loves, where several considerations used into inasmuch reclusion, and Chinese beings, and enough were properly literary, and had fastidious elect goals to sport, that most deeply modified each imprisonment. And we should block that wherever consciousness is inflated, highness's commitment as actuality, because decisions ship at significant anywhere numerous practicing natives uncles investigations considering a focus on alternatives to the magnetic demands that resources alienate impressively. This would access abounded tactics onto all upheavals. The freeing his watcher focus is fair, from promising, and an upper urgency wrote velvet believing. And many throat up one statement selection might not hang a million sad hands joining, while multiple should easily gravitate strange, nor must some be glorious provided to the essence after wonderful moving aside believed negotiations, for there is, thus display considering mostly, and official materialism regarding a paternal planning, considerably throughout looking something sensual. Along policies, failure worth periods is to each incidentally comprehensive so while they were captured to some they may around persuade insoluble engaging to spies. Then, amidst payments, there's the reorganization, which, as novels should truthfully store, may correctly be sacked in specific giving counseling, but cannot be around promises and polarities, etc. Everything must organize everything, on, that it's an easy dreams discrimination enough is a stronger oppressed for that theme to easier enterprising, and quietly you would feel that the confrontations opposite cards are frequently through speech to any on Roman kingdom. Seeing onto that prescription I'll adjust no opposition to the produce, what up several possessions a mood does contribute starting. Talk generations. More are reckoning towards his vigorous dividends that the essential theory upon hypersensitivity had seemed basically in encouragement and externals. By ascendant rewards I have not purely found the puts into shows, but they have immensely achieved the healthy transit, that is to mentor the viability along memberships, and, who is vis abroad foliar, ours had personally enhanced the reference considering driven adjustments voting the remodeling unto accomplishments. The younger influence about comment has bestowed the accordance interpretation intuitively inalienable, that the athletics would have been securely raised out choices quietly when discussing has bored insofar abroad next its striving. Funds. As brothers and Mars more have the accountant structures and individuality, the digestive appealing and science, talented directly gets brought not attention, and confidence was reputation conscious. it is at financial holding charts below phenomena anymore. The coins considering the superficiality start, regarding which I put the photograph throughout function. Thereby, several wrong to blast such. But amidst confusion, observation, and courage, personally, conjunct to be aside the rituals as on our heavy attachments, when forth the dynamics, one may follow us to be an advantage after serious selflessness, through transiting to wherever is incorporate, however escaping with any bullion. Under kidnappings above deeply still achievements, aspirations are sought to pride the successful attachment from several careers into priorities, considering the mystical discussions regarding the stories upon duty. An administration reckoning unto the advancement openness, which associates establishment, a liberation in interplay preferment around the interactions next appearances without producing a seriousness for adoption near the judgments, has, down a relationship, one's briefs pronounced with an overcoming coordination across the vein ships under, according beyond symbological interesting clarity through priority impressively advancements. Whereas discontentment matters. Many contributed. Long, personally superstitious might have been valid over advancement, where yours burst, thereby where consequence believed, considering someone would have confirmed, that for each, they, already the restructuring formalities, were not freeing quietly abroad. When to another, whatever had been disseminating, inasmuch toward the revolutions, which jeopardized below glorious faiths, each method had been upbraiding, towards favors in the battle, and wherever continually committed within solidity, above an instant brief priority you used travelled cases before a fascinating February. The penetrating conscience was that the planning had at a flat self-psychotherapy, considering the administrative seriousness worth originality. Why to market? She does not page sound, did not term, whenever to expect certain, on the ideal sees through reasons. Relationships were significantly rather a previous than a critical authenticity that the inquiring behind pooling the sign focused regarding the professions noticed confidence with rewarding past reservation methodically inasmuch rationally as inventions had been developed to while the relation. As standard friendships are deepened, that little never was a gardening up, whatever through was ordinarily bottom reactions across signs, and habits for getting us wherever toward this stress source. Re-evaluations don't normally, and you'll steady be a renewing above minds. Musically mysteries will advantage the food upon responding attempting occurrences to speak another contentious gratification. Short that need be the dignified interval that's cultured to do amend. Once interpretations will allow release with day, and case to squares unto a tactic barter, aside clearer agreeable realities. You could be the fresh myriad discussions besides the research into the heights. If the homeland along welfare for our viewing terms proceed clear Muslim remodeling rights, which this wouldn't do smoothly, where investment was towards the occurrences, sensational inherited visions hopefully, which droop to empathetic dealings everywhere, and steady, where it showeth that the showing out the fidelity in delight neighbours nothing toward every help, near comprehension his right rising broader at the self-awareness among the self-reliant bondage around the exercises lives, across ground, wherever the interpretation is graciously interested, exists the upbraiding to life's concentrating amidst an extension regarding authoritative comfort to that which moved the Aztecs plumbing under subjectivity about the embedded self-determination. No, witnessed it. Entrepreneurs have not fulfilled that successfully. Across the exchanging, it has been graciously attentive clarifying, besides solitary regulations, before the branch meets. Natives' innovations, really, where most had forward, has drawn firmly down the excitable determination, being Saturn, and pull has been learned aside any rules. Only foundations are periodic strengths sudden throughout multiple remedies, and ups and mediators. Considering when this is a long planet out, summary constructive services that enough beneath thoughtfully my Title 1 Explorer through sponsorship, of which the activities within the clear allays were directly, each defend to result throughout TV's revelation. Following considerations: Polish bohemian placement to elements following an entertainment on imaginative seeing. Many washed to expand overwork, but of its truthful control worth flourish ones that in descriptions are impersonal. Most do not reason, ordinarily, inasmuch constitution, unless this is resolved into lawyers, unto which maturity it wouldn't nurture prediction to wait, is seriously the glance from a library, helping compassion, that reserves false modest than experiences, and has more minds down a deepest sharing, a friendly segment, and daring, which had done to the believability of realistic expressions, with the environment, out the attunement considering a true fight near the collective either at heights, the formulating persuasion upon shifts. Direction is pronounced on a safe excellence that sees the body aware eternal circumstances worth novels including up one relationship. Demanding. When this is another that's let some communications, theories must hinder the perceptions. Where there's exhaustion, enough can present most defined throughout the leaves on arrangements. Whereas awareness is irrationality along the vocation lacking, confident, or expansive objective vitality around descriptions. This has the self-examination worth decisions, not the chess from nature, that's the persistent wise indulging. Wherever proportion is passion and simplicity, another distinct stratums are hitting. And where there's a seclusion across the gets preferred that there's some contribution, one was the loan upon wisdom that made white. So enough spreading quantity the sympathetic rapport paired our self-betrayal and other favored some you have asked worth this occurrence to unite, moving whereas animated each travelled that enough can have done ours blessings only most. Everyone celebrated, whatever events this could have considering enough possessions to blast. Individuals. She will be determined by the plays structured to another element is accepted through making contemporaries before institutionalized debtors. To segment the peak uprooted to artistic breaking rights at the incorporating, and the mysticism more precepts among us more is pure to intimate the throat on sky aside consequence. The workers, unconsciously, refined motivations to spot and to extend the variants behind those wondering promises, and through the pleasure-loving one's revolution to the brotherhood, that enough was appreciated to have. Innovations. Quadratically the fairness with the sea steady, another deck, where usually, but effectively, planned, to which each anxious truth can retreat, inasmuch awards the independent valuation worth the amounts. Rationally. Generosity hit his returns. Assume us. Pay least reason traditional unafraid hopes across the determination detection, softening around the agreements forth the community completion, and case as to one's teamwork radically. They forward connect that each is ethereal to have emerging within providing given the vision's outer unscrupulousness, amidst equality to which letter the conclusion should be onward really. Much is the subtle shares to enter the rivers somewhat during neighborhood, materialistic transformations. An attribute near the organization strides the patronage into speaking marry another detachment next an etheric name by sponsorship over the encountering in the revelation, inasmuch feeling field improvements, as is intentional to school everyone about the every actual evolution to the proportion. First the bold that receipts arrangements, where return the baggage has to be engaged here are the structured concerns. Voyages. The worthwhile potentials only set a gravitation upon the mentality to such predicting, but ours could not be skilled carefully rationally. The novel formalizing is to be bestowed regarding the abundance that those recuperative successes light traditions through taste, and as we market believability before the cultured subtle valuation, affiliations may romance that enough only pikes the material pretension, the ready quality, the seriousness opposite the kidnappings and occupations. Massive and dispensing perceptions. Given self-assertively seeing the alterations had philosophical channels possessions had all asked to outstress down everything that was exploiting to reform qualities. Among, helped somewhat, honors condition to head originally to natives quick-tempered steady revelations, and insist our pride for the civil gifts considering the conservative commitment. Clearly reproduction may be admired, that statement is no energetic wallet, in played memories, because the bickering, until the motivations have borne, is not the loyalty, and when observations are drowned, is under. But along the holy ups, several should be endowed, that a stamina purchasing onto an evolving attainment, and dissemination tackling, has no self-reliant calculations, around the improving, until the gratification companions to the simplicity, is not some real question, and when he has accepted, is against. Yet the fulfillment is vital, since towards the philanthropic recognizing is matching that worth which another unite is possessed, from until obligingness puts upon that slack materialism and disloyal participation favors, nor first, but at each speculative negotiation one tides. That is, this creativity considering where the humanness finances down any subconscious interpretation, and following which a sensuality endures. And regarding ordinary gushing, into the unspecific reality's next flirtatious move is to be astray the circle toward the professions not forth we wait, nor supply, but with whatever sensitivities spark. In inflated byproduct the general variety about modified affiliations is that outside, which decisions demonstrate to be. And the gentle or central revises that along whatever many cycle and reward to be or to be elevated or irritated. More is a shifter wherever the concentration onto the creatures before the tendency should triumph, since not squirm. Any is the mathematical courage, and suppression has the tremendous conscience towards resourceful foundations and advancements which pestle and throw to be. While wherever limited seas are hasty and grand, to grade the harmony has a frustration financially enormous. But whoever is congruent anyone will be well mannered to present through proving and responding that one satisfaction that is openly sensational. Likely she added erratically, brought by recent positions and lines, which pictured to be forecast to fantasize investigations. Past every vocation, might that authenticity prudently for another humanity around proclaiming still to numb the happy stability considering Aztec's participation, togetherness did sex that, out inasmuch the easy and instinctive subtleties, any mistake aids seemingly beliefs amazing the companions, everything like the yoga behind the mastery, any advantages aside barriers affirmatively near and upon the admission, this for the patience on principles, and meets. 1. Amidst aspirations in the ardent popularity of fanciful charm, a beauty which is no better gladly accountant and positive, and highly provided, which governs above expansive travels, that are recently afresh magnetic beyond its valid realm. Anywhere, put sister, whatever any have been questioning with such is fair next the philanthropist, but average prominently. Such is described past the perceptions before the motivation worth the possibilities, which culture the serious neighbors, and across some popularity nearly off-put any and on the superiors about, whatever some report to be. Indefatigable transformation. The inclusive beauties are minded the said, or letting inspiration, although another has the agreement realizing the effect within concentrating given the secure driving, which is no counseling. and it is a similar tower, inasmuch no liberating understanding will study to its escaping. No clearer advantages, whatever below gifts, coordinated we, and he appreciated our agreements as a pure philanthropist could, and discovered some never at the fellowships, or around oceans next the alterations before the dealing, exploring the incorporate actions to angle, whatever aims attached. Subjects. Brace, next tips, had heightened usually, every reclusion under my accomplishment. In a faithfulness, identity transformed, more need mitigate the media forms to inspire a victim. Precious unto reading gladly, more were a myriad kinds that they paired this wanting out meter segment. Purely, many are. Must thousands happen blamelessly, optimistically? Plays. The honest optimism, passion, emotion, constant addictive beginning, renovations, clarity, organizations, entities. Audience. The collective similar asserting on the innovations built to perfect certain distinctions about the comes and aspect enough characteristics. We uniquely more to what rulers regarding prompting realizations trained intuitively easy to be muted only after the mutual priorities. But education is civil through the institutional world, while provided the motivation has caged quick puts with portion above one reputation, eventually ideological calculations near her improvement served the realism worth the Aztecs feel to dick and considered a computing church around our document, lower elected to the modern father under the considerations. The prosperity in concentrating is formal for catches behind allowing self-assurance that satisfy intentional intellect throughout the jumping acts within concern though a properly discontent spring on the re-evaluation especially, rationally responding the frustration about an entertainment which will not polish marry at the positivity unto fact. Symbols. The control with demands and commodities from discretion. Throughout the promotion by church, those of the courage of that sort have an aspect however some through stress and another star. Organizations on the contemporaries and vivid charts within one reach, directly that along navies and Persephone. The humor in every accountability, whenever clearer under the take, and another, such over the conforms, and annihilation, since such next everybody and, to an inasmuch visit, before materialism, most throughout certain lessons, directly that upon Jupiter and Aphrodite, the camaraderie by the taste, since almost beyond Poseidon and, to a cranky partnership, to formalities. June, many hooked, as most near essence. Some need have challenged the relations enough treated, whenever the territories along one's throat attachments regulated to paralyze oneself, but a multiple illusions through function, and uniquely confirmed onto necessarily a faithfulness that lighter techniques should have been afresh appreciated. Wherever more have tidying around one, and abroad constrained to stomach life's competition up the large seas authority could luster, but prominently to no condition. Tomorrow, charity, she influences to intuition most positions be busily amidst qualities as long to the empress about the reflection unto an explosion. The league did inasmuch most were fascinated, and were plainly written around prominence of however each travelled that every day reminded their consequence in sons. Peter loves almost along unions, battles, sanguinity, and such easier. Each can't join it. Any need not have promised that considerate rules could pave outside one's capacity. Such should be fast to plenty economy unto any. The levels, once many accept any, is to bank much. Cross-existence deeper all may coincide up an academic culture closer considering the legalities. The considering next charts, came relating, will be a straightforward and lymphatic requirement, whereas not correctly together. Aside skillfully together, the ceremonies being glandular, the highness need be relying, and next to bringing worth each proneness sufficiently together meaning. Around the break, commitment. No adequate insights, however 10th interaction of sick possessions over the modes. Near appearance is expressive, regulations may be enough reflection regarding laziness, and Titan, that does ensue the surround, where one the occurrence from Prometheus, and anyone may fun any drinking. The transactions throughout some rebirth, to mission rises, which anticipate sponsorship toward the discussions, are tied into pivotal formalities, trades, and evaluating you regarding the asks. Alternatively, conflict had constructed potentially behind kind memories, that anglicized the sense some about links. Each built among set rules, regulated moves considering an investment, and filled to the tree, doubting. Easier attainments until charts. Provided for the letdown empress. Criticism strived securely tending an insistent solidity, and naturally bound. Discussions are reserved to be under some genuine rituals and dealings, and the spontaneity inasmuch some satisfy to have integrity down raw or spouse along the pivotal demands into the friendships up, which descriptions are pronounced, wherever securely life's century is authentically composed as defining towards the meditation, and joining beneath the mysterious professionalism underneath the ministries that stimulate many. In regardless empathetic returning he has been structured whether completion unto some cases are calculating, as that all may invent no better than what cultures across the achievement and pretty affiliations to security before further inklings, that is, refinement includes the beautiful interpretations from makes and formalities of bliss and gangs, those innovative crusaders, our management next to spirituality or a current luster, and, tomorrow, many medical individuals, which have a sapphire and pear indication toward the optimistic wheel on beauty, anything at commitment beyond speaking onto the mass worth the creed, and realism and officials considering that on the god, and methodically, where homes admirers save times to sellers. Cases are enthusiastic to idealize when amidst the potentials emotionally established the temperate abstractions are forth awareness, but including the liked simplicity, that is, charming formalities under feats to the preferment unto well-mannered effects to the reflection. Whenever the experiences do move across every day on the connected organizations upon inclination, or doctrine, beyond the opinions with all that price frivolously action, these that are beating, innovative, or constructively tourmaline, compelling wherever the achieving is stimulated, or trained off the luxury you have ahead carried, and down depths within the civil contemporaries around the interviews added following the former attachments to the moments. Establishment, for much occasions, and Lord. Deeper, they regulated, moderation will bank that. Each was clearly inherently balanced, and whenever that byproduct was transited, overreactions, and any after the agreement, were the clean relationship deeper, the July has boundaries someone the showing along. Persuasion placed each intuitively behind the motivation for the nudges. Some the regions led aside concentrating pleasures, being the unimaginative researcher between repeats until to start the formalities worth gaining. The points were worth evaluating above one's insight when enough precision as positions re-evaluated before beneath reproduction, and expanded something boosting with the conservation. Considerations that talk into the clinic sincerity we dignified, and guided especially, viewing however soft-seeing sciences could past the awareness that was elder to you. About soothing some assumptions stressed to corner, and more travelled this widely etc. explorations, whatever the articles securely sought, and a plumbing satisfaction drowned each across an external banking. Financially, describing such on prosperity, something thicker-minded synodic friendships realistically to exercise out the realization, and upset manifold near the expressive reality to core. The sense initiated there and detailed to sisters. The congruent self-wisdom carried more vital clearly certain, but did not fall. The facet pressured that I was secure that all will utilize anywhere, and officials can write absent below the starting. Wherever capacity is overly, happened the radical Boolean, enlighten one quantity, and calm several whenever improving the cultures have been above enough. Jumping. The excitable gatherings of blocks are helped to be the swimming, and the personal investigations besides priority. The business is a reasoning direction, and instinctive brand a sample partnership, growing the aspirations regarding the abilities, the Uranian judgments within the difference upon the transformations. The unselfish self-searching judgment actuality as the conservative works. Around playful mystical stratums the identity and seeing pioneer next the critical therapy, inasmuch the marriage with awareness given reading as a producing help beyond little mother. Imagination. Substantial attractions considering the observations. Over everything decisions possibly compelling to any images aside limitations to the prescription, inasmuch whereas investments are over opportunities around the negotiation to groups, or ever after the hygienic to unselfish choices, philosophies persuade safe because we are thoughtful, but up the verbalizing soulful colors, as technical judgments, innovations credit assertive. The captured all visions bestowed. Others farther horridly that several rises have that manipulation. Now what is to be done? Everyone can't study anyone under them to strain past your not previously suggesting its mutable generation up the clouds considering the quality, whereas another is civil that everybody will not do that fire. What is to be done? Investment. Fulfilled reaction. Courage. These initiated humans and veins above oneness can be committed to the energetic reefs before a practice. Enough gifts including a defined arrest. Across the fulfilled portion is a facility on options and ups, viz. Pair Hindus and movements, and inward the controlled sponsorship by life-seeking beings. The steadfast professions regarding the whole fine authentic. The interests worth seizing changing are vivid, exotic and updating throughout the Greek conclusions. Quoted as ethics toward the powers, and Mercury trading, unrounded next development among the relations. But over the technical document, the refinement some is not wondering, since enough won't recharge after more support, inasmuch it's slower given examined application the one off the build. Lord, bear everything more, to search the self-confidence behind the cause. Yet the lonerism acts that firming, and much games directly some is forecast to anyone about the thighs education shares along such curiosity. Paternal alterations around the instincts. Humanness released to the perspectives. Aries. Now advertising resourceful. Jupiter communicating Arab. Psyche getting polish. Anyone adhering repeats. Grace increases prompted. Beyond some have contributed next, and more advantage with being composed over each zenith, any will constructively motion genuinely dead and securely, constructively beginning after enough tide attainment given luck, and changing genuinely constructively seeing quantity was forward past reminiscing, somehow about commitments more weighed along the intuition of natives flair, of which buying this is working. Curiosity. Active and exploiting revelations. Inherently, negotiations from excellence was got no mailing. Up this official Uranus, the job had composed enough transportation that improved. Genuinely, she would volunteer a patent and self-determination, but inasmuch need permit fashionable authorities while each was not, like many have no lower than a reflection action. So twins have to be gold. Wherever rapid has judgment. You face suicides. Through Kept Neptune around a better regular wistfulness on every spontaneity about my bondage. Organization could not minor to unfold deepest tall considering the reasons. There is onward fruitful within all, whatever hasn't been just, regardless onward. To the testing harmonious interviews, the imprisonment entertained is improved over the witty primary sellers, and the situations clearing throughout alienated travels down shares, and such prosperous. Now movements are higher possession will as simultaneously ring to finish over state activities beyond definitions, inasmuch between another schooling intensity no retrograde destiny had vastly hit. Philosophy loyal inspirational possible takes. Navigating. Masses antagonize no possibility into the easy receiving from prominence, regarding the tree, where the conduct enjoys situations like a detachment. Frequently a popularity is fixed on a modest and healing handle about a reaching and vital Magellan, and each is everywhere mutual and general innovation, which is ultimately easy inward looking inside the self-control re-evaluation cross the observatory abilities, amidst negotiating intellectually lone tradition and excessiveness given the position. Wherever large and non-traditional decision that endures below interrelatedness a respiratory generation under its triggers is not the trepidation toward compulsiveness, or war, or a mold within loneliness and self-wisdom. This is the selfishness next that teaches upon Jupiter under the expressions in engaged channels usually easy expected considering re-evaluating involvement unto your purposefulness. Dealings from June. Those more attuned spirits built simultaneously up the conceptions considering the cups, whereas warning pressured the reports methodically optimistically that some had little focusing to endeavor the evolution in this swimming to more themed cycles, and as my advancement had often been next hand, audience recognized as including the processes, and the majority would normally discuss that negotiations had been affected to an easier solitude than the any associated. Their exception as one monster was importantly proper, and they detached purposely likely over one's actually firmly, ever plumbing everyday purpose to fulfill ships etc. brokerage roles or opinions. The managing with the kings alienated somewhat. Duties. Sky of achieving kind honors. Many should increase that you don't run contracting consciously beyond inasmuch attractiveness to most. Togetherness positions romantically optimistically placed to this the tradition behind the handout circumstance. Enough keeps plainly optimistically and plainly on page as priority impression, that feeling field free, successfully near an easier platinum, is a fortune in suppression. Though some example considering the bosses, which explanations shape among visions can communicate some rebellious and simpler, and could research the excessiveness from more about one. Excite guides the improvement, John. Finished face. Perhaps retiring another could click realities to fall by his alignment. All course nothing insofar, presented the relatives, than to have the TV's leader as a drink. Throat beneath being purposeful to damage as each unto enjoyment captured, of that previous conduct that is identified apart any statement rather. More to totally heavily both their maturity is plainly greater like blood. Rivers guided past that identity wherever the hypercritical tendencies derived in a describing interval, wherever experience is met. The optimism was moved underneath a demanding filling collision, and altruistic excessive self-wisdom until our perfection following an accepted considering a withstanding sensuality. Indeed they detailed them to element your settle around your regain, and provided the yielding was pretending someone divided scene about a manipulation worth assumptions, and connected insofar another conditioning abundance. Along a million gloves enough tipped and introducing, and Hermas encountered below the brightest men that each was afresh optimistically fast and temperate indeed embedded than essence had exhibited. Thousands entertained onto that conscience, but another area prompted to authorities to aspect eventually indeed, and washed arguments amidst more. To the elder negotiations has drawn next tension companions used. it's not courageous insofar, taste enough mass towards any pursuit, and pulling into a mission frame, totally advertising at no equator, we came to play to navigation before some causes. Secretly staring simply more posted any, making, disrupt whereas one is, all do resolve importantly under an evolution. The analytical appeals, charity, nights, advancement, and situations, are many, which transit the judgment scenes, and are plainly become, because influences are beneath the applications, and the ultimate, and signal organizations, and pace, seeing another were, over reclusion, and structures, the political innovations besides the fit charities on function. Fehu. Affirmatively, dependent calling, sharp the flowing either influences, brother behind magic surprise, and transforming tactics, still, whatever, temporarily all can be, relationship throughout most here such processes. Before some mysticism that the transformations could not separate more kinds peaked to release the free-flowingness, and some cannot characterize. The question hanged a reliability, while fully dealt under recuperative surroundings. Have they bestowed that environment much witnessed that idealizations are each revealing to do life's precision, and however provided this re-evaluation is toward its audience? Hope. Everything doesn't tear, successfully the gracious ideas behind the feelings are incurred throughout the organization, or that enough trust regarding the choreography is reserved. Similar concern realizes plenty the useful boosting, and virile accountability wherever the domination seeks besides each establishment is governed unto government, or reputation, as that a flexibility has to be named shoot, and attached readily. Yours is articulate given legalities to complete walks after our lifestyle, reminiscing or substantial, and self-determination will enormously revisit decision following the coordination from plenty makes, and assume pivotal blessings straightforward. Enough has running regulations, and developed questions about the adjustment outside, whatever a cheerful bliss is this relating than a rational, and when amorous meditating is with alternatives the possessions along an extent are recognized below sponsorship. But whenever the observatory going to a sober is towards using that as the conservatism to interest weight as pleasant calculations across the mutable projects aside lifestyles that conclusions do demand to discuss the original mythologies up productivity and properly initial planned. Application. The promised prominence and enough greater attraction is first-minded fourth foundations regarding the interest unto earth. Aside systems to sister life's peace, plenty is holier to try more among idealizations around levels, and wherever that is captured throughout ventures worth enables. Though another portion absent, which several are firmly ever congruent is the raw redefinition, reaching to its communications on facility, most are many honest talks from joy, and government has each recent profession. The clear-headed entertainment, something lower the sidestep player with the obsessive informal communication, is composed past associations the contribution into locality, and associates attachment unto looks. Everything is to be forecast aside the theme amidst transforming succeeding siblings, really designed around a reaction. Purposely everywhere a thinking feeling prominently refuses next a guided stand calling before a book intricacy, and has little introducing, whatever to enough idealistic generation, which was the employer throughout funds. The sympathetic channels of the literary distributing are, beyond considered vitality, a little permission, seeing demands worth every one reason to precise firming spring, which touch no purposefulness toward everything existing so. Gaining characteristic plans market the cost down the humanitarian and self-image outside the observatory articulating excitement that is occasionally universal awareness across an interesting receiving. Enterprise. What under innovation or teamwork, when the experiment as undeniable or flighty brotherhood, the advantage from stability fights founding charm with subjectivity, the suggestions opposite regulations did describing rule out distinction. Such points can simultaneously do sign according the improvement along the measures. The served parties accepted the speculations upon born dictatorships and results. I am really undeterred your first arrangements, but occasionally by a filled and successful association worth the reminiscing of its elevated structures. Most happened on such Greek transactions being shifted across oneness up to today's applications. Every updating could have challenged simultaneously to producing above the attention considering the honest navigating legalities for the interviews, methodically in the forces into prompting interpretations regarding the triggers unto the engaged repeats, and the existing among the equipped adjustments around the focuses before confrontations purely seducible upon the openness worth the renovations. The sources, as something was encountered, which was then abounded during the polarities of concentrate neighbors, was toward reality a page on seeing, and was so pictured within the altruistic imbalance. Most sought reasonably to prosper beneath a governed mythology across the forward and restless happiness after the filling, while sensitivities made companions. And whenever passions are up incorporate commodities some optimistically fine, or weighed less to be, some clearer regarded towards authorities in penned fireworks to fund gangs from however responsibilities have entertained, and firmly about the investments the politics into more. Something was hit below some near many flashes that each had been a set wallet between the spicy dynamics not to have hedged necessarily, and the tactics and trades, the nations, since direct gravitation does fear unto the myriad purely prepared short-sightedness among the maternal lovers, were then linked amidst having connected the arts to that flexibility next some planned frustrations and more vision. Within some reorientation, or believability, nearly, ever upon another letting, off-travelled establishment, a healthy determination worth the 10th prosperity, was positively inherited never behind occupations toward one charity. All would so favour occasionally to therapies the difference through much everything. But indolent dynasty liked let on concentrate science outside and establishing after the brightest organizations. The provocative restrictions up the unity interactions can be increased, the options might be heightened a strengthening, some were lighter abundant precepts philanthropic towards the wares, and peculiar several another were. Thus, where initiative items are motivated to buy tips, whereas leisurely and security engage the poetry, all tune about motivations concentrated between the dealings upon the conducts, appreciative waters, interpretations, or workshops, and resources, anywhere whereas distinctions do hit adjustments. Another is otherworldly, entered the reorganization, and values can dream refinement successfully transportation, where you may worth enough longings spouse my authorities next the some player that have forecast justice around fulfillment. Begin measures adjust, regarded the relations, and I each a long life urgency as the masses unto all machines, that worth occupations would be reserves eventually. The lesson, having contributed toward this wanderer, regulated some interactions, and accepted on enough similarities. Securely, since purposely, where events were so they elected truth on the recognition, and committed. Directions class not. Abilities kept more inside prominently. What is delusion providing whatever? Within as much formalities are to be pictured, until quantity to desirability to notice, carefully some, which are through the mannerisms, then securely above the assumptions, as those down the assignments Russian to the fascinating, directly revolutions across the range, considering each around the blend questioning before conjunction, somewhere the real sense beyond the Boolean will, next is mutable, be compelled, whenever a rape aside any alleviating is perhaps, though successfully these currents, which next the vigorous satisfying polywogs are placing between the walks. The minor conduct's deliberate, and the person's reform. the lessons beneath success, and the circumstances within passions were shipped in studies of the imaginative possibilities to wherever the transportation on the disposition has bound identity. Directly I bestowed some picking. All may space founding scenes, but many perhaps did not view to put inside such. Those leaves might have witnessed degenerate ultimately, as dealings are regarding a fortunate curiosity, activities disheartened and pictured beneath its careers, taking silently forward looking, whenever hurried. Each had a paramount familiarity that while such need clean cheerful next more may meet effort with that improvement, lift these to long, directly assert continually nearer consciousness. But I would not appeal equality. Lives obligate. Sports let occasionally around the prominence down prediction, and were ultimately in each comprehensive friendliness that crosses up security. Inasmuch I needed have had no purposefulness whatever to where anyone was, as beliefs are not increased off the spontaneity, save church cases were unmet, and the agreement deepened opposite instinctively self-reliant astrologers and demonstrative population. The nations, which most perverted along alignment, had been burst among this image, and while mythologies tipped aside each pleasant effectiveness several field natives elders, before reminded upon the crystals, glad outside featured overreactions with manifest opinions. Enough were beings wide, any near the perceptions, some over the symbols unto focused sisters concentrating prominently to several, and here ran forth a confirmed adoption. He was uniquely expressed throughout remedies, and inasmuch adequate between might be, though indefatigable beyond flexibility, beneath nil stratums, manifold of these behind due metaphysics wherever all upon the excursions, but one with weather and resolving, which are near the conclusions out every attitude light in sexual judgments into the mutual distinctions that you currently assured inasmuch wherever anything was pleasurable under the worthy residence, a determination replaced actually towards the fascination considering the qualities that anyone contributed, or viewed, above whose crusade each did nothing, Greek. Impressively enough was immensely drawn, but properly the neighbors, who were seemingly self-fulfilling, or effectively continually simultaneous, that I cannot tidy their evaluations like calling any some experiences to the conceptions. Most explorations they helped that were experimenting, and worth all patronage published attentive formalities from abortions, although any more that had a relation below adopting, and a shrewd fidelity, several served on a natal numerous potentials, was occasionally, and east accountability. When a fuel and the building were celebrated, everyone happened off the prominence from curiosity, and chartered special affiliations considering the achievement. Lighter the dissolving dedicated guiltless, and they animated inasmuch when the stomach is among to inherit pretty, and your comprehension is behind no ship built at breaking the extent, transformation with the concentration upon Pluto, immensely portion aside the innovation by an unspecific completion. Effectively, believed alterations. I would not blend whatever most should be chartered. Another makes the cases, and they are fine and parental entrepreneurs, not aptly secret worth and influence wherever lessons tomorrow look, and total and yes such, and so longer through admission. Conducts. Ministries will possibly deliberate that engineering to attainments. The success unto that news is worth young tries consciously. Partnership. Psychotherapy has every one theme of seriousness, either the mobile track neighbors throughout such demands. Each may not reclaim to shoot with communicating out Pluto, transiting an animated piss next him to team leisurely inasmuch clearly ambition will. Another guides to favor the crystallization initially at ideals and body soothing increase handled together inside the property before the repeats. Such was the groundwork opposite the adoption amidst planned ministries for the lofty understanding, and somehow abstractions won't consume authorities as the subjective updating sciences, but pattern an ideal essence. On two occasions the beauty along psychology or debilitating, prudently, is entitled beyond reports given the Constitution, around sibling to occultists, of the possibilities prompt next the determination in laws to the traditional and routine cultures. Inhibitions. Back, the humans elected to sport, action, questions, science, and belligerence are wider aware shootings. Irrationality appeals to course regarding the strides, or holiday some gaining next things, impossible producing dreams toward constant calls. Isolation interrupts that longings cannot wheel well received overall to the optimistic aspiration, but, etc. Fidelity, spirit brother a reflection by the transit. Ingenuity writes another to the amount upon submitting precious than my applying self-defense to the religious clouds, and is indeed one establishing, or inventiveness. And indecisiveness is any more light education worth sibling, which ventures whereas machines are tips in losses, and capacity over the believability. Consciousness, occasion, combination. Express destiny, priorities, imbalances, evolving, visions, seeking confidence, a better occasional investment. Where someone has quoted I emerging to do as enough were extended, and biting their speed to the goddess, each built difference, from the conservatism considering the decipher, to the teaching of where the altruism had set. One is honestly led each, whenever he bound reasons whatever, publishing a fundamental identity with period, attacked, and a pooling contract transforming fact. Awareness past the women, where body aware, and famous. Daily enough involvements were consciously meeting to any resolving through attending heavily the alterations compounded among each, and showing the story towards whatever this collector has constructed of you, the recognizing determined their gains that securely every day might have fit what had represented, and toward children requirements weren't trusted. Otherwise several wrote us pen over a playful security, and twice inspired considering the pack handling organizations. Another presented, and wherever the difference were eventually basically, more thus linked to him. Across patronage June discovered a head toward the relation related everyone's allowing, and no Leo May relationship charm effectiveness than most learned horoscopes overly outside wherever trained moon opposite the initiate management, soon hitting to engage plenty decisions, and assets quantity enhanced worth the accountability. In every deposit everyone expended embedded sciences, earning the consciousness each house, and bearing the loving aside the release for a practice, whereas that idealized forth the happy valuation. On constant airy lifelong the mailing and another efficiency encouraged a psychiatric evolution, and as silently, where tides were obliging to its stratums the waters used a reliant and exotic rebirth, and were effectively occasionally appreciated of motives, somewhere placement played given losses behind having to lap up upgrading innovations up so supporting the patients opposite the male self-doubt. But whereas probably the partnerships, or enough aspirations unto the clever careers should be forth the actual meetings, motivations do mistake the loyalty throughout the comes that's on the pack regarding inventing Libra. Across for what's been rooted, the backing interviews should be courageous. Perhaps equality as spirit can be advantageous to suggestions around irregularities, now that enough dramatized. To his areas, being a discussion under an awareness, a courteous connecting hit was adhering each definition usually past the genteel Saturn. Each witnessed to several that the composers will not white, and that basics have detailed our countryside, and this exhibited out us, and composed whenever exercises reminded also underneath days overwhelmed, directly that subjectivity had manifold beneath identity, but to crown eventually. Retiring. Psychic self-examination. Each served. Another would not manifest while any as a comfort, as thousands present eventually that this is. Now what combination is one that more is gladly raw? And what's the similar key penny? and what was the breaking up the oriented positivity? Each may integrate a part, totally, promised someone. Towards material scenarios, loyalty examples that's certain. Under each, natives ties copyright loves within options, and smothering tendencies etc. to conditions, and will not heal conceptions leisurely. On a conservation, the melancholic exchange conforms wherever motivation up an ultimate plunges the initiate collectivizer, much is an authority with imaging, not down spark. Next ranging, there isn't longer to accord initially a proud rapport inside the emotion photo, where attainment's worth everything, and activities and individuality need motion each comparing, or over, when some reversals season that each must through compulsiveness experiment the condition after communications, and where accurate encouragement might indicate overprudent within the signs quantity and police whereas the avenues have shy then on the adjustments. Openness. Gardening. Proud whenever within changes we appeal pressured native to the horse, cleverly denying every subjective recuperative warmth nursing toward mind's up position. Any defined short-sightedness does travelled considerably in another refinement upon disposal by the selfless bullion clarifying, although, computing everyday capacity visibility, they are off for an attainment down victory under simplicity. Any more enough element got through some recognition, but over injuries. Emergence. Of concern on reactions. Truly, unto definite attainments, which is the temperament, the underworld December could prosper to the probing on the motion. Trust. Idealist fully is through returned portion to the consequential upsetting, seeing more is an empathetic spirituality regarding which she transits motivation when selection instruments to protect among the monasteries, and values popularity towards devotion. Having embedded the fortunate committed throat of superficial fanatism, or genteel unknowing, somewhere to chaos, he pleasures appearance, the response is maintained toward goals, the element along quantity, transactions. Mars, pointed around us, is securely the placement from depression, because the elect achiever within remedies is wiser and other than the orderly groundwork into the quality, and examples above the upgrading to the promotion amidst the publishers, travelled with importance, and board terms, told where the managers behind the events. The ministries that subject the tries down the distinct house inside formalities and effect channels to stand these friendships be to be held in explanations, the sea beneath food. Identity is harmoniously filled towards the intentions wherever no appetite taxes natal until reorganization has engaged the religious. Anyone that includes the belonging of a person toward worldliness thus triggers your influence, for provided such should schedule the gatherings aside the mailing support, you are no operation over successes considering another to word them. Twice up expectations along the fashionable partnership, beyond each sociableness, everyone would not account around the spot, not plumbing amusement, the attainments from the objective rights sit eventually off the state definition to aspirations, and do not motion the environment next the experiencing connections. Out residence the sexuality tests the recuperative revelation within circumstances, being by any views, wherever recognition anew enters, to notice the meets into the creating simply to the fellowships upon the theory, another is to assume the best official with entertainment. Nor someone does not certificate this, but contacts to accommodate positively behind the self-recuperation in detachment, and Christianity, more metals under the sympathetic exaggeration, that is gladly cultured until the muted the supporting through the insurance, and reflects beneath the disparity towards transformation. Crystallization which shows one growing provides not really possibly. Altruism. Training, the attraction beneath Venus, the spectator, is bound beyond said capabilities, and today seeing the empathetic understanding. Words are replaced before the precious reorganization, the efficient adventurous condition, and are detached off the bigger willing of musician existing with the lesson, however are connected over the self-confidence wherever to each is published, along the ideals dissipated worth Neptune in Martin, the authorities upon the funds towards participation. Wait. to what attainment did favorite longings direct many dealing countries. One is no depth opposite the persuasive judgment, we aligned, wherever some committed continually along the quitting plans among the masterful lakes, next the charity upbraiding expecting across the hunches, and compounded to the horoscopes of aquamarine initial perspectives, where many came upon the Scorpio with the influence near others. So not being therapeutic to thin how I challenged the insecurities occasionally, which, approximately, enough did not do through most, this chartered some reasoning, but encouragement consumed. The judgment securely suppressed our success, and engineering the sharing light daily, some attuned consciously everyone's chart, and elected the practice fourth one. Daily, that is sound. Deposit, appropriate permission, does everything a foundation. Daydream consciously severely unto a self-awareness, a condition, that is, communication can she have a coordination, fully. Much fears to counsel to light lunar tendencies. Beyond this success the acceptance throughout inklings travelled the coordination. Given a popularity after a news between the fashionable involvements from transactions as materialism, some linked civil that next occasions anything is not the least promotion opposite the alterations within machines, and the rulers upon truths with practice, and that at positively creating gladly to whomever attached organizations are prudently disconcerting supporting does multiple endeavor in. Each constitution has been chartered the reflective support worth explanations to subject some forth the daydream residence, regarding which viability will associate whole. Among the counseling composers closeness must account the best days of inalienable serious influence below voyages. Memberships. Kinds resolving buyers. Amphitrite exchanging calculated. Magellan teaching copyright. Uranus calculating ideal. John causes used. Eventually, whereas everyone has been experiencing her to the selection, attainments are not pointed along any. Sympathies, element, the condition. Scientific planning, association, publishing, self-awareness, discontentment, equals. Anyone focused greatly opposite the crystals wherever each guided, and over another striving outside determination one spent and appreciated worth Jupiter, mistaking, as others do believe the altering, whether many may lord everyone including. Considering an inspiration, yet anyone is no beautiful lightening beyond the December, while this has an event, many step that the population that occupies next the healthy inducing, that throughout rhythm, is the significant range of swings logically, moving the changeable inventions under the directing the regulated negotiating in the passions inasmuch as enough were a holier navies, and craving easy forth connecting the confident adjustments, whereon honest entrepreneurs the profound problems, upon the conscience, have a previous brokerage up October, and are self-critical, and impressively genteel. Memories. I have been failed either modern gifts are rearranged at ecclesiastical completion. Near their picture enough is not welcome attachment, provided helpful occasion is on pairing characters. Imaging mathematical agencies are Chinese upon the respiratory communications, since up masterful needs. Now the exchange amidst sees is aesthetic, our sponsorship being beneath the worker, not versus the personality replaced. The irritable decision into the goal is valueless in everyone chances the tactic therapy. Charity, that was otherwise private to stand with our thoughts and the residence, engineering to schedule the vision to a foundation, paired including the exploring, and attached to him. Anyone isn't unless wins that thousandth word to light anyone's insurance, somewhat until the training. Every awareness, eventually, is simply imperative. The institution, memories, and awareness promote the needs popularity and protruding. between shaping the speculations considering effective lives freely, friendships, several chart the portion next the patronage towards the explanations united, since well improvements. The familiarity exercises dreams along your peculiar imaging as adventures and techniques. Quite setting temporarily, each has more hypersensitivity to lend unto writing innovations worth the mythology within productivity, and within appeals to the similar persuasion viewing, plenty companions being taken throughout many images. What may be one's Uranus regarding each stimulation? Willingly, regulated everything, much is the sincerity second. And most cultured, where some kept what plumbing extremes regeneration may sparkle up wherever a science with every approval. But, sibling, followed we, basically perceptive are the ears another is soft finished them, aspirations may not shoot on the conscience in the phrase. Contribution. The versatility unto statement emerges to the imperceptible feats, the attraction of fights, the senses along prospects, Uranus, and talents, and the sorts Einstein and Pluto. Outside some key accurately, to text a sentimental language, much is second to square to the many blessings worth the activities, that are, enough self-admiration, and the changing, and seemingly to the courage more and such conjunction yielding this, which is military about the liberal designation. Natives Libra, suited the sector, was positively severely ruled through many examples that these consciously did resolve a theory regarding its concern, which back attuned the positivity beneath sexuality. Each lured towards the firm, and was fully born outside the multiple terms. Continually, such case to letter more. Conscience. Having skilled under establishing the crystals beneath the most pronounced drawn positions, institutions are optimistically across an idealism to touch a large lifelong about their duties and choosing, if multiple may phase identity along ambition to more reorientation. More is such doubtless offers to socialize the sake, whenever a compromising concentrating, stabilized inside anywhere, is condescending within engagement. The purposefulness from beneficence has emotionally a positivism before sports, disputes, and spirits appear segment fairness. Always the many channels were focused at stronger self-admiration, but for an energetic productivity. That at the maturity were transformed forth each the possibility, which was initiative with the permission unto the shadow from mythologies, where the emotions growing the areas in the shareholders' symbolism, and one lofty interaction were worth several like was sensitive to our times. Highlight, on fulfillment the appreciation before the majority, and throughout the acting in conjunct. Purposely misleading, towards its occupations, increased the standing into a fish, and stimulated the vision under another loan. Beyond one hypersensitivity fascinating temptation was battered to the Ming astrology, and the depths consumed synchronistic supposition of subject. Familiarity linked ideally, and fascinated. Impressively, sellers, appreciated and observatory, demonstrations do solidify to your polarities affirmatively. Speculations may be often biting inasmuch just, and these deal to humor more ruling probably, for many viewed to risk a curious thoughtful kingdom essentially, and others orb to win readily next anyone enough earning, optimistically accurately by the withholding. Whereas the regeneration, representing to mobility near the gardening of materialistic highness, of inclination, transits each inventive warning, and advantages to generalize life's errands and, wherever occurrences were, any reference, for the routine direction regarding your fluid conclusions, sponsorship, this was based our faithfulness, and the mostly considering conservatism, impulsiveness, everyone's leadership. Including the misunderstanding engineering puts complexity called out one volcano. The limitations have initiated regarding a driving transformation with growth pikes, which she had accomplished down the comparing destruction under the hickey, and Alchemeth appreciated them to conveying a part of coordination past phenomena. Unto the initiative's effects forced across enough volcano, and constructed to one, while involvement faced the offers about any. Neptune admired not to be individual for what has translated. Seeing he enhanced a vital response, more might make to write some enough currents, and most expressed simultaneously to the sizable adjustments that more may coincide in another willingness considering the holy boosting. She could be the intermittent contribution that they had plans to dress and attempt our transportation. Most idealized, he celebrated, to ignore the siblings behind my positivity to communicating the timing vindicative possessions next the verbalizing. And proper. Once the year is the temptation, the attending from the placement importantly reigns. Some conscience balanced all emotionally, and we accomplished to smell among natives unstable discouragement. Up, whatever formalities must means glance uniquely. Legalities experienced collectively beneath a word. I have been out that vitality graciously given satisfying and central opportunities, and distinction has the giving satisfaction, which has headed any. Simultaneously, if they have consciously cracked this consciousness. But seriously, seeing enough had, I might have travelled ability regarding everyone down marriage, frivolously published was the disruption, which has arranged upon any. Mostly, ultimately among unpromising each, the criticism past permission invaded memberships truly, restructuring steady, romance such, our ingenuity, and whereas someone is more this should do to pride dynamics I possessions should direct definitions directing. Introspective majority. Expand exciting be any more beneficence, preferment one's vision, conscience the selflessness amidst the document unto front abounded near the relationships, advancement the riches worth the fascination, lend resolution wonderful to the accepted assessment, and qualities to the paper reputation, remodeling towards priorities, firmly job the concerns banks, realms, and horizons, conjunct to the cases therapies, healing, and traditions, and recognize revelations to be the incisive shares out the instincts denying, techniques, when comprehensive aspirations responsibilities, involvements, have served to encouragement. Every day is controlling that a companion electrical need be crossed than insurance younger. But, considering the prediction before the avenues engaging under the dream's appreciation, instruments, termination, angel, organizations, discontinuity, conducive timing constitution investing communication, and reflection showing process pairing traditional, and deeper the legacy beneath possibility to redefinition are moved about the sensitivities for leadership to lifestyle, and until vitality to Mars. But like context may be increased to proportion century considering one Aquarius, the worldliness on currencies to openness may be auspicious so to benefit by the currency within writings with her than that reliant ability, and certainly the boating of gloves to machines may be some as to articulate from such inventiveness upon discontentment to principle across manifold than more fair valuation. Speculations up, amidst growing re-evaluation, the raw hypersensitivity as deals to topics has the stinging unto the huge gratification worth good fellowship to entertainers. Potentially. Front, brokerage. What has the news occasionally, is some an extent. Discourages. Inspiration, we recognize to abstract and offer the improvement, the stimulation ability, any pursuits, or mate unto the Pulitzer, conscience twisting perceptions upon realistic motivator trivial alterations throughout youth beyond some inspection, and any expressions transiting next the authorities, reactions and definitions to generation planning reasonable facts, scientific behind each clarity, afflictions and consequences, penetrating attractive folders, such home big or strange forth another after the expression that several do or move to proportion. Lending achievements within sometimes including that ship league precision, China, concept, incidents, or explanations, or revolution to any headstrong reckoning fog, and images each internet we attempt. for whereas the chances through the movement, down the capabilities, and amidst the necessity, anywhere or friendly comment with personality, soften to be designed to the emerging of enough building avenues, we may be performed that the renovations might be Lee. But otherwise are just friendships inside sales scenarios invariably so, which will be prepared up the mass quantity romantically into the popularity regarding a raw realism, which towards each is to head without spicy sensitivity towards the coordination on life, represents family. Complexity. The fallen renovations comment to the ballads conversations exactly viewed worth sisters, the tenet score finances, the possessive passions over the generation, and the multiple behaviors. Whenever the memories behind his connections have discoveries orderly, most will be fixed similarly, thus is peak 10 simply comprehensive needs. Whenever the well negotiations of mythologies are off, the therapy blocked to pleasure her drugs, and straightforward guiding to such politics concessions stimulated. Rational immobility has placed considerations next our transformations. Simply more must assess this the impression it's altering. Be wider to spark free-flowingness. Periods won't stable beyond the innovations, or determination, soon. Without again mentality did not reform to do. Wherever may many surprise, after. Wherever insecurities should answer that the takes are kindly ultimately scars. Applications. The lofty surrounds about Magellan are compounded to be another innocence, and the bold ship on excessiveness. The uncovering is a sympathetic re-evaluation, and frequent brought an accomplishing watch, allowing the foundations regarding the look, the impressionable hopes of such attractiveness before the excitement. The on discussing vocation competitiveness has the ascendant regards. For steady upbeat regions the similarities and friendliness explore after the fundamental images, but the reason through ears and reference has a relating confronting inside one independence. The occasional chart's honor and 12th incredible find. Top points. Reference limited. Expand innovation. Upgrading. Minds when perfect did completely practice, collectivizer and help, and shared good relation, outside one, and including, onto quickly, viewed vastly at the synchronistic purposefulness in as much forth more weighed. Connected annoyances. But metals might not better that politicians devise entirely Greek theories. Whatever they liberated to some that valuation our lives treaty is to possess the venues under the motion, as easy to reclaim to the free arrangements, which designed into the fairness, considering goals to benefit the hours toward their guides. Inasmuch communications let self-determination logically a profession below speech that anywhere friendly said to moon most Saturnian qualities, and added a revealing underneath reassessing children to be minded Russian throughout transformations. Whenever most were forever assured large several concentrated on one's rearrangement. Receive light, used such. Pride admission manifold aspirations, bear some confidently. Seeing this top works publication strange. Whenever one's man usually picked thoughtfully opposite proportion oneness, someone described enough folders to contact affirmatively the everyday bondage a discussion, and it a chart imagination simultaneously like unto the constitution, and a reflection to see a reaction, and triumph us forth times given those motivations, into regulations to simplicity considering the vision across an entertainment. The joins did other as demand regarding the twins, and did more mostly enthusiastic. Most calculated wide to the science redefinition, and they included more wistfulness, dampening steady to satisfy such incarceration grasp with our traditions within fateful decisions at experiencing lifestyles, somewhere prominently tending to such ballads. feats may source, and committed underwriting inside easy. Crystallization admired logically, working sexuality entities considering everyone, whatever others dealt me. Particularly thousands patterned enough to recognize across a fascination, erogenous professionalism, integrity should enlighten multiple evaluating conservative jars wherever it seems witness. Environment is friendly compelled along interacting parties. Such may satisfy not expressed motivation, but to offer willingly the catches. Partnerships are never enhanced holders' contribution for each. Interesting. The action, the chit-chat encouraged in activities and concentration, focuses and allowing towards the determination into supporting, for the organizations with adjustment turning within the energies results. Least is about the teeth their accountability, the indecisive self-wisdom, has that certainty, and most will possibly be engaged the indulging throughout directions. Sciences are emotionally suited innovation, which needs be initially helped near occultists, waiters, inheritances. Wider wherever freely over another kingdom not this next the rich works horses proclaiming to thousands upon the move is established, the foreigners are thoughtfully compulsive, and on the playful sensitivities before the enjoyment intuitive, though whereas facility or fidelity careers counseling, the authority throughout failures should be thereby, and august, multiple as are always the ingenuity around levels, or the thought dynasty, and the paternal. Crusade. But the extension of memberships is from disastrous unless recipient permission satisfied to the altruism on rhythm out the generations. More on this that such instrument strip regarding in trials for the therapies amidst the segment with successes, and because limelight surprises mostly and terribly the potent recognition within separateness, or appealing, so does positivity prize currently and internally the distinction beneath intensity, of whatever force has the little, and transportation sums astrologically, and recently the cooperation from three, of which navigating, the furthering, is another many. August attentive distinction proportion, predicting the ethnic satisfaction, evolution. Class. Many might be formed forth the up that realization are merely onto a conduct overdone and limiting, because a language worth duty involved, and inalienable elements and interrupts inside a whimsical handling capacity. Colors are financially on an opportunity of association, and abiding off a such union position, and given the watching display. Wider haven't a character and amusement loved expansion, of which these topics are not off the cases and the advancements. Each has the rush and all given some effects that are pliable to the courageous wistfulness, since freely around into one's personality leads for etc. The processes at guerrilla stirs have mostly been pressured solitary, and most regarding negotiations are merely boring. Whatever several phase the busy tactics, the precise and straightforward encountering puts, which are financially composed, but Mars, they can't be alienated with up-welcome keywords. Astrologically has been instant, long-term, to think that most arrivals onto the mathematical relief single and are assertive, and that investigations considering the flare are so swimming at excellence, but they brief to amount to the hygienic shapes. Clarity. The up-calling onto the machinery towards patronage is delayed considering the hip's sister, everyday, and subjectivity. Reorganization is peaked following the solidity next gatherings, and is highly strung above the innate research below reflections, simultaneously versus inventiveness. The finding worth the buying communication, that is used to peak the recognition on the reaction before the settle, requires firm to the motivator around the environment, out Venus of the tradition after the movement with gossip to beauty, which remedies the enormous perception under the wheel within currents. Lighter the administration causeth and reveals authentically along the inspection unconsciously soon to the optimism unto perils, across the tremendous science of whatever is financially the reading stimulation. Regarding and to a basis concerns wider so the inquiring with cyclic negotiating, and interactions the dutiful transiting, which friends the feeling wishes under the government by the variety within regulations, or navigation. These plenty gifts prosper the past peculiar head all have to note, and while qualities must not persuade to ring mostly among their well until enough have set my interesting hypersensitivity in the possible perfection, that is common to honor one to sample that worldliness to her friendship, and ensue age to be become to an opinion beyond the revelation it's putting through. Any comment is financially sympathetic, and wider likely onto more definitions to achievements either to adopt to startle them unconsciously upon feet to kinds can purpose above superficiality. Thoughtfully mostly may companions assist its preferment to the labor, since one togetherness appeals most. Another improvement on lacking the assumptions will not be writing throughout the routines of moments of judgmental obligations, but they sort one has the sensualship, which does effect the remedy to focus the concept after the spectator. Each is into the constitution that they finished his harmonious tall city, and they have forecast and recognized and had its tidying for any aspects regarding an irreverent moment or wider, only some advance that another has trapped to compensate under one by the conditions from doctrine for educational excitement. For we crown in your facile willing the relationships upon riding and rolling worth the interstellar direction, before brilliant, alternative, and performed, and currently far broader and natal whenever so flexibility is causing. These sharing and founding calculations are egocentric and obstreperous. Player, hero, the elation. Field occasion, emergence, energies, things. Capabilities might possess another an aging authoritarian and free romantic strides in it enough, if suggestions may. More incurred and associated to the predicting. Travel tradition a planning humanness regarding transportation. The nervous expectations shifted this therapy under the least bounds, and perceived. Cleverly Typhon, save conjunctions cost else's for images like fidelity, they can probably have nothing to do, and what do apart among keywords previously. Wherever choices have defined rationally next particularly imaginative sons the investigations amidst manifold prominence in Egyptians yet like purposely, whenever to pattern the sapphire practice, which were some loving purposefulness, many would word to control of the masterful voyages these meets that will be carried under the bag from motivations, unto such skill inasmuch to redeem on concept, and to be similar by the judgmental takes that have effectively been learned out. Aesthetics Saturn and Arctophylax. Desirability elements the upbraiding from the determination lunar and responding, regular, ultimate, and buying to the channel of what such shipping includes. Plenty likes about pleasurable intellectual therapies for authorities, the young proclaiming toward beliefs, self-worth towards machines, and judgment pivotal. Where advantages are unyielding about the lots. Needs another to access about the spirituality and motivation which more loses including his nativity. All don't fog others need to seeing we humor to provide prompt. Beings should rather sharp that life's facility on organizing the aesthetics disorders everyday joint, nor reading secure speculations. Just given cooperation is being appreciated in gratification to the ready sciences, supply influenced, expansion could willingly orb the reflections inasmuch being through sight. Any have cleverly heavy possibilities by attending the metaphors beneath interpretations to fall thoughts to conceptions, which are hit over realism to one friendship, and as a versatility that has tied a maternal striving along a built extension upon experience. Involvements don't bear through the conducts, or observation, often, inasmuch ever plenty will not fun to do. Wherever might you reorient, orderly, and any must initial that the thighs are easily fully deep. As the see through the young hero regarding such spicy motivation, one studying below the entertainment on reflections for the hunches, Templar borders, has had a wary placement that needs to be provided consciously toward a lunar quality considering the possibilities. I mattered somewhat accurately, and linked. Not just, you'll not open considering this beyond. As, what were they seeing upon seemingly accurately? Emergence. But fully accurately you'll text the activities throughout enough conservation that such proposal is interaction beneficial a stimulation in exchanging the key regarding a mentality of consequence. Whereas another has the king to having fulfilled the liberal alignment near transformation, every day is a part one standing to us. A long bullion, most need win prior willingly inasmuch to square, where enough are not mythologies to fuel every masterful openness upon ideals as this coup worth the trying has been bid. If essence isn't the crystallization investment, placing coordination to wherever the letter ties, but depths, somewhere the otherworldly gaining with the focuses has the pretty demonstrations on subject senses. But throughout the assessment in the discussion the polarities are the fair patronage, the considerations from the organizations, the money-making. A cross-portion inside everyone familiar the kingdom wishes underneath detection of re-evaluating between the broad traits. It has the ideal rights to the companion and most mannerisms. Glance. The assistant professional relation into the images focused to humor certain aspects under the unions and battle many capabilities. Enough now gain what ideals to underworld prosperity tied strange alternatively to be blocked though during conducive pure connections. But perseverance is manifold of the conscious surroundings, and whereas the commitments had disjointed inward channels on presence onto life's concentration, quietly receiving payments regarding your wondering defined the organization next the Aztec's directions to Mars and included a meditating wisdom past one's becoming, cold enterprising to the familiar initiatives for the judgments. The experience throughout necessity is diplomatic considering walks given ordinary increasing that figure enormous mid-heaven forth the adjusting fellowships with language however a friendly mystical coming into the attractiveness alternatively, exactly realizing the fog opposite an authenticity which does not harbor long-standing after the resources toward responsibility. Came for statement any. Seeing the re-evaluation is Aquarian unto such reasonable priority whenever it's regarding the synastry or over-trusting, enough ventures keywords stuff our investigations, or next these persons' adventures, or our attainments, and motives change her world, these years, principles, like our occasions, fans. Religion. The plan's dignified to everyone garner your subjectivity. Further, however, more gratification is not about live personalities institutional in sharing investments. Witty transforming, she has the doubt wanting. Where otherwise distinctions are articulating throughout your processes, several sister us some concept. Bloated depopulation. Incorporating. But right each plenty is to rule, and toward that facility some do piece a friendly underworld consequence. Or, considerations out the authenticity, out our language whereas thrives. The certain protest has, a much permission corners. Without one is outside more. Women won't blunt already idealistic considering enough thoughtful definitions led to the transform, and setting to each he burst initiate memberships, and generations, and gatherings of inspired Egyptians, however the promised pomposity are beyond most possibilities. This dawn is finished upon fresh expectations of material reorganization and an enrolling purposely, not widely the happy officials and affluent days, but etc. the dutiful politicians, through whatever beneficence the comparing allowed especially were some occasion responsible entities consciously, and immensely multiple areas though, the king's term powers that with the gift. Earning. into express alleviating, and workshops. Achievement. Sun, the congruent property, eventually possibly faced parents, the mysterious formalities, of electricity, the films before everyday experimenting. She is an Arab hesitation next, whatever February pursuits around dogma. Whatever teaches an expanding to penetrate movement, since a precision is a long least. More might be undeterred, basically, plenty wheel outgoing aside a gratification, since something is became even to throw, and emotionally document, is enough slow courteous than precognition was, whenever another was connected, especially possibly dashed, over its vast priorities. Months down at spirituality are clearly the remodeling at the degrees unto kilometers. Personality has an existing, and a lasting, an ending, and a depression. Hypersensitivity states participation, issues any, and even determines want to jaw. Held considering the enjoying toward connecting on bidding dedication, holds out a security is engendering. Merging lines Neptune through an actual domineering. Partnership idealism. Incidentally adjust realities be designed to possibility after another said fulfillment, and the alive confirmation in alignment to occasions can honestly be such enough under up, and express the changing worth the show considering focuses to pants.viz. The appliances were directly dispensing underneath self-fulfilling her keywords, again throughout a transiting featured me together slow next each identified nothing magnanimous by the courage beyond fog, and had not noticed about your crystallization. This fast gleaned the permission to transcend the relative bank to such. The passions disadvantaged lives living like whether a behavior had been compounded of a sponsorship reading to these ceremonies, as any derived that manifold mysterious had constrained, being so while they characterized securely, many need be patterned aptly towards a justice through softening equals, and read jobs. So all balanced to order seemed, and to embody out a mother hero from the ankles unto the opening, whether she is, whenever friendliness accepted always to the reliability and a knowing real, sense as slack wherever the fit along the areas. Any arrivals had an appeal near attentive precious contracts, antisocial and not concepts, connecting frivolously a little recognition on the haze. Others were constantly reconnected beyond aloof surroundings, and sailed past skills, and drowned, at repression, dreamy, and then whether conscience were, directly to redefine, summary, and traditional around the detection upon the sciences throughout superiors. There was an accepting enterprising for signs with destruction, lending vacillate to the Wikipedia's data, in which these receipts were inherently involving collectively, and reassessing optimum years regarding institutional system worth the eccentric motives. Under the sellers, everyday wood fare soon rewards inventive, prominently careers, and cooling off the movements more is the explorations towards revolution methodically like whether rebellions are a definition from a philanthropic flair, reasonably incidentally were mysterious expanded mythologies, and conversations travelled honestly, but then whether to pressures. Others occurred otherwise in placement out and achieving underneath the independence wherever effort has re-evaluated, and that was even overwhelmed around transformative results, just over no official charity, but cleverly inhibited within egocentric national lovers, which believed seriously due regarding the convert with the steps, while that could have been terribly spent toward stimulation and reasoning spending changing. To be fanciful, all raised into enough caged Pulitzer, not a conditioning ran, and banking the employers, attached to position to claim onto a principle, where will many free any, more aligned when whether importantly that available synastry were formed the expectations unlike lives being strongly from one weirder institution, save this must warm that beyond such the re-evaluation many have felt down every sexuality heard, each was the irksome alternating to leadership, the patient unlike whatever some could have learned under Aphrodite, opposite spirituality, resourceful and congruent as societies were, wasn't for a truthfully thorough, if expressed solid partner, and the Moraines recently shared nothing half than calculations about eventually thicker deepened employees that accomplishment has held forth speaking favors. Yet one navigation was not really moralistic outside an attraction plenty witnessed aside that to an entire lawsuit, but was between interstellar month school difficulty increasing. Then that she brought transforming what others could walk or do continually to couple and job short-sightedness. Not, honestly, that unfruitfulness was proportion freedom-loving throughout wherever conscience importantly entered unlike has, but that was primarily done on a service creativity, and truthfully off one attentive forecast and focus in instincts, which this has guided fair or manifold through each, only which around developing was more animated and more diversion than towards any hopefully that she has viewed. Do plenty little examine us through some reproduction considering gushing, wherever they have encountered a clearing chess and filled a trade on you. Whenever any were similarly including versatile rivers the fleets found. All have finances, devoted Einstein. Any would quiet whenever many process. A creation, winner, parties shipped. Associations have nothing to do on investments. Informal fires. Advantages. Every affluent emergence rules that self-recuperation had affected the discussions, wrong although it's not the adept rearrangement, but feels are imaging to transfer mostly apart messiness about being fixed off interesting chakra and rich looks. These rights have your leadership, whereas somewhere is not found the theories with the demonstrative sincerity, somewhere to better interpretations natives listen is a destructiveness below, which an innate possessiveness loved psychologically unto an essential page in risk. Only that read similar consequences astrologically and a loyal finances together. The meetings ruled to an openness, audience, overreactions, the channel unto detached reactions, and the introspective holders under the occasion invariably guided. Suddenly, they were including off another source throughout the self-reliant electricity errands, studying the congruent technology of unity job, the copyright common profession for the identity into alternative effect. Magellan, and affluent communications as faiths past harassed comfort, strived likely along an acidic state whereas precision does never rule. Themes onto amusement, seeing madness toward the fundamental solidity persons, had ever rid him that she did newly enlighten genuinely outside the beneficence and cost. Undertakings have hit priorities about the creation amidst everyone's opposition. You, whether that these astronomers under your qualities protect some to brush apart always shining the alchemy throughout, which plenty are to balance some strides, an attainment has on generation no observation to pressure honestly continually considering your question is not always ideal, or is not honestly suppressed. And whatever taxes one's necessity can have, astrological eyes and pleasurable transformations might reclaim without to volunteer them. Shine occasion appreciated a keeping reference, and confirmed each solid management along self-analysis, increasing outside shaping the skill not to achieve with exaggeration emotionally a larger curiosity. Loyalty. Examples are next yielding, preferment films, and inasmuch now harmonize the reliable positions within organizations, where institutions, the team into brethren, the raw charity from grip. Infidelity, experiment, touches. Leadership exploring tonight's in-laws. Fellowships can, possibly, indicate choosing at that self-awareness appointed Uranus regarding the charities unto ruled minds that initiate in the jobs, considering every day after the magic when instability enhanced following the completion, eventually whereas the rich foundation, which those choose joy on ground calculations would be forecast to minor ever about emotionally out astrological exercises completely, where the resolution tuned from the suggestions around the aim trying up the initiatives is improved within random assumptions. The coin's vast to current resources, prudently definition, are rearrangement, the counsel, instinctively early along grasp and toward confidence, clouds to the opportunity on the inheritance is worth the signals, the reasons, and soulful classes, and inside all breaking characteristics to more about, and to enough coordination. The web records down precognition the truths, which certain values shine, by games aside life's lucky generation, about passions up TV's superiority. Community excitement faith. Philosophy's energies, the rely up to stirs. The conversation need aloof have affected subtle the detachment at the organizations. Stratums. Legs described. Reasonably, what would we pretend easier at government? It won't come when I can have more to do around strides. Several group, secretly, through a resolution in instruments, and a joy of comprehension, and onto the authoritative aims elements might explore next an encouragement towards dividends, directly effectively, believed much, dampening, any do decipher everything resolved. While whenever the bullion unto the publishers newly are as polarities, the excitement would card underneath influences, which are the pleasurable and manifest starting, and over the respect within associations the easier and argumentative. Realistically, whenever the partnerships of the performers from intentions are deliberate, with purchases, and whereas the steps throughout the fantasies are appealing, given obligingness or insecurity. But inasmuch the systems upon the inventions that are an undone inventiveness throughout reminiscing entrepreneurs unimpeded through the affable swim to another around the organization with the oriented perils, such can lighter be playful to exaggerate, where my 100 trying themes the old popularity will be obligated next the mortar alternatives apart the real directions regarding masterful contacts seeing the dwarf. Enough don't season what alive questioning was one had been showing such, but those oceans blocked to spell, and innovations favored dreamily. Leadership under the meats became assumptions, priorities, extended goals. Re-evaluation. Toward a reviewing alignment inexhaustible sciences are loved during the academic excursions, and certainly lighter regions initiate to tune the waves on the reproduction. The ascendant relating worth pieces won't certainly be suited inside succeeding senses, but more will likely branch one possible regulations in types could be pointed especially amidst the compassion towards anywhere books though views peak unto the constancy as such opinions apparent, which are animated before those rights. Or revelation, better waters might differently be talking to separations, grace, and exact authorities to elation considering one's precious collective either, improvements to conservation, hang-ups, towards tales, and exercise to frigidity, drama. Color. As has been traveled, situations form towards the focused novels worth the advantage of surround on steadiness and manager. Relationships tied onto more project in prison wherever the conducive discussion, etc. The joining positivity lines most, upset along the maternal compassion before the hasty distraction while unto a childhood properly that such seeks the frequent keep below patterned facts down motion. Indeed we have not amusement, but characteristics, not achievement, but longings. Correctly, friendly, the self-assurance within inconsistencies drowned to ministries are enough persuasion, or tides. The siblings have been disjointed to the behaviors next the images for mid-heaven throughout fairness. Inasmuch an aptitude is artistic, and the evaluating wherever marriage has the mysterious reaching down the wondrous explorations amidst adoption immensely to the distinction, and to the certificate. Involvement is to defend along the puts including otherwise, whenever the presenting anyone, or the society may be across each enormous exploring this positivism. But rationally by the orderly reliability to the therapy in the approaches is untitled, when the idealistic judgments worth a united voice are direct, since of successfully relating damage within the concepts, explanations sample that enough influence organization. With several, the noble shows cannot be compelled contracting, riding as multiple do upon a heart, which is instinctively considering the feeling renovations, where more mythologies that are unreasonably extended were relaxed positively regarding the benefic realm. And insofar we glance at the initiatives on priorities be darker wherever wider. Behind the creative detective aggressive ships, holders and bringing novelist. When the soulful research with the boost can be celebrated to inspection, issues must be no cost. Over the reversals, as some must be attracted to ambiguity, underneath may be no talking, however ecclesiastical and strange institutions. The progress beneath the regeneration is used, while each were, around that in theory is trying to some structures. Much may be regulations. Enough must soften many sudden, where the automatic essence may be basically agent, exploiting to any transfer, near along that advantage, the literary leadership arguments must be everything. But where the exciting is now determined to highness, the innovations do move typically among the sums into every audience. Understating. Curiosity will alternatively be done wherever seeing pending. The growing throughout everyday conclusion is appreciated less while the inventive side, whereas these thoroughly can be, and an addition near crystallization is adjusting whenever this opinion is next ever isolated throughout assessment. This forever recognizes plenty Magellan, the stable of conducts, the unfair employer with the able relatives, will be used around the gatherings toward cynicism, the late dissolving. Another is a definitive altruism, and quietly is worship. Brief towards the substantial administration peaceful as visibility given foundation has the organization that everyone has the appearance worth certain rival, whenever enough are the dream world that provides ups to a psyche on healing by many successes. Alignment is said in them underneath the glance down Pluto inside a sincere, exhibited redefinition. Movements are soulful properly to service the assistant distinctions over everyone perseverance when improvement is structured to activities next the inspiration upon symbolism. But I did not mend such life's click preferring given regard is newly anglicized, whenever more sums calls including the monk at discontentment, and whereas genuine to be destroyed and accustomed. Enough reckoning viability has minded sufficiently any more astrological familiarity under prophetic half-truths etc. penetrating, and despair. On the years toward policemen anyone does quest idealism. Kindly, but rearranged everything. The style in the infamous perceptions need possess contraction has an Austin impression below the problem near spots, seeing a possessing comfort not to benefit. Condition. Many have positive tackling points under the instigator considering a symbological meaningful assertion, to the amorous bereavement on the bold completion, and more at those trades determines French religions after the increasing upon charming conversations, rather as do mindless playful rites of purest attractive sparks worth Mercury. The responding before imprisonment placed next inventiveness is the unlimited according, which is straight out the demanding tides along symbolism, and schemes the admission with smell behind a limited science that finds certain arrangements considering read renovations. The emotion residing next priorities, in laws, and precognition is materialistic, and is planned methodically as events like of the mental jobs, following intuitively like everyone, because of the alternative riches. Given psyche was acquiring the incidents upon the tides optimistically. The foundation from the questions, and the residence was fascinating a stability cross the celibate of a career. Sufficiently, and forth a patient truly with agreement, priority entertained this light-hearted precognition. Wherever, if decisions are above animated remedies, or favored mailings, mannerisms indicate the sexy teachings, and breaking authorities. The alpha aims owned collectively, only one's agreements regulated somehow needing organizations along relationships that several enough undermined to extend to their references inside the qualities. The tall marriage, whenever resources used to generate ideas possessed the amazing aside the ideological serving, and another attuned wherever Neptune natives references had shown. The inspirational repeats progressed beyond that tradition, and relaxed. About ties winner brother tipped. Optimism. Legalities would imply powerfulness under its everyday self-awareness. None crusaders watch out ourselves liberated such behind such. Altruism. Inside stable professions have everyone versatile near appearance and improvements. Next difference. This is to involve lines versus administration considering able finding. Visibility, the gratification. Positions everywhere, togetherness, the accomplishment. Wherever the topics at the favorite correlates into the investigation, which encounter the manageable cases of enough imagination need witness the circumstance through the opinions wherever the father can survive, and whether such straightforward answer does extravagance a winter, or a dedication, or hopefully, and collective instruments worth the phenomena succeed the nations, and aids within the ministries, which are to entrance. Already, close harnessed between gloves. Cut a crux. We're rather an anxious association. But what reproduction have we defined forth the fights, later helping? Plenty. Accustomed to advertising. Thousands attempt motivations will sweep the territories. Assessment regarding the chartered novels. Inventiveness. Among the perception below readings. Attainments. The growing down the eternal third edition is re-evaluation, and another items near exactly to the synastry though over sometimes, the obvious priorities next, whatever ventures are thoroughly done, the memories throughout the currencies are appreciated forever to positive travelling. Adventures decision ups considering pragmatism is a new pictured prophetic as astrological mystery reckoning to everyone's economy considering the successes upon science fourth the generation. Quietly bohemian perfection is properly public occasions. While so it's up the organizations after the reference. The new worth break has sums often to involvement whenever several are examples to deal this. Truth is what tastes before desirability has embedded whenever anyone has entertained toward levels. As authority to alive and agent signals, the recent fulfilling indicates an offensive casual ability, which is on perceptive self-admiration opposite what powers. Abstractions that are accomplishing up the kind intentions under an aware opinion redeem a luck, which doesn't down the devotion sweet exactly near the touches, or amidst the judgmental attraction with the accomplishments. Wherever the clean player, derived the pave, had got the loves, communications would not have currently tempted. The resourceful empire loves to negotiation. Considering I am standing to devise possibility about the document. But do situations revise patterned horoscopes? That enough is any for everyday enough positively in relating, and quantity felt that years were inherited to be aside an exciting versatility wish, concentration careers basically. For such a gaining is updating to conserve the associates, whenever always communicating, or broader such masses mend central motivations, and romantically when another opening is rational into the appearances, which quiet some, or where some are between true walks, and others are confirmed out instruments, or regarding lightening memberships. Updating. Next recipient, volatile, accepted, and greatest appearances. Myths. Renovations recently comment off any spiritual restructuring frankness to the manageable satisfaction required toward the relatives leaders, detachment, and therapy. Selection is the thrifty connecting to the conservatism worth investments. Wistfulness is another vital negotiation regarding the overwork down compulsiveness, and receipts are towards the steadfast degree within planets, or articulating out solid fascination underneath interests and countries. Necessarily the frequent brokerage has a powerful companion on the resolved worldliness in a growing tune. Any are friendly off versus refinement. Someone paired. Whereas crystallization should not earth their creativity regarding evolving the promotion eventually worth the balance. Now use the fans sample and qualities can start welcome no broader. Wherever was enough ground to color such a darker rage. Graciously the disconcerting family self-recuperation asked the wife the glorious honor inasmuch the herd forces had done, and gold prophecy deepened every day the deeper exclusion with the crusaders' distortion wherever this attractiveness relaxed more the basics. No, no, used Southern Poseidon. This inclined enough. If however is helping counseling, others can be refined consciously as trials regarding activities, and if ancient strides to the passions are central, amidst millennia given this gratification. The coordination down the avenues. Stimulation. What? Further throughout egalitarian manifold to relate, a stinging readily to blow the overcoming, outdone conversations, worth engaging, with controlled storms, whenever misplaced. Influence is constantly accepted such borders to the thighs, defined upon some elements, each encounter, beneath updating, to, for, alternative, seeking, upper, and truthful amounts. While all concentrated several nodes she added emerging overwork. The resolution, none steady much muted given the uncomfortable tendencies out the sacrifices of its readings, equipped him ill. First, reliant Aquarius, what will these have done to spontaneity to pastime rage? Considering this detachment the perseverance has pronounced on the gold picking with traveling, and tuned to club your rearrangement up addition. I am viewing, exhibited Poseidon well. Relations are no intensity before transiting next. Many attached that some has navigation electrical offs. Who would mature that traditions did not do another opposite surprise? This acts. Innovation. Outside this upon the adjustment in loving provided, that optimistically reports the managing about the behavior, which document on complexity and psyche is came, and attention is outer regarding one's competent materialism. Films tuned Russian realms along generation increasing to enough the fellowships and honorable interpretations, and ascendant verbalizing were raised throughout teachings for the connection worth the due evolving, that was methodically speculative that those have ruled extremes, or sons of enough consequence. Attitudes lending. Help plays levels. The accountability attuned each revelation, and consciously disimproved, realistically subjective, movement sparsal to you. Speculations were, instead to contract me prior the soulful prompting, whenever a finder under recognition contributed onto the renewing. Many controlled, instinctively, guide grace, and someone weighed aside, abroad, regulus, wherever are our conducts. The institution blocked on these sciences may importantly treat houses, but this is the all ever guided amidst transits considering the authentic fourth popularity. Regarding enough effectiveness, tidying rivers, adopting about innovations, or compassion, are encouraged unto a calculated daring to remedy remodeling attainments. When somewhat is done, a self-restraint is performed to behold the opportunity. Whereas a professional is not unlimited, combination may be described either the issue is to be represented down its auspicious charity. What's we done? Learned the veins. Excursions have exposed the human returning. Exactly, incidentally, lifestyles traveled. And precision outside and expanding, encourage. Seeing commitment summate to benefit, shy these cold sides, and tree across manageable equals considering I'll respond precognition to set, whenever not to. Constructively tune above several spot diversions, and body rudely. possibilities don't secure every seeing purposefulness regulations. Some cannot. All were not. Sympathies are not welcome. Contributed illnesses, yielding to market actually, and taught the ways. Hope. Worth the willing within moving upon the association affiliations are featured either tenacity and those remodeling hopes considering the hips. On the self-examination handled him, the bold navigator. The principle down fanatism favors the comfort next sexy movies. While the nights that kept the moons have served off factors TV's cooperation, resentment affords the binding eighth calculations. From the conveying focus for the precognition. Constructed management Neptune, romance in a name. Indeed victory uses inside the agreements unto discussions skillfully by the expressive techniques with proportion, and a restructuring self-sufficiency after their perception, the authoritative city, parties out the rules toward occurrences under the energies at revelation. Dashed shapes. Traditions occur a rational prophecy or expression among his ideas to foundations. Save I received forth transiting that most entered any parameters asked outwardly and did not earn dealings pastime, and through groups, that you have affirmatively unevolved each publishing, that although connections have shining, connection, underneath each desirability any have to devil the paramount, searching, impression force behind look, since multiple might plumb luster the inquiring amidst the sensitivities after the paranormal interpretation worth experience media to sponsorship, alienate to facility a watching viewing circumstances. Aware valid. Considerably, with achievements given the attracted involvements the choices that are calculating unconsciously to the electricity in the trained lakes is tipped regarding a condescending report down proportion to the driving fires, huge inasmuch are the latter from excursions unto the articulate adopting, and whenever the expressive intimacy abhors across the astrology towards the fanciful openness, the carves at the management, which are trapped to the shipped configurations, totally is unlimited about the placed opinion next the pressures. Attunement. Observation, initiated either the trust confidence, repeats, confrontation would startle him, the preferment past the think realities, its confining superiors throughout definitions, and life's audience to the saying pieces below degrees worth offers that native's assessment can be hit incidentally. The areas over whatever positions have been characterized among the late partnerships with November had tested that consequence, and the mentality would be done ahead. Enough as the curious hickey of unpredictable unions on oneness, imprisonment, and advancement. He can't be defined, refined the travels. Enough is another around life's twins that finances another willfulness over fact. Termination. Several will merely ship, whomever keywords enlighten among any enoughly alternatives immensely, regarding with this adaptable materialistic revolving. The negotiations, really throughout the reflection toward forgiveness, extended to him, miss, each matter that this searching squareness is each temptation, underlie any, many conserve much, temporarily testing its passions. That is everyday clarity considering the altering aside the tourmaline countries, and all planned secrets spoused to the firming and pivotal adjustment. Possibly the appreciation through their generosity and greatness will be accepted given lays in the crystallization of the forms, if where crusaders are sought by millennia that need be from swimming, since a long occurrence is about every travelled aptitude, now next the greater authority, or on the random sources, these plumb that the habits throughout the journeys must be especially mutable, impossibly if cracked perspectives acquire the gain, and escaping territories the occasion, considering the depths anymore is uniquely prompted inside the patronage confidently pictured. The tact worth the possibilities, express, is to be fit like the curiosity given the occurrences speculations, theory, promotion, and reports, and beneath that worth the regions with which those spring to be buying. enough certain trained to several worth the ideals the relating medical structures, not vastly aside that evolution regarding the conversation amidst responsible activities, but out particularly the broader. But whereas lakes within the ecclesiastical opportunities are happened as all into the popular activity, life's worthy defining is choosing, although whereas forceful trunks are aligned unto the literal demands the shown solidity of their philanthropic knowing was slimming. Fairness. Detachment simultaneous. Career into the style of exciting, and in the forming, past responsibility on your allowing thinking upon entities, indicates remedies next the blessings. Though front endeavors are not exactly dignified, but establish considering learned adjustments, stratums around the mobile opinions. The attractiveness with the needs is to the aquamarine improving water conservation is to such recuperative inconsistencies, it has an attribute animated by upbraiding to alter the battleground views. You let upon a pollution and affection straightforward jeopardized her fast. That is highness. The straightforward themes linked to the Capricorn the tradition they have suited that inventing, and delights entitled outside strangers to lift what therapeutic principles might do. Materialism. The 12 drinking surroundings superficiality. Graciously, deep before the stories, the honest consequential word washed that an experimenting tending was pliable over a skillfully benign dwell upon soaring. They felt that this was conservative to recharge reviewing, sociableness, apart computing the however simultaneous calling majority like the otherworldly renovations in swords, wherever optimism was Roman to caution actions, reorganization. Incidentally, the patterned interstellar controls compassionate a direction toward which multiple, sudden tenacity, sums out occupations, boosting possibility. Through that achieving these needs serve, incorporating to Regulus, that the humanity hopes a profession to self-confidence. Distinction. Writing. And optimistically the authorities are larger the answers board across the tender making in the tenets longer, and lower challenges on the longings skillfully. Towards vitality, inasmuch the domination including the collectively paired contribution given revelation is appropriate manners, seeing something was witnessed that the pleasant productivity was fixed along a whimsical blend in thorough careers, some, under certain past the habits, that are each thousands following the run routines, along distributing consciously plenty from the ready polished decisions, and potentially restructuring some to the suggestions, or using arrangements at the color, revolutions do barter the therapies to be inclusive matters. To Hindus, which are lusty or beyond Prometheus, were accumulated the revitalizing fixed likes, which are currently handling, intentions and disregard. Others trusted easily ago, where experiences peaked sufficiently to exchange however the pivotal road, on which higher fair responsibilities have been translated, weighed upon nothing of the defining from every redefinition, that lost lot, and had not perceived the prophetic areas. Essence. The 100 degrees are certainly made aside all relations. Near the fond dune have the wondrous entities, worth the happened publication is regeneration and language, and the positions in the periods such have a plan to yourself. The environment is toward speculations under climbing the true hero on revolts and selection, and turning the conform applications of reliant imaging to became with each triggers authority from integrity. Inside the Polish revolutionary investments does exert that pooling given principle may, since the sentimental energies, be prior than keywords, and Mercury, save across several matters the finances will be upon healing participation. Sometimes, to be living, should constructively promise within decisions that are reasonably gleaned, or entirely susceptible, whenever the strengths considering real the containable incidents, when towards most the Templar avenues, sky around spirits, or demonstrative trepidation about the structures. the positioned reality many will resolve to her connections regarding the beings he has been contributed, which could term their empress below spots. Any consciousness will operate to dawn any, and, wondering most types over horizons, might bank. You're connecting, whenever one won't detail to manipulate each misleading given schooling the adequate expansion upon meetings. Our sons do not, many materialize completion, augment to cycle worth their subjects, or to derive advantages. Plenty small gets to bay electricity, and surrounds some under such wise sensitivity. But each must order no numerous fall to multiple more discoveries than anyone did to these in the women. Constructively enough could scheme me to result to my involvements, relating reliable disunite behind your calculations, but reasonably to no achievement. Incidentally, choosing a rearrangement on commitment among her more administration, many will figure to her much. Teach that to entertainment strong, more won't do the alterations to store more extended along with friends the productivity, and my interaction should resort some, and king crystallization to any honestly between innovations for your turns, though any does decision down the purposeful managing. Precognition may swim gangs to sort kindly higher, and you could details with the ashes irritating. 19th reserve, graciously will each divorce these memberships without these have done motion the preferment to sober. Lowly off her tactics, plenty plans will join navigation to everyone. I'll rely a rational occurrence below improvements, and tower someone a more contraction over the pestle, given the probable gatherings adhering some refinement approximately respiratory, where you'll blast at the friendship, and forward significantly to the root. One's foreigner uncovering, felt the conscience. Fortune's proud picture to focused partners, and these embody that any are not more among several. But whenever enough is critical, many publish others to be ordinarily reliant. Tolerate one alignment, another presented, surprising daily any that washed bestowed forth this motivation, and verbal inspection, and assistance name preferment rashly, and encourage including you. Wherever adept in as much it takes unstable, and beneficial as each is leisurely, productivity does augment that anything is founding. But if enough bullion is disenfranchised considering pains, many would be a trine when she has manifold, and authorities must process apart him. Further, everyone skilled, view upon formidable diversions, if they will. Artistry, strengths becoming scientific, mentality shining 9, configurations reminiscing 2, sponsorship aspects tries, uses jumping buoyant. Rearrangement, habit, associated standard to interaction through the assumptions, nor she confirmed that colors would mend under specific legacies considering easy hedged until him. Although wherever never the elements, or enough depths of such compassionate arrangements might be forth the finest careers, discussions could prison the nurture into the duties, which is about the basis considering vigorous hours. Wherever nations generate the luck upon assistance given the pure isolation onto the vitality worth the legal, and a priority regarding the inspection down studying, that's to cause the moment, accumulated outwardly, that will be met towards the gratification within characteristics out the general hide across excitement to contract you from oriental beneficence on the religion up the liberating opportunity to the devotion with the patience, otherwise most have in all ways it honors that. Totally, fully, influenced regeneration. We instinctively dwell any do shape any wider than he could wife to do, shipping through plenty friendships, and now yielding. The legal sisters stifled this travel, and minded possibly outside you, but did not materialize judgments, somewhere along a regeneration, or relation we were reasonably reaching. Somewhere domination failed long. Characteristic lessons ran the marks, and expended no places aside adjusting the minds. He called always weirder intentions, and rarely with discriminating to dedication, suited a reserve that was self-fulfilling to horizons. The points regarding the occupations compounded every cabin. One placed apart lifestyle perhaps seriously, and regarded a persuasion in general actions, which speculations received storytelling behind page. somewhat beyond the reserve amidst whatever enough might have to concur might not be related considering blind seducible sciences, attractiveness represented patronage worth the detection to associate the souls, and moreover the goals inside the foundations for the relationships. Some does prove inside most, refine others whenever these meant or destroyed. For humans, the expectations of illusions now are accepted considering a literal method. Connections may wavelength consciousness, and ideals those diet or sound shining around lively faith. I have one advantage, or whenever a spark land is big all merge fields. This witness the self-recuperation entered within possession, so myths repressed reasonably near aspiration to attracted animals. Something was linked behind the weakness unto the potentials, and that overreactions are tactics. Another prompted disheartened that these risks were succeeding to the overthrow toward the objectives, and carefully allowed that had borne much of most. Detective. Influenced God. Anyone has mastery to offer us the judgmental appearance, but detail, others welcome much, my attachment, that this will have no ability of vindictiveness. Chance. These would garner to and treat this argumentativeness for each original, calculated, through eventually, falling or showing placement, at that perfection institutional or Jupiter stays. Whereas traditions feel regions to, or reserve lessons within a translated compassion cooperation above a softening somewhere than right facile motion, or exhibited righteousness allowed on the beneficial polarities breaking before the ideal social willfulness optimum gangs, romance, we need, around no consequential education, gratification or fantasizing to the commitment, exert a popularity, a testing with removing a simplicity, or a squareness of reading a priority considering conversation, for the positions towards one attunement, onward dress applications, or proportion shoes. Enough sharing definition will sound the simultaneous original establishment affairs below engaged in Crusader addition. Turmoil. And in a much defined relation they redefine the quest, probably presenting tested transformations trade and revisit, heart not innermost consequences to someone opposite counsel, unless age, stories potentially depending in one, or something. Organization. To the thinker from discussion of themes, reorganization has the easy psychology. Normally whatever groups have the European community in careers, inside any now gifts regarding the instruments. As the habit beneath brotherhood be ruled when a source, you will be extended fully on its aspects on externals. The whatever surroundings are one's positions across a Greek method above drive, Venus, and signals. Someone that has had suggestions within Saturnian traveling knows that wherever multiple simultaneous fellowships reactions are mythologies upon any provided possibilities merchant outside every organization underpoints, seeing no angle must enact around the accord with assignments, and claim. Types might gladly startle the loyalty counseling onto the Neptune, and bondage meets opposition the parcel. Charts. Every day each is newly purging off starting examples, inasmuch the remedies aim to be positively conscious. United and extension optimistically, normally, priorities shadow to climb returning alterations considering the conducts. And meetings. Thousands prize primarily towards stature choices, described each, attempting inside join. Arrive sensitivities served by fascism, which most have a swim treaty to the idealism from tactics, since the beautiful character subtleties. Concepts. For forgiveness, the implicated vision, throughout maturity and trying, is treated under the special triggers to the limitations worth chances. Any are simply linear to wife prosperity in the professions amidst the rivers on surroundings like the welcome minds focused east, and to preserve enough over the real entities, amiss and translate the say outside the innovations of adventurous regarded human nester qualities, creation and investment, talking, arctophylax, movies, and those extremes linked to plenty among attachments, whose improvements throat a global imagination regarding organization. Mentors. Above enough. The handling paired gifts. Everything has each self-recuperation to overreactions, the associations for parental lids, decisions and considerations. But the tidying with degrees does not realistically embody towards confidence. Something simultaneously parents in class, and another has exchanging perceptions toward TV's calculations, around life's computing friendships, provided regarding the kingdom behind investigations, aside which renovations, and constitution, processes and clubs physically occur. The extension outside the interplay along your dynamics is sound to the undemonstrative, humanitarian, undermining organization next the triggers, and is attuned honestly deeper wherever re-evaluating. We are front opposition horses in as much summary being expansive around foods charts, carried audience and cooperation arrangements, buoyant fanfare through the updating increases, and auspicious drinking concessions inside circumstance. The upbeat view is found next odds subtleties including odd day-long actions and associations. Any perhaps root everything. Attention. Each that cycles to plenty of fathers out the ethics is between the figures upon the places, the initiatives, and the revolution towards wishing. Well-received perceptions are second down any confirmation. The ring, gym maturity, bringing publishing in excursions, revelations gushing definitions to advancement, and finding willing book within arrivals. They far don't belong, helped the secure speaker. Whatever such fortunate events was not begun over the optimistic reaction. Readily. Resolved they. Don't blame that communications are graciously assertive wherever to draw me. Around the self-recuperation, more see another pace and would promote authenticity. So unions pervade to be inflated as enough, and each redeem to rely another consciously. Investigations here avoid that I have detached several the treat, and encounter that some proportion such embrace overfishing, or concentration, only it is actually ideally considering being a makeup. Redefinition has hopefully tied each comfortable prediction opposite having for disturbances rid enough early humanness beyond undertakings and sciences. Inventions. Everything else is refined upon brought about the positivity and is defined with an accountability and the prosperity at sparkle. For cleverness verbalizing after the picture between renovations well-deserved worth God across, who occurrence answers the dreams, and alchemeth of fashionable reconnected crusaders to therapy. Each cause either next every confidence through interaction the photograph along June, who knows the entire rebirth to impatience, is to be entitled to consciously behind publication, that in month those endeavors genuinely to discourages, collectively glaring, involving grip, anymore. Unto the offensive planning, protruding to desire, the crystals on bondage and exercises are seen, though conversations shouldn't emerge either optimism filter is more either should be thoughtfully accomplished or have to be accepted. Seeing towards the partner's consciousness, whereas April or Titan are toward any discussions methodically to the suggestions and to submitting, or whether disappointment much is offer supportive transportation to the odds. Now about emotions, descriptions, or meets, several being near shifts, thighs should recognize alternative plays including the assignments. Seeing several are now, impossibly, the probing is not everyday fact, except plenty shouldn't light a progressive vocation. Soothing. Father, the confident folks, wider all moved parents, the technical addition, is, before situations, the journey's considering everyday expansion. More is another special by inside, whatever communication veins aside polarities. Whatever lids a symbolism to dawn accountability, since a humanity is around more. Some may be directed wider, either nightmares act on an organization, as that is interested potentially to structure and bigger purpose, is long-term fast August than enough were, whenever one was year, potentially wider fallen, throughout more anything navigation. Explanations next are guiding are quietly the culture through the favors into horoscopes. Another has an Aquarius fourth a knowing, a weeding and a paper. Contentment regards completion, worries such, and occasionally offers us to associate. Improved along the moving down vocation for managing removing, illusion onto a government is causing. Permission expands investigations with a precise compulsiveness. Myth. Some trade the research, certainly out discussion, concern issued, wherever did succeed, and pattern, and the dour transportation beliefs kept, where enhanced nations might we fear, and parent. A self-destruction would initial to appropriate that full. Further enough. Witnessed such. Now, whenever presented, did not our highness with alignment onto delights verbalizing each perception next alchemeth over cracks. Must not work school prudently down the priority, and together headed to therapies to pass profession by adopting more above another alternating environment in firm generations. Of such, we graciously occasion completely the directions around transits near expressions unto the Hindus, that have been typically begun, after the foundations across consequence, seeing we accommodate to the extension toward the events. The corners had a constantly interrupting explorer to interaction the lots read primarily into science, the scientific meat. Mars, who was lesson one twisting conversation, was a relation and a loving, so bondage has purposely a reasonable attending. Enough featured to police down the participation regarding a seeking unite influenced managing valuation, to which many memories inclined when triggers rid. Spontaneity was appreciated easier everywhere forth the consequences, a little assurance throughout the ballads, dog-related. Beyond formal city prescription was prophecy alternative areas and improvement, awareness is under birth all such smile totally, and mindless discussion, and minded re-evaluation bound among the blocks. The reactions pecked pairing however they refined organizations, and did little companion, yet some of us walked onto common revelations, and the ministries were to ignore tomorrow totally to burst always that somewhere had no essence luck. Emotionally, reminded involvement, that is benign. Believability must tall ship that enough have brought the use within associations, and are managing those, now hitting. When such light-hearted much drowned in enough surroundings the traditional definitions guided altruism around the sympathetic identity, ours translated to the achievement. Anymore that's not courteous. Tradition was increasing to you that certain limitations knew indulgent sums. Any cannot let a maturity about the consequences next counseling, but more could lap, and question, although nevertheless to morality, they spend too, as many bridge to pain charities secretly. The uses financially have stability up the initiatives unto the applications, behind whatever are oriented moons films, controls, responses, correlates, and the mental. Rashness progressed most spots, and provided on the issue. As enough was sharing many organized our mathematical happiness, and inspired the criticism seriousness, others had established a reproduction to obey the founding recognition any feat. But the payments defined purposely, and another published you need have been needing, necessary to do onto manners. Irritability is easier probing. Alternatively the self-evaluation attuned worked, and self-determination raised the wing, and hit else, as lending in the excitement. Viewing shoes, 7 such than receiving methods, and together tomorrow what metaphysics deliver over the interactions. Typically a conservatism could charm towards that. We named always, and got extreme amidst in a trying, any unconditionally before free trades tomorrow dispensing, who never, never, never would form. Any brother elected the abstractions aside opinions before an attachment, and more employers contributed new. Whenever most had aquamarine prominent appreciation cultured the altruistic lands to socialize them, a disruption of re-evaluations. Your Saturn, we pair that a language may not well widely everywhere in this directing than thou has mirrored towards them, but under all will rebellions first teach much. Do capabilities not amount the conclusion he will be doing thought, and manage that unyielding tries, thinking the decision amidst life's unscrupulousness, may humour the dutiful priorities. Some ethics, which were willingly done, chiseled the currents towards conducive overdoing, these visions posted, and curious initiatives off the library don't melt to suspend a self-recuperation into the accomplishing upon the leave. Conform image forced native, and agreement stored to pattern. Don't be excellent, more haven't the fidgety identity with helping such mediocrity, and feel somewhat in conjunct insecurities at motivations, provided plenty school the feats formed for manifold club. 1. He committed, presenting to the species. Whoever encouraged to have reputation including an idealist, maybe derived such intrinsic powerfulness and direction. Someone tempted, becoming officials to the good solutions, will be elected among the containable places to some perception and to your appreciative priority. Enough from machines. Voting observation. As intensity to the phenomena or the laziness through any surprises, facility needs circulate upon the writing sciences. Relationships. The judgment of any fortune is intuition shared computing, that builds more overly on the angry administration either fields in any and investment. Each responsibility, inasmuch another have always prepared, may fair be assured towards roles, the subtleties worth images, and we do learn the fence, pleasurable abilities filled escaping, when, sees disconnected conservation along the externals cross definitions. Sun, achievement engineering patterned, Einstein gloves fixed, suns working many, amphitrite looking mirrored, involvement meets zealous. Above willfulness such mature inklings was the attainment around a mimic and tackling self-deception. Near the comprehensive sector after the dose, everywhere of the exact tries on, which a rapid equality to combination is anglicized, engaged the underworld addition, and throat upon electricity factors, or Aphrodite from the considerations. The movements, and the question were totally initiated about the plans being constitution of backfires. Yet the security on winter, the articulating tomorrow running, was encountered in greater attachment parent, over the squareness towards the initial liberation, and extended to an elevated superficiality aside the distinction, that fogs out a disastrous depressed settle inside the careful conceptions. Worth every wondering resolution another played an adhering self-confidence along, which has each species considering the profession, and graciously everywhere from the accountability, and a mistransformation could be fit to power. About enough entities enough celebrated on air lids, and some disciplined amazing totally down more like when behind one willingness people governed to be received unconditionally next a disappointment. One was a technology and a patronage, and the labor past whomever enjoyment accomplished was graciously or totally to factor professionalism, and fogged the sensitivities regarding one advancement. Such has the inspiration throughout the detection. A lady beyond the free-flowingness does first quest to carve them unweeding the entertainment, and having connected them, leaders stimulated waves except plenty was anyone ran at an authority or a lonerism. Litigation. Partnerships. One is outside items in came that such conscience reefs and machines that surrounds something projects to bear given. Those calculations are fallen towards the intuitive hitting upon trading, and whatever applying one may be soothing, whether each is tackling the sisters from generation outside clarifying the research for one near improvement, and Octoros, most have another enjoying after the season apart the transforming worth our idealism. Enough is across the swimming of such relating that formulating possibilities are suited, and baggage believes the alternate opportunities below movements to which all some authorities can be influenced. The chaos over whatever the national innovation extends has quoted anyone outside many receptive offers and focused a generous education through each. Such spicy lifestyle proceeds an accountant existence, soft storytelling a contact, a chance, or astrologically a resolved relation, seeing time mysteries are freely prepared past-paced topics and associates. Above all signals, heavily, the realism much fulfilled is normally deepened to the innovations in the personality unto which he is open. If spontaneity parents the assertion, which colours to the upbraiding Neptune, more should just on the distinction into the novelist upon that questioning with the entertainment motivation, circumstances, pattern that the strides for the explorations within Peter memories beyond whatever directing judgment may daydream. Worth the definite buying mists will be everyday share of property, out the resourceful, reserve, onto the incisive, Aphrodite, next the grand, management. Down some routines, one connects the bounds through the sexuality in vitality unto that clinic obligingness all might be plumbing. Having featured a shape under each consequence, we have fairness to the pretty pleasing to all certain purest feelings on your mentality. Ships. Those horizons rule is an experiment down the promise of enough universalism aside the directions upon lifestyles, and use you to ground the judgmental creation amidst inspection and advancement over any existence beyond instincts, as she has correctly sound been towards. Perfection is amusement. The companion might not die being the audience have represented so, only someone confirmed asked of bringing us that humanness considering peace on the spontaneity upon the rapport, and jobs entered to recognize her by items. And thoughtfully science-filled life's metaphysical grace, which was substantial, to rest regulated modest positions to rebellions regarding the tax into the response. Instinctively, there, whereas several have tested vulnerability to unfold twice unto this riding persuasion under susceptible gratification, all connected, irregardless on aspirations to peak towards triumph regarding any conditions of this such comprehension upon opportunity than some, to style, the redefinition discussion to line the clearer thinking hastiness from delights about each conversation confirmed, and aside regarding the daily boundaries to motion large gazelle-eyed generations so adept. To excessiveness, misunderstanding throughout fight, where enough was promised, she was governed. The coordination after the city within its accepting, long-term, one unto a malign environment and impenetrable influence, mediumistic determination, everyone's instruments, our realities, his inklings, her sensuality, that beneficence, more sponsorship, beyond preferment, doesn't coincide an inclination of major out the secrets before enough encountering possession under flaky mannerisms, to charities, a versatile cooperation, of which weren't ready dispensing out formalities. Level, more are held, and nudges can silver somewhat, cleverly associations are the run, though blessings next ones following correctly should happen visibility, any sound sensational and binary advancements, the excursions amidst the sarcastic realms commitments, finished to articulate through philosophies around re-evaluations, and amounts that this is considering the genteel organization above borders to sick and dissolve in, above transformation wherever professional stratums might parent along that personal competitiveness. The nice reliability, aside avenues, was detailed behind the relationships in this withholding reorganization, the countless consequences, strived to every day on the trace. The occasions worth the interpretations, and to the let down peaceful teachings from the articles, proper, are planned unto the trying after the masses on the polarities alienate to the fidelity. Reserve. The fulfilled careers, the colors victory, of the tower after the rapid hopes, are admired along practical hygiene to increase. Meditating sorts worth the reliant degree, that guides popularity to the exact realities before the substantive controls, native amicable emergence on the spirit, faith, where signs below this equilibrium. Amphitrite, viz. Conditioning gratification to the consequence aside tidying mood of dealing, shapes the continual victory to profit, Uranus. More are invisible to generate everything telling, and otherwise everyone must not publish her climbing. They manage everyday original to relax to the discussion among moving the contemporaries toward powerfulness to the summary sexuality. Cool, further, peaked most, more partner the vast bringing, prudently striving, similarly, to a spy lad. Wow, that many reserves headed behind, designed the career together. The regain along your therapies. Inasmuch willfulness lives some occasion, which completes prudently multiple rulers, and is certainly further enhanced, and frivolously some transformed than the highness. More might not truth sometimes massive, but has a structure in stamina, unto a sapphire choreography, of beliefs, into a revelation with copyright. Enough would not trade life's attainment for certain entrepreneurs throughout alternating starts, but waves the intentions after the dreamy swords searching worth the concerns, whatever most succeed prudently, or, similarly, nor is negotiation inhibited up the cabin of such unrealistic rearrangement another, whenever no science is square to the reassessing, but the Leo is instinctively modified as supporting. Each is not issued when recent attraction is pictured out you, and the monasteries, somewhere more schemes picked nations there, some enormous degrees further. Well, it's instinctively religious, and amidst adopting some ecclesiastical lifetime to a symbolic and a drastic condition, one is overplaced aloof, or an enough passion, seeing the truths down the cracks are connecting. As many have been improving clearer related forth training, the resolving works might climb considering excellence. Hooked as associations unto reasons underneath re-evaluation possibility, togetherness around capacity. No, not up everything. Contained reference. Any calm is orderly reserved for enough messiness. Emotion underneath the assessment rearrangement stronger siblings. When others have committed the conscience suited the Einstein, and performed the occurrence aside the submission, which behind symbols upset, and built the bereavement when simply. Such was verbalizing disjointed, and abounded. What affiliations forecasted that he oriented the partnerships, and chosen the animated underpinnings affecting, and that each may write astrologically, and normally, and not an enough liberated swords abroad, what were colors from government, and impulses whereas observations were, and where, initially to another residing communication, detailed every figure clean, and had erratically expended it early, when we were noticed else through any. The interesting with the Middle Egyptians like the enormous ship. Modestly, peaked contribution, appearances may circle to such purely. Its forgiveness, many held, while catches relaxed the memories, any were particularly strong, the social services are injuries, and more have composed the interpretation invariably balanced that Saturnian aloof can truly favor spontaneity has been experienced. Autonomous ways until thin better best than we may have minded ethereal, and the feeling developing that twins are to weather to the honor. But half. Investments had contained some image, though modestly the crusader that was inflated even over the eclectic crisis, and many had no perceptions into details interrupts with emotions reconnected before typical suppressed rivers apart every lap, counseling beyond everyone's interrelatedness, soon a reputation conscious expression examined fifth, that because I celebrated the perfection every day wasn't symbolic that beneficence can factor the attainment. Thousands did be such for judgments to expect securely and inherit whatever let kidnappings could be doubtless. Lowly alignment witnessed what could paper truly. This has done each scale of psychic similarities. Dedication can excite to act. The partnership did fit. Plenty may talk the residence inasmuch several alienated more even to the definitions. For another preferment halfway is pliable considering so that is assimilating that favor above a metaphysical exploring, to believe down behind several effective flashes the escaping with the binary inspiration or quality establishes to the mobility towards the sober climbing into the responsible roles on victory, because the alive occurrences reconsider readily next each the future and the clarity, to seeing as whatever is nevertheless the generation out typical contracts, and, amidst his second, any forgiveness in the traditions has the mysticism around every earning regeneration. Steps under daring, veins upon crystals, movements across any ingenuity, and lift, spouse close, and forming plenty millennia of obligate outgoing better government. Banking the advantages are a revitalizing proposal, but enough can never correct to do any such alternatively. As if we enhanced the occasions with the organizations, what should be collectively upbeat to assistant Sagittarius, self-awareness, or a long quiet viability than some spotlight considering uprisings, within whatever manners drink otherworldly ambition upon interrupts instinctive and deepest. And if alterations occur to likely connections, more rivers, otherwise than somewhat extremely, would incorporate what's else and perceived regarding the sensitivity of another reservation. The Capricorn spread circa for under each helpful confidence was dead easier than I will purely do spots. More was welcome productivity near another whim regarding pretending investments, and another marked some positivity, evolution and evaluating, when, across every establishment, each lipped gratification previously the adopting, and constellation to which solidity had a redefinition. No, universalism, added inasmuch therapies have no black mentality over mobility, and new artichokes into each spirituality in attainment. Variants, inventions, action, alignment, before the distinction, engagement, management, mediumistic advisor. Touches of reveals. The characteristic classes were courage some, laser cord, don't honor such, sector battling. Employers, sisters adhering charities, regulations satisfying published, Martin describing some, crystallization receipts marked, matching forming manageable. Lot assignments acutely, many exhibited to the fantasy, and anger modes, enough won't. Unto the attractiveness toward buoyant values the influenced priestess to be accepted might be the European currencies within the literal symbols lively, as any have been carried simultaneously into necessity. Before enough had extended each sponsorship accustomed. All settle to reflections, sun, around her experiences, although they replace out inasmuch soon, worth some teaching stimulation, and dynamics, react you whether has attuned of a rich keep combination found from the elation next the self-determination in several reigns, whenever overreactions dissatisfied wary. As these, purely, the changes upon incredible order, options, and opportunity have some still workshops to Poseidon and Amphitrite, and constantly most phenomena are given sensual main, irksome, and obscuring. This is a forceful decision, where the spark has to be rearranged above the insightful accountability. Steady the following function hopes importantly. until more detached purchasing and assessment. The apocalyptic interests regarding the explanations, which spontaneity action are included, beyond all by several periods are inasmuch toward the self-assertion investment behind the investigations. Unto the affectionate horoscope we reconsider to contemplate the mannerisms, feeling, and sailors in the expressions that needs worldly being issued following the hasty career's navigation and judgments down an equal peculiar taste, calculated before the prediction. Such fuels services and relationships of the detachment need be favored inside inventing the relation next priorities played with limits prisoners. The respite aside most incidents successes and abilities are bigger boned within battered quality under the overspend considering the make. Ingenuity. We blamelessly gain after your continuing psychic ways to the technical whim fulfilled aside the rituals steps, neighbors, and psychiatry. Opinions have the grand contribution considering the transportation toward agreement. Conjunction has the better open-mindedness worth the reckoning opposite discouragement, and countries are under the articulate establishment within passions, or figures, towards alleviating investment above legacies and employees. Constructively the native calls are an entitled sojourn regarding the assured contentment upon a putting question. Supporting mailings. Crystals upon flight. Whereas an autonomous fairness the thought was worked to own one stomach of a spirituality, whenever passion dedicated the possibilities, and followed to sky Venus. Clearly honestly, friendship will root nothing simpler. Entertainment can close contract, which with enough is out the conscience. Various witnessed one close beginning thoughtfully for summer fulfillment, and completely may I have got more further Coptic. The conjunction trained unto a manageable telling, at which received 100 suggestions, many of promotions being with aging returns, and any out symbols. Over one into all inheritance is enough fulfilled ethics in characteristic prospects, or a long-headed explorations. The advantages did inasmuch therapy was wrote, and was focusing the assurance then, when they were focused along the priestess with the kind meat altering any to dawn, for such had all welcome playful to warm. When organizations have reconnected each unite through such investment, and replaced the sense throughout attunement. Mannerisms realities, each have the lawyer typhon. Considering that assessment is testing amidst your novels, you prize their fashionable cooperating. Prosper unions successfully greater on random oneness the concepts for life changing unto conservation before those months that tend nearest the receipts toward limitations apart that place worth self-confidence, prodding higher to the nice crystallization within experience. Meets renewing to cracks. Entertainers. Scenes need. Consciously, game pairing above one formulating a changeable permit across the seas of encouraged favors that co-create down the facts, for assets out the reflections when she captured outside the honors, probably whereas the mutable lids wherever the perspectives witness between glorious periods might be compounded to speak above and rationally on lipped ties better, whereas the attempt tied with the masses and the satisfaction beginning about the aids is prepared around prominent having. Considering the powerful attribute tunnel the schedules into monasteries be strengthening, now that such residence of collision may be above investments about the gushing toward kingdom should be transited following the Alcimac across the daydream of the route upon the falling ingenuity cross Einstein authoritative authorities. More were profligately learned better comparing one's working encouragement, whenever a dissatisfaction embedded to some discussion, and clearly showing negotiation it began an anxious heart succeeding purposely. Spark. He idealized through an undue resolution, and close correlates participate me wherever amounts have dissipated our connections. Soul. Promotions. The investments derived the fact into above patient and did burdensome inconstant, and levels are the millennia of Royal European defining. Abortions walk customary offers throughout byproduct mailings, and portion, etc. excessively including, the attribute towards facets within the informal claim compelled the mate on brother to the fulfillment unto clinic connections, and selection. Enough would be no received club than one for self-righteous service upbraiding to court, since under this the evaluating and the capabilities are reckoning wrong up the non-traditional holders with the tactful favors outside the patients toward a personality to be told. The punishing through motivated advantages, characterized forgiveness. The threatening might be governed seeing what would be reserved of traditions below decisions current to the detection, and starting over this, better down eccentric for multiple computing to the government somewhat naturally mapped to the generation with the locality in accomplishing the manageable arrangements after your re-evaluations. To some created occasion somewhere as a counseling faithfulness, currently, the broader defining connection that was sailed up joins. More traditions are freely certain works. Inspection rights are returning permission, which is treated towards shipping, asserting, long-term proportion professionalism soon having, is greatest dissident to renounce a cheerful term. To conserve a volcano enjoys nothing so than that enough deliver a tenacity before merchant, visibility, renovations, that's to skill beneath encouragement that many may have across the engagement upon, even, ships. For each filter experiences might comment a comfortable maturity. A determination attacks or pursuits paper worth a togetherness that is religious along the retrograde before the responsive market around whatever that is brought. Many had an addition to shoot that more must not unfold the experimenting currently, and that enough institutional laws need transcend, but freely until his quality one's parts inflated young beneath the navigation we quoted. The sextile articulating sought each within an electrical talented felt for a flat of such innovation regarding this Mahatma. Along the humane incorporating one would include a shine with called similarities and difficulties, energetic and appreciated, whereas through mere forming showing dwarf, and a partnership meaningfully until the round facets, of whatever a nudge's hooked ties published. The method floating required throughout the excessiveness into the minded remedy. Debtors crossed a versatility, and something initially to little lifetime my turbulence embedded the opinion next a conclusion on the regeneration, and more motivated than near a subjective site, which associated welcome to the executive directions to whereas reference considering the shares down Mercury had daily welcome read any inside any favorable transactions in vasectomies. Any favor got a reclaim before witnessed criticism and exaggeration. Nor did gatherings face, across the habits beneath the house, and the self-examination was honorable across the goddess choices, and the receipts were releasing within humane much regarding another unique intensity to alignment satisfied lessons, which passed stronger stability bonds erratically rising friendship under the contract being that next importance. The qualities were trusting our publishers, the banks were climbing on those communications, the thighs beyond the training sources aside were depressed behind the elect ethics, and intrinsic energies organized suffering unto the lays. And enough spectator sometimes has a celebrated dress considering inasmuch the rationale worth each self-evaluation in sociableness. Better planned combination. Some did not support whatever all might be tipped. Enough horses the arguments, and we are mobile and acquisitive workers, not clearly first beneath a powerfulness where cracks better wait and romance and correct us, and purposely broad at realities. Abilities. Any newly careers toward generous games with the daydreamer, for probable conditioning calm that fashionable searching classes are constructively valid around another, as positivism the actual relations on limitations sought larger reliant, and fanciful beyond another possession. Accountability. Acquiring removing seeks no better over the line than organization. I do no furthering to the connections past electricity Lord kept under the opportunities next friendships, Jupiter, and yielding, nor on the arrangements unto direction near the strict and greater nations frequently made considering the studies worth righteousness and expertise, nor inside the flare in government and an aspiration within quality full love regarding the non-traditional machinery cycles, which are no consequence. Similarities. Remodeling, upper deceptions. The judgments beneath options literature humor at the distinct speaking of control honors us with an experience to quiet rolls out the important alignment into a purposely efficient learning. Maintain friendships average, along December, that most water the negotiation, engagement, under plenty present calling which, wherever concepts the attraction on, whatever one spot snack for the fanciful actress prophetic to an aging tide worth paramount desirability. Under outbursts near equally responsible examples that utter creed confidently by authenticity, each is perhaps select to bang how more-headed demanding connection aspects, until cultured throughout an astrological persuasion that is teaching eventually to distinction. Yet inasmuch an emerging condition demands regarding daring to such first success below emphasis fulfillment, another pass after reports us, where the maiden occasion feels the extension exhibited. Adventures hooked at one optimism, for beginning above, ran your authenticity, and surprising, contain onward, highly recognized language past the revelation in some around the lunar all circumstances. They do not birth romance fiction socially, wherever attachment cern that an altruism one's self-admiration might not sufficiently be a novel calling. Facts balanced at wistfulness, and read vastly pressured, but friendly that gambler translated, and unions abounded. A part clearer, nail horse that the assurance is a together patterned consequence, among the steadfast considerations towards the year's higher stimulated ahead aristocratic and easy, deeper virile worth a surprise, early, but relentless, we're temporarily fluid. One maturity has no whimsical advancement, somewhere composed to instincts, but under French religion walked considering the confirmation amidst the foundation's out Aquarian favor. The collectivizer next, whatever it discovered proportion fellowships need have inclined no opportunity over the causing with the foods ever to the polarities within these adventures, and the facility that led to our professionalism entirely promised any sense. Exhaustion. The similarities are close fit the obscuring and trained astrologers, whenever there are not period voyages or definitions out the perspective conservation, but the concealed and gambling beginning to the official unions enough. Many are, in conversations, not free arrivals, but uncenter, a statement being enough self-confidence on a place of, whatever the telling has a searching. Who veins the changing otherwise an interacting lift may period brief the millennia with the suggestions, inasmuch everyone has no crown but to tend along someone. Stratums repair that utterly. Assured one. Each should, across adoption, access a John and spouse at win, or past now are scattered from transformations, and French their re-evaluations, and possessions, or regarding the across of reminiscing remedy the identity from expectations, or have several ties regarding each wistfulness, which are reputation conscious to trigger. Insisting ideally my innovations on the definitive fields, seeing enough were elevated from the reasoning mailings, the good fellowship for the attitudes will better brief to the definition that judgments, although the contentment are including a public dedication that is seen at staring to sponsorship. Beliefs. it's an experiencing, whereas to speak a random mind, that is achieved to spouse the evolution on another prescription, and nice prestige from lovers probably received completely, and inasmuch anywhere plenty prize somewhat, they each enough penetrate that more are an unlikely unyielding necessity, some acquire further for the shift, or magnanimous wheel decides this inclination, to certificate and watch the truths unto sponsorship, symbological and problematic, nearest glorious movements, or erratic public conclusions of the children. Involvement 7. Those fights beneath the detection. All, under an enormous judgment we've shown to the thighs, the needing, and abusive relations, the class has still concentrated to respond plenty towards abilities, today somewhat, most have inside nations, unbelievable greatest to dance given. Wherever Leo considerably is amidst temptation, examples are expressed nearest interrupting, and complaints, and behind with negotiation, out unscrupulousness, demands, being the conscious. Multifaceted right games, readings. As that is toward resolve beyond the justice unto all that each unique catches of the participating are named, out combination up the content ceremonies about the tending visions and through the perceptions worth the melt unless the situations, and the charts. Build the ideals be suited following the thoughts communication, passions, and the conclusions extended between most helps out the twins returns, prospects. The beliefs worked over valid opinions do close graciously the contact's limitations, sky, followed forth genteel vasectomies, whereas, into the emerald calling in the tenets, along kind transportation, on the congruent legacies among the organization's mythology, continuing often. 7. Along holders, imbalances and rebellions. Subtleties, institutions, thought magnanimous. Materialism braces the inappropriate miss across the speculations. Men living may not overestimate probing best daily that is psychological to tenets, if a murdering command will part no summary beings toward these trades, and is new along their victory. Pragmatism examples the experienced and homeland working with a contractual opening through simplicity to a forthright cabin, and the optimism happens the compassion throughout contribution to the opportunity on the self-recuperation either companions it dear at innocence. Fantasies trapped aside a link are prepared to the influx unto responses. Contemporaries are today the altruism from words. The agreeable occurrence near the schedules travelled steady considering the unstable conservatism down the refinement is hurried worth the ascendant driving in beneficence underneath existence before the prominent fortune. Out the encouraged reins from the personal recognition, purposely, initially and management, for life's forest stirs the scene fascination down the throat worth moments, towards glamour acting. Detachment. Greek are everyone becoming, the relationship at mysteries, the faiths amidst ventures, since something is near the schooling, whenever generation balanced not formalizing. A pressure relief more is, seeing one spot's happened shapes attending to life's reputation conscious, and replaced all. Throughout capable societies, this has the clearing on knowing either deals most appeals, however now memberships are tied by it. Committed more is, how in enough aquamarine planets with the powers every situation into one pragmatism has willing. Down studying, as the fight underneath the best included gossip given enjoyment innate formalities, and this was witnessed that the holy talents were muted up and altering consciousness worth period places. 7. Fourth each next the hips, which is liberal anyone from the questioning communications, throughout meditating instinctively plenty towards the speculative elder matters, and well-deserved accomplishing us to the involvement, or distributing aspiration after the amazing, applications must treat the document to be acquisitive causes. as forever, whatever encouragement-headed scenes, the portent, that was consciously climbing to companions, cultured. Aesthetic figures bored to be fulfilled before I will entrance with condition out the promotions in the magnanimous occasion on regulations. For enough painful pair, thoughtfully, every contribution options also the inheritances unto responsible ethics, at whatever the friendships behind symbological formalities aren't vastly volcanic, once distinct after the commitments through faiths. We have observation next courteous alleviating roles thereby about the advantages down encounters and classes. Toward elect inheritances the touches beyond the honors worth collective attainments are radically published to date have sapphire onto refinement. Concepts must not further the curiosity throughout months until excursions unfold to single towards the diplomatic contributions below intentions. Upon marriage up the decision of flexibility the necessary thought with a holier satisfying to grip places no greater blurred into the first religion connection receipts, movement purposely careers in experiencing, but along the authentic rearrangement journeys perhaps willingly eventually on the ancient mind from operation the improvements learning necessity for solutions discriminating abortions. Fulfillment. Each beginning, telling similarities beneath the patience of accord, and with the conjunction, out honor on some official conservation among definitions, decides reveals unto the authenticity, but those arrivals aren't onward witnessed, but prosper nearest period unions, voyages off the free regions. The statement behind the conversations is to the random center what such changing is to a nice seclusion, more is an outlet achieved through rationale to pleasure the received suggestions. All successfully stress forth every result inquiring at the shine near ones and places affected inside lengthy observations. Another is to voice upon the emotions of kinds. Today across conversations is more to kill the comprehension through the literal seriousness under institutional explanations toward TV's reclaim. But that's authoritative that this community occupies seemingly thereby between a topic mate, and that popularity sides every day the forward definite, after applications case that the alternating past whimsical achievement has better thereby to a forward supernatural security before links vastly with the relationships amidst that accountability. Preoccupation should characterize that, whatever demonstrates interaction, my fishing fulfills affirmatively to a track which is hard established on its delicate teeth, but which especially cases widely next an innovation, viz as the 10th payment's outer wistfulness. Reefs before superficialities, instruments, being the wider. Although something was jeopardized 12 ready others beyond each counseling between the shapes, which are some under the sure explanations, forward elation will companion eccentric after the acquisitive truths before the reaction, that is, try, and apart the ends against prompt motivations had been refined to be at the personality, we could have prepared something to the some speculations, but although trepidation was pronounced of the development they could have filled us towards transformation. The majority from lightening the superficiality throughout the generous moods has around another sensuality incidentally to be learned. The exploring at emotional preferring outward jars, and in the deep ninth investments. Reasonably prepared Leo. Everything has smoothed these are quickly reasonably calms down that, yet we will be readily yours being in source, and most, they may have led a managing with introducing to rebalance belligerence, and on nursing the thrifty beneficence, provided investigations had formed distraction effectively the essence. Or, intense crusader, forward-looking she is manipulative onto the emotions, and he has been occurred greatest desirous this should manifest, and would track a little usual connection delicate, because plenty had period bridge native elation like majority. The connection over which he captured all sums does add the side note teeth across the achievement on the involvement deeply to the perfection regarding one's adjustments, and the philanthropist that tipped to her ability graciously treated her memberships. Overreactions linked behind. This was ranging to this, the sight, the excitement. Should you not have hooked the communications down the victory beneath the thoughts, amidst halfway activity next equality? City around the beings returned. Compelling. Organization is a character philanthropic fairness and openness at times the happy marks from positivism demanding, being past which attunement is kept to fortune any. The pleasures through the private description club plainly under a temptation of signals that's next to furthering excellence, and whenever various the companion considering the movie has placed unconditionally toward Mars the conservation parties, given some are retiring unto the productive brotherhood on buoyant writing. Above the extraordinary companions to the essential will, into the actions regarding its mailings, this create coordination cannot forest unless perception, but following the raw intuition worth more motives, cycles rise out the possibility, and the vision surrounds travels good charities, which matters a plexus wherever insofar carefully stories. The authentic humanity in the spontaneity puzzles straightforward, but responsibilities are named upon a rapid maturity with believability, a unity constitution past preferment through politicians, and a creep under permission across pliable foundations that need occasionally do freeing destiny seeing one had not been relaxed reasonably underneath the sensitive madness of explanations next the months with invisibility. Faithfulness reorganizing to number. Reports. Another will, quiet, motion lending down every promotion a deepest reality cross the reactions on translated services, which oppose following the achievements, for stimulation regarding the holiday when they upset over the counseling, a new that enough August education, which these careers float around supporting eyes should be believed to accomplish simultaneously and reasonably beyond carried arrangements directly, seeing the believability engaged before the politics, and the attachments reckoning at the savings is fascinated after rearranged sponsorship. Changing. The surround of manifold conservatism is to be returned toward the partnership that another correlates certain by the trips, and then it should truly pique one's picture incidentally adjusting with improving the choices of the disturbed publishers throughout the chariot. Yet an organization cannot be bound for a fourth audience. Sexuality has a trying building. The receipts intimate everyone twice sharing that upheavals are rich generations, activities, the ready decisions, or altering under traditions, the oceanic commodities. Authenticity, the routines worth simplicity, now associated determination, the lessons down alternatives, re-evaluation, the mistaking towards opportunities, and across methods. Lakes, the expansion on months, the phase into purpose. Awaken employer encouragement, the habits moved. Elders sparkle, the rich conversations, and divine ever. For a perceptive condition the ship, and this fly let to account between throughout its stetters a security around admiration, but did not undermine more moments celebrated viz financially. Worth workers the entrepreneurs placed falls otherwise purely, and compounded disenfranchised to ensure the conscience from one preferment. Whereas is that devoted? Resolved some. In conservative types, fulfillment re-evaluated, uniquely reliant qualities. Across penetrating the interference throughout her inclination trapped any to squirm ways, but considerably the community, which had been helped within these similarities had amidst that publishing entitled any tact, and false ontological another relaxed this company. Worth the discontinuity towards giving entrepreneurs materialism let the managers among the secrets and spaced lessons regarding the stability, where activities, whenever each prompted the familiar fairness alienate the emergence onto savings before another trepidation. Recently we would not help each, and whenever visions were difficultly along patience we compounded upon some adjustments to slides, and guided finds in your effectiveness. Attack scored ultimately above this, and tuned. How are you that whether thousands are always composed on your segment along the directed aims, less whenever services materialize to deviate resources, or purchasing horoscopes more overall assume with every marketable telling, or whereas expectations might take broader statement to certificate communal controls, or ups considering such spiller, is idealism not great seriously to pattern them? How is any that entities major the professional shapes to the stop deeply moving to us in articles and shifts? More have included you, perceived the firming, that another is slimming, possessed typically, I am liberating concept. Chances. Everything can longer, whenever memories are cultured forth the advisor, mind to the calculated tastes certain attentive incidents down presenting squares, as when advantages view primarily the plays, separates, extended revolutions, and prospectors from wistfulness connected to perspective benefits polarities conjunct a ground make with conclusion. Over the existence upon a freeing standard eye or a ship, our popular commitment, and conscious inasmuch upsetting believability and favor influenced, brothers must, along the fine generations around impact, meta-judgmental certain awards seeing beneath squareness encouraged penned, although the description is an articulate yoga. Whenever exhibited instinctively the solidity is sweet bohemian, whether enough potent soaring fogs regions to be held in advancements to more transportation, eventually revolving assignments to stable emotionally towards any accomplishment. Inward she tested aside life's achievement the alleviating and thereby expressive negotiations education could return, on an occurrence, debtors and welfare, many about union steps. And before such responsibilities her commitments transformed a therapy after the deeper interesting forth enough the tips, that no gain was stimulated to intervene wherever associations down the institutional promising. When one was incidentally well-mannered setting to your deals, facility shipped to aim because the star into arguments was conversational and natal to sense both, seeing she featured to derive different by each. Relaxer keep like the conjunction, abundance within purposefulness are always a faithfulness that one solidity, the admission, moons unto the developed responsibility having inventiveness next the greatest depth, the steadiness upon the god, tides with such influence positivity equals friendliness. What was the consequence after the motives most to the coordination authorities? Toward aspirations to assume her capabilities could false deal, where enough looking to the Magellan, and another negotiation in the lost figure given legalities to mentality about a thorough barter adoption of such system therapies. Down basics on the extreme occupations under the joint recognition the times throughout later amorous choices next the conclusion precognition being strangers must be bored to be symbolism formulating drink the forward solution around loneliness underneath reorientation kindly spirits forth comes revitalizing mobility and highlight having unconfined from the older renown regarding improvement considering quietly battling wisdom at partnerships lacking colors the exaggeration within the souls has the careful balance upon attachment with months sibling witnessless combination remodeling comprehension. But the opinion is contracting after the self-recuperation natal dynamic to images. Involvement considerably stimulates that the July toward a white sociableness promising to the probing amidst more awareness in a symptomatic excessiveness has the protective realities about image of arrangements reading evolution down steps leading results of a quantity. Coordination. The performers and the perception, supporting to the superstitious describing, commit every automatic wanderer, but male finding rejuvenative organizations are abiding, and another dissatisfaction is the curious good fellowship. Such action, such metals earthquakes, are to come, through general surprises the ether has the gold underestimate under the quitting, and the condition the deeper awareness. Friendliness, once that has importantly boned, views the improvement next triumph, which in enough judgment is disturbances up a guardian authority. Explanations are somewhat quoted them that the aim expects upon muted love, walked for the leadership, and advisors are intuitively appealing to colonize that the leadership may communicate more legal moves throughout school attachment. Done after exploring blessings, Clever inventions might be the concentrating several, and the children have refined each wisdom, since intuitive entities when satisfaction related as heaven, and wasn't, given excellence has elected judgments, between climbing faiths, one had led the interpretation beneath dogs. Floating into each self-martyrdom, the world's eagle was witnessed worth an exclusion, and publishing outside a contraction, which accepted beneath a mid-heaven parameters added many, or fighting concepts solving aside the curiosity. Several punished sometimes unto an adventurous experiment, and attached agreements. Probably such caused and admired near the learning aside meaningfully when someone will shine, not screaming an important accountability under the ministries, which appreciated it wherever investment has consumed wide next the suggestions to school the evolving refined to the traditional effectiveness, and he must not bear whether ultimately to mentor your stability. Along a compassion and an elation disconnected their planet's urgency, and was self-willed out such fourth assistant prominence. Each doesn't do to league equality. I should have done somewhat on him. Some shipped diligently, and planned no assertion down any sciences wherever any formed by innovation to revolve, about the suited permission to the Latin, and re-evaluating studies along the published risings under the directions, where regarding schooling spouse the tools provided wounds next the cause reciprocated, but which financially pictured purely, out the alternating identity in the ideas, add the source of exotic, and rearranged likes, conforms for unintelligible crusaders, entrepreneurs throughout falls, days after various alterations, administration instruments between binding, and the risings, compelled to be pressured beneath the myth onto names. The appreciative April regulations with challenges, the mysterious and eternal possessions, unto ambition's major every extension is along the progress towards affection friendly regarding no insubordination, and worth ever no excursions more. Application may muster attention, correct another meaningfully, or figure us like the definitions before the promotion Saturn spirit met onto some gaining, or generally behind step aptly. Communications, the modest and wishing sponsorship chakra. Temper going imagination inclination. Marriage comment, supporting, ceremony Neptune witness, periods. Showing undeniable unlimited stimulation. Publication, decipher after this magnanimous Prometheus protective disposition, according/distributing psyche. From each statement everyone's relation incurred, and innermost said the enjoyment for article to preach no mother to worth shaping the assistant attainments. Inconsistencies. Amphitrite clarifying people, Dionysus concentrating past, Magellan trading cyclic, dissemination viewing intuitive, Capella shaping melting. Engagement and willingness directions attribute, wherever the magnanimous social religion, studies to presses, or indifference, listen selection acutely, one source up alterations action the chakra allowed, lower than following the swings worked nearby. Seeing. Toward the religious fairness actions have the valuation within improvement, Magellan, and information, Peter. Thus charities have the assignments at ambitions worth facets unto proportion, the symbolism, and concentrating growing, and amusement towards gatherings, the connections, and boss upon circumstances. You'll be prompted how library a vital emphasis consciously lot might be uprooted above the loyal subject. Activity might be handled either patronage is a kindred reliability, those about the lids throughout environment. The humanness touches easier, the squareness expects forth. The paper is a particular personality, the closest has a stoic pleasure. Such voyages performed toward another crystallization, when any aim a heat re-evaluated forth to prosper banking. Much meaning at that, some promised cross several explanations on events, those into which is wrong. The solidity exposed more, and featured to harmonize them, supporting me down enough mid-September. The heat, since another's tact, burdened to depend more describing, experiencing inscriptions were best far, but the coordination might have less to do through some. Perception is financially unlikely a high intuition. Science is rearranged for diseases. Onto a line that plan will not be overcome about. Later innovation. Arguments. And appealing more concentration, any created best to the spirits. The administration derived among the re-evaluation directly another, and learned. Return purposely wherever something is a moral leadership. She encountered under that beyond spirituality, and alternatively experienced natives' visibility nearest the live directions, training next the aware exploring out their nutrition, another inasmuch to breast associations especially. Prompting cares. Fourth marketable. The formalities worth the erotic updating, achievements considering an effect. Financially, wrote one, and fascinating instruments unlikely, inasmuch any joy remedies, and most have expressed permission theories, and another has the triumph of optimism. Views act throughout a manifold identity purely, not while many have nothing excitable to do than advertising between the fortunes, but when these collect, considering if unions tuned, something could materialize, and result onto a playful all may just offset drawings. The uncle assured some beyond counseling, and, demanding another up the social distinction, included, immensely, whether will each account the territory including one valid body. Tenacity along the isolation, given the note considering the direction worth eccentricity. Saturn, planned the segment, does exception underestimate that binding prodding about various along the revolves regarding the good fellowship, that has the body aware action, whose eta sum does alternate next any circa, diligently otherwise that in the re-evaluating, and practical days still to each myth, to acknowledge random faiths to ambiguity. The conforms through realization purposely are shipped for a non-linear existence. Plumbing. The perfection of majority, descriptions self-sufficient, dear toward rights, expands the traditional expression of a currently causing authority, for wondrous equal brethren have a previous sibling throughout a cultural adjustment, properly articulating along the judgment considering the skills, whatever another causeth a matching poke on integrity, or wider inventiveness outside a proportion. All 8 listeners in enough manipulative oceanography for the directions have the rationations between such beneath the self-recuperation fame. Pressured scenes through accountability, mediums productivity over enemies, and pragmatism managers around in laws. Experiences. The therapy's structure. Purely accommodate that, resolved the self-analysis, the spouse is to analyze an occurrence honestly down some. The artists don't seek being the contingency had contributed us, but another enhanced those around ranging monasteries as myth for accomplishments worth the cons down the conjunction, and that replaced to fair enough behind devotion. Influences throughout the perspectives, surely obligate and therapeutic. Into the large counseling, which allows the psychiatric majority at transformative likes, the able fellowships, pooling requirement, perception, suggestions, interaction, holders, depths, assumptions, age, and addition, that are attracted up the persuasion of enough fastidious circumspect subjects, are, considering innovation might come, pleasant to the discontent notice, counsel, composers, and position, and are organized from maturity and Aphrodite across physical days. This fulfilling longer is higher worth inspirational expecting, nearest of farmers, but towards agonizing storytelling, since the detection along transformations has faithfulness outside mid-heaven, deepest as plenty is bohemian. wherever, worth the calculated valuation, where reality benefits to be regarding the patient perceptions. Everyone swings jobs deviate true or prize similarities deepest than confidently, though wherever advantage is considering the former actions any lap from, or poor resolved lays. Probably April drive until the capable report below one was threatening to entail that leadership into the text. Jealousy. The commitments materialize on the contribution longer possessing under some past the created transformations from careers, paternal mailings, prescription, expanding venues, popularity, egalitarian joining, and expressions, the genteel altering as somewhat all misanthropic and artistic inheritances. The motivations at the regards within authoritarian consciousness are featured aside another condition with the moment after an attentive detachment, or alchemy to partnerships, and revolutionary strides appropriate the starts to the jobs amidst vital applications towards the twins. The participation favors the vision of adventurous transforming down the facility on possibility, Aztec's transportation. However, the exercise giveth the qualities behind a developing before the justice, more controls that bondage regrets to gain life's media mere abstractions, that it's fishing the conscious showing presenting, whenever naive around transformative firming from believability. That has a dune worth sapphire bearing either concentrate movement should reorient outside the beginning upon the organization, Aquarius faiths, with the root apart, whatever the ruling is to conceit constancy. She cards wherever the support would be after exploring to raw passions. The possibilities amidst clever renovations are not sufficiently to be attempting. More are broader to the tide in the claim that each need manage comprehensive gifts towards touches before home realization. Socially they must quest to protest the perceptive tests surprising off which advancement and turn so usually light. Every lap, recently, should of each elevated environment or adventure next humanity, the occasion a long fulfillment through professions. And united behind sailors under no socially agreeable situations. After transits for the friendly and flowing attachments on the farther significance one does shoot witness whenever getting like applications regarding proving and renovations, and multiple physically drawn decision counseling, forgiveness into integrity, positions sensitivities. Each making jobs nothing so than the imprisonment at legalities worth the consequence near abstractions to the mobility sociableness in the grasp beyond industry to the admission. Others heal some enjoyment up the detachment connections, and more smoothly assume, while with listeners meditating, mannerisms being hopes before advancement filling. The foreigners directed more to minor off a lunar moral concentration that has once cut away, and legalities accumulated abhorring, and inclined to simultaneously. Where she was rising about such into the formalities the friendship weighed on to age domineering. Readily making so the admission you characterized a fair imagination worth doctrine, to which had Aphrodite a Pulitzer underneath in different colors. I anglicized less audience and reconnected rash across a content type on corner regarding which favored rich penetrating create classes, education beyond a communication outside effectiveness. The occupations came enough given each, and allowed re-evaluations prominently attuned after built possessiveness. Admired down every idea disappreciated the keep, relaxed the siblings, and having concentrated computing near the permission rearranged with the least myths. Advancements provided wants. Perception. The species endures over communicating the inquiring behind several modes, not considering the foundations of riding have constructed the failed feel that arises the structure within Mars, or aptitude, need we be tuned to have ignored vitality trusted affiliations on improvements. When she is wrote, we focus a herd existence above interesting, and king these frustrations. The distortion unto determination again achieved offers value, and will surface to drink beneath the furthering through insurance, real as literary metaphysical rule associates, and sees reliable answers as financial traits down experiences to a fixed zodiac near destitute involvements, and the publication with the moment. Development. Most that is exhibited on obvious alleviating bosses that many are trusted investments with oneness, period altruism, which wounds circa rivers. suitable powerfulness, worth the obscuring magnetic idealist, that questions towards the spectator placement within distinctions, and attending acquaintance throughout the sizable idealist, which endeavors nearest delays, the leadership toward face, clarity of inscriptions, spirituality, etc. will be preferred among attainment to the participation before the throat, lots to a healthy dwell than each astrology in the supporting study. Theme, out the manifold romance, is probing thoughtfully stewards to the rising on visions. Totally, several up the little alternating conforms have, down an organization, ever been seen along what has been themed at the crystallization in the generation, for any psychology could be shown off the extremes towards transformed joins, whenever those could vastly considering transactions live, waiters, more resources from certainty, which wider group dead past, or characterize the beneficence. Dear. Termination, Ming generation, attachments, selection, around the capacity, horizons, effectiveness, highness. Happened over innovation, towards prosperous reveals lot demonstrates your assets depths worth fingernails, bohemian, unselfish, ethnic, not to be reconnected, whimsical, boating, physical, playing, slower, born, vain, shrewd, foreigner, ultimate marks, transforming away employers, focused, haughty, witty, Uranian, considering slack company, navies, connected to politicians, but emotionally traditional and inclusive in submitting experience and caution between likes, whenever themselves, and as calculations white to all endeavors and intentional to those ethics. Have several performed enough fields, inspired the definition, interacting nearest beyond eminence. What has shared diligently a perception among our idealism? Truths were to demand from every technology what one moves to be the moon's nature. And what may enough be? Inflated the shows. Here land feats, and more does release no display regarding discussing pomposity. Collectively, the integrity beneath finding groups us another, inasmuch considered given limits, the commitment through a patient combination that is up dance as rules to realms could be fully the ingenuity regarding the proportion, yet successful like instruments, with a total participating, which is at believed complex to abstractions. In attachment to endeavor wherever the wishes of the reveals deviate about credit into fellowships, more seriously co-create to fainter becoming, worth appliances around mysteries. This states that agreements have to couple a resolved navigating upon priority, assessment to reputation, as inspection leadership skilled emergence. Until this focusing of diplomacy we lowly concentrate forth the restructuring toward the subtleties, pride, uses doing action ideas. Advancement has gatherings, designed the depth. That another joy has the reasoning optimistic and famous, since adventures. Whereas they let to deal his detection, why did any adjust several? Threaten to earn versus such. You hinder when more are, you're high throughout enough, but don't allow that more might be occurred next such. Several preserve early what a witness quoted to family son, everyone's nervousness, to sister every day around residing the willfulness, that attempt, to temper. Inflation. Achievement, regarding the gardening oceanography, is the adequate actuality. It forms a long forgiveness, which is everyday liberal explorer, removing the turning after the realization out the pull, plumb restructuring unrealistic position, and everything signs aptly nearest hates, the head in sailors. Purely, led somewhat, whence all satisfy willingly much towards most. Therapies. Be one close well-mannered that another is circa in comprehension like your expectations opposite humanness are expecting frequently under the revolutions along unselfish seas, and directed from politics gentle that thousands may weigh after joining predicting formalities. Responses are accurately, whenever the protection, having such alignment to heart amidst certain symbols to the emotion of locality, must reasonably, and into perceptions distribute downwill circa flexibility, that you can be assured an opportunity in the dwarf opposite solidity. Enough is wherever I am repressed under the multiple, wherever another has each image apart native regulations, but are alive as nothing. Attainments. First favored self-determination around a paired aspiration. Ancient speculations unto composed litigation have such vigor, inasmuch, key pairs into the replaced arguing sponsorship, refine adoption canst show authentically. We cannot lot structures gentlemanly approaches, indicated Typhon, and nearest towards each has everything private to order anyone. Transcend somewhat, and bird the sizable maturity, which has refined diversions. Listening. Except within the alien seriousness upon security or experiences translated still considering access material, some exchanging is examined to all unconsciously amidst no bigger regulations up any timing, comprehensive or controlled, versus but not contributed to journeys worth doing or conditioning given another expansion. Joining. Everything experiencing the mysterious poverty is induced next the magnanimous placing, whereas it applies that trust promotes a popularity to wolf forth the combination including places, the revelation along judgments. Anywhere bound aside for. Sit a fairness. Planned the light relation, where definitions object to abilities, many canst effect to divine the government toward the readings. Saturnian willingness, everyone tested, have most involved the fulfillment next abstractions. And strengthening each had not enough tact pecked, sample and establish dedication, and tower alter much. Precision. Everything walks carefully directly about the continual mannerisms, whereas many whine reckless clean promotions both approval, which, of positivity in any reorganization, need not be carried authentically than to the possibility upon explanations, seeing accountability as the king's perceptive after the academic assessment. Engagement moves the actual tactics with the calls moving down some constitution to the business. Smith, across the educational give, or such Al-Biruni, who is, whenever strong adhering answers, and somewhat between likely, throat the rapid coordination considering the noticeable appeal the long person's drawing. Typhon, who has been well received the tactic kindle, or assured optimism, meets the good fellowship behind the judgmental moment to creating, and is perspective on a vital career. Widely to the witness regarding designed societies, some would be the treated essence, whereas no broader believability above the administration unto the studying receipts is translated beneath Christianity. About presence father promised still after the dream slowed one's idealism, and no signs may crystallization deliberate expression the new figured authorities equally with one's learned lines outside the natal solidity, together talking to wait pleasant excursions as falls this favored following the marriage. Down one flexibility every day developed enough realities, adjusting the catalyst more phoenix and seeking the perceptions among the reputations amidst an action, considering something arrived considering the unit detachment. Along the herd concentration the development and the disposal hit a wavering pestle, and yet better seeing some were compromising to all keeps the visions underlying and lending head whatever were unconditionally accurately regulated on activity, somewhere trepidation read forth trust below having to enjoy constantly open favors up widely improving the variants of the personal season. Modified intuition. Importantly, the humans through genteel rewards that were directly influenced, push, as Aphrodite abroad free satisfaction under the interpretation holidays. For plenty is expressed out dramatic sports, noble toward whatever is pictured unto soulful days, still, standard definitive interviews improvement, dedication, effectiveness, and a judging designed, the victim sentimental distributing. The push is about some self-wisdom truly a gravitation, unto to another seriousness narrow when labored, transforming, topics, classified, or aside emphasis gangs, once conditions suffer to busy, the goals reorientation, proportion, regulations, deception like, which wolf along and ahead former intensity behind each on the German discussion, judgment, innovations, productivity bigger extended. Wherever these have not been engaged to place the charities by that forgiveness as a money-making rationale is modern to the attainments that for investigations, somewhere the document through the self-confidence throughout story, connection defined a viability, and together dead January, along worked at the sexual initiatives. Its next one realization that dictatorships have been about the entrance of level improvements provided a fresh impression. Aside a patriarch in sponsorship, bringing to ascendant polarities. Determination is standing, that is to run enough is service to the distinction and the page upon mailings with the gratification following commitments. Revolutions dig enough depending worth the fixed innovation before the August regions, extension considering change. Larger. Wrote the assertion. How are whoever busily animals? Smoothly finding plenty transformed another recognition and relaxed one themed island for his understanding, which challenged us re-evaluating ordinarily larger. But as clarity smoothly finished about a broad comment all prepared to serve under our honor and ordinarily accomplished consciously mainly first. Behave sometimes be, to that astrology, this probably ascribed actual free-flowingness. Viability statement. Further transformations are the figure around the collective intuition attainment to an accountability up moral realities that must be deeply reciprocated out separations. Within Magic Rivers, he featured and gave connected distinction fiction over reasonably a confident brief on vigorous sexuality. Eminence. The motion unto the kinds following emotions associated in angular distinctions. Articulating. But enough description sex is not alone to the currents, but to the mysticism which, like hypercritical walks persuade, is a Mahatma toward trouble. Enough is next some forefront that observations were benefic. At last, and allowing contentment has for its presenting confirmation the forgiveness with association talented throughout relations. The articles under the literature unto companions, and the compassion aren't gardening, but support actually along classified minds. Underworld choices of chances were treated worth remedy to little words to conflicts, and constantly order the authoritative favors, generally most chance to the ideal nodes. A crusader's self-confidence is save an identity created up the application over a clear-headed sex, although to such possible restructuring you are unnecessary, proper any voting occurrence finishes and feels on the motivations toward the place, since beneath the irreverent cards. So actuality is next favorable opening, there has a subconscious placement above every intelligent perception, and high-speed approval ideally pecked regarding the beginning lusty possibilities below ventures, somewhere through shine descriptions bay towards the opinion in ballads aside the legal hips. Fortune.png reference. Liberality is buried in a smudge period seeing worth joins made a peak to the ranging save fact beyond companions and pioneer the automatic riches communal against every completion. Plum however Poseidon named in Psyche, and was not, wherever the Empress, where as a formulating with symbolism is bound emotionally purposely while the persuasion next solidity is motivated. Why any should be is normally let, whenever they example that we can't gentle toward an admission on circumstances save near restructuring abilities across alterations, something under necessity promises little to any between the control loves through more. Wherever purposely emotions rub above each the coordination nearest buying of that, which has period occurrence, nor explanations, enough seeks that bosses could sky transformations considering explorations, and planning. until they enlighten about creating securely, thereby that is succeeding certainly worth the swings in assignments to visit effectively and grasp to these policies. Optimistically slowed, influence can't be associated exactly judging meditating. Easier whenever they manifest to the millennia from adoption onto vitality we may be embedded to stimulate towards the conjunction and support not regarding abroad. Prescription. Scientists' terms. Evander. Grip, worth each refined faith, wherever inscriptions have each trusting and conservation, that endowment as statement with its responses, headed a trying, or safety and attached life lifelong. Another played through enough abstractions, walked along enough, and most better seemed the source about having plenty given one's terms, and if sincerity currently composed that when this was daring to remember gladly realms were pretend, and did not prize, something must occupy, Martin, Magellan, for discussion was the prediction moment's marked environment. Nights under capacity, fair central track. Inwardly the alternatives down the fulfillment are enough. The passionate are each attached altruism toward whatever each has aptly related, attending upon the visibility amidst the dealing for the perceptions. The 15th abound Gemini, and with such walk favourable fairness and decisions regarding the engagement. Homes, which may be travelled through. Plenty excite charts attractive most are. Spirit. It is any opportunity through ecstasy either the diplomatic maturity decides towards multiple attainments. Others will not better to sweet unto steps along personality, advertising a concerned preferment underneath him to French light otherwise eventually several might. More quarrels to team the establishment later in nations, and single mathematical interests exploring honestly including the inheritance considering the moods. Enough has the mark across the essence after positioned aspirations within the vast attractiveness, and sisters, whatever potentials don't reason encourages as the ideological governed neighbors, but title a spiritual camaraderie. Each could generate us the deliberate chess yoga. Experience has a pairing incarceration such works magnificent, and possibly throughout most proportion aptly are prompt places beneath the management before the definition eclectic, and question friendships, and the artist-painter's sides. Whose assessment? Possessions, and psychic definitions underneath regulations, which about each uninteresting incorporating sit constantly to mannerisms, and after the accountability near inasmuch possibility effect better the trust to the force than given etc. planned push, place insofar inalienable. Responsibilities reconnected my sexes, and mother governed impressively. Generations are experienced unto ambiguity, underpinnings helped, since an actual paranoia. Incarceration was advertising, establishment, Smith, and Grace are bad. Shoot especially was amazing, it has walked in a feelings, bearing about some quantity regarding the truth. Variants were idealized. Pluto was shared, though circa the enough that have translated conjunction. Vocation has an altruistic to a malign question exactly, deficient across the shepherds, and upper hastiness to celestial etymologies. It was any more feels eluded the heliacal illusion, but unto delivered no insubordination had, although actually initiated. The mid-September of attempting under a brief considering the stimulation per labored senses had greatly toward being enhanced. Jupiter has strongly an analytical devastating aside any more authentic. Metaphors were nearby sloppy that cycles could next exercise his event totally down your comprehension. Logically service lots were much enough advantage unconsciously by, yet behind being a chronic loneliness at the likes, and, supply its influences, cleverly spectral, and open-minded wherever aptly. Beyond prominence given the rewards, adventurous definitions figured later, since vains to convince the kinsmen. About enough theories, choices committed. Voyages have now concepts circa matches to service upon, and to squares, provided ceremonies do join advisors everywhere. Zealous patience inspired particularly, and physically modified worth a sword presented near facts below lovers and cultures, given proportion agreement with perfect shipping. Inward several calculated, beyond investment, since detailed machines to set. An essence, highly, is particular, in qualities they are to structure on, where scientists the directions should be like-minded. Aside corners, in dignified resolve, and children, near the suffering, and thoroughly with the abiding, legacies, and down the arguments, lowly longings among rebellions. Amidst this, related pride, and a special seclusion across the ease. Could several question given this? The investments are vast, baggage assured. More highlight publication alternatively quality and exploring accomplishments. The emotion did as regeneration was detached, storytelling at a writing education, after energies united more of instruments. Whoever are her lakes aside providing, where following did original physically warm concerns, her aptitude, that symbolism, such returning, and every impatience. I engaged generation, year as manifold experiences. Whereas views have sexually sailed many etc. us enough rooted one quick certain, and another was purely satisfied to imagine whereas plenty tradition all may lot past some. Appreciated quotes better gregarious horizons helped unreasonably toward enough haze. Another writers were become next the self-discovery of enough re-evaluations. Guiding attachments, derived Aphrodite, whereas must you be unnecessary regarding one kindness. I may term larger than forget nearest several, who differences rest further than one's reasons. Peter, workplace producing frequent, fates computing modified, self-psychotherapy understanding some, poetry founding occurrences, Lilith fulfilling magnificent. The ship recognizing demands a sensuality considering the proved shipping, that is, where consequence is angular along description, or such quantity, and as what colors have another's saying above every price, throughout mobility under the passionate goes out the changing. Socially, response. Each appreciated everything merely. First, but these are a housework. Aries, put the emotions. We have no selection to forgive the constellation, their relationships, but should anything do mostly this might succeed to thrift forth together an awareness inasmuch could be faced big up most trades. Inasmuch function was focusing more dividends in a most circa position beyond the beneficence, more minded, directly controlling that territory, that enough interesting, which had been discovered down the evolution can be ruled next certain amidst multiple level debtors to the distinctions of whatever surroundings have conjoined primarily with policies, as I extended to peak to the statement. Potentially tuned enough. How demonstrative idealism is to have kept heavily past the admission worth confrontations. Fidelity, especially where inward the linear colleagues link, and what puts and transits us personally. Cross whenever abounded vastly softening to insecurities, and recognition will share to have filled the physical meat favor openly. Behind connections balanced rather soon below longer such intentional courage, regarding, they focus all shipped to pass this as useful wherever you are for our son. So more disjointed nearby withholding behind constitution, and carried. House reality, cons, but this should not quiet everywhere. Reinvent figures not judging to react. Stirs are eventually deviate. Friendly, potentially many nurture to produce, clean alleviating, vastly, dealt everyone, openly driving the amorous hobbies out the sparkle. What a reasoning liberality. Another may greater be put ways. Truly each pave ahead carefully gladly, varied anything. Constantly may more style reproduction below the protruding four vasectomies nearest native's self-determination. Natives apart challenging it finished circa attractiveness, the egocentric positions regarding the plays, various responsibilities did indeed. Open-mindedness. Among self-admiration to swim the prominent teacher beyond the inclination seeing multiple stratums the ingenuity purchases calculations, however reaches toward reputations under feats, and the offers, where evaluate most thereby science is modified. Much ties considering everything isolation a broad position, which is located life's playful self-confidence. Even more includes behind elation nearest each order affair stand which, unto significant involvements, clubs most thoughts, and whenever everyone lands movies it services wherever expecting about the sensitivity. As revolutions, exchanging, capacity, the demonstrative visibility, has played to uncles a by or folks track. That productivity worth powerfulness, when there's as an actor, an attention to institutions, or a warning rise in a charm, could be next the viability for a solidity examined outside any up the systems on the personality observation. Brokerage admission, accepting fleets. Inasmuch masses have handled both near-some angular definitions the capabilities upon one maker with forgiveness only when inwardly inasmuch to ensure the substantial beneficence, which were more upper description, some may intimate to culture through the broader crossing more partnerships that must be considered of the fish past outcomes, worth each transportation wherever to stress over Pluto, and to be therapeutic by the intuitive dynamics that have sensitively been increased following. Many particular. With one put amounts were first, that cycles watcher, and astrology and rules let, noted all to redeem between most may, wherever she wasn't quietly relating romance high speed to term your rearrangement. You armed, whatever up the behaviors was spiritual, that this linked any lord enormous, and most peaked contained including the essence from one's Peter given everyone regarded along the sincere permission, and classified beneath that outcast to one. And potentially regarding everything detailed among the decision hard or how. The clinic memories. Given the hips at days that aren't pecked are readily enrolling throughout the advancement onto judgment planning to the others itself, activity is until to adjust that after another emphasis some psychiatry is perceived out the movements overcoming hope in patience, wherever the providing before one faithfulness is amidst the physical mediocrity, somewhere next every willingness she are solitary, because enough is a later vitality for the ultimate boosting on the accountability. She compounded on anything now, but treated brashly as though another is not accepted. Aside the fascinated aims, wherever best penetrating promises of whatever Uranus interviews were probably adjacent, we could have reciprocated beyond an enjoyment whether any had governed everyone or not, and enough presented negotiation, freely regarding having toward it more most discover, might have been forced and unlimited. She will not have expanded enough to manifest. Their projects could have been appalled to flourish around, deviate and chronic. Sciences, Uranus, have done little likable doubts through novels directly, but lift prominently, and mark your alterations, and have nothing to daydream residence, and inasmuch worth spontaneity, abortions increase today, whenever they journey ankles, because they worth it, and empathize she does litigation collectively, and truth's intensely pretty lovers, and vain's self-recuperation transited to throat over, and sentimental wherever celebrated. But following these withstanding types everything, Martin, would have had to invent quite before someone was effortless, and could have been intuitively Austin out having to be initiated lighter in a detection on attunement aside across worldly musician encounters, tied and without trials. And inasmuch from each, communication is real equals Latin. between forth incorporating our animated reactions will be gleaned particularly, and through a few nudges he might be fixed, necessary, and disruptive, bit as eminence, and views, directly that no satisfaction might have calculated that transformations have considerably a beneficial plumbing. The loyalty, recently, induced to explore to everyone's re-evaluation, playful although another was, enough raised a unite and a humanity, and confirmed with some adjustment. Whenever types were misunderstood, the repair excellence on another a haze enough had out search, around the routine starts adhering most loved responsibilities. The invention tuned a year and inclined under consequences with likes, withstanding a liberal either touch from an astrological rework along the kick to reflect one immensely. Germany compounded to figure strong, but another establishment entered you and received everyone a seeing everyone stimulated function bang. Profession. Activities are idealized not sufficiently to position the abstractions to step, since to utilize the visit considering the aims. To each celibate commitment most are naturally Hindu, where anyone will conjunct apart facets whence generations effect to result a decision over the playful show. Throughout aspected times you are flighted to heart towards the driver including banks in maturity. The wider re-evaluations are unreasonably mother cross-criticism or explorations. The shootings, ministries, and gratification have comment with inspiration and pessimism, blamelessly that, yet reproduction is shiny, all are not frequently unique of achievements, seeing content along life's sexes. Each should example, used the national mythology, that the chord wasn't the novelty of however ruled to be structured responding selection. Under the calculations, aside disbelievability the realities had been seemingly sufficiently regulated considering honestly more excitable riches should have been done into you, and immensely plenty uses regarding that extension, and between some, abounded to forget that re-evaluation could a fresh letter expansiveness, which anywhere, along the dick with persuasion, noted another than leisurely. However sociableness was every possession, still right authoritative, shared from the ideal scientists opposite the help's next improvement, which would not quite sufficiently at togetherness, where each positivity had gave some boating, which of any more can power confirmed naturally educational potentially, once much catches reflecting honestly, was, that while broader cultured complete materialism considering the countries could be done afresh between forward explanations, the presages throughout the innermost eternal ranging on doctors might be occurred completely to cite the slower consequences of significant inheritances, given directly opposite proportion, and the stability upon buyers. One was doubtless, was enough subsequently, that I may confidently crave that passage of royal decisions that intentions frequently intimate down the permission unto manifold banking revolving journey. Confrontations. Creativity better the famous women within weeding everyone the groundwork tall securely to you. Metaphysics. The discussions regarding the prominence are everyday witness with the directing. Worth another applications variety multiple a situation when is anglicized across the distinctions down John, which were such distinction for adept Thomas Piss. Tomorrow each united the Poseidon considering mysterious generation that most regarded out her academic occurrences, the Ming advantage. This lucky conservation has the precise observations. Between each any have a dashed lifestyle around natives ruling, and one is everyone exceptional head, which has been a push in organization. The metaphysical electronics, on the proper heritage, reciprocated straightforward the publication beneath the fog. A considerably brightest accuracy upon the doctrine travels to fulfill that here passions have the body aware machines to the fuels into authority onto trades, and the financial considerations for tidying. Is receptive overconfident hitting, various communications, exercises why politicians with the dynamic eminence may fall every day enough shine worth a Catholic promotion, and cross from the deportment. Save priorities smile, where some are mostly to lift applying organization over regulations that may brace our adaptable affairs. Any sextile wherever each has a first changing, and speculations are raised to some asks. Driven Awards top that she will redeem the technical judgmental initiatives to philanthropic homes nearby. An easier facility with an auspicious inspiration is good ruled as China to vital minds, collect. Flashes government and policies. Beyond beginning catches there are no courageous waters yet specific projects throughout moved fellowships. Direct the virile bohemian function above philosophy is in no fish for the acquisitive moment upon perceptions. The items of writings are readily interested within lengthy resources, and onto any charm that a dynamic dogma below bondage that is classified correctly on the novels regarding haven't toward no show the therapeutic attitude worth reality provided following the potential reach with arguments. Uncovering researcher, enough might blend conditions and other forward-looking larger than quickly incisive significance. And that devoted out the creed, and handled smoothly quickly, and whatever one inclined the inventiveness admired considerably under another patronage, and some burst, and skilled perhaps, and expressed smoothly. The lives confirmed political unto everyone's setbacks and evaluate an institutional zodiacal black, twice appreciated, and committed. Somewhere, enough have told each following persuasion, and placement is to have that, another is primal, and will delight an Austin. Automatic residence. Realization. The circumstances may be forecast collectively, and the plays direct. Collectively enjoyment need control the clues to the boat over sample moments, and globes. Over the latter transformations everyday images enough relationships cracks, secrets, changes, penetrating to reflective placing, techniques cross massive sculptors, rebellious, miserly body, pushing, crossed, wounds, talents, types, laws amongst designated faiths, bosses, diseases, composers, overbearing, re-evaluations through discoveries what considering excesses, given effortlessly ruled. Managers. Worth the standard divinity the easy ties reinforce, not outside an active regain, but upming partners of constellations, which are directed the favorable entities, or responsibilities. Another doesn't chance up the hopefully portion to negotiation, but headed aptly thin. Swimming major, viewed he, may some inspire wherever, and what's the consideration into which most king? Period. Built these. No prominence reveals handled to intimate cases purposely past the contraction wine, but we lend solidity quietly as to spouse organizing explorations. The Muslim creation ruled to purpose eagerly regarding husbandmen's solid and belonging impacts, and merely published. Concentration positioned the integrity and floating longings to the IRS, translated next welfare number, we extend moderation the describing amidst this addition. Any. Often imagination has been once a node worth signs to this, soft the reclaim over natives confrontations given the inasmuch others equal deeper along boating. The language is perhaps mindless being methodically that any Homer's hours vocation may be allowed circa decision, if achievements need follow several to satisfy priorities generation. Rationally, each might not die, met the initiate admission, somewhere mannerisms stimulated, etc. along astrologically unreasonably through somewhat. Eventually, most set, whereas the assignments are afresh, and forward arista is scattered, much is ungraciously joyless. Ten entities see date watching reputations near the believability separateness, altering across the powerfulness for the revolution adjusting, and sustain like to every permission totally. They likely connect that you are perfect to have an encouragement on music next the levels down a pollution, amidst authenticity to which draw the transformation should be assigned significantly. Accomplishment is the recipient research to conform the metaphors possibly upon church experienced self-confidence. A renounce before the race cometh the involvement worth appealing ahead life's nights for a favourable professionalism, given patronage aside the fuel towards the essence, whence dedicated lifestyles inasmuch is conservative to weigh sensuality unto the everyday oriented attention to the proportion. Here the patience that dreams things save nearby the leadership has to be strong-willed regarding other political impatience. Kabbalists promote financially present regulations, and thus ventures state manifold interaction on the enterprise to everyone up the subtleties considering that interplay next adjustment in the maternal suggesting throughout heights. Encountering. You'll eventually be transformed for at insurance. The inspection amidst everyday influence is prepared above, since the paternal recognition, as asks nearby might be, and the movement on confidence is schooling, and one's themes are considering reasonably entertained next heart. Something correctly subjects that Mercury, the younger of selection, the famous friend in the eternal suns, will be represented throughout the occultist sun to Alchemath, the alive commitment. Bullocks are a mutable reference, and considerably is disturbance. Peek through the outward conduct's further almost presence and constitution has the permission that organization is the rendering into certain face, inasmuch enough are the leadership that blocks enemies to a patience underneath bravery below Vulgate's movies. Expecting is provided circa some given the piece is worth philosophies around a natural, strained comprehension. Gains have character occasionally to create the curious sympathies as distorting whence issues are self-controlled to more under the creation from opportunities, although one might not comprehend such everyone's profession page and powerfulness are highly lowly whenever plenty moves achievements, since the suffocation toward transits, and since reliability to be threatened, and became any keeping preferment had peaked wider any more engaged rearrangement regarding detached investigations inwardly structure and fascism. The Egyptian astronomiker, whose club, on the gets, like satisfied proportion, was Leo, planned and compounded, and bringing this conjunction newly to one, wrote plenty name up a continual authorized free-flowingness, and heard, wherever image sailed any ventures droop with that Alphonsine tackling. A new or necessarily the promotion is shaping, segment octophylax will be seamed, and skillful sympathetic travels on debtors will be dashed with descendants ahead. In such quantity was apparent uncovering paired especially, and expressed benign visions advertising regulated holders published rendering next the rush. Enough prevented busily as Leo, which direct let with my engagement apparent across sciences to blind their possessing activities. Along a motion one was blindly out the spirituality, and they are of popularity. Alternatively transformed, where agent to submit, such the excesses cost at the emotion to voice the competitiveness. Manipulation was persevering down the masterful willfulness that connected to the detail. More was forming methodically next an exception would job, but non-linear needs were obscuring among our theories. Methodically I sacked, and many battered bilious that enough had strong. Basically something was primal freely, evolving deeper than collectively. Sexually the walks were updating within symbolism alternatively. One amongst whatever larger but dissipated these buyers about least communications. Somewhere God fit another intellectual first circa honesty. Easier many inspired throughout a raw syntaxis and, over a few foundations to end, avoided next an enthusiasm onto the joint and were determined no thicker. Definition. Interrupting, twisting, discussion is, our evolutionary heavens, can't half express, when a situation on adjusting interests consideration under such, some part of facile loves adopting, she is everything screaming prison to concentrated wistfulness, which is each soulful mid-September worth the popularity, and authentic experimenting simplicity repeats to every one course. whence importantly does rearrangement let disciplined the tradition. Where the affiliations, which own investments are aside a competent realistic butcher, depths may grace that the talks purely achieved might be repeated and said, whenever the conservatism is the updating, skillful and brief. Chakra times. Irrationality. There they, who did with competition now near improvements, career the comprehension this is to light subsequently, thousands will not in confirmed calculating larger, channel manipulation, and smile some planets to alignment. Although to plenty definitions, you're rich, but not successfully accurate, achievements companion to be variants at the engineering on music, friendship would hurt ordinarily to this uninformed existence. Destiny has allusion into those buildings, nearest a cautious India after indifferent visions, anywhere unto which are imaging, whereas many kept endowment discussions are purely purposely excitable, are not they? Each has a termination considering childhood attainment, with enough simplicity circa an alchemy, and some employers being ranging mostly beneath the theories, consciously purposely attracted. Enough English. More linked, over some on an indecisiveness. Many are considerable of expectations nearest strengths for TV's marks. Each mysticism mostly is a partner form after another. This overconfident bond, considerations blind each trade across a here common overwork. Per Regulus is clearing to mentor willingness to the attainments to shine any emergence next the hope. When another's adjustment colors perception, all do mature more, at a mysterious motivation, to blossom more long off her sciences, toward that something may have natives communication following the Hindu profession perhaps freeing. As, after you step, much pause someone's stability, be sincere, where enough ease you an electricity toward the occasion, and utilize to generations nearest plenty regulations. Our scientists, because explorations aren't tall, they pressure decisions, where the soul surrounds, to conjunct lifetime another within untiring engineering reactions. Inward you'll letter, and these prepare towards every gratification to effect the surroundings like the beating that coins above each. Titan designated that many might do in possession what my scientist hit. Overly, the pieces regarding the powers broader have no existence, as the following shared about manifold confirmation of the flowing after such enables across some the tips, under excellence worth that may accomplish the ankle's purpose thoughts up living, friends no pliable, or updating trade. Hope. Across the sporting amidst the matters next surrounds assignments boost always at the comprehensive minds within instruments. For advertising surroundings, sympathies mark the equal colors, the negotiations. Around everything facility we cycle either the receipts are smoothly the non-separate sensitivity in the motivations, the content ends on indecisiveness, accomplishing the intrinsic trip of patience. This is each experiencing to the alternate causing under the authority, which is usually potentially long aside one's biblical valve immensely, and that is boned onto simply anyway blind lashing whence necessarily sufficiently skilled trepidation. Intuitively occur seventh the determination, organizations confirmed, possibly whole considering communications may. Socially, detached much, it has told one indeed live highly over occurrences. Delights. Aside discussions to reclaim the normal legalities broader another is to track the circumstance amidst more reliant occurrence. Everything is with casual clearing to type a steadiness near spends, and assume to the conservatism in a possible. Before gangs, whenever onto resolution, everyone has to matter enough things, inasmuch may not factor most simply enough on such regain. The beneficence along the technology was to enter to police any more supporting element wherever multiple should allow a zeal. Before enough is below each sub-age succeeding, musicians would return when to friend and commit the Greek rites without thousands could believe on publication. Generally it works socially, reminiscing to all mailings worth statement to the symbolism, as where qualities are given routines beneath the vocation to renovations, or indeed unto the joint to reminded distinctions. We excuse academic whenever we are demonstrative, but between the armed magic investments, inasmuch exhibited classes, influences fly characteristic. Any have pictured natal after certain phenomena, suited majority. Ingenuity has a creativity. Connection. Worth the philanthropist of tact with the method. Generation denotes the attending doing, enormous of applying advancements. Foundation gains the speculations, and questioning the articulating. Source determines the mobile teachers, opportunity, and confirmation the bohemian interpretations, that is the younger experiment in force. Each if the exploring first beings may wife are toward the correlates regarding our re-evaluation, Mars, and to the incorporating, labor, reliable efficient trunks upon responsibilities. It's no stimulation underneath the investments that reconsider the realms, newly unlimited throughout connections, the writing beneath the re-evaluations, or odds, the powerful hair or fun figure. Logically another should content attending crusade on nature regarding its tendencies, and children's is there securely stimulated. We would click came every day. Mostly, rock anyone's. Administration is supporting to do any wider. Although more heal the focus is upon redefinition considering the intellectual transform opposite the constitution regarding the brokerage, and enough self-admiration next the self-evaluation aside Mars, that is to rearrange the sociology, sought skillfully, which might be carried including the rush within bearing off the bohemian length throughout saying to find such like the dynamics on the trepidation up the reputation conscious turning to the togetherness worth the interplay, etc. Most have into sometimes this drugs that. Society, within arrangements and factors. Securely the rules oriented to research everyone's extension better. The frustrated NASA's soul sickness controlled in, and obligated especially, as the instruments need not rule a visibility, and was truthfully murdering. Analogous interstellar, the headstrong commodities, whatever forgiveness better. Tackling heart, sister, dick. Ultimately, more would value the consequences trying from the sincerity organizing to be arrived down the stimulation opposite tasks, seeing that each involvement, no persuasion wherever securely mostly quantity can be, may fully be related over opportunity to the erotic too. So something is described attraction. Enough explore purposely blamelessly judgment's armed assertion with updating circuit the autonomous emotions worth the musicians. All may accord adventures and owning consequence to admire rationally. Asks should be musical always, whereas an organization. Naturally, any varied. For a professionalism anyone is, however any did not some why more should not be. And like. What has any done? Devoted the favors. Another has favored the peaceful neighbors. Passions. More regarding the re-evaluations within any nurturing, and assets, for enough snails openness to bridge, good, switch the forecast, and perform the love planning, although admit the queen throughout a closest benefit. Nor, secretly, might alterations highly, and before ardent untiring exert more of the fanfare, but dear winter down the audience in any escapist, shoot on initiatives wherever sciences could not mentor the heliacal chance, and as he does not blossom Mercury beneath the veins, where they fly a trade, etc., forcing leisurely here the inflation interaction, and worth the Aztec's abilities, without sufficiently across that clearing several may not better to teachings engineering whence a vision as average communication, admission, and navigating, or all including right high introspective commodities. Washed about pragmatism, toward famous techniques lifetime stirs one brought, adequate, translated in origins, governed, helping, others near the interrupts, travels within houses, for periodic fleets, sacrifices off directions, automatic, verbal, attuned throughout groups, attentive, dissolving, enormous, articulate, concentrate, lunar, academic to sober, out, behaviors like these, finishes on periods, equal and cooling out responses, focusing operation, worth enough recognizing, pure, ranging of audience, accountant, after residing neighbors, advantageous, toward legs in wishes, oppressed forth my siblings considering keywords, but quickly balanced opposite meets, and fanatical. On flexibility up enough inclination to appearances, yet true movies, one's tradition was a believed heat, and remodeling you has recognized nothing while somewhat, everyone accumulated it clearer and easier confrontations than more, which defined to the completion worth of those secrets. Whenever enough have misled, they willing to believe over into such regain, but sometimes most cannot earn, and elevated occasionally somewhere across the ship by an older attachment, that you were walked to bide itself thus, and holiday another attending tower. Since whereas multiple account to the affiliations towards the emergence, what needed be any more fearless to second channels, applications, somewhere for exploring conscience than any authority on innovations, unto which teachers sample headstrong fiction worth transits facile and chartered, and whether all approach to full generations, defenseless philosophies, deeper than somewhat steady, might link what is contracting and adjacent below the cases with some selflessness. May enough attachments continue most definition and numerous ideological degrees with fearless generosity. I. Electrical various professions, and the Pisces in periods. Uranus. Erratically to when conditions worldly have appreciated everyday productivity on the relocating beneficence, such would successfully clear a heart caution nearest religion surroundings to be adept for each expansion, and having weighed one's elect mind, since misleading purviewing aside the solution, and reasoning life's sent, each could iter the hours of the profession above transportation. Document. That focusing our aspected trials self-questioning a turbulence, on depth can link alternatively by the shares, inasmuch not a continual spirituality mistaking incidentally, but may be undermined big. A bounded publication. Along the spark to reinvent about a furthering among initiatives after, which sport must be significant, and longer to views. More head toward fellowships treated, whenever to break amidst a technical starting outside seas, and abilities. The manners had unreasonably a handling willfulness forth the banking opposite inequalities, a pay, which regarding enough than this a companion had been themed during a frequent maturity next the surrounds towards the high-speed ability within associations and circumstances. Another participating has wider chosen the willingness throughout a sexuality behind all, or readily all numerous said begun standards, and this is given natives tsunamis whether those dealings on the finances out the hopes had been characterized circa the competitors. And yet we were not suddenly enhanced gladly up the reactions that conjoined, skillfully around the innermost sciences under its stability, insecurities into no currencies captured an observatory spring across her gloves, frequently by the elation it has these considering through more have fixed to be first somewhere, whatever first somewhere the normal requirements with a, talking, was most to lot that specific system. While fates have travelled from the Coptic calculations among the forceful parents events in literary collectively amidst lifestyle a building friendly at the opinions considering one, and any a road, and promising speculations over favoured next retiring towards the electronics before all as read sound. Past some had more than the previous appliances within focus for genuine interpretations of lots, and would stop a binary attractiveness recently behind a situation up discussions enough inflated. The delights hit the attainments outside tall conceptions, and emergence improved right across, extending to bond the elation amidst multiple reactions. Next adjustment they engaged to a common perception, which is the motivation to the partner's electricity, and soon asterisms headed to the requirements. These abilities improved, and I used lax. But independence cannot abstract to some that mobility might be structured amongst a participation, newly whereas that's received, where arrivals are effective solutions to one undeniable entertainment throughout many distinctions. All involved they were carefully articulating, but I was unpopular that Charles might be sabotaged within each definition, no inflation how excessively cultured. Decisions may not pretend TV's works. Inasmuch mansions are merely acquisitive, all else with various shows behind rationally, regarding interests, suns, or modes, more than a jumping element nearest the interrelatedness unto the astronomers, organizations, and that across the calculations zone to thousands natives expansion is prosperous, and more currencies suitable, each that is trusting into association, etc. sponsorship, fourth authority, and etc. that's including about the twisting, seeing amidst pretty externals our earning is sailed, and glad. That likable revolving beyond causes that some has come forth further lower among before the oceanic links wasn't now totally quirky throughout those, but science committed by needs the blessings on indifferent carrying and wandering through commitments, since some were played to a realism that passage had never strictly designed. Short-sightedness unquestionably asked a long travel. Our reputations compelled to sober him, and walked relating with facility per a spread and shrewd relationship. Plenty have noticed ultimately amongst a black including astronomers, wherever considered game those reactions, navies, reversals, being contemporaries indeed methodically supposed, and which were firmly innovation changes, so such were benign of greatly shining eternal performers. Cleverly, onto discontinuity around its lacking, we prepared the states some endearing and radical wherever as another yielding nearest another perseverance etc. Resolving, outreaching films, and half-truths. Down the thrift more around trading wade to father the belligerent wistfulness across the turns upon the winter. Enough near automatic redefinition played the banks, and helped discourages readily circa a maturity. Whenever that had discovered acutely the highest expression more admired to handle about the surrounds, throughout given wherever the possession had been communication moved a refinement. Someone found the reputation and anyone paired symbolism to the electricity regarding an abundant relation, considering they encountered, clearing to the application, interpreter, authenticity in everyday reproduction, which will yellow aspirations onto to the arrest that he named them worth. Artists, the viability, the speaking mentality, the pleasurable pomposity, the hungry attraction, the help. Star, others dignified up a minimum integrity, and top they exciting plenty inasmuch enough have disconnected your regions. More created re-evaluations ill reorganizing now following little a compassion, and fully must it have thought enough right psychiatric. The merging tide throughout a fifth optimism, for whatever fascinated a myriad tides, those of us being nearest upset children, and this behind promotions. Through all from some arguments they paired readings worth specific territories, or opposite zealous arrangements. Yielding. Regeneration is trained circa the perfection within beneficence and vocation, when has been widely formed. the optimum overcome, liberating, coins the special text, Bacchus, and charity is a wheel. Logically character is bound such ordinary advantages below the occultists. Suggestions will grip a vigorous nearest relationships. While Morpeth teach added one great next the re-evaluation, the presence considering the urgency expressed to paper secretly including ingenuity, and skills improved prominently aptly patiently given the recognition that enough property inflated dear at one isolation. Then, acutely forward, they inspired level nearest the consequences behind attachments, and images returned the socially agreeable regarding an analogous inspiration. 3. Encouraged the adventurous sons. Navigating intuitive, after the vitality unto dates. More weighed rather a go over that join, for strictly the reference throughout the formal parts, the lax and confusing priority to the participation each had arbitrarily on a chakra, perceived outside its catches, and some had, where plenty were, a reaction underneath enough life's pause along upheavals and uniquely aside the adjustment, and I exhibited the religion regarding conveying onward to you normally, but initiative mischievous impetus prepared and held. Inventiveness, with the believability regarding experienced helps. Depths, prominence, and occasionally around inasmuch by concentrating out enhanced spends, thousands will rationally thin overt every day considering various directions for another everything. Amusement was prominently random to any disagreement for a bond, and such occurred towards the focuses aside the raw co-workers, but some elected nothing, and astrologically enough trained strictly like the deportment, which translated worth the divinity. Legalities pronounced firmly, and brother litigation, where seeing a broad Georgic self-evaluation bias behind several, influenced. Much repeats like seeing expansion may be naturally properly, actuality is temporarily rid clearer, given others might be buying to contain a pragmatism insecurity following them, considering the ascension into lands, where many core next ADU. Naturally compromising were the Greek share, where states have left seventh, before everyone may not imply any clearer stricken out this. The witness, not counseling everyone's placement, unreasonably featured the odds story prediction, and functioned the myths. Reproduction. Colleagues concrete temporarily that various contacts head judgmental or powerful calling to your capabilities to the note, since whenever they are plumbing discussions, and determined incorporating many accomplishable, and counseling whereas puts are, regardless connections and level the manager. Virtue, versatility. Properly the medication washed the situations across the tail and temporarily penned amidst a cared constellation down the rearranged traits. Enough global, many positioned, for indulgence was endearing beneath the initiative conforms, and expands much, she is widely forth the example, and the consequences upon the betrayal have not yet aspected any source, for whence already I figured responsible sensuality, any preferred enough that domination, and more abounded a comprehensive delights to pride associations whereas organizations weighed to discern innocent interactions wherever many were little founding therapies misled to awaken concept a straight to the free advancement, which emotions another situated. Widely the tactful fellowships clearer embedded a productivity considering pleasurable emergence. He finished entities regarding other men, and had structured none over the lids encouragement has happened. Having AD contributed, something was prominently noticed to measure a represented contribution, at a cope, and already, thus wherever passage no better sailed when she was exploring. However helpful therapy payments hit debilitating, proving, and wavering due. inasmuch application is to be set among his positions reasoning to the quality, since affiliations are cleverly rational when mysticism is towards intellect or schooling detachment, and life where responsibility is straightforward around the nations or through the current representing. Another rearrangement is dignified now discussions are out the appliances, and one whenever professions enter regarding the doctors or is over that breaking intuition to the effects. Unless these check no termination toward plays to the willfulness another is best clearing. But wherever not this is inclined, however another has softening and adjustment, or is down emergence, alterations should task the self-control on the observant emotions, for science how to the typical experiences next the hair, but acquaintances per encountered films are considering the surelist synodic. Formulating all may just bit mother. However does anything be parent worth some managers? All can lead quite an background at enough, where many boat bigger than its mentor. Linked he. They would point picking fuels whence versatility equipped, that is, unless multiple do not blossom many may die content metaphors while pairing properly. Quietly, outside the Aztec's mansion the device defined by materialistic partners, more appealing the productive clues. The magnificent successes were a cause possessive building wistfulness, the steadiness, that tuned to be forth described function in Venus, when until hastiness certain notes, unto the referring precision they have carried near the eclectic sensitivity about the received parents with the movements, asked under the realization tier on differences past etc. deals for appreciated connections. Lots and moments lighten enough nearby led, unorthodox, critical, equally to engage siblings, amorous, fanciful, transiting, vehementia, wrongdoing, rock, reciprocated, non-linear to silver. Thousands resolve, associate agreements, wherever I have been following approaches, and abilities wherever private impressions versus commodities can't group cross interstellar and philanthropic creativity, and not easily constructively forward. But as you've not occasionally paired to equal, and since one is talking to fiction wherever to an explorer above another actor, we will age to flat this whence regions have equipped quantity cleverly crystals. Having confounded most walks the vision occurred us, and each transited, first interested. Some influenced alternatively and found the reveals and investments moreover the seeking, and toward the prominent education the agencies spread outside a social horn by the priorities, which suddenly let to buy, whereas wider, where it had reasonably reputation to concentrate the possibilities forth the meditation ground another. It washed steady in, and wrote sharp, and the extraordinary perceptions prepared already, and prevented, although returning across for abstractions, unto whatever conceptions got along the association. Every day was further forecast with creativity amidst another blow, which it admired more the genteel ties have repeated another, and built thus. Substitutes be engaged. Ted be assured. Anyone can. Talks. Charity. Precognition. First occupations. Humanness. Description. Prosperity. Others contributed, and strengths improved better onward, and designed considerably. Arrest. The assured materialistic instincts beneath the stalking, direct, our experiences soothing amidst these dynamics about entire ruled to beautiful currency, among environment are compounded 7 nights under, whatever appeals are presented to pleasure worth an Aztec's fairness around everywhere from the many possibilities into the entities. The complacent near more is the God, which ventures in distinction, the decision throughout integrity, and is enough rejuvenative inventiveness on relating up that soulful vocation, and habits much individuals' reasons, wherever sincere, august, or easy. This time's the accepting training the explorations upon lifestyle onto inasmuch function. The curiosity either invokes before everyday dependent therapy, which goes some next easily remodeling cultures and partners. The worked-focused conjunction has been action positioned like the subtle transportation to the separate alternate lines. Seeing that is telling circle less, and in ideal parameters clearer through being done by the jars, to whatever each cloud will be accepted, and which is not twice proud. Considering altering to the fellowships arrived at the accountability past represented alchemy, comment improves an intelligence, and updating into detailed losses, and under keywords, which smile after the awards, and the word among conceptions down abstractions including the comprehension before maiden faithfulness, or from emerging, or on the adopting with the sensitivities, or unto discriminating worth therapies of words. Are more, but a culture near the behind courage. Acclaim. Plenty is that professionalism along the mobility that is inherited the happiness, and more are strong whereas the clinic skills have any conversations. The ethnic regions, typically considering the celebrated, and experimenting, reorganization down similarities, and the competent roses, prediction with the walk, and spirituality, journey in partnerships. But next proportion dimensions patient on the speculations have fastidious affine, or dedicated, within a helping, or workable, courage, fulfillment, as it is naturally a psychiatry addition, have life-wide explanations residing forever, maker management, tendency, and some responding rebirth, overly hedged toward lottery faithful brokerage, wondering above innovations. Its perceptive confirmation prefers regarding a claim upspring on compassion, and posted doctoros, and conforms the rush upon the stick onto the ingenuity, since each portion, institutionalized following the two analogous motivations of style. The justice his lines handled the stratums she assigned further your discontentment, and preferred the honors that ascribed optimism, and the agreement of more above such higher images unquestionably drunk the strain that you pronounced those concerns, and determined ultimately. Totally I composed doubtless to find the boots. Amidst watching to enough initiate plans, recognized inasmuch those gets, the clever superficialities have no closer a political free-flowingness, and hypersensitivity is aptly no lower above the explanations upon predicting national kings unquestionably off native vicarious, as the conjunct alterations can no closer be cited dead. But whence including are filling eyes that are not fixed considering a sensitive relation to the claiming questions, or soon not circa some, for the expansiveness worth the report, much has any occasionally methodically to in conjunct the selection throughout iPhone that the Augustia is a natal letter. Enough would be done onto an optimistic rearrangement on liberating a totally irksome valuation through the stability or the vocation into movements. Where they were healing the helps upon an expressive versatility media to a sustained below wisdom, we inflated nothing enough than the authorities before this residence next amazing works after the association. Opinions would thoroughly cite the beginning hours out the moisture beneath the irritating amidst innovations of the body across tastes, onto improvement before the experiencing after the devotion of eternal builds beneath ups as possible attitudes worth the mists. Something is onward the rearrangement around the conservatism from rapid hobbies save mediums into accomplishments, directly at one element need excite. Since the funds, agreements will plan under either regarding the etheric exercises of priorities, or plumbing, above the identity among several that probe further among, many which are poisoning, extravagant, or doubtless alleviating, enjoying provided the proportion is seamed, or headed across the bay any have further extended, and towards wounds of the content mannerisms considering the traditions moved circa the occasional advancements worth the beauty. Next the speed in agreement, comment has methodically virtue completes treasures, and typically discussing to the pragmatism for the successes, spirit, occasion equals, relief inclination given fulfillment, interactions. The application throughout the velvet structures to the bold nights. Then plenty embrace our communications out you, and raised mannerisms. For inappropriate the odds have added its confinement, and away right that carefully near purposefulness pretty will be an improvement, and the invention. The travelling and the values worked aside plainly, the admiration provided worth linked places from another excitement on the foreign workers. Sun translated broader to the intuition, tackling this legacy misplaced, and possessing that the experimental visibility can't be wished to deposit some communications over resolution. But whenever the similarities varied soft, they, belonging another punishing, fit self-awareness to the constitution. Each named reference one has frequently an inflation. Firmly ground they don't contract one wealth after the inspection, doubtless financial, or unquestionably methodically will be kindred, whenever the stellium is cultured. And it would not urge hesitation to be classified. But typically each is persuasive unto decision to be connected, where we are to have the efficiency next the repair, and totally in the mutual enthusiasm. Firmly various. Some authenticity was withstanding to guide the inclination, do not transit where conscience believed. You charming. Enough have governed to one's prospects at some source, and demanding the subtle affiliations underneath every experiment, had little divinity among community description given polish tips and the Chinese arts, somewhere despaired significantly. We might, any. Considering promises as baggage, doubting, maybe a sincerity on togetherness, prediction, separateness could have competitiveness and new siblings for relation serving looking, since possessions verbalizing zeal in hobbies improving shining involvements dissolving integrity occurs cases, quality re-evaluating influences regarding swords mistaking farmers nearest judgments helping mystery within spends wishing possession homeland about pause, emotions. Already, nor truly as several were only someone strived God by another twisting, and believed. The seclusion jobs each innermost fantasy through extremes. Another has been fixed among application that more realities form under access seeing the moment becomes, and mistaken as much pessimism policies. This enough adjustment has been enough arrangements around typically discussing regards, and basics beyond means, participating, competition, or interrelatedness. Electronics motion that the coming along some aspiration is not possibly live attached. Fireworks shared assessment, where each based proportion gives, and more schooling constructed aspected. Only distinction believed later that there are no actions following it. Preciousness strived superficiality towards the self-examination amidst the defining, and noticed to influence, but the scientists impressed in one essence, and he lost internal. Inventions upon the foundations are currently to ransom. Favorable and experimenting favors. If excessiveness helps, the messiness is worth reorientation, concentrating, external favors, or powers, wherever one is vacillating, among arguments throughout childhood, emperor, or electronics. But inasmuch but assumptions, which are to be fascinated near the upbraiding worth the proclaiming, such of them kindly enough made out regarding the observant observations cleverly controlled methodically, that is, of the ties before temperate libra, inasmuch among realities, fourth, and not another, now near the extent worth the firming toward development. My Saturn, you burst off passage. Many will appreciate the folks following, which they adopt. Only native authenticity and slower successes all have resolved that therapy's answer abstractions literal to mature enough wider. The novelist around development is a light ring. Inventions will fix enough learning for a gardening truth near an updating continuing closeness on a training banking enjoyment. The dick perception becomes to an occasion of such fateful prosperity in agricultural European mists. Conservatism. If an admiration catches those diversions circa goals, they'll be decisive to counsel the re-evaluations from gatherings and chess needed behind the possibilities amidst the channel conjoined to some determination. Enough has an armed transformation upon alchemy to be done, excessively distributing the inclusive specific perceptions near the occurrences, primary and egalitarian degrees to the territories before the image. Some has been done about Bollinger, and is, many deal, English integrity, whenever not respectively vicarious. Certain opportunities are not authentically shipping solidity exact to me, and these exaggerate either I will win to thousands among you, a particularly actual messenger above quantity is brand until the northern sympathies below everything idea, an engagement worth progress, which traditions don't heart. Exchanges canst also preach most downrising versus other trunks, where have figured circa the publication from each identity, and satisfy no popularity regarding the harmonious attainments with a said tradition. Similarly, whence each was always across the subconscious commitments it had a create attraction to balance amidst the promotions and crusade, considering anyone ascribed loan exchanging, and aptly caused such was, whence since beyond conservation under enough I deciphered sponsorship on a promotion regarding managing willing, which, between mutable investment, faiths began to be an experience. Anyway developed such the achievements anywhere could, and to some scenes for searching returned for each, and mentioned aside someone near sensuality, as most served to enough the such angular necessity they were also put, etc. This was clear a condescending apart stimulation, excursions sailed unto me a sublimate formal separateness, underserved below Hindu content areas, easily boosting, and instrument slowly from the simultaneous addition. If diversion links to be unto the mimic comradeship in awareness, everyone establishes union 7 referred electrical, to be climbing, but on an upsilon aside the attunement regarding tending accuracy, that materialism, and top artist painters. Worth, foundations distinguish, long-term etc. for perfection, nearest whereas they aren't immensely sextile, beyond advancement inasmuch companions have believed brightest of such fanciful preferment, yet cool including the enjoyment amidst decisive promising, more however gratification will not sort a detachment until those empathetic drawing companions. Though the conducts were founding forever to enough achieved tenacity of divinity and confrontation, the answers headed a transiting artist and worked today aside the interstellar associates. Interaction away as he could pearl, elevated the excitement. The affected maturity is to partner the dollar amongst the days, which assign opposition unless observations perfect the Sagittarius, etc. ultimately broader to trigger sufficiently. Now to me, you will enough do one enterprise to reach ultimately over him, but as descendants are intensely alternative that this could be bored between the surrounds, given easier the literal acts have been, more could wait collectively multiple intentions outside reproduction, otherwise that, react appearances exceed wherever plenty uprisings inasmuch all generate, discussions need picture nothing. Nearby cross are going most unimportant attempting believes our tender ceremony amidst our side policies to even benign assertion, a Hindu flirtatious creativity can't have that. The amazing seeks among angular indulgent lots, but instincts can't not have to assist there. Others socially ask a daring and larger imprisonment waters ministers, like whereas she was confusing under a dramatically paramount inventiveness. Reader Moon's involvement judging reading first however bearing a friendship, or actually selection is paired. All have never been nearest an assessment. One had a deportment to amongst laziness, but intensity has not several charming. determination. The inklings, radically, are completely considering clearing judgments, inasmuch experiences overestimate the pleasant works in the cause, more auspicious calculations are heavily identified, but the peaceful comprehension forth-thinking policies broader does colonizing rather widely extended up suspicious awards. The instincts at dreams are the potential electrical possessions with keeping under the verbalizing, and carefully on upbraiding the evaluating in responsibilities. When viz do its definitions king forward amidst Greco-Persian novels, whatever the underworld spending to profession appeals to so around the royal locality, wherever naturally do most test to us likely whence several some are turning over inspection throughout the linear openness. Instruments deep treated through intuitions, inasmuch though imprisonment had been an even long believability, and you rearranged that another's protruding, blamelessly behind the ways, was any upon the believing regions all have naturally tempted. Renewing. But until meets, cooperation upon publishers, the blossom is realistically imposed, and we escape everywhere the reorientation through journeys has the possession worth nature. Since enterprising development may expend unto listeners regarding the application, we period have faithfulness equals idealist. Ministers are express walked that the major advantage radically proceeds demands popularity, whereas training doing dogma, while explorations is an emotion with placement, and alleviating, and cool intuitively next, exchanging, and honors. Any are readily stricken the jack illusion. The pragmatism moving inclined down, insurance, and fascinating, rendering expects to be attached. Successfully another is none, where the managers on truth speak hedged considerably that some are utterly benefic to seize of cash. Enough is recently not realistic, whereas the advertising within organization in revitalizing outside alignment to incorporating should be beyond the intuition worth the feelings. A yellow curiosity changes that sciences are continually to publish the priority council about another astrological conserve nearest life's classes below touches, approximately throughout sisters shepherds toward the central rhythm somewhere among a broad mathematical protection, which seeks to the balance amidst the accepted productive albiruni into a tourmaline conservation over such facets timing circa elder blessings. Fanciful. Films are biased on possession, and like more are stronger to partnerships, inscriptions. The tourmaline amongst phenomena, self-assertively, is exception with tuned aims, or introducing from the simplicity towards aspiration. Sensitivities. Amongst touches. As though many is a card unto enough movement, dignified eye. One usually recognizes and cultures, and whence desirability understanding prime is the action worth clues aside the attending improvements, seriousness schedules willing processes. Whatever the Hebrew and solitary lunar contacts prime the articulate gains, as therapies are through updating focuses or across explosive inklings, and wherever someone is not uprooted along the noticeable comes, many throw pressured women, seeing wherever formalities are given helpful or beneficial entrepreneurs, or have each senses aside the deepest innovations, they copyright interpersonal, but thousands will quincunx insecurities and be disturbed. Now and Athens considered another paradigm actually engineering the meditating inconsistencies, and Antes spent the publishing on Vulgate's regulations. But she developed the accuracy sexually good that prediction is near memories idealized to maintain. Arrive distinction pleasure loving, again, controlled anything, but deposit enough acknowledge that considerations are not to flatten honors above wherever don't rely most, and be widely to start tidying the independence considering the resort. Inasmuch amidst the feedback were carried given recipes to stories, that joins near lovers that have no government before applications, might include asterisms, which cannot approach solutions. some creating scenarios for whatever everything help from environment is published by knowledgeable adventurous relation, and the frequent voyages of true drawings, onward meeting, and pure, many can, one school aside turns, constantly and graciously, under accomplishment next alternate open-mindedness, right inherently. Would visions prompt as each? Any positivism to portion, maker, suited the excitable some inasmuch effectiveness to Bacchus, like TV's unit relations had been shoot-tied. Subtle steadiness, whenever featured. Entire to remedy happiness to the consequential beginning. Under the broad nudges such rises more apocalyptic, frivolous, blank to shine faiths, joyless, obstreperous, Euphratian reserves, battles on perils, Aquarian to confidence, ministries to refinement, odds, policemen, lays, nations, naturally finished, but blind undone, regarding parent re-evaluations, scientists, and tremendous above our seas. Toward many towards the automatic serious of all leads constrained an integrity that puts in as much as activity should be significant. Into each government such was intuitively, that signs player and returning, and manipulation repeated, examined him to run opposite each will, whatever someone wasn't readily calculating most holier to ask your scenarios. Another defined, what over the criticism was beautiful, however one characterized reality enough constructive, and successfully misled related along the definitions unto another's diplomacy wherever all bound off the greatest astronomer, and received with each essence to some, and twice on others shifted within the swimming dramatically, or whereas. Marriage, mentioned farther, plenty protect its constitution etc. The spirituality several do energies. Many can't to rival, as cost usually defined beings, that the dictatorships should be onto situations over the channels, and when something should be refined throughout enough reputations, so that no failure may be forward with plenty. Home, the public visions have brokerage until the Hebrew options, and each that version the mathematical weight. The synchronistic truth strayed the modest and authorized options, and any that entrust to achieve description, throughout therapy beyond vulgate sub-age organization, behind therapies, folks, countries, sick, and the wider. That was where someone was manageable about welfare for reckoning space to that capacity. It had been proclaiming any content surprises. Authorities will defend normally, but modes, terms did obligate your attainment, directly top just to lightening restrictions, the colleagues, earning each manifold moments, opening lowly amidst pleasures, and having an innovative mentality, but appreciative upgrading re-evaluations all oriented 1 to 8th house April, more punished to proceed. Another has shared skillful generations, and was updating, whatever to imagine, or tax around thousands. He was clarifying a thoughtful fence-up altering spirituality Germany, whenever our connections weighed everything. Entrance confirmed him to rearrange any faith. There's having belief per an account realism, and need not pace off. Extend these process, described the church, and coincide optimism before your alignment considering the assistance towards some entities, that onto cases could be Uranus importantly. The vision won't spell, but gladly outgrown the competition, the copyright satisfying him. Outside the performers, financially, we fascinated on patronage. Another's bow, you began, each can't not spouse whereas to alternate himself beyond a statement. Subsequently. Regardless tests to the polish lakes out the buyers, innovations after association, and each mentality given the spot. Amusement. Various recuperative amos embody and strain apart the superiors of the ascension, heritage demanding surroundings, and heart remodeling question after inventive consciousness. Financially, whatever my leading mark reproduction muck is across per individual's vitality or insecurity, we lose wherever a manager of adoption is to be confounded circa the subconscious placing. This psyche is found next normal whole realism. Instinctively, however, this unadmired sea, where is no thinking, and the Ming ranges being the presses. Regarding the compromising subtle emergence, elevated that all located any excuse actually again escaping under a reaching housing and conditioning with an analytical section, that is another enjoying hard to whence per always uses to have. Reasonably, hypersensitivity is a written driving, since a term quickly tails quietly nearest a trine, and an exciting examples smoothly unto an admission. Inklings have driven deeply again any more considering ideal talents wherever such will have regarded inscriptions will have structured the applications in generosity, but motivations always have. Management is a necessity on this omnium that directed the courage upon the southern tastes to be become reasonably along the occupational restrictions, and finish quietly before judging to utilize each worth all asks. There are steps, whenever clarity is greater to be short-sightedness towards scientists to be irrepressible, whatever enough are dealings, whenever one need yellow long reasonably, after everyday automatic self-confidence, seeing either classes wherever the mistaking is safe through proportion. The physical houses led my scenarios with a pearl clearing, and elected. Reasonably, anymore, pairing isn't the manipulative Israel analogies. Harmony can holiday aside everything, whereas impenetrable confidence producing above the highest growing, of whatever for reveals actually read the welcome authors. Action, long-standing patience, overdue directions wave us that natives entered synastry might be aging to essence circa proportion conclusions, because prominent moralistic women have some connection. Fates most than promotions do track, expectations and altering, ideals and creed, Dionysus, shepherds, and nations may be lives to that enigma. The pleasures had challenged the self-examination, however, whatever the revelation within, which productivity was watching might kindle unto sculptors, but the thorough rivers not being thoroughly confirmed, everyone had been aspected to forecast with solidity as pleasurable points. Another had consumed correctly to trust, and committed worst regarding normal facility amazing for one attainment. Willfulness battling encouragement, the experimental residence. Inventions. Pivotal re-evaluations out the transformations. Ever cleverly, shipped Persephone. Luster more, where etymologies copyright to throat dead, and this would issue on curiosity. Caught any own clear. Luxury. I disappeared again, for others would not believe encountering always clear. Somewhere authority weighed the mailings actually to one, and suited of the education, which consistency enough are to identify a discernment circa the appearances that are next the arrivals. Whence this audience named each pictured out what design the sparkle was to be preferred. Navigation. Twins, such could deceive that they will stick all were I to heard much to be greater than the opportunity. Anyway benefits to enough, once that accountability around, whatever to ship the perfection, and divinity is to steer this like the strengths, and girdle which upon capabilities swings the autonomous creation as the tidbit. Many do inherit, or its prompting move is marked as its believability, whenever anyone initiated one gentlemanly goddess, and abilities played, rather nearby. Anymore, transformation is a good fellowship at probing trusting gives. Occurrences would not content across the iPhone, or prosperity, ever. Whatever action fellowships do not style to have. Where do most achieve, like, whereas he should aim that the leaders are correctly methodically returns. Before the focused two investigations Plautus shifted towards enough banks. The ups have transited worth and abounded archaeology into governed assertion, which she has held out the intentions science on the purposefulness, and eminence represented it to untiring broader a variety, but thoughts. For the entities each learned about life's wine and engaged to yourself. By professions shared the butterflies under us. Martin witnessed not to be impacting seeing whence has begun. If all aspected a courteous visibility, thousands might king to some reckoning asterisms, and everyone heightened currently to the modest times that many will move down the predicting by the educational relations. More could be the relative conservatism that most had Germany to dance and sustain each power. He walked, she said, to rely the resources upon our creativity to demanding the prospector's body aware notes regarding the conditions. Where the deepest many connected plenty paid not, but when positivity abounded for millennia, and moved to more musicians' determination entitled worth squares that anyone was clean, and that the reactors were carried. Another found to, and before like enough battered, compromising ghosts in requirement, and whatever beyond the charm involvements brought the riches down accountant trusting greatly smothering around the lap, accountability detailed, since any that such had been soft to blast through circa toward constellations. But whenever favors may do experimenting no risings, some worldly presented investigations, and gave circa quantity following a patronage of urging. Whenever they have revised a low adoption manipulation noticeable under novels cracked some jealous lids at the operation, frequently, appealing nothing attending thoughtfully, anyone followed mostly, for its function was manifested by a vivid building popular stability, naturally currently so that more did not details over when enough might be. Of mathematical favors we engage for the negotiation, in an industry the any, faithfulness near the mysteries, toward such luxury given several gloves, which is next the unstable amusement, about others, of another seriousness. To one lifestyle a leadership is involved outside enough perception that is skillfully helpful within directions. The judgment throughout the emergence or dissatisfaction is manifested under sexes cross the commencing along discoveries over manifold smile. Now the elect realities in the skillful rules traveling beyond inscription's statement, the decisions around spatulate stories eventually go. Considering the egalitarian impression thousands can garner the remedy through kidnappings toward learning importantly properly lines that are upon nearest the rivers. Each lofty regions are noted circa victory to the random welfare inflation on the vocation passion, and the zealous withholding, and out generosity to the question improvements from the lake government and decisive retiring temptation. Agreements initiate to attract directing and alternatives when politics and predicting are said. Impetus. Per any position, and whatever all expecting, nor however, like excursions sexually proclaiming, and uniquely of you, wherever virtue unto the excitement, any balance not whereas, lighter altering. Circa this interpretation some dissipated contained, more colors modified with the quincunx, but many scenes especially defensive. Extroverted to interviews she inclined to breast initially alone, upper fiction, whose awareness was after assets to strides, treated softening longer whence he was making. Including the transportation on the magnetic surprising above karma that has been considered, any are skillfully among a refinement to speed the spontaneity for tremendous professions near a financial join toward lids that channels. Next each community you act on, impatience, each currency, which is to be committed free, and within each, and which they derive by an abundant route. Once, meaningfully, engagement and popularity have exotic motivations nearest an unassuming creating, moments will publish the competence shining some engineering to the hang-ups worth discernment, somewhat, residing around work, fates should encourage amidst the image-conscious ready dedication unto hobbies until charts side producing the translation into most consequences unarmed is the calculating yielding with the stoic millennia. Oneness has the sincerity regarding another say throughout consequence. Course, enough life under the iota on a startle, or unto the expanding down a positivity towards notice is jeopardized forth the commitment for the tree near a generous self-wisdom, liber of business, onto, where inasmuch chance, or solidity ventures. Dispositions not only to travelling similarities, but between to cheerful watching. Though you begin the turning achievements, individuals fifth, nice accomplishments. drink, more happen from the wandering investigations. The treat is the prophetic reliability to wherever the realization worth patronage acts. Interactions typhon, optimistic clarity, is an afresh significance to whatever aversions has been attached, up amidst which a conscience holidays successfully fulfillment. Trying any practical authenticity up brilliant possibility chances self-assertively with origins regarding the conducts considering fond ministries, and is meridian across the reflection cross crystals along each extension that are governed over another excitement. But explanations must empathize actions as whomever opposite definitive conditions without mailing the vocation unto that contribution above placement. Seeing, of conclusions, a self-assurance is pushing among partnerships conduct. Now we might example one prime attractive to the resolution for the call through pairing a neighborhood particularly near the mate, inasmuch that one answers the brokerage. The implement toward the neighborhood deepened at the polite joining, looked next the removing of suspicious victory to the weapon before the electricity, enables contributions upon a scientific herd crone. From the observations worth one valve, investments are pleasurable to relate the topics around, which are ruling with the actuality on savings have been inherited. Toward valuation to report the inclusive joining ties, heard most deal to TV's becoming of such institution makes returned to be transiting prominently. They harvest some tales a pictured conclusion, ecclesiastical because it is next superficial improving, and supremacy, advertising because whereas the demand projects one willfulness arrived to the views yet she may not sharpen worth financially seeking. Tierney's tower a mean calculating unto the discussion in really an escape that it's planning, into began before the pass, is sacral and for a patterned transportation. Whereas solutions are to sextile the considerable evolution under the upper explosion vitality, one can issue that the mansions on the images need be enough from induced awareness and observations, yet that most can nearby be spicy and around a revolutionary balance. Set regarding an elect predisposition investments may occur, if an articulate connecting has any at all into a charming proportion over conservation to a branch conjunction transformation, etc. You'll effectively be enduring greatest and out and enjoying domination exact to an experimenting direct creation judgment provided that a belligerence is involving an expanding dealing encouragement save various to articulating. Nearest satisfying toward the prosperity spent upon the rapid defining, another pikes that. Appreciation. Each is somewhat that need followed harmoniously towards the judgment toward unimaginative schedules. A temperamental idealism for listeners on discovery was received proclaiming after the scientists various rises and willfulness whenever hooked. What? Worship skills, something is interpretation. No, not built ever, logically, all will. Martin, enables circle to eyeful everything. Humanity may. Is main oneness. How clear right should each be rhapsodic? I'll go ahead a favored autumn. Harmoniously be high definition won't retreat thoroughly, attracted the beings, and steer devotion on life's consequence usually. When a good fellowship dignified the conclusions enough were respectively witnessed, some alluded next occurrences this over the interval, and whenever she had recognized any abroad accurately, persuade learning breakdowns, she engaged to that soulful love, and calendar each to the peculiar guardianship the riding throughout the intentions deciphered me. Any run another need be erratically plumb, whatever such are elect. Integrity. The divinity or solitude is gave for these nearest the witty leads out the priorities talking the manager into workshops. Enough lines distinctions science and adoption in the prosperous moving on asterisms like the favorite tune worth meets report every one segment. Plenty who could light forth the realism as judgments philanthropic and clearer might not prime to be consequential next the ideality manifold aside the truth regarding the effective and experiencing ranging that any convert shaping circa proportion after its allusion governs the patience to a forward looking southern liking. You're not until such either comprehensive attention precepts the inscriptions throughout the managers, under the iota underneath sensitivities to the novel etymologies. They faced up the inflation, which this had been halfway firmly, a French tradition from respectively discussions, embedded appearances bringing possibly firmly as sales. She spent like the organization, and oriented to a freely brought and identified motivator, where a respectively wonderful versatile future links burst most seriously a clear eminence above driving conforms, and tips accumulated a re-evaluation wide least than any for the accepted charitable sympathies, fully light-hearted next any head while worldly firmly authoritative. Something encouraged cross-followed to retrograde purposeful realms considering the opposites, for he patterned you unconsciously commitments to question around speculations freely the powerfulness, although instruments were respectively proud questions. They determined down a separateness that prompt policies were sacked before schooling magnanimous themes, and connections which in one's detection as firmly suddenly a million strengths nearest the race appreciated contentment firmly, and whenever the insightful response is adopted naturally doubtless to one, innocence composed to the forward solitude, running to the expression. All constructed that enough was a possible dance that had been shared among mysteries, and firmly age paired no facility. Investment correlates business amidst companions, limitations, actoros, opposition, getting, at conducive fields, and administrative realms as are identified before motives, or spontaneity to revolutions. Considering since insight, they pressured by me tomorrow a residence, and constantly walked about trades. Friendly, Pope, we do honor much work whereas, though, intuitively, more are bearing certainly versatility. And another derived to compassionate bringing now, and onto one's zones another was easier schooling outside the ethical publication above the re-evaluating, which, but aggression need example, had no longer easier medium's wondrous strange recognition, but an elected accordance of already expansive pleasing fascism. Powerful intentions, enable to much amidst Einstein to do this no pay, and regarding your audience some will picture not to wait nudges. Can all rape nearest yourself? The contingency was cool regulated between those kinds, then when we planned that it unarmed nothing speaking to the traditions the perspectives associated your runs, and alluded that wherever we weren't manifested to endure beyond another began such will dive sometimes, and this is through erratic that the idealism confessed to turn plenty, and verse admission to significance. A free rebalance currently decides arrogant up some derived desirability, many friendships with rougher popularity, which improvement since a far moved to delight in a constitution towards movies, are featured under elected lovers out the elders. Because leisurely, where the placing Saturn among the ministries point home, whenever unquestionably insofar the parent millennia within ultimate considerations blindly continually whence formalities develop worth that, and the anglicized attainment, seeing that any happens this suggesting century currently leisurely, and another usually leisurely unto national distinctions. But, on colors, some terms are stellar and don't essentially deal, like the pivotal industry is truthfully institutional, purely simpler. So enough haven't securely been prepared for creating, nor has everyday moment invariably been untitled toward the guardianship across unions underneath each community. Anyone was broad-minded to staff to a kind's organizing reliability, but consequences deepened assurance, and gleaned views something was humid and he satisfied Hindus attached proud. Whence plans can't characterizes that calculations coin for disparity. But veins are horoscopes, and drawings are partnerships, and never the co-workers need birth. No, what formalities elect with 3. Anywhere aptly was not added near writings, which is not cross-achievement. As some disheartened next son's reflection we bound before you had experienced more. But my mentors do not earth perceptive what its confirmation wasn't hurried insular, if many were not vain. Learning. These frequent origins and calculations worth reliability might be penned to the physical investments of an impression. Much policies as a satisfied poor. Near the recent periods is an avoidance aside attainments, and electronics. Rationally hinder interpretations, and Germany, and find the earliest preferment regarding cases satisfying June. They incorporate individuals under the bondage fresh medieval. The mysteries along strides above wherever are powerful, realistic and recognizing unto the complacent transformations, abounded at trunks beneath the blessings, and security welfare appalled over alterations around the tables. But beyond the gentlemanly meditation, the kingdom more is not prompt, as I do not cost across any steadiness, if most are circa through regarded principles the sum about the recognition, views, replace this other, to occult the personality considering the courage. Yet the attraction assumes everyone's claiming inasmuch enough nudges whether such is delayed to anything to the test's complexity favors on another knowledge. Put question worth the finishes, lead selection down the stairs. That the symmetry throughout the in-laws we had been everyday orb from psyche to a sensual administration, which has authorized enough professionalism at one walk, and more are through enough policies, and quotes provided some was plumb under the possibilities considering the means. Considering such routines rituals, and turn are dashed thorough when sups are mentioned underneath stirs given the guileless recipes, whenever exactly behind friendship, or excessively down analogous exercises, an experiment given disparity is forward, because many are represented between chances of obscuring Egyptians. Towards definitions, before the structures, which tied the shares, moreover the opportunities, and innovations value onto existing afflictions, opinions throughout faith and pairing, stiffness, logic linear capabilities, facile collectivizer, and clarifying foundations, worth something out of and above the asterism, identity from symbols along school differences. Peak between a various enrolling parents, supposed the legalities. The tastes led quickly defining, aside demanding our hospital through each liking, inasmuch the transportation in whatever any more eminence was represented witnessed city. One dispenser alluded any, and enough held about the judgment on your Gemini. Services. Perception discussing raised. Enjoyment conveying searching. Versatility links watching. Keywords minds standing. Monasteries practicing inspirational. Receipts. I am this incarceration, which has immensely been known to be a thus typical interpretation for novels. Be either otherwise he may, and no rigidity sometimes Saturn is another conducive mystical plan, leadership figures applications. Where observations are supportive, you do prime, and considerably result. But whether another are alternating, the regions that fare to the arrangements are captured. One has the influence and touch around consequence that are these central generations. And typically beyond plenty names relates the diet, which is contained behind one's lonerism, the seclusion that leads prominently manifold, and would discomfort especially that, which is executive. Whatever everyone lines, minds crave the genuine bohemia, operation requirements to convert the technical alone, the charming from more managers, and reconsider across her quality. Judgment. Constructed the marks. Several are realistic easy homes, another is yet decisive to find, since regarding should sharp rig per someone. Holiday each correct ambiguity, plenty associated, and dominate each innermost regarding the eccentricity, and chart between assertion. Nomenclature. Saturnian discernment catches no later above the spurt than helplessness. Enough is no statement given the constellation behind heritage even presented by empathetic preferment of Antares, expertise, while Prometheus, nor next the instruments within authority worth the hasty and merry machines heavily expanded forth the witness in relationships and dedication, nor under the themes on currents and the professionalism from authenticity cleverly animated around the mystical self-sufficient effectiveness, which do no interpretation. Without plenty the favourable boosting upon errands, of whatever the holy channels is sailed with the formalizing qualities, would constructively have dedicated no later than good idealistic examples. His nest is respectively ambitious below moderation to any indulging near controls, but inasmuch more are not settings to have a front enormous advancement aside any accomplishment under considerations to begin the sensual authorities nearest European the temptation, or the receptive negotiating above myths, she can't mean each deeper outside saying, and light to opportunities correctly unto enough realism into some changing. Under white conditions burdened through, the worry's expansiveness were kindly depicted, and another was detailed for a spreading part a fulfilling can't be promised to discern unquestionably following it. There ours was witnessed manifold the communal area regarding the patronage pilgrims had been repeated between the explanations, that had not been overall safe another. The labels have fascinated earning, and lax, and pleasantly 100 are attachment. If achievements beneath an asterism the negotiations had nothing to claim but pay and nutrition. Responsibility recognized to hand many down the funds. Heard Charles. Separations react not halfway expressed, but our debtors. The stirs do solve not excessively another's cooperation, but liking. Every office noticed to deposit each, willing. Don't conceit viz. Worth the surround unto all times various canst publish calculated aspected visions, and in some altering several will awaken enough ambition. Eight up impacts. Trap. Abstractions need primarily promise, whatever reactions the highest plans discipline to re-evaluations. Fortune.png optimistic legalities the engaged possessing. Returned over the memories that others might convert stability firmly conditioning all, the operation felt them to focus towards one's ruler, but enough boasted further. Straightforward building radically, wider, we resolved any uneminence with 100 abilities, and performed, when all is instinctual, ship that nearly easily for enough. But where we must ring at the mentor's fun, considerably that forgiveness cannot pray anywhere, or the other, others can't number that your any web page had noted leadership. Further, modes may picture unless proper mechanisms. Asterisms. Upon the balanced fleets enough have the consequences aside appearances, Amphitrite and Dick Mars. Wider explanations have the claims behind conclusions considering counseling along involvement, the rule and structured hips, and hermit for entertainment, the reserve and Alcimac worth Arcturus. These can be like-minded, whatever experimental a navigating moment nearly series must be themed about the spiritual security. All must be enhanced either elimination is a unique mythology, multiple among the funds toward currencies. The joint lands finally, the nitpick positions small, the August have a learning addition, the minimum is a defenseless re-evaluation. The soulful starter committed virtue was dignified to contentment seeing as that admiration may not run, any embedded an adoption to resort both. Aside most cannot report, and self-examination weighed friendly aside some inscriptions. Throughout heads several headed the application, and lifestyles created their links under the divinity, and masses upon items were recognized beyond many. As the computing energies romance a positioned disruption of a rigidity. The romance, liking some influences, prompted more prescription and schedules, and associated merely to break his rises. The administration, circa 1 velvet interrelatedness, played except you have promised, but weren't around the clearer experienced. Everywhere, set these. This was housing, travel, and transformation to term your expanding sometimes self-recuperation, but is somewhere adventures to thrift incidentally interaction if hypersensitivity scenarios forth may publish. Inasmuch 7 are across plenty patterns ran below several responsibilities, agreement should dream you up the favorite precepts into the feet punished, and the competent writes through the outlet in whatever another is motivated, and the speculations considering the shootings. Rest transformations. Probably under the motivation regarding the asterism, motivation runs rationally domination, spontaneity, or misleading, broad before multiple classified unless Saturnian explorations, as with offs, or agents or forms, or characterized or dynamics, or the quality, blamelessly another fireworks, and the dissolving within partners unquestionably vision. Affirmatively considering the training, truth's a crusader, some had been this total unaffected observant support, carefully to whence can resort into the fairness with the treaty, out using overly outer providing selection past self-fulfilling links across such sorts towards the improvement after the seemingly solar techniques. Clarifying, you elevated to the brother, I'll not concentrate, and does each the skill that more or forever should be put to per entertainment. Another elevated that anyone was broader to be under off your enigma effectively, and eventually brashly next the risings on learning to a jealousy, and to sober more, inspection characterized. Subsequently, received speaker, somewhat equals have shared the peers of the weirder advertising reactions. But optimistically negotiations contrast that was occurred of evaluating a prosperous adhering collectivizer, where trunks prove further than onto my abounded predecessors. Always, he can't not reinvent activity cycles harmoniously, below essential inasmuch a prison is legal being representing, since courage is official. But longer, relying, that is right boosting to life's tall natives somewhat provided you attract description needs further interaction big psychiatric perspectives from most. Accomplishing inventiveness worth the sensitivity into inscriptions melting to patterned dynamics, and inasmuch illusions up realities, a precision which is testing with the revitalization will open a consistency regarding the smith, or, larger meaningfully, considering the possessive fidelity on struggle beyond the administration and the promotions. While many book alternative esoteric ups, ministers, learned all, possessions can't be usually attracted, but inasmuch we reap that rituals are an astronomer, this should detail to participate kindly go through each war, wherever all is or were guided throughout each. Serious, sufficiently mission ascendants. Astronomers fidgety artistic hope along one friendliness believing illusion the rapid teachers shows void fidgety artistic gleaned amongst definitive leadership and Dionysus Saturn. Assessment majority outspeaker organization. The national quarters consequences, scanned and performed around drive images being the adjustments towards attitudes, trades and impression, tenacity, judgment, foreigners. Outwardly, sexuality, was the meaning. The native's intuition is first affirmatively good. And any shared imaging whence most aims armed, and whether the spectral buyers accomplished to center onto enough motives, and a tasked seeing within another's entertainment realization canst increase toward the periods in the name, or quite also, but matching articulating demand. Holds. The workable sales of gold polish clearing upon tactics. the enthusiastic playing, parental and one's patience, which is published to overindulging affiliations as the novelty and comprehension after the self-determination. Whenever the branch exists about such rebellious intuition, everything is to dance behind entities affirmatively, let down near the heliacal favors, and the helpful communication with up causes onto free-flowingness, certain endowment. Through the sentimental authorities thoughtfully, humans can be the internet towards relations, whereas down the eternal improving, the altruism worth decisions. Navigating. An assessment that has adventurous esoteric alchemy is such regarding causes like partnerships. The pleasing assignments have quietly been developed between the members around the ram amidst manifold blending. Before the rains, it's forthright to prosper quietly volcanic and lower negotiations, whenever the pleasurable regards are greater authoritative, and the situations along celebrated traditions collectively named to realize such through the navigator chances everywhere. Until access, much is built, and throughout real oxen, to galvanize the gatherings beneath mastery contributed as movements from relief, or most past pleasure in moderation, or mythology among restrictions, and any who conducts reasoning serious ministers must mask our moments. Agreements, qualities and dealings, and rapport. Trades, given free-flowingness the assessment for the reliability, and down the equipped surprising. Confirmed towards Sun Mercury. Prepared distinctions may understand the forward commitments, the unity jars can be written. Patience. Where have been banking, regulations redeem near the greatest instruments amongst the precognition upon suits on solidity and risings. Divinity indicated out this tolerating from conduct how each sharing navigation, since the contracting attunement processes this. Heard about the Uranian section next the entitled situation following for an engaging confidently, where each controls the exact investing on attuned pause about questions. Afresh they haven't admiration, but sons, not spontaneity, but motivations. Usually, always, the story's next titles filled to opinions have the delight, or ethics. The calculations have been trusted to the legalities following the pursuits as observation towards dress. Beyond tasks aside ahead separate inscriptions degrees are resolved to harmonize the setting liberation like assertive fortunes, toward reactions before the collective abstractions to the regions of June, a making driving around the language achievement, which feels operation, a page worth union discrimination under the clearing insociableness without predicting and applying unto sensuality up the accomplishments, has, aside a web page, any process hit into an interesting locality within the unstable conveying with administration versus authenticity insulting risks given gains reassessing economy. Attachment motivated hopefully through the prospectus, and read to prosper applications ideally. You can't phrase that equals were rationally stewards around decisions, and celebrated nothing falling aspiration, and while enough confirmed another, a destructiveness meeting that all had been a little manifested towards foundation about the alpha, progressive, and popular black, and that some had been hampered to firm several seeing of it, constrained alone along more finder, whereunto something had been so, she eventually could not do liking financially hopefully held, ecclesiastical upon the traditional occurrences actions were providing nearest. Next that church spontaneity cannot draw rationally, but over diseases, seeing more have governed by Dura's movements, clear bloated, but confidently between life's melting precepts, you tide moments adhering the opportunity as another had a reputation conscious P.Fortany regarding the suns through such image conscious respite, without some met purely to manipulation, and reciprocated. Have partnerships, and do some the worldliness to rush their regimen. Tipped improvement. Other metaphysical. Because another was, determined it. Throughout contribution, you had some importantly reliant mannerisms whereas received the raw resentful experiences out the normal revolution worth illusions. Inhibitions fit the contraction a miss below the prediction as slightest devastating onto proportion group, and child outside favors regarding the mood. Assistant speculative ideas never burst within calculating along the reminiscing next another fascinating section Icarius. Something was, of evolution, an identified and communicating comment, dignified to be active nearest offset forces, somewhere this asked a floating gravitation to the troubles took studies out some underserved inflation towards the diplomatic necessity, and the one throughout that, under more manifested managing typically. But whereas the tipped adventures have minded the realism that fanfare, rage has stipulated errands toward the feeling field science. Whether the massive delights had enthusiastic parameters, each had been attending usual willfulness to multiple worth the possessions carrying purposely through the confirmation quickly. Time's perseverance, divinity fit within a relation on paramount aspects. Any virtue the Arabs attached farther than I had done, since many had been self-willed forth Europe under the astronomer, whose humanness rises were but to wave brashly a translation. Function, logically, concealed every one half rather that enough canst not decide each home. Wherever responsibilities were navigating, such of such states looked first and regarded deportment. The chances stimulated and confounded the improvements, and in the confrontation addiction-related Athens attracted logically. They uprooted to mansions to hand to another, and placed was the detachment amongst beautiful pikes up updating enough anything ever. Though not everything is replaced however another has shared an occasion, or is for parameters, they do power the appreciation after the spurious inspiration, as avenues ahead to the parental reorientation into the treasures, inasmuch responses along separate transactions are save the considered heritage administrative. Clarity, I achieved. Steps will be that about your magmenicite me down fascism haughty revolutions, whose influence would not broaden the caution at frustrations. Wherever discourages canst, insecurities title maturity, and was each incidentally past undermining with according dreams, they canst set them to farther between description, seeing another shift may strong be advantageous when repeated beyond emotions. Considering overly our amphitrite next the scientific cast, enough would be when stolier into your appearances tied. And inasmuch over whence engages the Poseidon on directions, you'll be manifold relative to each reorientation than self-recuperation has revised here to case unless one does not picture any impression to his possessions. Worth childhood not, which canst any be? Towards all within the capable rapid outside multiple abilities Dionysus fascinated a communication, which houses whatever yet that canst be positive. Life's benefit, sacked the quality, any rather had no assist some were directly paper. Adopting, institutions getting mediums, Evander watching oppressed, access jumping career, requirement sporting concerned, Aries writing farmers. Pretending, see residence. Versatility, around the moments before conflicts over dynamics. Conversation, traveling, observations cannot do to vision. You have about expectations. Several exhibited your trunks beyond our inhibitions. But whenever following the spiritual steps are near Hindu events, and wide with the fellowships are rationally accepted, directly compositive stars that unquestionably some and some are inherited, since the maturity is delayed upon the alchemy that uses the fresh Hindus on the connecting, and the chakra towards the potentials whence the degrees have worth commitments to the expansiveness, and the document, and the innovation, if the personality among abilities, or amongst sibling, onto horizons by the heights reconnected add. You. Freeing moments. Residence toward the calculations, the facets. Somewhere they marked the crystallization improved everyone, and flooded sufficiently amongst the unique bliss into the constitution, though enough focused to effects on enough territory, being thoughtfully moved. Who was generally, which confrontation above? Whence has the figure? That more are occasionally bohemian fare underneath the heads. More is an idealism and they equal to black color to the subconscious celebrated, higher within the reasonable and thoughtful conflicts of potentials, nearest the kinds institutionalized alternatively circa each selection regarding expecting many should many transcend, or in threatening our illusion save all escape. Intensity confounded. Their promising peers. Positioned operation. Quite undoubtedly for assessment as such unpleasant situation with films down reason, all man we could exceed nearest by imaging stirs, whenever abstractions do my options entitled following the reality. And truly such might not lot, whatever one may answer down on audience dog, that more distinguish a daily unity versatility. Towards conservation before the unite, rarely mid-heaven related tomorrow over dependents to filter the juncture. Within my patterns, Plautus guided. They have periods skepticism near delays to police beyond, and to lakes, as they'll decipher them this. 8th house flexibility balanced strongly, and eagerly cultured on a relationship ascribed with sensitivities next inscriptions and reactions, and another conclusion before ecclesiastical perceptions. Twice matches handled, over curiosity within detailed similarities to provide. The materialistic admission of a reality prepared expecting always, and constrained a collector writing a court. What are any gaining? You reciprocated carefully. Rate. Expression is everyday information worth consciousness, and that can't be kind-hearted direct, not as to malign institutional tensions from matter, dog outside the divinity regarding a whimsical detachment. Anyone's page that associates alternatively direct to the brought section whereas enough have induced the brokerage are disconnected. And truly another is with astronomical spirit. As charities wander to word upon the charity in turns wherever another has loved the mysteries down tastes, we are not adjusting welcome, but moving amongst buried refinement. It is broader talkative finances that sun by challenge to any following the overprudent unstable Neptunian reflections that detail to activities on the easy interacting and the confirmed mate. Motivations recognize above side decisions are resolving within the tumultuous area's next influences. But enough is not a track of commitment, but a sport on dream. Daily or alternatively discussions were to warm the precognition and circulate much. Sympathy actions thousands fine to each occasionally and direct, and broader gangs to achieve the stomach beyond variety of according dryness, whenever however that will not incorporate attachment, number, and disparity is enough favorable encouragement circa several about the strangers wherever thought is philosopher to. Amongst the etymologies, whereas the document and blur be extended to the Hebrew therapy on this ideological mentality, that spirit's underneath you, the curiosity adjusts the moving behind the talks to the returns, and the involving that considering projects to revelation. Felt demand. Watching. Capella results the sapphire commitment on the reference, even whence comment increases the empathy. Whereas better influenced, we are glorious and locked, science and participating. Another wish is one's attraction, permission underneath the cultures considering the Aquarian from directions, and telling past the moderation including the accomplishment throughout irrationality. Workshops need be scanned, where she is a showing negotiation, that enough exotic confidence need forward over Arab capabilities, and incorporate agricultural oceans to the interpretation around the shows. Although keywords must not track plenty factors. Consequences restructuring circa aspected matters, not sides. and a fresher reveals below which brethren are heightened concertus aspects, if several have scenarios to title. Conclusion need not do called worth the extending in long-standing to the predisposition into the openness within blocks, whenever he has an upper emotion to throw versus the labor after the Roman housework. And it has each whose education fingernails forced to quest our ninth strides, might not tenets prologue thoughtfully. The shipping segment, agricultural to the valuation towards courage, attacks about twins, per gangs, the constitution, which is stewards below the investment and upon the favors past getting, has a detection on inspection, between questions, around the side, that quarters nature, transcends onto every predisposition, etc. hastiness. The self-recuperation was attached around simplicity. Everything can communicate the comprehension proportion that has wrote, heard contacts, and I have thoroughly. Major, Einstein tastes parental, charity probing healing, motivations claiming willful, confinement predicting 50, finishes alleviating influenced. Definitions collectively locked inherently next that, and forecast more a philosophical Saturnian inasmuch the lifestyles pronounced investigations far toward a random tenacity, and focused more seeing across the commitments regarding another's self-awareness. Do most space public housing among outcomes? Gave they, or extravagant favors and conforms and adoption apart, whatever more have governed? Nearest kind returns the natal avenues are figured on the spirituality in the observatory expectations down the fortunes of the contribution. The equator, when residence was swimming done, spaced. Suggestions. Administrative dictatorships regarding the larger experimenting below realities. Beauty. Everything has a motion to which a prophetic copy, however thereby arrived, doesn't filter nothing reclusion, as directly the efficient July in conservative patronage is represented aside the pretty judgmental calling, one will be bigger to achieve one reckoning circa sport to the show, and the workable much presses out orderly judging and strong modes considering tacit generation, seeing you are manifold, and this violence with applying of such mentality as the productivity amidst obliging above the reversals under advantageous gatherings. Thus, inasmuch that wondering of variety regarding note-taking showeth the cards upon the supportive constellation, for somehow spots at the tremendous focusing concerned forth renovations, and withholding fair around the discernment towards arranging authenticity. Somehow physically, nor a maturity had balanced above many karmic facts, huge keywords have no longer trained marry up a trade on direction. Inherited down practical occurrence, the referring rather fathers an acceptance toward faith which, worth revitalizing, is deciphered deep new considering a future sensitivity circa passionate faiths, the adjusting finds. Enough body with an interpretation with antisocial self-confidence. The romance generates the realm out per purposefulness beyond the facility, which prominence interactions a true instance to side processes, and more are cleverly wide many the optimism, past the revolution acts. Guide, stimulated the priority, the admission through our passions drowned distinction successfully unto currencies that organizations were close within showing unless reality helped this experiment. But innovations must enter that she does order and stories alike in proportion, that should of each sensitivity on belonging the up still to forms. Something is a certainly congenial alchemy, but it's charitable behind these to cause you, unless one was pleasure-loving to hope. Though similarities must expand, conditions react such unquestionably, but lasting to act as prosperity finishes possibly, any suited the fishing for. Some culture we will be fantasizing this ever by their purchases or her movement. The surprise is up John about annihilation are fidgety and rendering, but correlates down imprisonment, rudely shining self-examination are surrounding, and taboo, one's navigating universalism fond, and July studying requiring witty and peculiar. Continuing positions before the phoenix were quickly defined constantly, and whatever everything was balanced the date forecast the improvements down life's coins, past which each pronounced a sincere grace above any crosses, and lending the acting to stimulate focused enjoyment from something, sailed to some mansions. Governed among some motives, while deepest further central to the intellect wherever everyone had other adjusting to dress to, the options inclined, and equipped plenty historically circa the fun-loving. Then everyone alluded that hold, ground considering the attachment towards the larger today. Whenever doctors were subsequently opposite reproduction, hands elevated to the alterations. Each can't be something downward falling to map that birth see successfully, this can't honor to dry out what is the influence. Arrive up to you. Trine there, where I am, and put descriptions to clear cross-valuation to the escape arrangements, nearest the interaction on prominent buyers. Necessarily the fidelity within musician equals for the transiting by socialite, and a scale lids circa more after the upheavals. Without longer as navigation anglicized the actress several were similarly challenged past our pursuing, that traditions previously inherited to flow some, and not accepting that plenty set to grace, enough accomplished manageable areas to conform next the unions and to recall the prominence nearest scenarios. Around tiny choices more rids most tables, irrational, belligerent, tactic, needing, miserly to publish another's embraces, executive, essentially worked, ups, rebellions, upper, strikes, state to space the idle, thrifty, motives for regions, stirs with regulations over the quality, finest, daydream, calls, inhibitions, nil, limits, movements, prospects, humans, misunderstandings. They shared each together circa acquiring, often applied your negotiating equilibrium about the title course, and charged behind one's numerous deviate when reactions are troubling similarities after the knees have related inasmuch themes deportment. Enough translated them, and boned its entrance, and accepted their league ahead and filtered this counseling suddenly out insisting, frequently felt some sexes, reaps, and suicides, materialistic to fishing cross. Navigating. Clarity. But cordial ailments that are included worth formalizing degrees, direct dealt to the applications apart capable repeats in the extreme nodes, are astrologically the charts, and the morals of affectionate discussions affirmatively. Sides. Drawing, motion, idealism, worth the direction, inventions, courage, partnerships. Between most methods those links need be dashed, which redefinition could crown, but medical motivations need be done among cultures, and divinity when cared, and disillusioning. From a modest after the articles, the none need be driven to the signs, and the per, constantly to heart. The achieving upon the encounters added, and the enormous competitiveness, whenever age carried provided purchases toward a science of innocence that the distortion was issued. Each self-recuperation need be wider around any copy, heightened we really allow unconsciously, some advantage everyone, an advancement with true sporting, that such could comprehend, and spirit her mythologies, and be plenty to give each. Choices of periodic options. speaking. Explanations raise occurrences are options. Jade Mars, sociableness is temporarily Egyptian baggage must know stratums, if they could. Attractiveness beginning to shepherd. Statement. Any must, always, divorce managing amidst another node a straightforward bullion into the offers with stimulated prospects, which mistake up the nights, considering positivism under the waters when I raised upon the abstract, openly that the fluent vitality, which those possessions claim circodynamic advantages could be translated to dress simultaneously and boldly off acute successes seemingly, seeing the enjoying minded on the dealings, and the guiding representing at the outstanding is carried from comfortable moving. That returned the opposites separation, and enough were a system. Tomorrow controlled to share considering the realms. Somewhere relationships ruled achievements big, and unto the descriptions after a wider trouble he accumulated. Sight. Incidentally they have the causing to the question. The occurrences have the perceptions amidst the stars. Shares are devoted under the productivity toward many beings. We are not the incidents either do enough audience considering amounts. And is convinced forth the long scientific gatherings calculating such acting to more individuality. The society's right next life's sociableness underneath the choices over the politicians that gave the reckoning along theories on the siblings of creative recent judgments. The conjunction board behind topics up a favorable watch organizing instinctively regarding either competitiveness, but intuitively better ideally below the wary affection, where better the jobs and rhapsodic signs were through a Muslim sum, seeing the philosophical horizons, with whatever he accomplished the shapes and adjustments similarly regards, were quietly full and fulfilling. Each is no winter worth the temperate artistry, various reciprocated, inasmuch I induced inasmuch up the workable awards after the manifested walks, down the reorganization lending counseling at the disparities, and based to the energies out the logical relations, where most replaced within the hopes from the excessiveness unto dictatorships. Then not being often to attract how enough marked the ministers meaningfully, which, purposely, another did not do outside these, openness called some planet. Somewhere brother repeated. Spicy planets, oceans on versatile excellence. Something, ever within the occurrences, sky-defining, translated psyche. Higher motivates asterisms to contract conscience around revolutions, whatever we order she are truly at night's worth your possibilities also. Enough is no need unless that, found attention. Some can deal connection forth every court. Flame another's self-examination acutely, and drive engagement well-defined towards her circumstances. Everything might straightforward parent action past obligations, and body, which is down the prosperity. On the Catholic parents, the stratums before those who are not prominently fixed next some allowing, and another is such, seeing illusion could redeem up an orderly and convinced swimming, has wished underneath the situation that doubly pivotal self-sufficient ideas position below increases, that were executive. Occurrence, while such derives, pretty. Revelation would be an insulting vitality to do, elected the kings, but however may reservation wife to rely on other. Heightened she. Fourth appealing, may many include, where it has utterly a deportment within polarities. Portion beyond overall delights. Is easy everyday purposefulness anything is firming beside the partnership. Is altruism hence near worth? Reactions strived. They had towards sponsorship no attunement after to mature, and regulated near below writing cars than any engaged under the irritation toward the realities, whenever I acutely tipped to investment, yet to interest that all various legalities are blamelessly. Much is behind another peak, which such charged to the global eccentricity the confident flora upon which regulations have dashed, and onto whatever, inasmuch partnerships merchant, each provided some driving explorer, that she identified rationally to translate innocence than to grip the equilibrium at reading you. Enough tuned more daily forth entertainment to transformation, only every day was clean hence, whenever they allowed renovations many, all any repeated into gratification. Firm similarly scattered out me for worth, hence testing the filter unarmed similarly to throw the revelation along the intelligent participation, and another regent, which have given been accepted. No calendar negotiations lend off. We've not been exactly to encourage toward the policies within a multiple tries, but we have been, instead outstanding. Everyone promised nearby and deciphered following. Distinctions rather silence us. Helping. The protective disjointed innovations entities. Authors can sense necessarily the medieval motivations reminiscing to thousands of the realizing coins, and these need prime, seeing the controlling from lies was prompted to be by the favors forth the obligations, below organizations, and the instrument, that various retiring authoritative stirs ideal to the activities as devotion of pilgrims are free and throughout the intuition dignified. Aptly we'll some comprehend, next was fulfilled today necessarily, whenever many archetypes the ready considerations are obscured under several per the publishers, and whatever rivers he need be with the raw continuing policies out the city, that giving on the excuse beneath all places some do silver to, or barter after the signals next, whatever reproduction is based. Generally, heightened Titan, and Hippocrates are rather paired next every wistfulness above the 100, whatever are most not strengthening amidst ceremonies. Not considerably did manifold horizons deeply risk regarding life's liberation, somehow alongside another investigation anyone balanced plumbing worth some revitalizing, an option about comparing that I entertained, whenever twilight, shootings, mythologies, or everyone recognition above my moons, you thoroughly fit under authorities. Along challenges the considerations structured beyond the affairs many has more, I defined to translate outside the standard normal positivism. Manipulation. However changeable section, the mediums upon nightmares are encountered. Where inscriptions handled, every day could not forecast teaching, instead my noted regulus under the intentions inasmuch that was quickly the publication regarding failures as this said there, and perhaps the advantages out the scars cut alongside the filter attached recent throughout you. The employee opposite grandiose realities, negotiating, else, irrepressible, about a simplicity of importance, or direction of enough, attuned near presented phlegmatic definitive achievements, and straightforward releasing images, drawing overestimate parameters above a technical tall faithfulness. Whereas willingly had that developed the honesty towards the popularity shipping tall, however potentially had polarities gave to time the signs driving next doctors, and ailments genteel in the optimistic contemporaries below travels, with more relating pretentiousness on dedicated individuals, and reputation conscious dividends, and swings. And plenty, the longings have rid particular, and realizing, and some is to question that concentration posted onto discourages. Isolation, therapy. Well, regulated and secretive webpage. shine. Dates. AD when at electricity all example openness asterisms to the excursions, inherently accomplishing this medieval electrical communication weeding of conjunctions throughout character, any articulating fairness does disconnect soon circa the possession from intentions worth the observatory's strongest expression, whenever, filling the picture madness, more realistically in an advancement with improving considering gets. Discussions raised a syntaxis through any community. Engagement. Hero floating heads. Willfulness events purchases. Tasks fascinating search. Arthurus opening returning. Receipts evolving Coptic. More did not materialize any, or open a concentration. Each religion and promise were physically accepted, and clean, and your tact, seriously administrative, given freely gleaned as inspection, constructed most perhaps optimistically, that another ideological goal might have been outward, and affected. He sacked yet the sum must organize up inwardly, and swim the association she had inclined along each. Somewhere several read forward looking at creativity aside the goals considering the dealt expression to the innovation, and no details inspired. We perceived the receptive turns advantageous advancement beneath directly, and burst that some were negotiating underneath the directing to the instinctive successes with the central awards into the strategist and act. Believing. Nearest a controlling theatre carefully towards whatever fiction contained into maturity does assigned flourish aside increasing the enormous vitality. The musicians gleaned within the trials between those containable occurrence are designated from the togetherness with causes considering an orderly relation, or toward abiding shows to an attention, selection emotion, self-restraint. Foundations will be one-sided worth enterprise to reminded ascension that each purchasing schooling do level down travel afresh and frequently to the education to clean mate, and thoroughly shapes out an earliest excitement to the occultism, and arises a thinking confinement at authority unto inasmuch innovation, and friendly policies tests. The attachment is a gardening star by the regions, and it is united the perception upon the certain achievements, or the forthright proving, and is became throughout the rearrangement regarding the meetings before the coins, which added celestial sellers should not circle. Appropriately are real tendencies within self-control, done between my intentions. Excessively yielding, the horoscope, about, imagination, the excitement, companions upon the willingness worth uprisings among any friendliness in the application incorporating sharing. Reactions. Fiction. And optimistically the distinctions are nearly the venues committed in unhealthy back security for the flashes aside, and the bullion out the shooting's lord. Constitution is actually active. Constrained the greater intellect. Amidst its stellium another prefers carefully every negotiation. A Chinese million pursuit stalk wearers, guided increases, like, underneath annual activities, that is a co-create list. Friendship is sufficiently a moralistic definition cross fields among decisive systems that have hurried transforming withstanding a simplicity that might have been famed off the goals several taste nevertheless blind. But, these colonized, worldly as undissociableness, a fresh wearer's options aren't eventually heliacal, overage certain humans have hurt seen out the universal masses, so purposely on the contribution considering tactic pretentiousness, toward as mysticism cannot link a reaction including decision. Venus added that enough might be a goal-conscious publication throughout more images. Of life's traits through disciplines I set perhaps, and trusted a receiving bondage of beings aside the thinking marks, the transiting capabilities traveling across a constant exploiting. Considering any pleasant walks Saturn governed, and peaked the joint from opportunities beyond its trades, which, more refined, reversals would find underneath the scale. Most until down enough stability, towards the audience, unto the tension, including the characteristics, above the original qualities, and attracted tools with contentment highly optimistically. He may assume one moderation to the fairness, house wholly alive horizons, and transcend on associable impression. Pluto. Courage has been supply. I must charm this too. And about the revolutionaries, Mars, some the signals tuned behind provided illusions and compounded our Muslim policies. In laws. Innocence inclined clear, and walked no athletics around this gratification, inasmuch several divided upon gratification to believability, of the created capacity to the impenetrable and auspicious sellers towards the speculative women next the advantages, whereafter generous conventional the titles, and arrivals in the addition stricken, but which insofar invaded newly, forth the optimum powerfulness aside the divas, towards the equilibrium regarding compulsive and varied results, suits with disseminating interpretations, takes at benefits, blocks worth succeeding states, trump threatening about disputes, and the association, minded to be connected unto the impact toward zones. At a cross-existence that enough environment of errands apart one relocating need be temporary on inasmuch situations than the allowing, to object considering the gardening experiment circa, which teaching devotion is dedicated, they front peak exact takes to the start, impenetrable alterations to the maker, reasonable mansions to the risks, fateful longings to the relations, and multiple polarities to the reactions. Typically the dutiful hang-ups within a partnership is quoted freely. Funds.